Serbia and adjacent lands. Introduction. Apis, martyr, or murderer. To go to one's death, to certain death, and go calmly without fear, that is the most difficult and constitutes true heroism. Christic Varric in 1919 about Apis. Apis is B in Greek and bull in Egyptian. Christened Dragutin T. Dimitrijević in August 1876, Apis was a huge Serbian general staff officer and national revolutionary. Known in Yugoslavia chiefly as the leader of a secret Serbian national society nicknamed the Black Hand, Apis from 1901 until shot by his own government near Salonika, Greece in June 1917, played a unique role in the Serbian army and politics. Schoolmates called him Apis, the Bull, for his massive physique and dynamic energy. The nickname stuck. Entering the military academy in Belgrade at 16, he later became a general staff officer. Little Serbia then was ruled by autocratic King Alexander Obrenović, whose repressive policies at home and passivity abroad made him unpopular with nationalistic Serbs. Young Lieutenant Dimitrijević Apis rose swiftly to prominence after King Alexander in 1900 married Dragutin, his ex-mistress. Humiliated by their king's inappropriate match with an older woman of dubious repute and indignant at his subservience to their national enemy, Austria. Hungary, Apis and young officer friends organized a far-flung conspiracy. They aimed to remove the Obrenović royal couple from Serbia's throne and end unworthy and unpatriotic policies. On May 29, 1903, one junior captain Dimitrijević Apis led the conspirators to victory but was grievously wounded by royal guards. 4 weeks Apis hovered between life and death. The sensational murder of Serbia's rulers horrified Europe. The May conspirators, relinquishing power promptly to civilian politicians and the new king, Peter Karađorđević, continued to exert influence behind the scenes. In 1906 senior conspirators retired from the army under foreign pressure. Dominating the junior conspirators with personal magnetism, Apis won over leading military and political figures and read essential army reforms. For a decade he remained a leading factor in Serbian affairs. Apis above all was a dedicated fighter and national revolutionary. He favored uniting all Serbs into a greater Serbia or a Yugoslavia, too much as Prussia under Bismarck earlier had united most Germans in the German Empire of 1871. During lengthy visits to Germany, Apis learned the language, attended army maneuvers, and returned home impressed by the army's discipline, power, and patriotism. Austria-Hungary's sudden annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, two South Slav provinces, in October 1908 provoked a wave of patriotic fervor in Serbia, but Belgrade had to accept the outcome. Efforts to unite all Serbs under Belgrade's aegis seemed doomed. Seeking to dispel discouragement and apathy, a few Serbian officers and civilians in May 1911 organized the Military Society, Unification, or Death, soon nicknamed the Black Hand. Persuaded to join its Central Executive Committee, Apis soon became its chief leader. He described its patriotic goals to Foreign Minister Milovanovic, securing his and the government's full support for its activities. Apis persuaded Prince Alexander Karađorđević, Serbia's heir apparent, to contribute a sizable sum to the newspaper, Piedmont, which became the Black Hand's strident public voice. A severe illness contracted on a reconnaissance mission in Albania deprived Apis of any part in the Balkan Wars of 1912 to 1913, which brought Serbia much of disputed Macedonia. Later in 1913 Lieutenant Colonel Apis was named head of the General Staff's Intelligence Division. Inside Austria-Hungary his agents, headed by ex-insurance salesman, Raid Malibovic, gathered extensive information for the Serbian High Command. In May 1914 Apis spearheaded the officer corps' resistance to Interior Minister Stojan Prodic's decree prescribing the priority of civil over military authority in conquered Macedonia. That involved him in a bitter power struggle with the radical government and Prince Alexander, who in June became Prince Regent. The prince's intimates at the Serbian court and in the army, led by Colonel Peter Živković, formed the so-called White Hand to combat the Apis group's vast influence. Colonel Apis helped organize and direct the conspiracy to murder Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the Austrian heir, on June 15, 1914 in Sarajevo, Bosnia. His avowed purpose was to prevent or delay an Austrian attack on Serbia, exhausted from recent wars. Instead, the Archduke's death triggered the outbreak of World War I. Later, Bosnian guerrilla allies of Apis plotted to kill pro-German kings, Constantine of Greece and Ferdinand of Bulgaria. During World War I Apis participated in several key campaigns, including the terrible Serbian retreat through Albinra and subsequent fighting on the Salonika front. By then, with many colleagues killed in battle, Apis' faction was gravely weakened. In December 1916 the Serbian exile regime on Corfu suddenly arrested Colonel Apis and other surviving Black Hand leaders. Accused of treason and attempted murder of Prince Regent Alexander, they were tried by an officers' military court in Salonika the following spring. Convicted, their sentences were confirmed by a higher military court pact with their enemies. Despite vehement protests from Serbian opposition leaders and allied powers, Apis and two close colleagues, Major Ljubomir Vulović and the civilian, Raid Malibovic, were executed near Salonika. The death sentences of 6 others were commuted to imprisonment. In post-war Royal Yugoslavia the tragic fate of Apis and the aims of the Black Hand were debated sharply, but King Alexander's authoritarian regime blocked any rehabilitation of Apis and his friends. To vindicate his beloved uncle as a Serbian martyr, Milan Zivanović after World War II launched a campaign for a retrial. Held in socialist Yugoslavia in 1953, the retrial exonerated Apis and his co-defendants. Enough time has elapsed to permit the first objective assessment of Apis' life and career. No longer do storms of controversy swirl so fiercely around Apis and the Black Hand, and abundant materials are available. To the biographer. Crucial is the extensive archive collection over many years by Apis' nephew. After his death in 1978, that collection came to the Serbian Academy of Sciences in Belgrade. Including many previously unpublished documents, it constituted the basis for Milan Zivanović's thesis and book on his uncle and the Salonika trial. 3. A labor of love. Zivanović's work understandably was biased strongly in the colonel's favor. The only other previous book about Apis, brief and partisan, was a superficial account by a Serbian diplomat and friend who defected to Germany during World War I. 4 Portions of Vladimir Dimitrijević's work about the background of the Sarajevo assassination cast new light on Apis' career, important for 20th century Yugoslav and European history. 5 Dimitrijević included Apis' previously unpublished farewell letter to his nephew and examined his alleged connections with Germany. For this biography the author gathered data from Yugoslav, French, Austrian, and British archives, published documentary collections, newspapers, memoirs, and various secondary materials. Since his controversial execution near Salonika, Apis' role and that of the Black Hand have been debated in Yugoslav and foreign historical literature. Were they dedicated to legitimate patriotic goals outside Serbia or to subversive agitation against Serbia's dynasty and regime? Did they aim at a greater Serbia by joining Montenegro and Serbs of Austria-Hungary to Serbia, or a Yugoslavia, either a Serbian-led royal state like interwar Yugoslavia or a genuine federation of all Yugoslav peoples under a republic or constitutional monarchy? His defenders insist that Apis was a patriotic and loyal officer dedicated to Serbia's victory in World War I. His enemies to the contrary claim that he was a traitor and assassin, perhaps employed by Germany, who plotted to murder the Prince Regent, overturn the radical regime and Karađorđević dynasty and establish military rule in Serbia. Many controversies about Apis, the Conspirators, and the Black Hand persist. What were their motives and political views? They have been depicted variously as national revolutionaries, monarchists, republicans, militarists, or even proto-fascists. Some view Apis as a grey eminence who determined all basic decisions and appointments in Serbia from 1906 to 1914. If so, what explained his preeminence? If Apis' influence was so extensive, how could the Corfu government have him tried and executed? Prince Alexander and the Radical Party, once Apis' warm supporters, became his mortal enemies. Did they quarrel chiefly over civil vs. military primacy, or control over the army? How significant was personal animosity and jealousy toward Apis by White-Hand leaders such as Colonels Živković and Kostic? Colonel Apis' role in the Sarajevo assassination plot remains disputed. Can one accept his assertions in 1917 that he planned and organized the murder of Archduke Franz Ferdinand? Or did the initiative come from the revolutionary youths of young Bosnia who implemented the assassination? If Apis acted as initiator, did he seek to provoke or delay war with Austria-Hungary? Can he be considered the key figure in the outbreak of World War I? Numerous issues arise from Apis' conviction in the controversial Salonika trial of 1917. For which crime or crimes did the lower military court sentence him and his friends to death? Who prepared the Salonika trial? Critics allege that its organizers sought mainly personal vengeance, either to remove dangerous opponents from the Serbian scene or to facilitate a separate peace with Austria-Hungary by punishing organizers of the Sarajevo assassination. Was the verdict at Salonika based on fact and law, or was it judicial murder, as Apis' adherents allege? Why did Prince Alexander, while commuting some of the sentences to imprisonment, refuse to reprieve Apis and his two close friends? Was the trial's target Apis the individual, or the Black Hand as an organization? 6. Did exoneration of Apis and his colleagues at the 1953 retrial truly close the case? Then why do the three who were executed remain outside Serbia in unmarked graves? The activities of Apis and his colleagues raise significant moral issues. Whether assassination and war are justifiable to achieve widely held popular goals such as national liberation and unification remains debatable. Intolerant nationalism employing murder and violence today appears less heroic than it did in 1914. The Meku required Apis and other officer conspirators to violate oaths of loyalty to their king and commander-in-chief. Were such actions criminal or justifiable by reason of State 7? Gavrilo Princip, by killing Archduke Franz Ferdinand, believed he had performed a heroic and laudable act which resulted in creation of a unified Yugoslav state. He remains a national hero. Was the Serbian national movement which helped precipitate a great world war costing millions of lives morally defensible? Should Apis, who claimed credit for leading the Meku against the Obrenović and for planning the Archduke's assassination, be considered a national hero or the prototype of today's terrorists? The fate of Apis and his friends casts a new light on the royal Yugoslav regime. Its founders and chief leaders, King Alexander Karađorđević, Nikola Pisid, bearded patriarch of the Radical Party, Interior Minister Jovanović Patok, and Colonel Peter Živković organized the Salonika trial, insisting upon Apis' execution despite grave doubts about his guilt. Preeminent at King Alexander's court throughout the interwar period was General Živković, a talented homosexual intriguer with a powerful hold over the king. If these men indeed staged the Salonika trial chiefly to secure revenge and to consolidate their personal power, what does that reveal about the royal regime imposed upon the Yugoslav peoples in 1918? King Alexander's assassination in Marseilles in 1934 and the swift collapse of royal Yugoslavia before the Nazi invasion of 1941 might be considered Apis' belated revenge upon his executioners. If Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the dead man of Sarajevo, 7 had long arms, so too did Colonel Apis. These complex and interlocking issues are explored here in his study of Dragutin Dimitrijević and his times. Since that fateful June dawn outside Salonika where he and his two friends were executed, abundant evidence has surfaced to justify a new and objective examination of his life and role. Facing their open graves, June 1917, the thing is over. The higher military court has condemned me and my friends to death. Now I stand before an open grave and do not know how many hours I will remain in this world. I die innocent. I am convinced that my death, and the deaths of my friends, is necessary for the good of Serbia. Apis to Milan Zivanović, June 12-25, 1917 Salonika Officers Prison, June 12-25, evening. Apis remained in terrible suspense about the Prince Regent's decision. Several times that evening, recorded Captain Milan Stojakovic, the prison commander, Apis had called him to his cell to ask about the verdict. The previous time, having finished his last testament, Apis, agitated, was pacing the room. But Stojakovic could tell him nothing. No decision would come that night, concluded Apis. He had had little for supper and went to bed early, so when I came to him with the priest at 11 p.m., he was sleeping soundly. I awakened him, and he roused himself and sat on the bed. One to Apis's amazement, Father Zdravko Panovic came in with the captain. Then it dawned upon him. His worst fears were being realized. Prince Regent Alexander must have confirmed his death sentence. But Apis shook hands warmly with the aged priest, and Stojakovic left them alone. Until that moment Apis had hoped the death sentences imposed by Salonika's lower military court upon him and his comrades, most of which the higher military court had upheld, might be commuted by the prince to imprisonment. Father MacKenzie had already heard his confession, so why had Father Panovic come to his cell so late? Would the verdict be carried out that very night? Unknown to Apis, the organizers of the Salonika trial badly wanted a confession of guilt from the three to be executed: Colonel Dimitrijević Apis, Major Ljubomir Vilovic, and Raid Malibovic. Yet Father MacKenzie, who had seen them, flatly refused to divulge what he had heard in confession. Serbian law prescribed that before execution, a priest should hear confessions of the condemned, administer communion, accompany them to the execution site, and hold a service at their graves. When Father MacKenzie proved obdurate, Colonel Milan Dunjic, Salonika garrison commander, upon instruction dispatched the aged Panovic, who agreed to report everything to the authorities. Father Panovic began his account of his visit to Apis. The room is large, the door open, well lighted by a lamp on a table in the middle of the room. Dragutin Apis did not notice our entrance. He was lying on the bed, his face toward the ceiling. An officer, Stojakovic, preceded me, went up to him and said, "Colonel, sir." Jumping up hastily, Colonel Apis offered the priest both his hands, brought him a chair, and urged him to be seated. Why had Panovic come so late? When the priest explained, Apis thanked him warmly. "So they have convicted us, but what our heads and lives will give them I don't know. Do you know if the crown has confirmed our sentences and whether they will shoot all of us and when, or have some at least been reprieved?" Panovic pleaded ignorance. "Surely," objected Apis, "the verdict was approved before they let you come to us tonight. That means we'll be shot tomorrow. Have you been to see my other friends?" "He had seen only Vilovic and Malibovic," replied Panovic. "That means we three are finished," exclaimed Apis. Panovic knew that several other officers condemned to death by the Salonika courts had been reprieved, but he intimated he would be seeing all the convicted officers. Knowing Apis' distress that his friends from the Black Hand would be shot because of him, the Serbian authorities wished to prolong his uncertainty to the end. But Panovic's admission he had seen only Vilovic and Malibovic convinced Apis that just three would face the firing squad. "The fewer the better, that is how I had calculated," said Apis. "Thus it is death. That means I should have died in the war, but God did not grant that, wishing me to perish thus instead. Probably because the interests of Greater Serbia and Yugoslavia demand it. All right, if it is to be so, then I will die calmly and easily. Believe me, sir," he continued, grasping the priest's hand vigorously, "our intentions, desires, and activities were totally patriotic, but shit was drawn into tire organization. Thus everything went wrong. Some Black Hand bears indeed had sinned. When those devils got their toenails in, everything went wrong and we ended up here. If your intentions were solely patriotic," objected Panovic, "your deeds should have been great and bright. Then why did you act secretly, inspiring fear and doubt? Why did unification or death become at birthday? Scarecrow and bogeyman? Did not secrecy draw many into that dark labyrinth for selfish and unworthy reasons, turning patriotic dreams to dust?" Apis sought to explain, but it could not have been otherwise. "We had already spilled blood and carried out the revolution of May 29, 1903. And when we saw that we had been mistaken, then we thought we had to do everything in secrecy. Since the cause was almost lost because some comrades betrayed us, secrecy and caution became even more essential. But I never believed Nikola Pisic and Stojan Prodic and the Radical Party would oppose us. Point 2 Why did radical leaders turn against the conspirators?" Panovic inquired. "And why did Apis blame them?" "The radicals," stated the colonel, "AP proved the May 1903 coup initially. This toppled the Obrenovic rulers, brought the rival Karađorđević dynasty to Serbia's throne, and the radicals to power. Then they quarreled with the 1903 conspirators, persecuted and sought to eliminate them. Unable to think of anything else, they had to involve us in an assassination attempt and then cause our deaths. Point 3 Therefore I complain most about Pusic and Protic, since we had not expected this of them. They had suffered long from Abranovic persecution, they should have helped and reprieved us. Apis and his friends believed Interior Minister Ljubomir Jovanovic Patok and his police had concocted the entire Salonika trial. Why had Raid Malibovic been involved with the Black Hand? Asked the priest. Raid, Apis explained, was a dedicated Serbian agent in Bosnia and Austria. The authorities accused him of shooting at Prince Regent Alexander so they could condemn Black Hand leaders to death. Thus my conscience is clear and I can die in peace. I am a person good in spirit like my late mother, God forgive her, and therefore have never done any evil to anyone. Why am I to be shot? I do not know. I shall die peacefully, especially if and when the interests of Greater Serbia and Yugoslavia demand it. Paunovic noted he must visit other convicted officers. Did Apis first wish to confess and take communion? He had not received communion for a long time, responded Apis, nor would he now. He had harmed no one. Silence ensued as Apis pondered. As a priest and friend of his uncle, did Paunovic believe he should hear his confession? The priest claimed he then delivered an entire sermon, persuading Apis to confess and take communion. Point 4 Apis requested Paunovic to transmit to his nephew a farewell letter and drafts of his remarks in court. He could do so, declared the priest. Only if Captain Stojakovic agreed. They summoned the captain and Paunovic read him parts of Apis' farewell letter. Saying there was no need to read it all, Stojakovic returned it to Paunovic, authorizing him to give it to Apis' nephew, Milan Zivanovic. Point 7 The package of notes Stojakovic would deliver to Salonika Commandant, Colonel Dunjic. Apis left other personal effects and his last testament on his table. Colonel Apis' letter to Milan reveals his feelings after he learned that the higher military court had upheld the death sentences of 7 of them. Point 7 With only a few hours to live, all those hours one dedicate to our dear ones, to Serbia, and to you. Dear boy. In my thoughts one am with you and embrace you all. Saying farewell to you, and through you to all our folk in Serbia. I ask you, when that happy moment comes when you see them again, to embrace and kiss them and assure them how much I love them all and wish them every happiness and good fortune. Referring to his imminent death and those responsible, Apis wrote, I die innocent. They found us guilty and deserving death. That is politics, and strictly for reasons of internal policy we must leave this world. I shall die peacefully and with a clear conscience. I will feel no pain because I am dying from Serbian weapons, convinced I am perishing only because the authorities have decided that my death and the deaths of my friends is necessary for the good of Serbia. For that cause I have always been prepared to give up my transitory, earthly life. Assuring his nephew he could be proud of his relative, Apis emphasized Milan's heavy family responsibilities. I hope that you knew me well and will be convinced that your uncle was an honorable man with a good heart, a good soul, a boundlessly enthusiastic Serb who believed in the better future of Serdum and the Yugoslavs. And you be and remain always a good and honorable man and an honorable Serb. I am convinced you will live in more fortunate times and will not have to struggle as we have had to struggle for Serdum. That gives me hope that you, in your life, can dedicate yourself more to our dear ones and work more peacefully for your and our family's well-being. Milan must cherish and protect its women and children while preparing himself for a productive life. Was it perhaps this passage which caused the architects of Apis' conviction and death to withhold Apis' letter from his nephew? I truly die innocent. In the future, if you find it necessary you can seek means to confirm this. When conditions are orderly and passions subside, you can seek also by legal means to confirm our innocence. For us that will have no significance, but you, if you wish, can attempt it. In the court documents there are traces and you can easily find the path you should follow to establish our innocence. I do not leave this to you as a duty, but only bring it to your attention so that you may know. Somehow, young Milan discerned his uncle's desire for vindication, carefully concealed by those who doomed him. Milan would devote much of his life to rehabilitate his uncle's reputation. Apis exhorted Milan to embrace my dear sister who protected and nurtured me and thank other family members for their boundless love towards me. Kiss the hand of our dear dad and ask him to believe that I always loved and respected him like my own father. 8 Now he would set out on the path taken earlier by his mother, Jovanka, who taught me to be good. Surely, on the other side he would find all the deceased relatives and friends who made my life on earth happy and who eagerly await me once again. My path to eternity is much easier for me since I know one am going whence they all departed earlier. His pain was terrible, nonetheless, for leaving the living, especially because I am unable to see you all once in person and to embrace you. Concluded Apis, I am deeply moved by our parting, my dear little Milan, and embrace and kiss you, my loved one, with all my heart and soul. My last wish for all of you is that you be happy and accept calmly my tragic death, just as I leave this world with a calm and clear conscience. Point 9 Withholding this poignant letter comprised a terrible blot on Father Paunovic's memory. From fear, servility, or feebleness, he obeyed those who gave him an unworthy mission, not his conscience and his God. Leaving Apis, Paunovic went into the duty officer's office so tired, nervous, and upset he could barely stand. As he left that office, the other convicted men were leaving another room where Salonika Commandant, Colonel Dunjib, had informed them their death sentences had been commuted to imprisonment. 1:55 p.m., in the room of the supervising prison officers, the Prince Regent's decree amending the higher military court's verdict was communicated to the others convicted in the Salonika trial. Point 10 Learning they had been reprieved, they grew animated. One shouted, "Long live the heir!" Major Velimir Vemic, originally condemned to death, proclaimed loudly, "My wish is to use the remainder of my life to prove my innocence and that I deserve mercy." The reprieved were informed that next day they could send thanks to Prince Alexander. Now after 6 months confinement, they could converse with one another, move more freely, and receive visits. When the others were summoned to receive this happy news, Apis remained in his room, unaware of their departure. About 1:30 p.m. he summoned Captain Dragutin, who sent his deputy, Lieutenant Joseph Protic, who earlier had served under Apis. Protic found the colonel sitting at his table smoking. "Ah, there you are, dear Protic," exclaimed Apis warmly and offered him a cigarette. "And where is dear Dragutin? Are we going to see him?" "The captain was busy," responded Protic, "but would accompany them to the execution site." "Well, thus my dear fellow, as you see I have lost the game. It is all over," continued Apis nervously. "Look, you can see I am now as quiet as a child. I'm not at all worried. Please smoke." "I'm smoking a lot since it is for the last time." After lighting Protic's cigarette, Apis remarked, "Now there is something you can do for me. Greet Ljubapatok. Interior Minister Ljubomir Jovanovic. Tell him he has won the game, but let him watch out since if he has erred, his children will atone for it. I blame him alone for being abandoned by my people and friends. I erred, Protic, but I never expected them to sign my death warrant. But you'll see, I shall die quietly, completely peacefully. Would Protic please transmit his last testament and a package of letters and documents to his nephew? I know you have to show all this to the authorities. Then give whatever remains to my dear nephew so he'll remember his uncle. I have no other descendants." Then Apis gave Protic his most prized military decoration, the Star of Karageorge. One I know they'll strip me of my rank. I'll go with my stripes and cockade, but I don't want to go to my execution with this decoration. You are an officer, so I'll give this to you as a memento since I don't want it to go to my family. You know, I wore it honorably for several years, but then being engaged in this unfortunate political matter and things that were forbidden, unworthy things according to them, I consider that I am, in their view, unworthy as an officer, so I don't want to carry this on my final journey. Keep it." His briefcase and cigarette case would go to Captain Dragutin. Gently, Protic informed Apis they would be leaving for the execution site about 1 a.m. Then Protic left the room, not trusting himself to look at the condemned Apis. 12 Just after 1 a.m., related Dragutin, he found Apis walking around his room. He told him it was time to leave. Instead of putting on his blouse, the colonel looked at him questioningly. Commandant Dunjic and the others were waiting for them below, insisted Dragutin. Picking up a summer tunic he had never worn in prison, Apis asked hesitantly, "Are you going to be with me?" As the captain nodded, Apis quickly put on the tunic and buttoned it. Suddenly changing his questioning, uncertain behavior, Apis smiled. He asked permission to bid farewell to comrades remaining in the prison and the guards. As he did so, the colonel appeared resolute, pleasant, and wholly natural. But anyone who knew him well realized his calmness was somewhat forced. Dragutin discerned that the colonel still hoped for a last-minute reprieve. A fleet of automobiles awaited them below. Apis and the captain entered the second car, Major Vilovic and Protic the first, and Malabubic and Priest Panovic the third. All were accompanied by gendarmes. As they entered the car, Apis pointed to the running board. "You've got something broken there." Dragutin sat next to Apis with a sergeant of the guard. On his right was the captain's orderly. Apis turned to him. "Ah, so it is you, Viol. It is only right that you should now rest a little." Apis cautioned the soldiers, "Just aim well at me." He lit one cigarette after another but spoke very calmly. "Do we have far to go? Where is this place? Why are we going by night when the soldiers won't be able to see to aim? They should wait for it to grow light." Asked Dragutin, "Aren't you going to scold anyone even now?" Laughing, Apis said, "You know I often told you about these people. This is their thanks after 14 years, yet they would be beggars if it were not for me. 13 But if it would benefit Greater Serbia, so be it. Look at me, I am completely calm and fear nothing. This isn't the first time I have faced bullets. I faced them on May 29, 1903. Then sharply, ironically, Greet Vemic, he acted shamefully. I've already told you all that I did for him. I quarreled with my friends because of him, believing him to be an honorable man. 14. Priest Panovic, entering the third car with Malabubic and another officer and a soldier, found it as dark inside as the interior of a jar. As they left Salonika, nothing was visible. Where were they headed? Malabubic, handcuffed, stared miserably before him, holding his hands in front of his face as if in prayer. I know Salonika well, he said, but I don't know where we are going, though it seems to me we are on the road to Micra. He was right. The procession turned off the Micra road to a lonely ravine. When they reached the turnoff at Bajiskal, Apis queried, how many of us are there? This is really a big escort, declared Captain Stajakovic. You, Vilovic and Malabubic, the others were reprieved. The fewer the better, responded Apis relieved. A little further on Stajakovic remarked, I am surprised you didn't write something, responded Apis. I regret that I didn't have time to write a history of my activities, but that would have taken me 2 years. I needed the energy and strength for my work. Leaning towards Stajakovic, The colonel said slowly, I emphasized to you once that I may have erred by writing openly. In that letter and at those hearings that I planned the Sarajevo assassination. I would say now that this is the main reason for my death. 15 Looking at the caravan of automobiles, he remarked ironically, that's the way it is tonight. Still you see that the circus is officially pompous. And Rado J. Lubbock. 16 The procession halted near the execution site. 17 Getting out of the automobiles, they proceeded on foot for almost 20 minutes through a dark ravine by the light of lanterns. Lieutenant Protic led the way, followed by Vilovic limping on his bad leg, then Apis, and Stojakovic. Apis asked if he could converse with Vilovic, and when Stojakovic nodded, he joked, how is it going, Ljabo, can you make it? This is one form of night wartime service. Protested Major Vilovic, look, Protic, where are you taking us through this swamp? Apis added, look, we are going alive into a black pit. He requested Stojakovic to tell his family how he had looked during these final hours. Don't say that you were in command but were present. I should have written something about you, but... He broke off. Did he wish to complain about anyone concerning the trial and impending execution? Wondered Stojakovic. The whole thing was the work of Ljaba Jovanosik, affirmed Apis. And the assassination attempt was investigated and arranged by Sotir Aranjlovic. Say that if asked when they seek to rehabilitate us. The key lies in Temel Jako and George. 18 Then Apis added, greet Tuka and tell him to pay attention to my unfortunate nephew. I am sorry for that child. Thus is fate, but what can one do? 19 As they arrived at the execution spot, Apis turned around, smoking and talking. Vilovic queried, but Dragutin, it looks as if it is only the three of us. Yes, that's right, Ljabat, the others have been reprieved, and if so, that is good. Finally they reached the spot, then had to wait about 20 minutes before the proceedings began. The first signs of dawn were appearing in the east. Protic looked at his watch. It was 3:20 a.m. A platoon of soldiers was carrying out preliminary tasks aided by 3 lanterns. The 15 men assigned to the shooting were loading their rifles. Colonel Dunjic examined the 3 graves which had been hastily and inexpertly dug. The condemned officers stood about a yard in front of these gaping holes each, with a 6-foot pole in the middle. Apis went up to Lieutenant Colonel Dabik to ask whether he had come to represent the military court. Dabik replied that he would be reading the verdicts aloud. Several times Apis and Vilovic requested that they wait for dawn, and that the soldiers take care. Full aim so that their faces would not be disfigured, they were assured this would be done. In a shaking voice Apis told Dabik, do you see, Ljabo, what misfortune has overtaken me? Believe me, I am innocent. Dabik replied that he was sorry for him as a friend and officer who could serve the fatherland far more usefully, but that the law required his death. With evident joy Apis took up that idea. Please tell my friends that I do not regret that I die from Serbian guns, because it is for greater Serbia, which I wish to see realized soon. Indeed, under the law I am guilty, and thus it had to be cause I had strained relations too much and therefore had to fall. 20. As the preparations proceeded, the 3 condemned comrades, reunited after 6 months enforced separation, talked or whispered to one another. In a loud whisper overheard by Panovic, Malabubik lamented, see where you have brought me. Replied Apis, well, maybe if you hadn't been with us, we wouldn't be here either. Apis obtained Colonel Dunjic's permission to speak with Father Panovic. They went to one side where Apis again urged the priest to deliver his farewell letter to his nephew and assure his family that he had thought about them to the end. Then Vilovic came up and gave Father Panovic letters and messages for his wife. 21 Looking at the 3 graves in the dark ravine, Apis remarked in jest to Dabik, why didn't they pick a better place for us, somewhere up above where one can view the sea? You know there should be some scenery. Apis was still holding up well, noted Dabik, but he was greatly changed, very pale and his voice shook. From time to time he consoled Malabubik, telling him once, had you remained in Kursamelj, both you and I would have remained alive. 22 Now the military tribunal assembled behind a table flanked with lanterns. The 3 condemned men stood before it near their open graves. For the military court Colonel Dabik began to read the lengthy verdicts. Wearing a pince-nez and black havelock, he read rapidly but fluently in a cool, cynical voice. The doctor and priest stood to one side and the soldiers formed a broad semicircle. The condemned seemed not to be listening. They had heard these charges many times. Apis continued to smoke one cigarette after another, as the 3 whispered softly, smiled, and looked at one another lovingly as the intimate friends they were. At one point Dabik reprimanded Malabubik for whispering. When he read about the attempt on Prince Alexander, the condemned looked at each other dubiously as if saying, that never happened. Apis said in an undertone to Vilovic, when we were united and powerful, the regent wanted to place himself at our head. Replied Vilovic calmly, Apis, there is no point in breaking our head over that. The soldiers' bullets will take care of it. About halfway through the reading Malabubik, thin as a skeleton, and with his fettered hands raised looking like a child praying, pleaded that his irons be removed. That was done. Above the northern end of the ravine, notes Bram, one could see on the other side of the dark, towering mountains a thin band of light moving back and forth. From the distance came a faint rumbling through the night. The Salonika front does not sleep, noted Apis. The officers at the table looked up too and listened. The French are constantly on guard, remarked Colonel Dunjid, and the Bulgars, brought in after the last battle, are tired and don't want to fight anymore. commented Vilovic, the dead man of Sarajevo has long arms. He reaches from the grave and catches us all, one after the other. Declared Apis, I only envy the man who will see victory with his own eyes. He continued, and if I had only experienced one thing, I would have to say that life has been beautiful. Never, not even over there in eternity, will I forget that day in December 1914 when we entered recaptured Belgrade. The people in the streets cried and grasped for joy as King Peter drove through the streets, and his car rolled over the banner abandoned by the Austrians and into the palace. Better not think about it, advised Vilovic. Our fall thereafter was too great. We haven't chosen a bad time to die. It is better to lie a couple of feet deep in the earth where one cannot hear the moans of despair. Objected Apis, but also one would not hear the victory celebrations 23. At one point in the reading Dabik stopped and asked for water. As he put down the jug brought by a soldier, Major Vilovic turned to him, namesake, please give me some too. After drinking, Vilovic turned to Dabik, hopefully you don't have syphilis. Replied Dabik cynically, it is rather late now to worry about that. Persisted Vilovic, the devil only knows how much I was infected on Corfu, but I'd like to enter the afterlife healthy on my crooked leg. The officers laughed and even the priest could not suppress a small grin. We will continue reading the verdicts, announced Colonel Dabik. Now comes the most boring part, groaned Apis, the invented attempt on the Prince Regent's life near Ostrovo. And indeed Dabik now intoned, in order to realize your plans, you tried to kill the Prince Regent. You intended to murder the Premier, eliminate the Constitution and take all freedoms away from the people. Aha, noted Apis, they are silent about our supposed attempt to betray the Serbian front to the enemy. Added Vilovic, clever brothers. They have squatted over this verdict long enough to come up with something elaborate. During the lengthy reading Apis smoked over 40 cigarettes. With a wooden smile, he cracked rather forced jokes. He was constantly turning this way and that, looking in all directions as if he were expecting someone. Until the end he never lost hope of a reprieve and expected a car to drive up at any moment. Apis had given away 3 packs of cigarettes to Prodik for distribution to the soldiers, but the reading dragged on so long that he ran out and had to bum several from the lieutenant. Finally, at 4:30 a.m. Dabik finished reading. It was still noticeably cool, dew was falling, and the morning wind chilled the ravine. The soldiers rose and struck their shoulders with their arms for warmth. The candles' faint flames were extinguished. As Dabik closed his briefcase loudly, Apis inquired, is it time to say farewell? Dabik nodded. First Apis, then the others came up to the tribunal table and greeted the officers. Apis stopped in front of Colonel Dunjek. You arrested me, Milan, you were my enemy. You are on the other side, but I won't hold it against you. Believe me, because facing death one does not lie, what has been read is simply untrue. Colonel Dunjek shook his hand, looked down and remained silent, as if tacitly agreeing with Apis. The latter went up to Father Panovic to thank him for consoling them. Day after tomorrow is St. Vitus David of Danje. May God grant that Serbia will again soon celebrate that day on the newly freed field of Kosovo. 24 Embracing Panovic, Apis then took the priest's hand to kiss it. When the priest resisted, Apis pleaded, please permit me to kiss you as one would father and mother. Panovic let him kiss his hand, and the other condemned did likewise. Then Colonel Dabik ordered Lieutenant Prodik to remove rank and insignia from the condemned. Prodik took the braid from their caps, their cockades, and epaulets. Holding the whimpering Malabubik by the hand, Apis turned and declared, this is a good Serb and an honorable man. Believe me, he is not guilty. Then looking at his friend, Apis said, only be brave, Raid. Malabubik fell sobbing on Apis' powerful neck and pressed his face on his broad chest. Raid kept his head lowered. He did not wish to see darkness yield to daylight as the sun emerged over the edge of the ravine. Now the three turned around. The cheerless gray wall of the quarry resembled a split skull, notes brim, on whose peak a few red wisps of hair still stood, as the sun had already bathed the bushes up above in red. It was time for the denouement. The accompanying officers led the condemned men to the 3 graves. As Apis stood before the right-hand grave, he remarked, here too according to age and rank, I a senior officer will stand to the right for my last report. Saying farewell to Captain Stojakovic and shaking hands with Dabik and Prodik, Apis leaped straight into his grave. As if made of wax and holding a half-smoked cigarette, he looked young, decisive, and powerful, recalled Stojakovic, reminding me of us younger officers in the Turkish War. 25 In its first battles we were bold, contemptuous of death. Lieutenant Prodik bound Apis to the pole in his grave with a rope, as prescribed by law. Once bound, Apis objected, this grave is too small for me. 26 Prodik then blindfolded him, also according to law. Remonstrated Apis, but now I can't smoke. Prodik responded, go ahead and smoke. Vilovic had to be helped into his grave by Lieutenant Prodik. The soldiers carried the howling Malabubik and deposited him in the left-hand grave. As a soldier began to blindfold him, Malabubik protested piteously, I want to see the sun. Apis told him, let them do it, Raid. The law requires it thus. Now the pale wall of the quarry grew ever brighter though the light hesitated to penetrate the corner of the ravine. The mystery of darkness had succumbed to daylight. The 3 condemned stood blindfolded before the dark pilings as the soldiers marched back to their platoon. How? Apis looked then, recalled Stojakovic, bound to the pole, the kerchief not yet covering his eyes, was poignant. That facial expression, sad and questioning, with a terrible, glassy stare. After his eyes were bound, Colonel Apis shouted, "Long live Greater Serbia! Long live Yugoslavia!" 27 from the neighboring grave echoed Belovic, "Long live Greater Serbia! Greet our children when you go." But Captain Stojakovic had already raised his saber, then commanded, "Fire!" That first salvo killed Malibovic outright. Apis came loose from the pole, his head supported by the left side of his grave. Blood poured from his powerful frame, but he still lived. Belovic moved his left arm. After another volley, the doctor confirmed their deaths. 28 Apis was stretched out nicely in his grave, recalled Protic, his arms were crossed and his face calm and clear. None of the bullets had struck his head, the soldiers, heeding the condemned men's pleas, had shot truly. Protic covered Apis' face with a black kerchief and placed his cap on his head. The same was done for the others. The graves were filled in and priest Panovic intoned a requiem. The soldiers then grabbed their rifles and marched off. Shrieking vultures flew over the ravine with wings extended. "What's happened has happened," declared one officer philosophically before turning to go. "We have brought them down, should we one day fall into their hands, then let the friends of Apis do the same to us." All those present, noted Panavib, seemed embarrassed and humbled at this terrible sight. The birth of a bull. The inhabitants of Memphis and On gave the place of honor to the bull, worshipped as Happy Apis. When he had been identified, his birth was carefully recorded, and he was ceremoniously conducted into the temples of Ta. For the rest of his life he was loaded with honors, and when he died the entire populace went into mourning. Everyday life in Egypt, p. 276. Early in August 1876 two Serbian boys were born in Belgrade to mothers in very different circumstances, boys whose fates would be closely intertwined. On the eve of the transfiguration, the newborn babe cried in Sedinjska Street, recalled Apis' older sister, Yelena. His mother, Jovanka, a cheerful, dignified and old-fashioned woman, joked, "Oh, too bad the queen didn't wait for 2 or 3 days, then my son could have been greeted by the roar of cannon." Jovanka did not suspect that her well-developed, powerful male babe, Dragutin, would usher the newly born prince to a premature death only 27 years later, then himself succumbed to a firing squad authorized by a Serbian crown prince. For the other boy was Prince Alexander Obrenović, only son of Prince Milan Obrenović. He first saw the light on August 2, 1876 in the old palace, torn down after the 1903 coup. The humble home where on August 5 newborn Dragutin T. Dimitrijević, later Apis, lay wailing would later be replaced by a beer factory. Yelena recalled that it was a dilapidated, one-story adobe building typical of old Turkish Belgrade. As these two infants entered the world, the small autonomous principality of Serbia faced a grave crisis. Late in June 1876, amidst extravagant expectations of victory, tiny Serbia and Montenegro declared war on their suzerain, the sprawling Ottoman Empire. Several thousand Russian volunteers flocked to serve in Serbia's Eastern Army, commanded by retired Russian General M.G. Chernihiv. He proclaimed the war a crusade against the infidel Turks. 2 Officially, Tsarist Russia remained neutral in this war, but Russians sympathized strongly with their embattled Orthodox Slav brethren. By early August, Chernihiv's army of poorly trained Serbian peasants, taken straight from their plows, had suffered severe defeats. As the Serbs fought desperately on their own soil against better trained and equipped Turkish regulars, youthful Prince Milan Obrenović appealed to the European great powers to arrange an armistice. Serbia in 1876 was an overwhelmingly agricultural little country of about 1,400,000 people, carved from primeval forests and still officially part of the Ottoman Empire. Belgrade continued to pay tribute money to the Sultan in Constantinople. After 4 centuries under direct Ottoman rule, the Serbs had first revolted in 1804 under Karageorge, Black George Petrovic, a prosperous pig merchant. That attempt failed eventually, but in 1815 the Serbs rose again under Miloš Obrenović, a rival of Karageorge. Gaining a few victories, the clever Miloš with Russia's diplomatic support became hereditary prince of a small, autonomous vassal state. Until 1903 Serbia would suffer from the bitter rivalry of two contending dynasties, the descendants of Karageorge Petrovic and Milo Obrenović, who ordered Karageorge murdered in 1817. 3 by 1876 Turkish garrisons and city dwellers had departed and Serbia enjoyed full autonomy. Most Serbs were small independent farmers living in scattered villages in the land of forests, Sumidija. Only 1 in 10 lived in towns, of which the largest was Belgrade, the capital, with some 30,000 inhabitants. Belgrade's rough cobbled streets and squat adobe houses gave it a quaint Asiatic appearance. Since 1858 the restored Obrenović dynasty ruled Serbia, while in neighboring Austria-Hungary lived pretender Peter Karageorgijević, grandson of Karageorge, whose adherents in Serbia plotted for his return. Prince Milan, only 19 when his son, Alexander, was born, retained power precariously. He relied on a small professional army, swelled in wartime by a farmer's militia, and ministers like haughty Premier Jovan Ristic, Serbia's leading statesman. The Dimitrijević were of Sakar, Block, origin, a people from Macedonia noted for energy and business acumen. 4 Christening the new baby Dragutin, the family left Belgrade hastily for Kragujevac, site of Serbia's only arms factory. In that provincial town in the heart of Dimitrijević, Tatar Dimitrijević, Dragutin's father, and his two brothers all tinsmiths prepared cartridges for the hard-pressed army. In October 1876, after Serbia's defeat, the family returned to Belgrade. Late in 1877, Serbia fought the Turks again as an ally of Russia and won some territory. The Congress of Berlin, 1878, recognized her as fully sovereign and independent but confirmed her complete dependence on Austria-Hungary. As a reward for loyal subservience to Vienna, Prince Milan Obrenović became King of Serbia in 1882. Little Dragutin, growing up with two older sisters, Jelena and Milica, was loved and pampered by everyone in a family impoverished even by Serbian standards of that time. When Dragutin was 5, his grown-up sister, Jelena, was hired as a schoolteacher in Kraljevo, a small South Serbian town. Jelena took her mother, grandmother, sister, and brother to Kraljevo where Dragutin began primary school. In July 1884, Jelena requested transfer to a larger town where secondary schools would be available for her siblings and her father could practice his trade. Late in 1884 the family moved to NIS, but soon thereafter the father, Tatar, fell ill and died. Later, Apis almost never mentioned his father, who apparently played little part in his upbringing. Completing his primary schooling, Dragutin began attending the NIS Classical Gymnasium in 1885, a disastrous year for Serbia. 5 Indignant over the unification of neighboring Bulgaria, King Milan Obrenović incautiously declared war. Only 3 days later the Serbian army was humiliated at Slivnica. Only Austrian intervention prevented the Serbs from losing territory. The Slivnica debacle, a devastating blow to Serbian pride and prestige, contributed to King Milan's abdication 4 years later. When Dragutin and his family arrived, NI was full of soldiers and martial music. The athletic, well-developed 9-year-old ran continually after the soldiers and reveled in the sound of beating drums. While Jelena nursed wounded from the nearby front, Dragutin accompanied groups of soldiers to their assigned hospitals. Perhaps right then the idea of a military career took root in the young Dragutin's mind. The fatherless and ambitious youngster, surrounded with female love and attention, developed the profound need to prove his manhood. Jelena confirmed that Dragutin was temporarily shattered by Serbia's defeat at Slivnica. Soon rebounding, the energetic and restless pupil learned quickly in school and always ended the year with excellent grades. Outgoing, loyal, and gregarious, Dragutin made many friends at school and got along well with his teachers. Soon Jelena, the family's sole support, was betrothed to Zivan Zivanović, a politician and historian. They were married in NIS, then the entire family moved permanently to Belgrade. Zivan Zivanović grew steadily more prominent and provided a comfortable, secure life for his adopted family. From 1890 they resided in a sizable house at 21 Holy Sava Street. There Jelena played a key role in Dragutin's upbringing. Until he reached the highest, 7th, class in the gymnasium, Dragutin had not decided definitely on a career. Then at 16 in his final year of gymnasium, he resolved rather suddenly to enter the cadet corps of the Belgrade Military Academy. Jelena believed he was much influenced by a close friend, Mijajlo Jovanović. Constantly together, the friends entered the academy's 26th class in 1892. A law of 1880 had transformed the former artillery school into Serbia's military academy. For a regular 3-year course, the lower school trained officers for all branches of service. A 2-year upper school prepared officers for the general staff and higher commands. Into the lower school were accepted 16 to 20-year-old youths of good conduct. Gymnasium graduates were accepted readily. Others like Dragutin had to take a rigorous entrance examination which tested them in mathematics, sciences, geography, history, literature, languages, and drawing. Imposing strict military discipline, the academy demanded precision, accuracy, and neatness, qualities which Dimitrijević displayed. Throughout his career, cadets received pay according to their class and standing. Already nicknamed Apis by his comrades for his powerful build and dynamic energy, Dragutin proved an able and conscientious cadet. He completed the lower school in 1896, standing 6th in his class, excelling in everything but drawing. Dragutin displayed no particular interest in women either then or later, recalled his brother-in-law. Although enjoying their company, Apis never expressed to family members any desire to marry. Dedicated early to a military career and constantly in the company of cadets and officers, Apis from age 23 became involved deeply in politics and conspiracy. Apparently he never contemplated marriage or having a family of his own. Throughout his life, his sister's family remained the center of his personal world. Their home on Holy Sava Street always remained his headquarters. Dragutin was close to and showed deep affection for all family members, especially his sister's children with whom from age 10 he had grown up. Later, even his life insurance policy read, "In behalf of my sister's children." His mother, Jovanka, confirmed his warm-hearted, affectionate nature. External events interrupted periodically Apis' dedicated military studies. Serbia's humiliation and military weakness after 1878 helped explain the young officer's decision to become a conspirator and national revolutionary. Dependent on Austria after the Berlin Congress, King Milan severed Serbia's ties with its former ally, Russia, which opposed him at every turn. Milan's political opponents, notably the newly formed Radical Party of Nikola Pasid with its broad peasant base sought Russian support. Behind radical moves Milan believed he discerned sinister Russian machinations. For 2 decades after 1883, Serbia experienced bitter struggles between crown and people, squandering its slender strength on internal political quarrels. Initially the Radical Party was insurrectionary as in the abortive Timok Revolt, 1883, then gradually modified its program and approach. By late 1888 King Milan neared the breaking point, feuding bitterly with the popular Queen Nadalija, Russian by birth, whom he accused of plotting against him with Russia and the radicals. Prince Alexander Obrenović, the young heir, was caught between parents who loved him but hated one another. As they battled inexorably towards divorce, Alexander told a tutor, "I am an orphan whose parents are still alive." Before abdicating, King Milan issued the very liberal constitution of 1888. He calculated that it would reduce Serbia to chaos and provoke his return with a free hand to crush the radicals. For 4 years Serbia was governed by a regency led by veteran Jovan Risted. Meanwhile Nikola Pasid, the radicals' exiled leader, returned home to popular ovations and in 1891 formed his first cabinet. During Dragutin's first year at the academy, 17-year-old Alexander Obrenović in April 1893 abruptly ousted the regency, dismissed the assembly of which Apis' brother-in-law was chairman, and assumed full royal power. So upset was Dragutin by these events, which he considered unwise and unjust, that he almost abandoned the academy. Short-sighted. Literally and figuratively, though highly gifted and intelligent like his father, Alexander proved even more obstinate and self-willed than Milan. Swiftly he became the most disliked and unpopular of all Obrenović rulers. Mendacious and fickle, Alexander was a thankless, unreliable friend and an arbitrary king. He developed an exaggerated idea of his power, executing his will arbitrarily and unscrupulously. Despising the people, he scorned their political leaders and asserted his prerogatives. In 10 years of personal rule, he carried out 3 palace coups, abolished 2 constitutions and suspended a 3rd. He changed cabinets at whim, dissolved political parties, and created a virtual political vacuum in Serbia. The radicals, Serbia's most popular party, supported young Alexander's coup against the regents. Going to St. Petersburg as a Russophile ambassador, Pasid concluded that Russia's support was indispensable to Serbia's international role and made no effort to conceal his belief. In the Russian capital Pasid debuted successfully as a statesman, establishing influential friendships which later proved invaluable to Serbia. Henceforth Pasid believed that to progress and expand, Serbia must collaborate closely with Russia. 10 From European exile King Milan returned to Serbia in 1894 as chief advisor to his son and army commander. He had Pasid removed as envoy to Russia and increased pressure on the radicals. Milan and his son, both obstinate overgrown children, provoked disarray in Serbia's domestic and foreign affairs. National goals seemed forgotten as Alexander, at his father's advice, abrogated the liberal constitution and created a police regime without significant popular support. King Milan's attention to army reform unwittingly fostered Apis' career. As army commander he built up a privileged officer caste as a chief pillar of his son's bureaucratic absolutism. A greatly expanded officer corps became the best paid element in Serbia. A new rapid-firing rifle restored the infantry's confidence. Milan developed well-trained battalions. Junior lieutenants fresh from the academy led companies, and relatively young officers commanded battalions and regiments. Expanding the military budget, Milan enlarged academy enrollments and shortened the lower course in a crash program to obtain more officers. About 500 graduated from 1898 to 1901. As enrollments in civilian secondary schools declined, able but impoverished students rushed through the academy's open doors. Highly selective because of a large applicant pool, the academy attracted much of Serbia's intellectually ablest youth. While the army asserted a major role in Serbia's domestic and external affairs, 1903 to 17, the academy became a major intellectual center. It graduated hundreds of peasants' sons who spread their democratic, even socialist ideas in the army. Opposing that, Milan sought to forge senior officers into a Prussian-style military caste. However, young officers like Apis espoused nationalist views and extended them to the entire army. The ex-king failed to foresee that this new officer generation would destroy his regime and dynasty, then help ignite the Balkans and all Europe in war. Fostering militarism as army reformer, Milan prepared the ground for the destruction of the social conservatism he favored. 11 Graduating from the academy's lower course in August 1896, Apis was assigned to the 7th Infantry Regiment in Belgrade as a junior lieutenant. He served there as a platoon leader for over a year, then as an instructor at the non-commissioned officers' school. In September 1898, he enrolled in the academy's higher course to prepare himself to become a general staff officer. While attending this military university, Apis was promoted to first lieutenant of infantry on August 1899. 2 months earlier on St. John's Day, June 24, 1899, an unremarkable Bosnian youth shot at ex-King Milan in his open carriage. Only grazing his target, Nizevic was promptly arrested. Milan and Alexander exploited this incident to persecute the radicals, closing their newspapers, arresting their leaders, and accusing them of complicity in an attempted murder. Treating radical leaders like common criminals, Milan demanded that Pašić and Tozanović be executed. When Russia and Austria, seeking Balkan peace, intervened to save the radical chiefs, Alexander backed away. Pašić accepted responsibility for not preventing the shooting. No proof of their involvement was uncovered, but a dozen radical leaders were imprisoned and some mistreated in detention. Though widely criticized for cowardice and opportunism, Dimitrijević believed he had saved his life and those of his colleagues. The draconian response to the St. John's Day attempt left King Alexander politically isolated and discredited with the public. 13. To the dismay of Milan and army leaders, King Alexander in July 1900 proclaimed his intention to marry his mistress, Dragutin. For years rumors of the king's impotence had circulated in Belgrade. Alexander wished to refute them. 14. As a mere child, Draga, daughter of Pantelunjevica, former mayor of Sabak, had married a government engineer, Svetosar Mason, a drunkard and gambler who treated her brutally. After his death she received a small pension. When Queen Nadija, Milan's estranged wife, settled in France in 1890, Draga became maid of honor at her villa in Biarritz. Visiting his mother there in 1897, King Alexander fell hopelessly in love with the seductive and ambitious Draga with the dusky, fiery eyes. That autumn she returned to Belgrade, apparently as the king's mistress. Repeatedly she pretended pregnancy to speed their marriage. Infatuated with Draga, the king resolved to marry her over vehement opposition by his father and other public figures. Interior Minister George Gendic told the king, "Sire, you cannot marry her. She has been every one's mistress, mine included." The king reportedly struck him across the face. 15. On July 18, 1900 the official press announced their formal engagement. The king himself apparently drew up this communique which sparked popular shock and indignation. However, radical leaders agreed to approve the marriage if the king amnestied imprisoned radicals, exiled his father, and restored a constitutional regime. King Alexander's problems escalated. In vain he sought political leaders willing to support a royal marriage to an obscure, disreputable engineer's widow. Rumors spread that she was a common whore. Finally, the king persuaded Alexei Ivanovic, an undistinguished judge, to head a wedding cabinet of political non-entities. But with the officer corps hostile to the marriage, no general would become war minister. Alexander thus selected Milos Vasic, an ambitious lieutenant colonel, who consented to serve, then promoted him to full colonel. Vasic urged the king to summon Belgrade officers, read them their loyalty oath, and threatened to dismiss any who sought to interfere in his private affairs. Shaken by protests of generals and politicians, Alexander realized that without his officers' approval, he would be isolated and could not marry Draga. Adopting Vasic's suggestion, he had the Belgrade commandant order all officers to appear next day at the royal palace and installed the subservient wedding cabinet in office. In parade uniforms his officers proceeded to the palace through a crowd of curious onlookers. 16. Without preliminary remarks, the king took from War Minister Vasic the rules of service. In a clear voice he read the text of the officer's loyalty oath to the crown, then declared, "Recently in regard to my decision to marry the chosen of my heart a repulsive rumor has spread that I am abnormal. I call on you, officers, to counter those voices strongly, aware of my rights that no one can interfere in this personal affair of mine. That is why I summoned you and that is all I have to tell you." The officers were stunned, and uncomfortable silence ensued. Suddenly a colonel shouted, "Long live the king." A few senior officers took up this refrain, but the rest remained ominously silent. Shaking hands with his generals, the king strode from the hall with War Minister Vasov and his court-martial. The officers left the palace dejected, with bowed heads. Noticing their downcast demeanor, the assembled crowd realized that efforts to prevent the royal marriage had failed. 17 Junior officers left the palace in dismay without awaiting their senior colleagues. As they proceeded homeward, their feelings of shock yielded to indignation, first against senior officers for inhibiting them from speaking out, then against the king for insulting their honor. Filled with such negative thoughts, a group of junior officers stopped before the residence of Dimitrijević, Minister of Education, who saw them exchange sarcastic smiles. Suddenly one of them, Lieutenant Dimitrijević, towering over the rest and shaking with anger, shouted, "Cowards! Scum! All this must be refuted and reversed." Apis exclamatory outburst, expressing perfectly his comrades' humiliation and anger, galvanized the rest. Roused as if from slumber, they proclaimed vociferously their dissatisfaction with the royal decision. Dimitrijević's spontaneous and vehement explosion, critical of the senior officers and the king, foreshadowed his organization and leadership of the coup of May 1903. However, his outburst was no unthinking whim. At his brother-in-law's home Apis for some time had been complaining to visiting officers and politicians about evils being committed in high places in Serbia, including the king's rumored impending marriage to his mistress. On occasion Apis had even uttered threats which his family and friends dismissed as idle talk. Soon it would become clear that his remarks had been meant most seriously. 1**. Preparing the coup, 1900 to 1903, the Serbian idea had been up to then wholly abandoned. The unfortunate secret convention with Austria * and blind surrender to Austria's embrace was a most shameful betrayal of Serbian traditions. Believing that a change of regime and restoring the Karađorđević dynasty to the throne would solve the internal question, one realized also that Serbia must once more in full measure undertake her role as Piedmont not only of Serbs but of Yugoslavs. Colonel Apis in 1917. The festive wedding of King Alexander Obrenović and Draga Mason on July 23, 1900 in Belgrade's cathedral sparked the anti-dynastic military coup of May 1903 organized chiefly by Captain Apis. Tsar Nicholas II of Russia had agreed to act as godfather but sent no representative. Nonetheless, the Tsar's implied support for the controversial marriage foreshadowed a political reorientation of Serbia towards Russia. Asterisk the Convention of 1881 made Serbia dependent on Austria-Hungary politically, diplomatically, and economically for the next 20 years. Soon after his wedding, King Alexander moved to restore good relations with Russia and the popular pro-Russian Radical Party. On Queen Dragi's birthday September 11 he pardoned and released radical leaders imprisoned for the St. John's Day attempt. The delighted radicals promptly placed themselves at the king's disposal. Soon after ex-king Milan's sudden death in Vienna, the Serbian cabinet in February 1901 was reformed as a progressive radical coalition. Russian influence was restored fully. That April, pressed on by the radicals and Russia's ambassador, Alexander issued a new constitution restoring regular free elections and civil liberties. In July elections, the old radicals of PSUB and Pro Tip won control of the assembly. 1 To the king's dismay, a strong democratic tide was rising in Serbia. Meanwhile, Queen Dragi's behavior gravely imperiled the Obrenović dynasty. Extremely ambitious and dominant over the king, she thought chiefly of her own position. At first the public seemed to accept her as queen, but she worried about the future. The infatuated king remained devoted to her, but nasty rumors circulated about them. To secure the dynasty, Alexander longed for a son, especially since Draga had given her first husband no children. In December 1900, Draga told Alexander she believed she was pregnant. The delighted king called in a Russian specialist who examined her and predicted pregnancy. The palace promptly issued a communique about the anticipated blessed event, and Alexander informed the Tsar. At official prompting, ladies' committees formed throughout Serbia to prepare gifts for the queen and her heir. But months passed and all signs of Draga's pregnancy disappeared. Embarrassed by persistent queries from the Russian court, the king called in 2 Paris specialists who declared Draga was not and could not become pregnant. This false pregnancy dealt the dynasty a cruel blow and provoked a public scandal. It was widely believed the queen had perpetrated this hoax deliberately to deceive the king and people. Rumors spread that Draga's brother, Nikodij Lunjevica, would be proclaimed heir to the throne. Undermining the royal couple's credibility, the false pregnancy triggered a political crisis, temporarily ending parliamentary rule in Serbia. 2 Lieutenants Apis and Antona Yanted recalled a colleague, Pavel Panko. The ID3 conceived the idea of removing the king and queen. After the officers' audience with the king, they had discussed what should be done. Serbia's cabinet and parties lay powerless, yet Alexander would not renounce his queen. Apis and Antic agreed that the officers must take matters into their own hands and remove Queen Draga from Serbia. Soon realizing that both king and queen must be expelled, they sounded out their comrades. Serious discussion of a coup originated within a narrow circle of junior officers in Belgrade. Lieutenant Antic then served in the newly formed 4th Cavalry Regiment, where officers enrolled in the military academy's higher course did their practical work. One day after drill, 6 officers sat in a cafe near the barracks discussing the situation created by the royal marriage. 5 Apis had urged that the royal pair be expelled, noted Antic. Concurring, the others agreed to consult their close friends and form a society to achieve that goal. Antic promptly informed Apis of this. Next day they all met and decided to proceed. By the summer of 1901 an officer conspiracy was afoot with Apis as initiator and chief leader. Lieutenant Pavel Pankovic, a reserve officer serving in the War Ministry's General Staff Section, described his entry into the plot. Dining frequently at the officers' club, he shared a table with officer students of the Academy's higher course and visitors who normally dined at home, including Apis, Antic, and Lieutenant Joseph Kostic. We often discussed the political situation of Serbia created by the king's marriage and eagerly read opposition newspapers, Ojek and Srpska Zastava, all approving the way they wrote. Walking one evening with Apis, Pankovic criticized the false pregnancy and rumors that one of Draga's disreputable brothers might inherit the throne. Fine, Pajbane, responded Apis. Would you like to join a society which would work to remove Alexander and Draga from the throne? When Pankovic nodded, Apis named several junior officers in that society. Pankovic then joined their discussions. At first they favored merely expelling the king and queen, but since adherents in Serbia would plot their return, by fall the officers had resolved to kill them and thus resolved the dynastic issue. 6 What would follow the royal couple's removal? Some officers favored an English or German prince, another suggested Mirko, second son of Prince Nikola of Montenegro, others desired a republic. But the rest, headed by Apis, argued that Serbia had its own Karađorđević dynasty and need not import a foreign prince. Why not enthrone the pretender? Peter Karađorđević, living in Switzerland, the land of liberty? After long debate the officers agreed that Peter should become ruler. Credit for this, claims Pankovic, belonged solely to Apis, who refused to yield even if it meant abandoning the entire enterprise. Without Apis neither Peter nor his heirs would have been enthroned. 7 Young officers, confirmed George Karađorđević, Prince Peter's elder son, even before the false pregnancy, had considered the king's marriage to Draga a personal insult and planned to liquidate the dynasty. Draga's persecution of her public opponents fed their sense of outrage. To their disgust, Draga and her brothers, paraded now as Serbia's first family, registered the junior officers, driven by neither ideology nor greed, were convinced King Alexander's marriage to a loose woman cast shame on them and on Serbia. 9 In August 1901 7 founders of the military conspiracy met at Lieutenant Antic's home. 10 Their Apis drew up a plan to murder the king and queen on Draga's birthday, September 11th, during a celebration scheduled at Kolarak restaurant in Belgrade. Unaccountably the king failed to attend the party and the scheme was scrapped. Next the conspirators planned to murder Alexander at fall maneuvers near Ubi, but nothing came of it. 1 King Alexander faced growing army dissatisfaction. After his father left in July 1900, he had slashed the military budget, pensioned off several generals, and promoted his supporters. Discipline and morale sagged without strengthening royal control. By 1902 officer salaries were months in arrears. The Serbian army, reported Austria's military attaché Karat, was poorly dressed, irregularly paid, and hungry. While the king blamed the dominant radicals, King Milan's military machine disintegrated. Stripped of many privileges, the officers became so disgruntled that the army ceased to be a reliable support for the Obrenović dynasty. 12 Relations between the army and the radicals remained cool. From the radical party's inception, argues Colonel Dragutin, friction had been chronic. Radical leaders, bitterly opposing the standing army, sought peasant support with anti-militarist slogans. By 1903 the army, except the infantry, were woefully unprepared. Other branches were obsolescent, munitions scarce, and uniforms antiquated. Radical army tensions would persist until 1917. 13 Thus the anti-Obrenović officer conspiracy developed against a complex and stormy background. As new scandals involving the royal family multiplied, army discontent escalated. Serbia and its people faced humiliation, impotence, and ruin. Young officers kept entering the plot, resentful of official apathy over national goals and constant affronts to their patriotism. The king, they concluded, was seeking to strengthen the dynasty solely by silencing opponents. 14 The conspirators believed they were saving Serbia from inevitable destruction. The Serbian idea and cause had been wholly abandoned, noted Apis later. The unfortunate secret convention with Austria, and blind surrender into Austria's embrace was a most shameful betrayal of Serbian traditions. Only by a change of regime and dynasty, Apis believed, could the crisis be resolved. I realized also that Serbia must once more in full measure undertake her role as Piedmont not only of the Serbs but of the Yugoslavs. 15 Very early Apis assumed a dominant role among the young conspirators. He met with them frequently in his room at the family home on Holy Sava Street. 16 There he kept the initial membership list and oath, signed by 6 junior officers, until its destruction. While lying ill in 1902, Apis drew up the following written oath to bind the conspirators and discourage defections. It constituted their national and political program, foreseeing the certain destruction of the country if the present situation continues even for the shortest time, and proclaiming as chiefly responsible for all this King Alexander and his lover, Dragutin, we swear and obligate ourselves with our signatures that we will kill them. To the throne of Serbia, bathed in blood by these dishonorable ones, we shall bring Peter Karađorđević, grandson of the chieftain Karađorđe and son of the legitimate prince, the late Alexander Karađorđević. Apis insisted that all conspirators signed a statement which reveals their twofold aim, to kill the royal couple and restore the Karađorđević dynasty. 17 Neither the oath nor the officers' discussion suggested any intention to create a republic or a military regime in Serbia. Approaching close friends, Apis and his comrades cautiously expanded the conspiracy. Recruitment proceeded slowly, handled by a select few, including Apis and Antic. Only when the new member had explained his attitude toward the Obrenović and by signing the oath had risked his own and his family's fate, did the founders reveal the society's true purpose. Thereby secrecy was maintained by the over 120 members who joined in Belgrade and the interior. 1 Only one officer who was approached refused to join the plot. He objected to murdering the king. 2 others dropped out later. That no one informed the regimes of Ivanović ascribed to patriotism, loyalty to comrades, and hatred for the royal couple. Only later did Ivanović learn that Apis had concealed the membership list in an old stove in his home. Fearing discovery during the March 1903 disorders in Belgrade, Apis and Antic burned the list, concealing this from even close comrades. Thus all believed themselves still bound by oath. 19 In November 1901 the young officers decided to invite cooperation from prominent politicians and win support from various parties. Antic's uncle, former Interior Minister George Jenčić 20 arranged a meeting in the vineyard of Aca Novaković, a leading Belgrade lawyer. 21 Also present were Jovan Avakumović, General Jovan Atanaković, and the prominent and Karađorđist, Nikola Hadži Toma. All agreed to join the conspiracy but were not informed of Apis' secret list. Antic and Jenčić maintained ties between civilians and officers, and in late December Jenčić met at Antic's with 12 officer conspirators. Most of the civilians had little to do with the officers. Although some prominent politicians and military leaders joined, the enterprise was still directed by Apis' original group, apparently the only case in modern European history of a major, successful coup organized and executed by junior officers. During 1902 the officer conspirators decided to recruit key colleagues throughout Serbia, mostly those without family responsibilities. Cautioning against broadening the plot excessively, Apis told Panković, great ideas have always been the work of a few people. Among the new recruits was a foreign office employee, Aksinoy Ruhanak Basit, an ardent Karađorđist who agreed to agitate among the youth and ex-guerrillas. Panković acted as intermediary between Basit and the officer conspirators. In February 1902, as Panković passed before the officers' club, Apis suddenly rushed out, go this very morning to Basit and tell him to conceal and destroy everything he has on him which could compromise us, AP. Apparently a search will be carried out. Apis was correct. That evening investigators examined Basit's office finding only a Karađorđist postcard. Nonetheless, Basit was expelled summarily from Belgrade and Panković was ordered transferred to NIS. Before departure Panković parted from his friends at the officers' club. Walking him to his quarters, Apis urged Panković to work for the conspiracy in the NIS garrison and supplied him with names of conspirators there. Soon Panković linked plotters in NIS and Belgrade. 22 with a nucleus headed by Majors Milos Bozanović and Stevan Milanović. The NIS garrison next to Belgrade developed the largest network of conspirators. The two majors enlisted higher officers while Panković and his comrades recruited junior ones. By the end of 1902, 36 NIS officers had joined, including Judicial Lieutenant Branko Gadilović, Infantry Junior Lieutenant Velimir Vemić, and Engineer Lieutenant Božan Simić. All of them would later play key roles in Apis' career. This enthusiastic NIS contingent drew up a plan to kill the king and queen during a planned visit there. Belgrade vetoed this, explaining that the murders must occur in the capital so that government could be seized immediately. 23 The conspiracy spread to other garrisons. In the summer of 1902, Cito Popović was a company commander at Zajebar in eastern Serbia. Lieutenants Apis and Milanji Milovanović traveled through Dragutin and Zajebar ostensibly to attend a christening but actually to enlist officers of distant garrisons in the plot. In Zajebar, Popović roomed with Milan Rasimib, Apis' close friend from the academy, sounding out both officers. At their quarters, Apis described Serbia's situation, stating, "The evil can only be wiped out by cutting out its roots." This, he alleged, was primarily Queen Draga, secondarily the king, her blind instrument. Both were leading Serbia to destruction. "We comrades in Belgrade," declared Apis, "have created a plot to remove them from the throne and the country, if necessary by force. Do you also wish to enter the plot?" Both officers agreed to join. 24 The conspirators realized they needed higher officers too. How could lieutenants lead whole regiments without senior officers in command? They recruited Colonel Alexander Mason, brother of Draga's deceased first husband, Lieutenant Colonel Damjan Popović, and Lieutenant Colonel Peter Misic, commanding the 6th Regiment in Belgrade. 25 Erudite, experienced, and eloquent, Misic later would preside at the Salonika trial. Passed over for promotion, Misic had criticized King Alexander and his regime vehemently until finally promoted to lieutenant colonel. The conspirators, impressed by his intelligence and decisiveness, hastened to enlist him. 2*. Early in the summer of 1902, the Belgrade plotters insisted their NIS colleagues all take an oath to remove the king. The latter complied, and that winter Aca Noviković, Belgrade's envoy, came to NIS to take the signed oath to Belgrade. Declining to surrender it, several NIS officers took the oath to the capital but then returned with it to NIS. After an urgent coded telegram warned them that the plot might have been betrayed, the NIS conspirators burned their oath in Major Bojanovic's office and urged Belgrade to act swiftly before all was revealed. Two young conspirators later prominent were Junior Lieutenants Vojislav Tanković and Peter Živković. Tanković joined when first approached and dedicated himself wholeheartedly to national activity. 27 It was Antic who enlisted Peter Živković, later Apis' implacable foe. Živković was serving in the interior, but the conspirators arranged his transfer to Belgrade as platoon leader in the Royal Guards Cavalry Squadron. Živkovic's vital task was to steal the guard commander's keys, unlock the palace's main gate, and admit the conspirators. Unwittingly, the king prepared the way for his demise. Promoting a cult of his beloved Draga, he ignored growing opposition to the queen and his regime. Divorced from reality, Alexander interpreted all objections to his marriage as treason. 29 As pro-Karađorđević agitation grew, royal police in March 1902 brutally suppressed student demonstrations in Belgrade. That November, the king dismissed the coalition cabinet, replacing it with General Sakar Marković's obedient neutral government. Then Alexander suppressed the liberal constitution of 1901 despite radical warnings that this would doom his rule. Amidst great tension occurred on March 23, 1903 massive popular demonstrations in Belgrade to protest Alexander's intention to set up a personal dictatorship. Involving almost half of Belgrade's 100,000 inhabitants, this was the greatest public movement in its history. As crowds marched down Prince Mihailo Street to the royal palace, the fearful king ordered the garrison to restore order. The crowd greeted the advancing soldiers sympathetically, shouting, "Long live the army of the people." One squadron commander warned his men, "Watch out that you don't step on anyone." Near Kalmtun Park, a colonel disarmed a policeman about to fire at the crowd. Between people and army grew evident understanding of their common misfortunes, confirmed 2 months later by the May coup. 30. As the public let the troops pass, a peaceful outcome seemed likely. But the impatient king ordered the streets cleared immediately. The crowd size and the narrow streets made this impossible. Before the palace police, convoyed by troops, opened fire. At Kalmtun Park this bloody spectacle was repeated. Rooted from their impoverished barricades, the students left behind many dead and wounded. This needless slaughter mobilized all Belgrade against the king. A similar event, Bloody Sunday, would occur in St. Petersburg, Russia in 1905. Now all sought to liberate Serbia from a brutal despotism. 2 days later the king briefly set aside the constitution, dissolved the cabinet and legislature, and declared invalid all laws enacted under that document. Then to conceal his personal dictatorship he restored the constitution. Early in May general elections under a new electoral law returned all official candidates. Both wings of the radicals boycotted the elections, which produced a puppet Skupština assembly. The march demonstration in Belgrade accelerated recruitment for a conspiracy now including important senior officers and politicians. Dismissing army discontent as the work of a few disgruntled officers, the king ignored profound dissatisfaction throughout Serbia. The conspirators' decision to attack the royal palace the night of May 28-29 th, Apis told Zivanovic later, came when they realized their men at night would control all key points. Apparently no one recalled that May 29th was the anniversary of the murder of Prince Mihailo Obrenović in 1868. A visiting card received by Apis contained several dates, including May 29th, underlined on the back. Conspirators would have the duty in the palace, guard, the cavalry, artillery, and in the 6th and 7th infantry regiments. Apis then planned all the details with a precision worthy of a professional general staff officer. 31 A week before the coup, Lieutenant Milutin Lazarevic, Belgrade's envoy, informed NIS conspirators that action would occur before the end of May and instructed them to send several officers to the capital. 3 officers accompanied Lazarevic, who had dynamite concealed in his briefcase, to the NIS railway station. If necessary, he would blow open the palace gates. Next day Simic, and 2 other officers departed for Belgrade. Simic was to inform the NIS conspirators when the coup would begin so they could mobilize. 32 days before the May coup, Belgrade instructed comrades in interior garrisons to proceed to the capital or prepare themselves for action. They traveled to Belgrade on various pretexts, some without securing permission. A group of newly arrived officers congregated with Apis, then working at the general staff. Later Apis told Sito Popovic that during the noon break, he, M.G. Milovanovic, and Todor Pavlovic were out walking when up the steps from the lower town rushed Lieutenant Colonel Peter Misic, commanding the Key 6th Regiment. Greeting no one, Misic, the pessimist, turned angrily to Apis, "Why did you gather these officers? Don't you see that we are AC? Accompanied on all sides by spies and that our cause has failed? We cannot do anything. Send those people back, since otherwise we will lose our heads. And I don't want to lose mine." "Mr. Lieutenant Colonel," said Apis coolly, "everything is ready. Tomorrow night we'll attack the palace, so our people will not return home. And even if it comes to losing our heads, we will attack the palace. Don't forget," warned Apis sharply, raising his voice, "that if we fail and lose our heads, yours will fall along with ours, so are you coming with us or not?" "So that's the way it is," exploded Misic. "So you are angry," retorted Apis unperturbed. "But don't forget that tonight at midnight, as we agreed, you are to lead the battalion of your regiment to the palace." "Infamy." Kali Apis added, "Do not forget that henceforth our lives are in your hands." Turning away abruptly, Misic plunged down the steps to the lower town. "He is frightened. I just cannot believe it. But we mustn't think about that," declared Pavlovic ominously. "Dragutin, if we remain alive, he will never forget this." Heedless of this prophetic warning, Apis declared reassuringly, "Don't worry about it." 33 The plot which Apis had largely conceived was now ripe. His dynamic energy and clear purpose had goaded his comrades into action. Retaining leadership of a broad secret movement, Apis in his mid-20s already revealed qualities which would make him a dominant figure in Serbia for the next decade. In this crisis he was magnetic, bold, and incredibly cool. Killing the king and queen, May 28-29, 1903, the murder of the king will cause great damage to our personal repute and peace both in the country and abroad. But time will reveal that it is not the result of our vulgarity or hatred, but a need of state. Captain Apis in 1903, Apis and the rest were ready to move. Conspirators occupied key positions in Belgrade and the interior. They had penetrated the king's palace guard. However, Apis knew the coup could succeed only if the royal couple were killed quickly, the government seized, and a new regime proclaimed. Prolonged disorder or severe bloodshed could provoke a U.S. trian military intervention. With the king still guarded by his adjutant, General Lazar Petrovic, a palace guard of 3 officers and 45 cavalrymen, and a police detachment, Apis' scheme seemed risky and the outcome uncertain. However, Serbia's situation broke no delay. King Alexander's despotism was creating chaos, the populace was disgruntled, the finances lay in ruins, and national goals languished. Dynastic and court scandals had wrecked Serbia's standing abroad. Apis and other patriotic officers believed that unless the Obrenović were removed swiftly, the country faced destruction. 1. Fearing betrayal, the conspirators resolved on May 26 to attack the royal palace the night of May 28-29, June 10-11 New Style. At midnight, if all seemed in order, Lieutenant Colonel Nomovic, the king's aide and a conspirator, would send an envoy to the officers' club to signal the advance. Under Apis' detailed battle plan, officer conspirators were to remain at 5 nearby cafes, then gather at the officers' club after 1 a.m. When Colonel Peter Misic's battalion arrived there, the 28 officers would advance on the palace, whose main gate would be opened by Lieutenant Peter Zivkovic. They would be supported by 3 battalions of the 6th Infantry Regiment, the entire 7th Regiment, and an artillery battery. A cavalry squadron would march from barracks, isolating the palace from the rest of Belgrade. In overall command would be Colonel Mason, Draga's ex-brother-in-law. It had been decided that the king, queen, and Draga's 2 brothers must be killed and troops sent to isolate the residences of the premier and key men. Isters. Should this plan fail, the conspirators would retreat to nearby Topsider Hill and appeal to the populace to revolt. 2 Warnings of an impending military coup had poured into the royal palace from Serbia and abroad. Serbian envoys in Vienna, Budapest, and Sofia provided numerous details. From London, Ambassador Sedomil J. Mijatovic, a dabbler in magic, informed the king that a local fortune teller had predicted a terrible tragedy. Anonymous letters from Serbia warned the royal couple to be on guard. Such vague tips provided no adequate basis to arrest suspected officers. Hard evidence of disloyalty was lacking. Alexander merely increased the palace guard. Believing his officers and people to be loyal, the king declared, "I am not afraid of revolutions. If anyone rebels against me, I am ready to meet him sword in hand at the head of my faithful army." That final day the king seemed in unusually good spirits. He played croquet as Queen Draga watched adoringly. At 8 p.m. the king and queen dined with Premier Sakar Marko, Vic and the Serbian envoy to Sofia. Then the royal couple sat on the balcony in full view of passing crowds as a military band played in the palace gardens. After they retired at 11:30 p.m. the palace was plunged into darkness. Point 3 At first the coup followed Apis' plan closely. It was an officers' revolt, with the troops involved only after the Abranovic were killed. At the officers' club had gathered all 28 conspirators, mostly general staff officers. Some allegedly had imbibed liberally at the club or at other CAF 6S.4. Nervous and uneasy, they awaited the arrival of Colonel Misib's battalion. Just before 2 a.m. Apis rose and looked vainly towards Slavaha intersection for Misib's promised troops. "Apis, where is your 6th regiment?" queried Lieutenant Ljubak Hostib. Apis realized he must adhere to the 2 a.m. departure time regardless. Disregarding Kostib and ending at a stroke his colleague's anguished uncertainty, Apis ordered resolutely, "Gentlemen officers, double time forward." 5 Without their leader's coolness and determination, concluded conspirator Vladimir Tukhabib, Misib's tardiness might have doomed the entire conspiracy. Point 4 Otherwise nearly everything followed the plan. The officers marched rapidly to the palace some 550 yards distant and were joined there belatedly by Misib's men. Some conspirators turned into Crown Street to enter the palace by the service entrance, others approached the main gates on King Milan Street. Leading the latter was Captain Apis, a head taller than the rest, striding along relentlessly, armed like the others with a revolver. Though they arrived at the precise time agreed upon, no one came to open the gates. Lieutenant Zivkabib had received explicit instructions. As minutes passed, the officers grew impatient, then worried. Why didn't Zivkabib come to open the damned gates, wondered Apis. Finally, he heard the clanging of a heavy bunch of keys. Zivkabib appeared, nervous and tremulous. As he fumbled uncertainly with the keys, his hands trembled like leaves in a storm. "Faster, Zivkabib, faster," urged Apis impatiently. "Hurry. The guards can open fire on us at any moment." Lieutenant Radojiankovic chimed in, "Open up. Why are you so confused?" Desperately, Zivkabib tried again and managed this time to unlock the ponderous gates. At the surging officers' pressure, they sprang open. Zivkabib was hurled roughly to the ground. Refusing aid from the ever-solicitous Apis, he slunk off, and no one heard or saw more of him that night. 7 Never would Zivkabib forget his humiliating and panicky confusion at the gates, heightened by the comments of Apis and his friends. The fate of the enterprise now rested with the 28 who burst into the palace. Apis led them into a building where silence and darkness reigned. The burly captain knocked urgently at a small side door to the right of the main entrance from the palace courtyard. A low-ranking guardsman rose from a bench to answer Apis' summons. To the captains. "Query where the duty adjutant's bedroom lay," the orderly replied, "Over there by the bear." As Apis hurried into the great hall, he encountered a huge stuffed bear killed earlier by King Milan on a hunt, in an attitude menacing enough to scare the casual visitor. Nearby was the door to the telephone room where the duty adjutant slept. Lieutenant Colonel Nomovic had been instructed to get the duty officer so drunk that he would fall asleep. Nomovic succeeded but drank so much himself that he was sound asleep when the conspirators arrived. Seeing the locked door before them and fearing betrayal, other conspirators used Lazarevic's dynamite to blow it open. Roused by the explosion, Nomovic awakened, remembered his assignment, and ran to meet his comrades only to be shot down along with the duty officer. 8 Now inside, the officer sees General Lazar Petrovic, the king's loyal aide, renowned for his good looks. Petrovic consented to lead the conspirators to the king if he could dress first. Stalling as long as possible, Petrovic momentarily distracted his guards and cut the electric cables. Instantly the entire palace was plunged again into darkness. Petrovic hoped to give the king time to escape or conceal himself. However, the palace was now ringed with troops and artillery. Telephone and telegraph offices in town had been seized, and guards posted at leading ministers' homes. There was little prospect the royal couple could escape from the palace. Meanwhile Apis, discerning someone disappearing in the dark recesses of the right-hand corridor, left his comrades and rushed off in pursuit. At the end of the corridor he found wide stone steps leading to the ground floor. Believing he might have spied the king, Apis hurtled down the steps, revolver in hand, with no effort at concealment. Actually, the shadowy figure had been a guard always posted there at night. Apis reached the lower corridor which cut through the entire palace like a tunnel dividing it off from the front rooms. Suddenly in that corridor 2 guards opened fire at Apis from close range and he hit them. Examining the scene later, Apis' brother-in-law concluded that the guards had fired about 25 rounds. Apis was wounded in 3 places as was one of the guards. Overcoming the guards' resistance, his comrades rushed onward, leaving the gravely wounded Apis covered with blood, supported against the wall. With revolver in his undamaged right hand, Apis was prepared to take his own life if the conspiracy failed. When Zivanovic asked him later why he had not sought cover in the doorway of the lower corridor, Apis had replied, It would be disgraceful for an officer, even in that difficult situation, to seek cover. 9 His wounds eliminated Apis from the fray, but his comrades completed his plan successfully though brutally. Above the first floor shots still resounded and the doors near the royal bedroom were blown in. A long delay ensued until candles were fetched, enabling the royal couple to conceal themselves. When the officers finally reached their bedroom, it was empty but clearly had just been vacated. Meanwhile a battalion of the 6th Regiment, passing through the palace gates, took over the courtyard. The conspirators controlled the palace completely. Where were the king and queen? Were they concealed somewhere in the palace, or had they escaped into the city? The conspirators grew jittery. A search was conducted through all palace rooms and salons. Walls were sounded and even struck with an axe. All in vain, the royal couple had vanished. The senior conspirators Mason, Genbic, and Novakovic grew alarmed. Fully armed, they awaited anxiously in the courtyard below results of the search. Colonel Mason ordered the government seized. Genbic and the others must proceed as if the Abranovic were already dead. Orders were issued to kill the premier and war minister. 10 Young Lieutenant Tankosic, later a prominent guerrilla leader, killed Queen Dragutin's 2 brothers who were possible heirs to the throne. 11 Shooting continued in streets near the palace between police and troops arriving from town. The palace was ringed with troops, and artillery faced Slavaha and Terazija in Belgrade center. 12 Searching the palace, his comrades found Apis in the dark corridor. Exhausted from loss of blood, he called out weakly, "Come to me. It is I, Dragutin." To be certain he added, "It is I, Apis." His comrades carried him carefully into the guard room where he was bandaged. Apis would not let them take him right to a hospital. "No, I wish to see the end of all this." With revolver in hand, he kept in constant touch with the progress of the search, still determined if necessary to commit suicide. 13 As time passed, the conspirators grew tired, even frightened. Almost 2 hours had elapsed since their initial break-in, and still no sign of the king. Dawn began to break over Belgrade. The officers feared possible revolt by troops loyal to the king. Then about 3:40 a.m. one conspirator summoned handsome Lazar Petrović. Unless he took them to the king within 10 minutes, he would be shot. Knowing the palace well, General Petrović probably had surmised where the royal pair were hiding. Nonetheless, he took the officers once more all through the palace, calling periodically to the king. With him went 4 conspirators including the 2 senior officers inside the palace. Again they came to the royal bedroom whose 2 windows faced onto the new courtyard. One officer noticed draperies masking a double door on the side of the bedroom facing the street. 14 Previously, the officers had paid that side no heed. As General Petrović brushed hastily past the draperies behind which he believed the king and queen were concealed, the officers ordered him to summon the king again. With much trepidation this trusted king's man called out, "Your Majesty." There was no reply, but the royal pair were crouched in that small space knowing death sought them. But the firing had ceased and his loyal adjutant was calling him. The king may have believed a favorable change had occurred outside. He must have realized his hiding place had been discovered. Thus when handsome Lazar called again, "Your Majesty." "It is I, First Adjutant, Lazar Petrović," the king queried, "Who is calling me?" "It is I, Lazar, open to your officers." Relying on their oaths of loyalty, King Alexander turned the key and appeared in the half-open doorway. Events then occurred with lightning swiftness. No sooner did the door open than Captain Mihailo Ristic fired at the king. As Alexander fell, Queen Dragutin standing behind him threw herself onto him as if to shield him. A shot from Captain Dimitrijević's revolver killed her. A volley of shots from the others followed. 30 rounds were fired at the king and 18 at the queen. The 2 corpses were stripped and sabred brutally. One officer felled handsome Lazar with a single shot. 15 What happened next caused much controversy and recrimination. The king and queen died about 3:50 a.m. By one account, Captain Ristic ordered their nude bodies picked up and thrown down into the garden, proclaiming, "Tyranny is no more." According to Markovich, the bodies were taken to the window to show the troops below and reassure the conspirators in the garden. Accidentally or intentionally the bodies fell or were hurled into the garden, a terrible and repugnant act. Those who did this, he added, were under a special psychosis. LFC questioned later by Zivanovic why he had ordered this done. Captain Ristic replied first that he did not know. Then he declared, so that it would be clear to all that the king and queen were no more, I ordered them thrown through the window. 17. From the garden the corpses were swiftly retrieved and taken to a room on the lower level of the palace where an autopsy was performed. That same morning they were taken in coffins to an antechamber, then buried the next night without ceremony in the crypt of St. Mark's Cathedral in Belgrade. 18 As the drama in the palace ended, other conspirators quickly eliminated the ex-king's chief supporters and secured full control of Belgrade and soon of all Serbia. At about 5 a.m. on Terazij Square in the heart of Belgrade, Ljubomir Zivkovic, leader of the independent radicals, told an assembled crowd that the king and queen had died in a family quarrel. This great and terrible event, concluded Zivan Zivanovic, was accepted by the entire people, by some with equanimity, by the majority with joy. 19 The chief regicide had dined the previous day at the Zivanovic home. On May 28 Apis had brought home Captain Mihailo Ristic as an unexpected guest. Zivan Zivanovic, who had met Ristic earlier in NIS, asked why he had come to Belgrade. To consult an eye doctor, Ristic had replied smoothly. After supper Apis and Ristic had gone into town to sit a bit in a cafe. All had been peaceful when the Zivanovics retired. Then at dawn knocks on the window facing the street had awakened Yelena Zivanovic. Aroused by her exclamations, Zivanovic learned that the king and queen had been murdered. So I knew where Dragutin was since his bed had not been slept in. As the Zivanovics worried about Apis, up came Captains Ristic and Radivojevic, who had shot the royal couple, with Antic and others. Dragutin, they reported reassuringly, had been lightly wounded. Nothing to worry about. Taking Radivojevic aside, Zivanovic learned that it was much more serious. Dragutin has indeed been wounded and very gravely. He has been taken still alive to the hospital. I hope that he will live. Cautioning him to say nothing to other family members, Zivanovic gave the officers rakhija, plum brandy, before they hurried back to the palace. Captain Apis had received first aid in the guard room where he was first bandaged. He had been wounded in 3 places. The first bullet, striking his right thigh, remained inside the wound. The second one, aimed at his left hip, had shattered on the hilt of his sword and thus did not penetrate the hip or damage any internal organs. The third wound was the gravest. It had struck the middle of Apis' chest, penetrated the breastbone, passed just above the heart, and exited from his left arm beneath the ribs. Worried about possible bleeding from the lungs or fatal rupture of a major blood vessel near the heart, the doctors prescribed absolute immobility. For the next 10 crucial days, to inquiries by relatives and friends they only shook their heads uncertain whether he would recover. 20 Within hours of the royal murders the officer conspirators and their civilian allies controlled Serbia's army and government totally. Their supporters, backed by most Serbs, secured interior garrisons. That morning was formed in Belgrade a provisional government, dubbed revolutionary by the press. The conspirators promptly summoned representatives of all political parties and begged them to form a national unity cabinet to guide Serbia for the initial months. This cabinet's strongest individuals were Stojan Prodic and Ljubomir Zivkovic, leaders of the radicals' 2 wings. All in all, the officer conspirators acted correctly by yielding power immediately to political leaders. They attempted neither to seize power themselves nor impose any set of policies upon Serbia. 21. Some politicians approached by the officers at first could not believe that power was being handed to them. Initially Prodic suspected it was a trick in order to have him and his colleagues arrested. Ljuba Zivkovic, the independent radicals chief, harangued a Belgrade crowd, "Brothers, you should not believe that this is a military or army revolution. The army did this from the conviction that the Serbian people would support this affair and did not wish to do anything without or against the Serbian people." 22 Nullifying King Alexander's decrees, the new unity government restored the 1901 Constitution, Assembly, and Senate. The Assembly then overwhelmingly elected as king the elderly pretender, Peter Karađorđević. Despite some younger conspirators' Republican convictions, monarchy seemed the only viable solution. Political conditions in Europe were such that proclamation of a republic would have provoked opposition by all great powers, giving Austria-Hungary a pretext to intervene militarily. 23 The Karađorđević dynasty was enormously indebted to Apis and his friends for its restoration. The Obrenovics' tragic deaths had resolved a century-long dynastic feud which had paralyzed Serbia repeatedly. Apis had persuaded his reluctant comrades that the royal murders were essential. The murder of the king will cause great damage to our personal repute and to peace both in this country and abroad. But time will reveal that it is not the result of our vulgarity or hatred, but a need of state. 24 With live heirs, Alexander might have been spared. Now his demise seemed an essential precondition for unifying Serbs and South Slavs. Subsequently, his comrades credited Apis with the initiative, leadership, and self-sacrifice which had ensured the coup's success. Apis was linked, affirmed Tukovic, with Serbia's rebirth, begun by destroying the stagnant Obrenovic dictatorship, driven by the vision of national genius which recognizes no obstacles. Apis lit the revolutionary flame in the Serbian officer corps. From the flame sprang the May tragedy and the wars to liberate the nation. Completed by the unification of our entire people in a single nation of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes. 25 Among the officer conspirators, agreed Milos Bogisevic, Apis stood out by patriotism, consistency, and determination to act. At the crucial moment he had inspired courage, thanks to him the coup had triumphed. 26 Conspirator in politics, 1903 to 1908, for me he Apis is. A certain secret force at whose disposition I have to place myself though my reason gives me no grounds to do so. Vladimir Tukovic in Ziv. 718 As Apis lay in the military hospital fighting for his life, King Peter Karađorđević's parliamentary regime gradually assumed control over Serbia. Arriving in Belgrade June 2nd, Peter was soon recognized as king by Serbia's giant neighbors, Russia and Austria-Hungary. Both powers, otherwise preoccupied, wished for calm and stability in Serbia. In a precarious position, the king felt compelled to confirm in office the provisional Avakumovic cabinet where conspirators held key posts. Even when a new cabinet was formed that September without conspirators, and the latter lost their positions at court, the king still consulted them carefully before making appointments or major decisions. A true constitutional monarch, King Peter left important matters of state to his ministers and army leaders. 1 The murders of the Obrenovic, dramatized and exaggerated by European newspapers, brought condemnation from home and abroad. Telegrams from several European capitals demanding execution of the regicides provoked Zivanovic to defend them vigorously. 2 Wickham Steed of the Times denounced the killings as typical of backward Central Asian Khanates, as unique in recent history. Austria, he hinted, might be empowered to restore order by force. Foreign Secretary Lord Lansdowne declared that Britain could have no dealings with anyone implicated in the murders. The literally butchered bodies of King and Queen had been hacked beyond recognition, reported the British minister from Belgrade. As such reports flooded the Foreign Office, British recognition of the new regime became unthinkable. The Foreign Office informed the Serbian envoy in London, as long as the officers who were compromised by the events of May 29 are found in the direct company of His Majesty King Peter and in the most important state posts, Great Britain will not join into regular relations with us. Point 3 But Russia and Austria-Hungary, while opposing a radical Serbian republic, responded neutrally to the May coup. Their emperors replied favorably to official notification of King Peter's election. Russia's minister in Belgrade swiftly recognized the new regime and greeted King Peter. When he entered Belgrade. Point 4 Austrian leaders reacted calmly and some even praised the conspirators for ending Serbia's dynastic strife. Point 5 Russia and Austria viewed King Peter as presaging the moderate regime they both desired in Serbia. London urged Belgrade to punish the regicide severely, but Lord Lansdowne soon realized this was unlikely. King Peter lacked the authority to challenge the officer conspirators who had brought him to the throne. Initially he intended to punish the assassins only to conclude that would provoke civil war. The mayor of Belgrade declared, "The king will have to leave matters as they stand. The chief conspirators are extolled by the army and people as liberators of the country." 6 Captain Apis was one of those extolled. Taken to Belgrade's military hospital May 29, he lay critically injured and immobile. His sister and brother-in-law, seeing him briefly that morning, found him prohibited to speak by his doctors. But as anxious relatives, comrades, and friends crowded around, Apis could not long remain silent. He insisted on uttering 2 words, supplemented by hand motions. Encased entirely in Protec tip bandages, he responded as loved ones approached. Recovery depended now on good fortune and his rugged health. One day Apis mustered the strength to discuss the May conspiracy with Zivan Zivanovic. "That I entered this affair, brother-in-law, was in part due to you. I am a young man, and life is pleasant and happy, so I could have devoted myself to it with my friends without worrying about politics and what the king was doing. But you always described how difficult conditions were and complained about the king's actions. Thus I also began to realize what was going on, and at first by myself, afterwards with my friends, to reflect about the lamentable condition of our country and about how to end that once and for all. Thus this conspiracy developed." Then Captain Apis revealed his deep loyalty to and love for the Zivanovic family. "I could not reveal anything about it to you, although this often occurred to me, particularly since we had to calculate also on possible failure. And in such a case things would not have gone well for you. Because I am a member of your family, and much has been said and done in our home on behalf of this affair. So in such case I wanted to be able to swear, if they brought you in for interrogation, that you could declare in good conscience that you knew nothing about all this." Pausing briefly to recover, the wounded man then resumed, "And now that we have carried out what we sought to achieve, I don't mind if I should die, it is all the same to me." Apis believed that the new regime would pursue Serbia's national goals. "But you could at least have said something," objected Zivanovic, "so that I too could have contributed something." Slumping back exhausted, Apis merely said softly, "Well, that's just the way it was." 7 With Apis' recovery still doubtful, Zivanovic received a heartwarming letter from Captain Milun Racimic. Earlier this close friend of Apis had been a welcome guest at the Zivanovic home. During the May coup, Racimic had taken over the post office and telegraph station in Zajkar. His letter reveals how the conspirators felt about Apis and his family. "Honored sir, one do not wish to upset you at such an unhappy time. I cannot because you raised our dear Dragutin, he is your general. We have known how to appreciate that. In the whole plan the first aim was to put the unworthy ones to death, the second was not to disrupt your home. All of us felt that need. And as much as we feared for Dragutin, we feared equally for you, that nothing would happen to you by chance. This provides proof to you how much we love you, Dragutin, and your home. Dragutin has entered our golden history. His wounds are noble. We weep and are proud. On behalf of the officers here we beg you to do all you can so that he will remain here with us. Our services are available. 8 That is the decision of all of us. We beg you to tell the fellows to inform me of any change in the noble Dragutin's condition. The entire garrison and town of Zajkar seek information from me about him, so I beg you to let me know. I will come there as soon as possible. Console Dragutin's mother and sister. Zajkar, May 31, 1903. Milun greets your family. Zivanovic was deeply touched by such consideration in the difficult days when his brother-in-law's life lay in the balance. From the morning of May 29 onward their attentiveness towards us and my home has never ceased. These rare people, so ideally honorable and unselfish, thus helped me to surmount one of the most trying times in my life. 9 Once released from the hospital, Captain Apis spent part of the winter of 1903-04 on convalescent leave in NIS where Captain Racimic was being treated for tuberculosis. Apis and the May conspirators became closely involved with the ruling Karađorđević family. Right after the coup, recalled Prince George, King Peter's older son, 2 officer conspirators arrived in Vienna to escort him and his younger brother, Alexander, to Belgrade. Lieutenant Peter Zivkovic was assigned to Alexander and Lieutenant Antonij Antic to George. This marked the beginning of Zivkovic's fateful and lifelong association with Alexander. Not long afterward, Prince George was riding with a group of officers, including the hot-tempered Zivkovic. Challenged to a horse race, Zivkovic demurred. If his horse were injured, who would give him another? He knew that Prince George's steed had been the gift of a foreign ruler. Turning abruptly to Živković, the prince retorted, "Some know how to ride, and others only to open gates," a reference to Živković's heroism at the palace gates. Those present laughed loudly at the prince's sally, but George realized that the morose Živković would never forget this slight. "Our quarrel is growing worse," he noted. Point 10. The conspirators' arrogance and incessant desire for recognition alienated Prince George. Nor did Apis inspire much sympathy in me. Arrogant by nature, overly self-assured and uncompromising, it seemed as if he loved to dominate. Officers were supposed to shun political activity, but politics, noted George, became Apis' guiding passion. No one questioned his love of Serbia, agreed the prince, but he revealed this strangely by giving advice to experienced politicians, criticizing cabinet ministers, and interfering where he had no business. King Peter, related George, saved Apis and other junior conspirators from dismissal, as radical leader, Nikola Pisic, demanded late in 1903. Entering his father's office, the prince heard Pisic insist that all officer conspirators be expelled from Belgrade. Senior ones should be pensioned and junior officers dispersed to interior regiments. The conspirators' revolutionary aims, warned Pisic, imperiled Serbia's domestic peace and relations with Europe. He had decrees to this effect all ready for the king's signature. King Peter listened attentively but objected to such a drastic solution of a delicate issue. Moderate and opposed to hasty actions, the king sought time to consult party leaders and ministers. Thus some senior conspirators were pensioned in May 1904, but junior ones, including Apis, retained their posts in Belgrade. Point 11. In August 1903 was uncovered a counter-conspiracy led by Captain Milan Novakovic of the NIS garrison against the May conspirators and King Peter. After May 29, senior conspirators had occupied all important Belgrade commands, key cabinet posts, and positions at court. By intimidation or transfers, Colonels Alexander Mason, Damjan Popovic, and Peter Misic had silenced opposing officers. Novakovic, beginning his service in NIS August 11, circulated a document among officers there demanding that 68 conspirators resign their commissions. By murdering their commander-in-chief, they had dishonored their uniforms and violated their oaths. NIS officers, exhorted Novakovic, must unite behind the slogan, "Remove uniforms, they or we." 12. This news provoked an emergency cabinet meeting at the Interior Ministry. Joining Premier Avakumovic and radical leader, Stojan Prodic, were four prominent conspirators, Apis, Colonel Mason, Lieutenant Antic, and George Jensic. Captain Apis was sent to NIS to investigate the counter-conspiracy. Arriving August 21, he obtained Novakovic's proclamation, apparently by bribing a non-commissioned officer. 20 officers who had signed it, including Novakovic, were imprisoned. Later 27 NI3 officers were tried by court-martial. Novakovic argued that the May conspirators had mutinied against, then murdered their king without justification. Continued conspirator control of the government, he asserted, would provoke European ostracism of Serbia. Nonetheless, the court sentenced him and an associate to 2-year prison terms. Uncovered by Apis, the NIS affair split the officer corps and alerted the regime to the urgency of army reform. Point 13. The counter-conspiracy reflected officer discontent with the new regime's policies and with the senior conspirators' favored status. The latter, dubbing all opponents Contras, persecuted them and got some expelled from the army. Rising friction ensued between senior conspirators in power and junior ones led by the increasingly influential Captain Apis. 14 more serious tensions developed between army officers and the Radical Party, which was now assuming political control. Point 15. Nikola Pisic and the Radical Party would play key but controversial roles in Apis' life and career. The Radicals, affirmed a sympathetic biographer of Pisic, considered the May coup the prelude to basic domestic reforms in order to achieve prosperity and Serbian unity. Under vigorous leadership by Pisib, Protib and Lazar Paviu, the Radical Party presided over Serbia's regeneration. Realistic and methodical, Pisic had conceived an ambitious program to liberate and unite around Serbia with its 2,500 people, some 4,500,000 Serbs still under Turkish or Austro-Hungarian rule. The Radicals revived national goals set a half-century earlier by Ilija Garazanin. Pisic implemented domestic reform, revived national morale, then raised Serbia's international prestige. Point 16. On the other hand, Pisic's contemporary, Slobodan Jovanovic, emphasized Pisic's great skill in preserving power despite a precarious parliamentary position. A great compromiser, Pisic settled difficult issues by negotiation and delay. Preserving complete self-control in crucial situations, he remained patient and cunning. Point 17. Austria's minister in Belgrade depicted Pisic as perfidious and unreliable. His words and deeds, claimed Dumbat, never coincided. Unpleasant matters he simply denied or dismissed. Though a poor speaker, Pisic was masterly at holding his party together and retaining power through corruption and maneuver. Revealing a consistent and far-sighted belief in national unification, he surmounted all misfortunes. In mole-like activity, exploiting national agitators whom he often sacrificed, he proved unequaled. Intolerant of rivals, especially in the military, Pisic became the conspirators' most dangerous enemy, gradually undermining their position. Once his radicals controlled the government, Pisic relegated the senior conspirators to the background. Point 18. King Peter, another chief actor, combined strengths and weaknesses. This patriotic and liberal king, declared Samuprava, had inaugurated an era of freedom and progress. Respecting the popular will, Peter let the radicals work freely for Serbia's benefit. 19 But British and Austrian report stressed Peter's weakness and subservience to senior conspirators. Appointing Colonels Mason and Missick to top positions left him wholly in the conspirators' hands, argued the British vice-consul. Thesiger deplored Peter's want of moral energy and personal courage united with a fear of responsibility. After a year in power, the king lacked real political support, and the conspirators controlled the army. 20 The Austrian minister praised King Peter for his great naturalism, personal dignity, and fearlessness in personal appearances while agreeing he remained the conspirators' prisoner. 21 The high-handed behavior of some senior conspirators was alienating public sentiment. Missick exploited this to foster their conflict with other officers and the crown. 22 Leading conspirators, fearful they might be pensioned off or even tried for the royal murders, sought to preserve their society and retain control of the army. Using the slogan, all for one, one for all, they refused to compromise. This blocked restoration of relations with Britain and endangered Serbia's domestic stability. 23 Their defiance and continued hold over King Peter provoked a diplomatic strike. Late in 1903, most foreign envoys boycotted court functions in Belgrade and went on extended home leave. In December, the king promoted and removed conspirators from his court, but they continued to dominate the war ministry. Under that compromise, Austrian and Russian envoys returned to Belgrade, but Lord Lansdowne complained that the regicides had been neither punished nor condemned. London alone refused to restore relations with Serbia. 24 During 1905, the officer conspirators divided. As their seniors' influence waned, junior officers sought political support from the independent radicals. Nikola Pisic, by winning over Colonel Missick, managed to split the senior conspirators. That same year, King Peter's position was imperiled by forced dismissals of his private secretary and a relative. The precarious state of the king and dynasty led some influential Serbs to favor a foreign prince for Serbia. 25 In London, the new Liberal cabinet refused recognition of King Peter's regime until changing international conditions forced a reassessment. By spring 1906, as Serbo-Austrian commercial antagonism rose and Germanic domination of the Balkans loomed, Belgrade and London moved toward a settlement. Dropping insistence that regicide officers be punished, Britain demanded merely that senior conspirators be retired without receiving other influential posts. 26 The Pisic government formed in April 1906 readily agreed, and in June Anglo-Serbian relations were finally restored. Meanwhile, Captain Apis, after passing written examinations for service with the General Staff, obtained a leave of absence to study foreign military institutions. He spent the year, 1905-06, in Berlin mastering German and becoming closely acquainted with the training and organization of the German Army, Europe's most dominant military force. Apis secured an invitation to attend the Great Army Maneuvers of 1906, Kaiser Manver, near Breslau in Silesia. On a bicycle placed at his disposition by the German command, Captain Apis covered energetically great distances, examining field dispositions from various vantage points. Afterwards, he submitted a lengthy report praised by the Serbian War Ministry for its clarity and perceptiveness. Upon return from Germany, Captain Apis was assigned to the General Staff section of the War Ministry, serving there from September 1906 until March 1907. 27 senior conspirator resignations, consolidating the dynasty and radical rule in Serbia, provided Apis with a unique opportunity to exert leadership in army affairs. Surrounding himself with dedicated younger officers and linked with senior commanders such as General Radomir Putnik, Serbia's preeminent strategist, he achieved remarkable influence for one so junior in rank. Applying lessons learned in Germany, Apis and his colleagues worked to improve the organization and training of the Serbian army. They exerted indirect pressure on cabinets and the assembly to provide more funds and modern weapons. While highly useful in such endeavors and working unceasingly to achieve national goals, Apis proved rather naive and inept politically. His own political ideas remained obscure and ill-defined, but with inborn combativeness he extended his influence recklessly above the crown and cabinet. This brought him inevitably into conflict with radical leaders. Both Pisic and elements at court began to consider him a dangerous and irresponsible competitor for power. They suspected him not unreasonably of Pretorian aims. Around Captain Apis gathered national revolutionaries who favored ruthless struggle against Austria-Hungary for Serbian unification. Opposing him were officers content with the status quo and those seeking rewards for earlier services. From this rivalry would later develop the Black Hand and White Hand factions. 2 How did Apis acquire such a remarkable hold over fellow officers, even over those much superior in rank? For me, explained one, he Apis is something more than an ordinary person, a certain secret force at whose disposal I am compelled to place myself, although my reason gives me no cause to do so. Though never elected as chief of the junior conspirators, Apis led them naturally and irresistibly. As one friend confirmed, I could find no justification for it either in his intelligence, which he certainly possessed, or in his eloquence, which he utilized little, or in his ideas, which were often open to criticism, or in the greatness of his spirit, which he did not reveal, but still he was the only one among us who solely by his presence was able to turn my thoughts into his stream, and with a few words spoken in the most ordinary manner could make out of me an obedient executor of his will. Casting a virtual hypnotic spell over friends and comrades, Apis to them embodied by his dynamism and energy the Serbian national ideal and dedication to an unceasing struggle to achieve its goal. 29 Officer conspirators assembled every May 29th at Belgrade's Kolarak restaurant. To those attending, Apis symbolized the Meku. Sharing beer and comradeship, they regarded these annual reunions as virtually a holy communion. Invariably the genial host, Apis awaited and received all guests who seemed to feel the imperative need to seek him out, often disregarding more senior colleagues. To him came written excuses of those unable to attend. As the MacKenzie dwindled in numbers, Apis recruited new celebrants. In manner and behavior, explained his friend, Vladimir Tukovic, Apis exerted a well-nigh magical, irresistible power over his friends. Always smiling, charming and approachable, he treated the gravest matters in such a relaxed, light-hearted way that colleagues did not feel their gravity. Apis' ideas, thrown out casually without overt pressure, were accepted as calm meant to be obeyed. Apis never imposed his views, there was nothing despotic about him. His was a sympathetic nature created for struggle and intrigue. Apis is not a man for discussion, analysis, and effect, recalled another friend. Philosophy and rhetoric are not his weapons, he does not employ logic. His conclusions and decisions fall nonetheless as axioms. Realizing their impotence, theorists felt uncomfortable in his presence. Apis would listen to his comrades, then place before them faits accomplis. From his person emanated a self-confident ease with which he dominated the thoughts of others. That domination is so strong and irresistible that your logic is shaken and seems false. You read in his ironical smile, "You child of God, isn't it clear to you that life is an adventure?" You submit and leave with bruised self-esteem. In Apis' antechamber swarmed young officers waiting to explain their missions and to receive instructions. These impatient young people were imbued with an unquenchable desire to achieve. Apis was their idol, supplying moral nourishment, always promising something, and stimulating them to act. That waiting room was the center for creative and restive spirits who rejected the status quo or calm and peaceful service. Whether old comrades from May 29th or new recruits, all were attracted to Apis like moths to a flame. Like his, their precise goals were obscure. Catching ideas in flight and enjoying his role as watchdog of the Maku, Apis awaited eagerly any opportunity to take up arms for the national cause or exert influence. His program could be reduced to a word, struggle. 30 Opposing the Apis faction was a group of mostly older officers, prominent under the Abranovic. After May 29th they accepted obscure positions or left the army temporarily. Once the new order consolidated itself, they sought a part in it, often by fawning and flattery. The Apis group detested them and combated their influence. During Serbia's national wars of 1912-1918, they were restored to army commands. Bojan Simic, a former Blackhand colleague of Apis, cited a leading example. 4 years a trusted figure at the Abranovic court, he had been abroad on a personal mission for King Alexander during the Maku. A decade later, promoted to general, he was the Karađorđević family's closest advisor. Able to impose himself on any regime and serve any king, he would work at the Salonika trial to destroy Apis. 31 From the turmoil of 1903-05 the Serbian army emerged improved and democratized. Based on thorough reforms instituted earlier by ex-King Milan, General Putnik, and others, it became one of the best fighting forces in Europe. Emphasized before 1903 had been harsh discipline, the Prussian Goose Estep, and numerous inspections and parades. Officers had often spent spare time in drunken parties and read little. Able lower class cadets entering the academy after 1900 demanded substance over form. They revealed greater ability than earlier graduates to lead troops and grasp theoretical concepts. After the Maku some conservative oldsters were weeded out, rigid discipline ended. The Russo-Japanese War, 1904-05, stimulated new officer graduates to adopt technological innovations and utilize initiative. At the academy antiquated truths were discarded, and new approaches spread from liberal professors to troops in the field. As training and equipment improved, morale and self-reliance rose. Welcoming such reformist trends in the army, Apis spumed hallowed legal phones and traditional hierarchy. With his support old drones were removed and younger, innovative officers replaced them. As a key member of the General Staff's Commission, Apis acted as a stimulator of change, though few realized his role. Seemingly unconcerned with personal glory and careful not to alienate sensibilities of superiors he influenced, Apis approached people so skillfully that they believed it was he who was adopting their suggestions. Bojan Simic, without citing specific evidence, gives Apis great personal credit for preparing the Serbian army for the Balkan Wars and affirms boldly that war ministers from 1906 to 1913 were appointed largely through his influence. 32 cabinets in Belgrade, officer conspirators, and private Serbian groups were preoccupied then with an escalating struggle over Turkish-ruled Macedonia with its mixed Bulgarian, Serbian and Greek population. After the Turks suppressed the uprising of August 1903 came an upsurge of Serbian nationalist activity. In Belgrade meetings were held and appeals issued to aid embattled Serbs in Macedonia and Old Serbia with arms and men. From Serbia small guerrilla bands, some led by officer conspirators, began crossing the Turkish frontier into Macedonia. Initially poorly trained and equipped, they were mostly destroyed by Turks or Bulgars. At first Belgrade governments discouraged guerrilla activity there fearing it might provoke great power intervention or Turkish reprisals. Growing tension over Macedonia hampered efforts to achieve a Serbo-Bulgarian alliance. 33 By 1905 Serbian guerrillas in Macedonia and Old Serbia comprised a small army. Nationalists and firebrands from various South Slav regions flocked to Serbia to enlist. Trained in Belgrade or the south, guerrillas crossed into Macedonia, operating there with increasing success. Usually wearing peasant clothing, they soon grew better trained and disciplined. Fighting Turkish regulars only when unavoidable, Serbian bands held their own, even dislodging Bulgar bands at times. As Turkish and European-sponsored reforms proved ineffective, conditions in the south grew ever more chaotic. Apis and other officer conspirators became deeply involved in fostering Serbian interests in Macedonia. Already in 1904, joining a secret committee coordinating activities in the south, Apis hailed this as an essential part of Serbia's role as the South Slav Piedmont. 34 Among the first Serbian officers to lead a guerrilla band into Macedonia was Lieutenant Boji Slav Tankosic, soon a renowned guerrilla leader. Subsequently in charge of guerrilla training, Tankosic won widespread popularity for his fearlessness and enthusiasm. 35 Another Apis comrade who began his nationalist activity there was Lieutenant Ljubomir Vilovic from a village near Kragujevac. After the Meku, Vilovic served as garrison officer near the Turkish frontier and as a member of the Vranje Secret Executive Committee helped organize guerrilla bands. For years he engaged in bloody combat as a guerrilla leader. 36 On that same Skopje committee served a highly educated, Turkish-speaking civilian, Bogdan Radenkovic, formerly chief secretary of the Serbian Metropolitanate. In 1904 he became chief organizer of Serbian national activity in Skopje region. The Turks condemned him repeatedly to severe punishment. 37 Later, he would help initiate the Black Hand. During 1906 Serbian guerrilla activity in Macedonia sparked tension with Bulgaria. Thereafter serious disputes developed among the Serbs over tactics and direction. Radenkovic's group wanted operations directed from Belgrade while the Metropolitan of Skopje urged independent guerrilla activities. Finally in 1908 unity was restored. 38 The substantial successes of guerrilla activity in the south convinced Apis and Radenkovic that Serbian unification could best be achieved by revolutionary and military action. While Apis was serving as the Dina Division's assistant chief of staff in 1908, King Peter requested him and another officer to accompany his unstable son, Prince George, on a European trip. Surprised by this choice since the king had often deplored the methods of officer conspirators, George set out reluctantly, resolved to maintain a cool official relationship with Major Apis. During 6 weeks in Geneva, Switzerland, then in Italy, however, Apis won over the young prince completely. Especially friendly and intimate was Major Apis. At that time he was my friend, but later he emerged as my opponent and an adherent of my brother, Alexander, and played perhaps involuntarily a major role in my life. But during this trip Apis was friendly, natural, a good friend and comrade. I especially liked his way of life. He loved cafes, song, women, and on that trip took us to many places for amusement. Sleeping by day, Apis and Captain Pavlovic introduced the inexperienced prince to nightclub life. In the evening they would decide where to go next. I had money and they had experience, so the days passed pleasantly and father believed I was visiting museums and art galleries. Prince George returned home believing Apis would remain his friend. He rejoiced that the independent radicals were in power. Pisic, his chief opponent, had resigned, and his brother, Prince Alexander, was to study in Russia. With him would depart Peter Ivikovic whom I strongly wished not to see at court near Alexander. 40 In the years after the Meku Apis rose to military and political prominence. He was then on excellent terms with King Peter and his sons and gained the trust of General Putnik. The radicals, Serbia's dominant party, valued his patriotism and energy though distrusting his revolutionary dynamism and political ambition. Officially, Apis worked to improve the ANI's organization, equipment, and mobilization procedures. His unofficial role was perhaps still more significant as undisputed leader of the conspirators from 1906. As such he exercised growing influence within the ANI and its officer corps. Chapter 7 Apis and the Black Hand 1908 to 1912 I was just an ordinary member and warned that because I was busy with official duties, I could not work on recruiting new members. Having ties with leading persons in top positions in state service and the army, I declared I would put all these connections at the organization's service. Colonel Apis at the Salonika trial to Serbs it came like a thunderbolt from a clear blue sky. On October 6, 1908 Austria-Hungary proclaimed the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, exposing Serbia to virtual encirclement by the dual monarchy. This stroke apparently ended prospects that these provinces, mostly South Slav in population, would ever join with Serbia. This sudden move followed Austria's failure to coerce Serbia in the preceding tariff war. In Serbia and other South Slav lands the annexation provoked an immediate, massive upsurge of patriotic sentiment. Nationalist and revolutionary organizations formed to combat Austrian imperialism and promote South Slav unity. When public and legal mass organizations proved ineffective, militants set up the secret, revolutionary organization, Unification or Death, nicknamed the Black Hand. In that group Apis played a major though controversial role. 64. The Bosnian annexation triggered formation in Serbia of Narodna Odbrana, National Defense, a mass organization, which mobilized Serbs to resist Austria-Hungary. Within a month local committees had sprung up throughout Serbia, galvanizing its people. Over 5,000 volunteers were recruited from Serbia and abroad, prepared to cross into Bosnia and Herzegovina to fight Austria. The Serbian regime backed this popular move. Men announcing, Belgraders, the fatherland is in danger. Austria threatens to steal Bosnia and Herzegovina from us. We cannot and must not remain passive. One Belgrade ordered the Dina Division to organize defense of the Bosnian frontier. As Chief of Staff to General I. Gajakovic, Major Apis carried out that task successfully. Point 2. Narodna Odbrana advocated unification of all Serbs through militant national policies including war. In Serbia the annexation provoked spontaneous general protest. Serbs prepared for self-sacrificing struggle, even death. In the annexed provinces Narodna Odbrana was welcomed enthusiastically. Henceforth, Austria viewed Narodna Odbrana as highly dangerous and rabidly Austrophobe. It was then a first-class revolutionary organization supported by all opponents of the annexation, noted Sito Popovic. Youthful volunteers from various regions trooped to Kuprija in eastern Serbia for guerrilla training with redoubtable Vojija Tankosic. Hardened guerrillas proceeded from Macedonia to the Dina frontier. Serbs in Bosnia and Herzegovina were convinced that behind the guerrillas would march the Serbian army. 3 Instead of war ensued divided councils and public disillusionment. Without Russia's military support, Serbia would have met quick defeat by the Habsburg Empire. Milovan Milovanovic, Serbia's foreign minister, realizing Austria's preponderant power, opposed war then, fearing it would destroy Serbia. He foresaw that Serbo-Austrian antagonism would even to ally provoke a general European conflict. In the assembly he explained, Russia is unprepared, so Serbia can oppose Austria only diplomatically. Nikola Pasic, the radical leader, deplored Milovanovic's efforts to secure minor territorial compensation for the annexation. As a committed nationalist, Pasic kept always in view his long-term goal of Serbian unity. Publicly bellicose but soon realizing Serbia could not then fight Austria, Pasic fanned international indignation against the annexation. Meanwhile Milovanovic, his rival in the Radical Party, toured major European capitals, explaining Serbia's position. Once Austria-Hungary controlled the Western Balkans, he warned, the small Balkan states would be enslaved. Unable to thwart the annexation, Milovanovic nonetheless kept the Bosnian question open. Thus his later statement under intense Austro-German pressure that the annexation did not infringe Serbia's interests, manifestly untrue, failed to damage much her prestige abroad. 4 The negative outcome of the annexation crisis dismayed Serbs. Ignore. And of Serbia's weakness, they reacted angrily to Belgrade's promise to live in peace with Austria and reduce its army. At Austrian insistence Narodna Odbrana became a peaceful cultural society restricted to modest, unobtrusive individual efforts. Serbian militants were profoundly disillusioned. In our view, Apis stated later, Narodna Odbrana did not do as much or what we considered necessary to do. 5 A lull in national activity and public discouragement ensued. Compelled to renounce the annexed provinces, Belgrade also halted guerrilla activity in Macedonia where the Bulgars swiftly erased most earlier Serbian gains. They and the Turks terrorized Serbs in Macedonia. Serb national workers everywhere protested that Belgrade's inactivity would doom their cause. Militants and revolutionaries, demanding radically different methods, longed for a secret, militant organization. 6 Former guerrilla leaders in Macedonia grew deeply worried. Whereas some wished to seek concessions peacefully for Macedonian Serbs, older leaders under Bogdan Radenkovic urged revolutionary struggle against Bulgars and Young Turks. Late in 1908 a conference in Skopje approved this. Radenkovic was to explain this decision in Belgrade and seek Serbia's assistance for guerrilla operations. Convinced that only revolutionary action could save Serbs in the south, Radenkovic conceived a secret nationalist organization to back the guerrilla movement. He shared his ideas with 3 Belgrade militants, Vojija Tankosic, the guerrilla chief, cavalry captain Velimir Vemic, and Ljubomir Jovanovic Kupa, an idealistic pro-Yugoslav nationalist. Deciding to form an organization for revolutionary action outside Serbia, they met frequently to discuss the formation of what became unification or death. 7. However, some well-informed contemporaries ascribed the Black Hand's formation to Apis. Bojan Simic, close to him, emphasized that officer conspirators then were agitating to resume guerrilla activity in Macedonia and prepare the Serbian army for war. To achieve this and improve military intelligence, Apis at first considered placing revolutionary activists in Narodna Odbrana and take it over from within. Abandoning that scheme soon as impractical, Apis conceived instead unification or death. To prepare the army for coming crises and gather around it national revolutionaries from all Yugoslav areas. 8 Similarly, former Interior Minister Ljubomir Jovanovic Patok cited Vemic's postscript of March 3, 1911, I got to look at a letter of Dimitrijević Apis of January 19, 1910 which showed clearly that already then he not only knew about the preparations for Black Hand but that he may have been the instigator of the whole thing, but in any case one of the prime movers. Here is one sentence. At the end let me remind you of the undertaking about which we spoke and have already engaged people, that in Berlin orders have been placed. 9 Apis, argued Jovanovic Patok, rarely came directly to colleagues to initiate matters such as Black Hand. Remaining in the background, he drove on others until convinced it was their idea, they accepted their own proposal. 10 Apis for his part claimed later that Vemic had first informed him about unification or death. In downtown Belgrade early in 191, he told me he had something to confide to me and requested that I take it seriously and keep it secret. When I agreed, he said he would introduce me to the people who had initiated that affair. Thus it occurred that I met with Bogdan Radenkovic and the late Ljubomir Jovanovic, called Kupa. Probably the first time I saw them and Vemic was in my office at the cavalry division where I was chief of staff. Apis learned that the 3 were planning to form a secret nationalist organization. With a heavy volume of staff work, Apis consented somewhat reluctantly to join them. Asked at Salonika whether he had helped compose the Black Hand Constitution, Apis responded, I was neither picked for that work nor was I among those who drew up the Constitution. Ljubomir Jovanovic Kupa did that, and I recall that he also provided a sketch of the oath. Besides Ljubomir, Bogdan also worked on the draft. At that first meeting, They agreed to work out a draft of the Constitution, and when that was ready, at meetings held at Vemik's apartment, each article was read to everyone and the final wording was agreed to. In that regard there was little discussion. When the articles were finally approved, someone rewrote the Constitution and brought it to us for signature, I believe, in Dimitrijević's office. 12 Apis thus joined the original 7-man Central Executive Committee of Unification or Death. As that board began work, he had remained just an ordinary member, declared Apis. Lacking time to help recruit members for the organization, he would aid them in his spare time as my personal sacrifice. Having close ties with top government and army leaders, he would place all his contacts at the Black Hand's service. They all seemed satisfied with this and did not elect me president and spared me also from other duties in the Central Executive Committee. That committee unanimously chose Dimitrijević president and Velimir Vemik secretary of Black Hand. Why had Major Apis entered a secret organization knowing that this was forbidden to all military personnel, queried Colonel Misic at Salonika. The desperate plight of Serbs in Macedonia and Old Serbia had impelled him to do so, Apis explained. The definitive loss of Bosnia-Herzegovina and its people to Serdam, and the extinction of Serbian life which was to be completed in the south under the new Turkish regime impressed me that this was a desperate time for the Serbs. At that moment came Bogdan Radenković, arguing the need for such an organization. In Serbia, the free Piedmont of Serdam, he felt, little heed was being paid to this. He was convinced Serbia must undertake solution of the Macedonian question, argued that it could be aided by such an organization. Earlier, I had been involved personally in similar secret committees in Macedonia, so I was not worried about its secrecy. I entered the organization especially because of Bogdan. 11 Thus Apis willingly subordinated his duties as an officer to his convictions as a nationalist. As to the Black Hand's constitution, Apis insisted that the founders had envisaged revolutionary struggle solely outside Serbia's borders. Nor should that document be interpreted literally. The president and secretary never had possessed the absolute authority stipulated in the constitution to impose decisions on the membership. The Black Hand, Apis stressed, had never undertaken illegal action in Serbia, and its external activities had been planned with the Belgrade government's full knowledge and approval. Apis had promised Foreign Minister Milovanovic to inform him of all Black Hand activities and that the organization would do nothing improper which might discredit the government. The name, Unification or Death, signified that members must be willing to sacrifice their lives if that were required to unite the Serbs. The mysterious initiation of members involving a ceremony in a darkened room and an oath administered by a hooded leader stemmed from the Freemason, Jovanovic Kupa. Linked closely by mutual trust and friendship, members of the CEC had adopted the terrorist insignia of the bomb, knife, and death's head because of pressures of the Macedonian struggle. The secret and violent operations in Macedonia, explained Apis, had precluded formal registration of the Black Hand with the Serbian authorities. 14 Apis' status as a threefold man and officer, leader of the Meku and Black Hand member had made him the logical link with the government. When I entered the organization, I enjoyed the best relations with the crown. I took on myself the task of acquainting the government with the organization to a certain extent. Bogdan Radenković was our representative in the foreign ministry as its employee. I informed Dr. Milovan Milovanovic about the organization, often going to see him at his home or to his office in Belgrade, and immediately began to discuss our affairs with him. Informing the foreign minister that unification or death truly existed and consisted chiefly of army officers, Apis did not give him its constitution or operating code, Poslovnik, allegedly because Milovanovic did not ask for them. After listening to Major Apis, Milovanovic had declared, "Place, young friend, your Black Hand at my disposal, then you will soon see what Milovanovic will do for Serbia." He requested merely that the organization do nothing detrimental to the general interest. We passed directly to discussing negotiations with Bulgaria for an alliance, affirmed Apis. When necessary, I placed at Milovanovic's disposition individual members of Unification or Death for essential work on our national tasks. 15 During the winter of 1911-12, the Black Hand became virtually an instrument of the Serbian foreign ministry. It was apparently Jovanovic Kupa who had first urged Major Apis to approach the foreign minister. At a CEC meeting, Kupa declared, "We must without fail go to Balaka Milovanovic and convince him that cooperation with the Bulgars is necessary." "But who should talk with him?" queried Apis. "You," replied Kupa. "But I don't know him personally at all. Besides, it would be inappropriate for me as an officer to talk with him about such a matter." Then other CEC members insisted, "No, precisely, you should go." Yielding good-naturedly, Apis had a long talk with Milovanovic. Black Hand's goals, declared Apis, were wholly different from those asserted by the radical press. "Why don't you reply to them?" asked the foreign minister. "It would be easy to reply," responded the major, "but it would not be suitable given the aims we have set to involve ourselves now in a public polemic." Liking this answer, Milovanovic listened and attentively to Apis' further explanations. That was his first opportunity to talk with this remarkable young man. Later, Milovanovic often repeated, "I had never before met such a brilliant officer." 16 Why had the Black Hand consisted mostly of army officers? Inquired Colonel Misic at the Salonika trial. Apis explained that the founders had envisioned it as a mass popular organization. Both Bogdan and I believed we would have time to enlist a vast number of members. But the wars hampered this. Time was lacking to achieve that ideal, and the mystical and difficult means of inducting members would not allow us to do very much given the short time. It was much easier to enlist officers as members than civilians because officers were linked by comradeship and entered the organization readily despite those mystical requirements, so the organization became involuntarily chiefly a military 1.17. A lengthy exchange at the Salonika trial between Chairman Misic and Apis cast more light on the Black Hand's nature and Apis' role within it. How did Colonel Apis believe, as suggested by its constitution, that the Black Hand would influence the Serbian government and public life? That influence, responded Apis, would come of itself because those key elements would all belong to the organization. Misic, what happened when the instructions of the CEC and the interests of the organization conflicted openly with state or private interests? Apis, personally I broke my oath concluding that the country's least interest was greater than the interests of the organization. Misic, did any members leave the organization in defiance of their oath, and what happened to them? Apis, I heard that Milan Gavrilovic in the foreign ministry left the organization and apparently committed indiscretions in Dnevny List 18 revealing Black Hand secrets. Nothing was done to him. Misic, who contributed the idea for unification seal? Apis, I did not since I was more a staff than a field operative. Misic, why did you adopt as insignia of the organization a skull, cross, bones, knife, bomb and poison, and what did each signify? Apis, for me as an intelligent person those emblems do not have such a frightening and negative look. Because I served earlier on such secret committees. In the first committee, where I began national work, at one large meeting came amongst us a world-renowned professor of Belgrade University who told us of the need for the bitterest struggle in Macedonia to save Serdam with bombs, knives, and rifles. That was my national baptism. In my later work in the field, poison was used and all guerrillas carried it both as a means of attack and to save someone if he fell into enemy hands. That is why such emblems entered the organization seal and it was a sign that these people were prepared to die. Misic, the constitution prescribed that every member had to report everything he learned privately or officially to the organization. Apis, each member had to decide on his own and on what basis if something related to the organization or whether to report it. As to state secrets, each member decided in each case whether to report them. Misic, why did you decide to form an organization in obvious conflict with the laws of Serbia? Apis, when revolutionary struggle was necessary, this explains our conviction that such provisions and operations were the only way to save Serdam when threatened with extinction. I did not feel for a moment that the oath would hinder me or take precedence over my oaths to king and country. 19 Apis' close friend, Major Vladimir Tukovic, enlisted Major Panta Draskic, later Prince Alexander's adjutant, into the Black Hand. Assured that Prince Alexander, higher officials, and top officers had already joined, Draskic decided to enter a secret, illegal organization. Soon he learned that its true leader was Major Apis, whom he praised later as a fearless individual and patriot whom one encounters only once in centuries. However, as reports multiplied about the Black Hand's interference in politics, Draskic deplored that our idealism was being profaned by some type of political intrigue. 20. By the fall of 1911 information about the Black Hand had leaked to cabinet members, the press, diplomatic corps, and top officers. Colonel Milos Bozanovic, Belgrade's commandant, at first was incredulous that officers were involved in this mysterious group. To his questions Major Joseph Kostic exclaimed, "Don't you know? It is public knowledge. They are talking about it in the cafes and public saying officer conspirators are in Black Hand, including I, Radivojevic, Dimitrijević, Apis, Tukovic, and 8 officers from the gendarmerie." But when Bozanovic called in Apis and Radivojevic, they labeled such reports nonsensical inventions. I asked all the officers Joseph Kostic had named whether they were in the Black Hand, recalled Bozanovic, and all denied it. 21 press reports about Black Hand first appeared in Tribune, a paper close to Prince Alexander. Quoting a pirated circular from its CEC, Tribune's editors wondered, who needs this? Is Black Hand perhaps a means to recruit enthusiastic young people under the guise of patriotism for nefarious internal activities? Soon providing more details about the organization, Tribune criticized it strongly and warned, unless they wish their country to suffer the fate of Turkey or Greece, Serbian officers must not enter such a political organization. Dissatisfied officers should resign before engaging in political agitation. The Serbian army, which has great national tasks, must be spared such underground intrigue. Goose. 22 Reflecting Prince Alexander's subsequent view, the newspaper affirmed, there is absolutely no place in politics for officers, they have their own sacred tasks. 23 With numerous reports about Black Hand appearing in Belgrade's press, foreign diplomats were reporting about it to their governments. With Austria-Hungary worried about Serbian nationalism, its well-informed minister, von Ugrin, wrote, there is much talk here about a supposed officers' movement, but no one knows anything positive. This Black Hand, allegedly a patriotic group to operate outside Serbia in order to unite all Serbs, was really only a cover. Its real purpose is to intervene in internal affairs. 24 Centering in the Belgrade garrison, this officers' movement appeared directed against the ruling radicals. Among them the chief role is supposedly played by General Staff Major Dragutin Dimitrijević. Also prominent during the 1903 conspiracy. The Black Hand, added von Ugrin in January 1912, was causing more and more public attention in Belgrade. Although its aims remained unclear, its existence is no longer doubted officially. Allegedly, it had already sentenced to death top radicals, such as Pisic and Stojan Prodic. 25 The British minister in Belgrade, Charles Barkley, confirmed most of von Ljugren's findings, including his belief that the Black Hand officers aimed to remove the radicals from power and replace them with an authoritarian government favoring a pan-Serbian policy. It numbers among its members not only officers of all ranks but also civilians of every station of life. 26 The Black Hand was most active and dynamic during its first year. Major Vemic confirmed that its CEC met frequently and discussed plans to assassinate King Ferdinand of Bulgaria and Prince Nikola of Montenegro as leading opponents of Serbian unification. 27 In Belgrade its leaders were busily recruiting new members, especially among younger officers. Usually a recruiter merely needed to mention that Black Hand was a patriotic organization seeking to unite Serbs, or for work on the national cause, and mention a few leaders, and officers would enter often without further inquiry. 2 Registered during the Belgrade visit of Serbian and Croatian academic youth from Zagreb in April 1912, they met Black Hand leaders and some were recruited. At the Moskva Hotel Cafe in downtown Belgrade a banquet was held for the young visitors. Apis presided over a long table around which gathered some 20 students. One of them, Oscar Tartaglia, talked with Jovanovic Kupa and Branko Bozovic, editors of Piedmont, the Black Hand newspaper, and met Apis. Tartaglia was deeply impressed by this imposing man who could win someone over with a glance. Cultured and well-read, Apis had the exquisite manners of a cosmopolitan, but was a laconic national revolutionary as well. Wrote the young Croat admiringly, he was the spirit, leader, and organizer of the national revolutionary movement who always kept in mind not just Serbia but all other regions where our people lived and which were under foreign tyranny. He was a soldier and politician, simultaneously the Garibaldi and Mazzini of the Yugoslav War for Liberation. 29 Informed confidentially about the Black Hand, the enthusiastic Tartaglia was taken a few days later to Piedmont's offices where he became the first Catholic Croat to join the organization. 30 Resembling earlier and contemporary European nationalist organizations, the Black Hand sought by virtually any means to achieve a greater Serbia or a Yugoslavia. It contained within its ranks idealists and ruthless terrorists, civilians, and officers. Most of its leaders were young and had had previous contacts with the nationalist South Slav youth. Apis and other founders thus sought to build a revolutionary network among South Slavs abroad. Potential friction loomed between the minority of founders who were idealistic and pro-Yugoslav and mostly conservative army officers, but that was disregarded during the euphoric days of 1912. Apis soon became the chief dynamic force within the Black Hand and its main link with the Conspirators. Surrounded in the CEC with devoted friends, Apis was kept informed by them about the organization's various spheres of activity, in Neretna Odbrana through Milan Vasic, a member of both organizations, among guerrillas through Major Tankosic, and with intellectuals and youth by Jovanovic Kupa. Apis' close ties with Foreign Minister Milovanovic and General Radomir Putnik provided key links with the Serbian government and high command. Still regarded warmly by King Peter, he had persuaded Prince Alexander, now heir to the Serbian throne, to contribute 20,000 dinars to the Black Hand's newspaper, Piedmont. Apis had now attained the pinnacle of his power and influence. Even his enemies admitted his uncanny ability to win over men who greatly outranked him and induced them to follow some course of action he had resolved upon. With his formidable bulk, seemingly inexhaustible energy, and clear dedication to the national cause, Major Apis, especially to young officers and students, epitomized Serbia's martial values and the highest ideals. Chapter 8 Ivy Kabai, F and the White Hand 1909 to 1912. Do you think that we risked our necks so that the two of you Alexander and George could quarrel and vie for the throne as if it is some sort of toy? You are wrong because we can risk our necks once again. Apis to Prince Alexander, 1911. As the influence of Apis and the Black Hand assumed alarming dimensions, serious rifts developed within the Serbian officer corps. Around Crown Prince Alexander emerged an opposing group, soon dubbed the White Hand, designed to combat and eventually destroy Apis' organization. Bitter factional struggles were accompanied by intrigues and plots, threatening to discredit the officer corps. Although Apis group won the initial skirmish with the White Hand, their conflict would be renewed later with fateful consequences. Organizing and orchestrating the campaign against Apis was Peter Živković. The prelude to these quarrels was the controversy about the heir, Prince George Karađorđević. Since childhood George, King Peter's elder son, had suffered from severe emotional instability expressed in repeated physical outbursts against civilians, officers, and even foreign diplomats. As such incidents multiplied, recalled Sito Popovic, we conspirators began to worry about what would happen if he became king. Dragutin Apis, 76. Expressed this fear particularly. 1. For his part, Peter Živković had never forgotten the abortive horse race with Prince George. 2. Even the prince sensed his unsuitability as heir, writing in 1903, the position of royal prince is wholly strange to me. 3. Even before the incident leading to his abdication, Apis knew Prince George was unfit to be heir and that the succession should pass to his younger brother, Alexander, then studying in Russia. Twice during 1907 leading conspirators including Apis, Tukovic, Živković and Andic discussed this without reaching a final decision. Learning of the conspirators' preference for Alexander, George blamed Apis and Tukovic. At a court party he attacked Tukovic physically and had to be restrained forcibly. Most Serbian political leaders now favored Alexander, and the conspirators sent Apis to inform them that most officers likewise desired a change of heir. 4. Early in 1909 two scandals involving Prince George forced a decision. At a public demonstration during the annexation crisis the prince made a violent outburst against the Austrian ambassador, severely embarrassing Belgrade. Several conspirators, led by Peter Zivkovic, then planned to murder Prince George. Dr. Motanin, the court physician, obtained poison which was placed in a bottle of carbonated water which George was expected to drink during a motorboat ride on the Sava River. Initiating the plot to poison George, Zivkovic then involved Prince Alexander in the affair. As the new heir, he would then presumably be wholly in the conspirators' hands. Before the planned assassination, Prince Alexander left for Vienna supposedly for treatment, actually to remove suspicion he was involved. Following him there, Zivkovic allegedly obtained a letter from Alexander confirming his complicity. The day before George's scheduled outing, Zivkovic confided the whole plan to Apis. Appalled, Apis told Zivkovic, "No, I am not getting involved in anything like that," and instructed Prince George's orderly to pour out the poisoned water. Thus Apis, far from plotting against George, had saved his life. Soon learning of the conspiracy, George grew more paranoid than ever. 5 With plans afoot to remove him as heir, George played right into his opponent's hands. On March 10, 1909, Captain Vemic of the conspirators conferred with Prince Alexander's secretary about George's possible abdication. Only 2 nights later, Prince George's valet, Kolakovic, was rushed to the hospital with acute hernia of the bowels, dying there. March 17. An anti-dynastic newspaper, Zivano, accused George of causing his servant's death with a heavy blow. The official SRPSKE Naveen reported merely that Kolakovic had fallen downstairs. 7 The prince's outburst against Kolakovic, affirms Dragutin, immediately followed the attempted poisoning. George may have believed that Kolakovic was involved and had forcibly opened his writing desk and stolen some personal papers. Dragutin learned later that Peter Zivkovic had rifled George's desk to forestall possible counteraction by the prince and his friends. Press charges of homicide against George sought to rouse public opinion against him. Although George's friends obtained a statement in the hospital from Kolakovic absolving the prince of blame for his injury, the press campaign grew so scurrilous that George decided to abdicate. Registered after the Kolakovic incident, Trisaka Klerovic, a Social Democratic Assembly deputy, talked with Apis over supper at the Slavaha restaurant. After expressing negative views about the prince, Apis asked, would the SDs raise the issue of George's behavior? With other political parties avoiding the issue, argued Apis, it was vital to remove George from the succession. His party, replied Klerovic, would present a draft statement. Next day to the assembly. Whom did Apis favor to replace George as heir? Certainly, Alexander, Apis declared. But those who know him well, objected Klerovic, say his character resembles his uncle's, Prince Nicola of Montenegro, that he is cunning, treacherous, selfish, and vengeful, and that with him the country will gain nothing. Dissent. Vigorously, Apis insisted that Prince Alexander possessed all the qualities required by a good ruler who could serve Serbia well. 9 Prince George's abdication was received calmly and favorably in Serbia, reported the British minister, indicating the dynasty's shallow roots. There was relief that an incalculable factor had been removed. 10 However, King Peter, after the cabinet meeting where it was decided, denounced the abdication as a great mistake. George is of my blood while Alexander is of the blood of Nicola Petrovic, Prince of Montenegro. Chief beneficiary of the shift was the sinister Zivkovic, who fastened his tentacles over the new heir. 11 Even abdication did not remove Prince George wholly from public concern. Relations between him and Alexander remained stormy. They quarreled often, sometimes violently, as brothers are wont to do, without hating one another. Alexander did not object when people attacked George, but the latter admired his brother greatly. Once he told Captain Draskic that Sandro Alexander is as intelligent as God. He knows what Pisic is thinking 10 rooms away. 12 George's temper tantrums persisted. After the serious quarrel in January 1910 with the Belgrade police chief, King Peter wished to send his unruly son abroad indefinitely, but found no one to accompany him. After George's return from a provincial command in May, some newspapers claimed he was seeking conspirator support to reclaim his status as heir. Allegations in opposition papers seemed designed to intensify the brothers' feud. Their relations grew so bitter that King Peter dared not leave them together. 13 Prince Alexander remained prominently in public view during 1911. At the request of the War Minister, General Spispanovic, but at Apis' initiative, Alexander became Inspector General of the Army, partly to bring him into closer touch with it and its training. 14 By special kindness and favors, Alexander sought to build a following among junior officers. 15 But his bad relations with the War Minister provoked doubts about his appointment. Alexander was seeking to play a more active role without having the necessary military training or qualifications, reported the Austrian minister. He was accused widely of excessive involvement in personal issues, becoming the center of intrigues, and surrounding himself with dubious elements. 16 Closest to him were Major Zivkovic of the Royal Guards and Captain Joseph Kostic, his ordnance officer. 17 Crown Prince Alexander Karageorgievic was a complex amalgam of positive and negative characteristics. Becoming heir in 1909, he remained the dominant force within the dynasty until his murder in 1934. King Peter was old and chronically ill. Prince George had lost his influence. Alexander's relations with George revealed him as quarrelsome, impulsive, and at times cynical, even cruel. But Alexander showed great kindness and generosity to peasants and soldiers, noted his capable duty officer, Major Draskic. As a youth, Alexander had genuinely liked people. Later, an entourage of selfish, even perverted people, feathering their own nests, reinforced his poorer instincts, Draskic believed. Because of George's abdication and the king's ill health, Alexander acquired great power very young. While valuing good and able advisors, he barred independent thinkers. Relying often on the corrupt, malicious, and perverted, he sought to control them through their weaknesses. General Peter Pacic, appointed his adjutant when the prince became chief army inspector, confided. Alexander regularly stole valuable articles from his salon. 18 In war, Alexander revealed great personal bravery and outstanding ability to command troops in the field and win their loyal devotion. Very ambitious, Alexander could be unscrupulous in pursuing power and was easily influenced. As rumors spread about the Black Hand, King Peter told Colonel Bozanovic, "You know that my children are credulous and believe everything they are told. But I have never been that way. I told him, Alexander, don't believe everything that is said to you and about all those subversive aims of the Black Hand. Don't believe it, it is absurd. It would mean that those people are putting the knife to their own throats. That is impossible." 19 Such credulity eased the path for intriguers, Peter Zivkovic and Joseph Kostic. Jealous of Apis, they sought to win over Alexander. Aiding their growing hold over him was the prince's personal attachment to Zivkovic, perhaps involving even homosexual relations. Clearly, Alexander was not a ladies' man and did not know how to handle women, recalled Major Draskik. For the over 3 years that I was in his service, I did not observe a single relationship with a woman. 20 Todras. Kik's amazement, the prince employed with Zivkovic the familiar, thou, but used it with no one else outside his immediate family. The prince and Zivkovic, soon Alexander's only close friend, frequently talked long and secretively. 21 Soon they would be linked by common opposition to Apis and his friends. Peter Zivkovic had a profound and faithful influence on the lives of both Apis and Prince Alexander. 22 Born in 1879, Zivkovic came from an impoverished family in provincial Dragutin. His parents, simple uneducated people, provided little for him personally or materially. He grew up in Little Dragutin's dusty streets, completing primary school and part of its classical gymnasium. An able and ambitious student, Zivkovic overcame great material privation to complete the gymnasium in nearby Zajkar. Schoolmates made fun of his unusual timidity and shyness, causing him to isolate himself. As the only route to a higher education, Peter entered the military academy in 1897 and completed its lower school in 1899. As a junior lieutenant of cavalry, young Zivkovic was assigned to the NIS garrison. In 3 years there he passed time in inactivity, drinking, and carousing. Crediting their diffident comrade with a secret mistress, his fellows failed to remark his utter avoidance of women. Although lacking martial qualities, he became a first lieutenant in 1902. From his comrades, observing his indecisiveness, timidity, and servility toward superiors, he earned mainly scorn and jeers. Zivkovic's great opportunity was the Maku, but his role in it was undistinguished. 23 Bowled over ignominiously onto the cobblestones when the palace gates flew open, he had brushed off Apis' inquiries whether he was hurt and disappeared into the night. Nonetheless, Zivkovic became accepted as a bona fide conspirator, often drinking with younger officers. Zivkovic found the elusive key to success and prominence in the royal guard. Finding a milieu where military skills were secondary to appearances, he soon grew influential by mixing with politicians and officers at court. As the conspirators formed hostile factions, he remained neutral, pursuing his career assiduously. As a conspirator, Zivkovic completed the academy's higher school, assuring his further career in the royal guard. Leading a comfortable and dissolute life there, he reinforced his ties with leading politicians. Involving Prince Alexander in the abortive plot against his brother, Zivkovic had tightened his hold over the new heir. Then apparently he triggered Prince George's fatal outburst against his manservant. A favorite technique of his was obtaining documents and photographs to blackmail potential victims later into compliance with his wishes. By inducing Alexander to confine in writing his part in the plot against George, Zivkovic bound the prince to him for life. How did Zivkovic outmaneuver highly intelligent men like Prince Alexander and Apis? Zivkovic, recalled Draskik, without erudition or culture, never did or read anything and lacked everything necessary to occupy the positions he later attained. However, he proved diligent and persevering in malicious undertakings. Cowardly but impudent, he valued only those who bowed and scraped before him. Zivkovic became the ego center of a group of disreputable, corrupt men who fawned upon him and Prince Alexander. His power lay largely in his hold over the prince which he had acquired, affirmed Draskik, in a very dishonorable way. Zivkovic sought deliberately to wreck the careers of all who opposed or refused to bow before him. Unfortunately, commented Draskik, I was among those 24. Prince Alexander reacted angrily to any criticism of his beloved para, as shown by a quarrel with his brother late in 1912. Alexander dearly loved Zivkovic, confirmed George. In Belgrade lurid gossip spread about their relationship. Thus to needle Alexander, who had just refused him a coveted military post, George proclaimed publicly about Zivkovic, he certainly is no woman chaser. Guard your soldiers against him. Swallowing this bait, Alexander, when he next saw his brother, shouted angrily, leave Zivkovic alone. If you continue to insult my officers, I will place you before a court. Imperiously, Alexander ordered his brother out of the room. 25 Apis unwittingly antagonized both Alexander and Zivkovic, which eventually proved his undoing. Apis' personality and ambition conflicted directly with theirs. The hot-tempered Apis sought struggle out of internal need. Perceiving a goal, he would drive towards it relentlessly, reckless of consequences. Danger merely enhanced his boldness. Highly sociable and always surrounded by friends, Apis never revealed much of himself, even to intimates. His was a closed and conspiratorial nature. By reputation he was rebellious and insubordinate, yet military superiors mostly praised him as an exemplary and disciplined officer. Performing his official duties to their full satisfaction, Apis engaged simultaneously in invisible activities bringing him into conflict with politicians and the royal family. 26 Soon after Alexander became crown prince, Zivkovic perceived the warm mutual regard between Apis and Alexander as a threat to his position as the prince's indispensable friend. During Alexander's bout with typhus in 1910, Zivkovic allegedly convinced the prince that Apis was his enemy and had infected him with typhus bacilli. Surprised that Apis, highly skilled in personal relationships, had lost Alexander's friendship, Slobodan Jovanovic asked him why. Apis explained, Alexander is a Karađorđević and the Karađorđević cannot make friends. He does not value anyone's friendship. From people he seeks not loyalty but flattery, and I am not a flatterer. I have given the dynasty enough proof of my loyalty. If they ask me to take off the heir's boots, then fine, I won't and cannot do it. He has orderlies to do that. The habitually cool, self-possessed Apis grew very upset. For a moment I saw, instead of the everyday Apis, a hot-tempered and proud person, conscious of his worth and power. 28 Shortly before the Black Hand was founded, related General Milutinovic, Prince Alexander was told that Apis had never supported his dynasty. From the beginning Apis allegedly had urged bringing a foreign prince to Serbia, even after Alexander became heir. Swallowing this slander, invented by Para, the credulous prince, rushing to his automobile, drove straight to the general staff and immediately summoned Apis. Before the major could close the door, the prince exploded with everything that irritated him about Apis. Listening calmly to Alexander's tirade, the major replied coolly, yes, and do you think that we risked our necks so that the two of you Alexander and George could quarrel and vie for the throne as if it were some sort of toy? You are wrong because we can risk our necks once again. Clearly implied was another military coup. In fury Alexander rushed off to see War Minister Spinovic and urged him to remove Apis and his close colleague, M.G. Milovanovic Balak, from Belgrade immediately. That did not occur, but this incident, affirmed Milutinovic, initiated Alexander's quarrel with Apis. 29 Nevertheless, during much of 1911 Apis and Alexander remained on good terms. Alexander liked and valued Apis, recalled Colonel Tukovic, and met with him whenever possible. It was Apis who had formed the Military Inspection Committee to involve the Crown Prince more closely with the army. At Apis' initiative was founded in August 1911 the nationalist newspaper, Piedmont, and he induced Alexander to contribute to it generously. During this period of good relations, Apis allegedly urged the ailing King Peter to abdicate in Alexander's favor only to be blocked by strong radical opposition. 30 Then late in 1911, hearing Alexander had quarreled violently with War Minister Spinovic over a colonel by Jaktarovic, Apis told the Crown Prince frankly he had acted foolishly. From then until January 10, 1912 Apis shunned the palace, his relations with Alexander were severed. 31. Rumors circulating about the Black Hand deepened the rift between Apis, the king, and War Minister on one side, and Alexander and Zivkovic on the other. Apis' action to prevent the poisoning of Prince George, claimed Blagojevic, had triggered Zivkovic's wrath. Then erupted the Black Hand controversy. Vladimir Tukovic was instructed to inform Zivkovic about it and enlist him. When Tukovic revealed that the Black Hand required of its members personal sacrifices, including frontier crossings and guerrilla warfare, the cowardly Zivkovic took fright. He feigned insult that Apis had sent a friend to enlist him and told Tukovic he would decide after seeing Prince Alexander in Kovaljak. There they doubtless discussed the Black Hand. Returning, Zivkovic questioned Tukovic about it. With his 5-man group already filled and with the public uproar escalating daily, Tukovic declared evasively that Black Hand did not seem to be a serious movement. The wily Zivkovic, enlisting Kostik and Antik as his instruments, met Tukovic at Hotel Moskva. Did Black Hand truly exist? They asked. Tukovic feigned ignorance, saying he belonged to a patriotic organization, unification, or death. I asked you to join and now you cowards do not dare to and instead ask me if it exists. To gain revenge on Apis for humiliating him over membership in the Black Hand, Zivkovic denounced him to War Minister Spinovic for founding a secret organization forbidden by military regulations. He and Kostik spread exaggerated reports about unification or death, depicting it as a subversive organization with ulterior aims and warning that Prince Alexander opposed it. The Zivkovic campaign temporarily virtually halted the organization's activities. 32. Zivkovic had other reasons to oppose Apis. In the tension between the Apis and Zivkovic factions, Apis, supported by King Peter and War Minister Spinovic, began to prevail. That induced the officers, Bofil and Peter Jurisic, to approach Apis and denounce Zivkovic's clique. Peter Jurisic told Blagojevic that Zivkovic was a passive pederast. He begged him to inform Apis. Realizing the gravity of this charge, Blagojevic urged Jurisic to do so himself. At first Apis simply could not believe it, but subsequent investigation convinced him that Zivkovic was indeed a pederast. Informed by Apis, War Minister Spinovic decided Zivkovic must be removed from the court. Before acting, Spinovic sounded out Prince Alexander, who vehemently opposed such a move. Blocked there. Apis then persuaded King Peter to forbid Alexander's friendship with Živković at the king's insistence. Živković and Kostic were to be transferred to interior garrisons. Živković counterattacked with reports denouncing the Black Hand and Apis. Summoned by the war minister to answer Paris' complaint, Apis, denying all knowledge of the Black Hand, accused Živković of slander. 33 When Prince Alexander queried Apis about the Black Hand, Živković had already told him Apis was its chief leader. Then when Apis denied all knowledge of it, the prince knew he was lying and readily believed Živkovic's tales about its alleged dangers. He and Kostic reminded Alexander of the fate of the Obrenović and Prince George. Alexander was shaken and frightened. Already fighting the radicals, Apis now had to fight on two fronts. His pride prevented him from settling up with one side. Nonetheless, on this occasion Apis prevailed. Backed by King Peter, Foreign Minister Milovanović, and General Putnik, who liked and respected him, Apis proved invulnerable then to attacks by Živkovic's faction. 34 Colonel Milos Bozanović, the Belgrade commandant and a May conspirator, investigated Živkovic's charges. In his memoirs Bozanović detailed his efforts to obtain solid information about Black Hand. During November 1911 he concluded that it existed but contained no officers. Thus when Apis and Tukovic denied all knowledge about such an organization, Živković, Kostic, and Bajraktarović, who had begun the press campaign against the Black Hand, were proclaimed slanderers. 35 During this investigation an opposing grouping, soon dubbed the White Hand, formed with Alexander's blessing to oppose Apis' Black Hand. Headed by Živković and backed by the heir, its nucleus comprised Kostic, Antic, and Dragutin Okanovic. Joining it were officers pensioned after the Meku, Milos Vazic, Mihajlo Razic, and friends of Novakovic from 1903 counter-conspiracies. The White Hand was launched at a supper party at Belgrade's Hotel Paris where Živković gave a speech. The White Hand posed as loyalists defending Tyre throne against subversion. It attracted former Obrenovites, opponents of Apis, and many whose weaknesses blocked their advancement in the army. 36 Completing his investigation about New Year's, 1912, Colonel Bozanović informed the war minister that some officers had misled Prince Alexander into believing in a secret conspiracy against the dynasty. No proof of such a subversive group had been found. As Belgrade's commander, Bozanović argued he could not guarantee law and order unless those who had filled the heir's head with such slanders, Živković, Kostic and Bajraktarović, were transferred. King Peter approved this. Prince Alexander strove in vain to prevent his friend's transfers. Finding the war minister and chief of staff obdurate, Alexander declared he would seek to reconcile leaders of unification or death with Živković and Kostic. The prince summoned Apis and his friends, but refusing any reconciliation, they persuaded the prince that he had fallen into a net of intrigue. As the malleable Alexander and Apis group reached a short-lived reconciliation, the transferred officers proceeded reluctantly to their new posts. 37. However, the White Hand refused to yield. Alexander began receiving letters condemning the transfers and attacking Apis. Suddenly Tribuna, which had supported Alexander, began criticizing him. From internal exile Živković threatened to expose Alexander. The heir most of all feared Major Peter Živković, who had in hand a document which if made public would compromise him, wrote Bozanović. Allegedly, Živković had pictures of Alexander with a naked whore in nice and letters confirming his knowledge of the Black Hand and financial contribution to its newspaper, Piedmont. 38 Even in Dragutin, Živković retained the prince's support, partly through blackmail threats. White Hand leaders, all former friends of Apis, now hated him partly because they had failed in any way to distinguish themselves. They accused the Black Hand of subversion, disloyalty to the dynasty, and sowing discord in the army. Apis group in turn denounced the White Hand as simple flatterers who criticized the crown prince in secret, or even while drunk, in public. 39 Lacking ideology or post of goals, White Hand's chief aim was to destroy the Apis group. After their initial confrontation ended in Apis' triumph, Prince Alexander, angry but powerless, went abroad for a month. Then King Peter's serious illness forced clarification of Alexander's relations with top military leaders. Early in March 1912 he finally agreed to meet with 10 senior army officers. They decided that the war minister must be a friend of the May conspirators, that Alexander would inherit the throne, and that his entourage must be loyal to him and to army leaders. Work on national goals would be pressed by the war minister and chief of staff. 40 That spring, as a major Balkan crisis brewed, internal bitterness and conflict in Serbia subsided briefly. Maltese fever and Balkan wars 1912 to 1913 We helped you Albanians during your struggle against the Turks, so now we expect you to assist us when the Turks are threatening us. Apis to Isa Baljanac, August 1912 With its enlarged, well-equipped army, Serbia defeated Turkey and Bulgaria in 1912 and 1913 and at the cost of heavy casualties won much territory, population, and prestige. After helping prepare Serbia for these wars, Apis could not fight in them because of a severe illness which nearly took his life. However, other Black Hand leaders distinguished themselves on various battlefields. In 1912 the moribund Ottoman Empire was virtually driven from the European continent. Defeated by Italy in North Africa, the Turks faced a Balkan alliance and a major revolt by Albanian tribesmen. Russia's envoys in Belgrade and Sofia fostered Christian efforts to forge a Balkan League. Though publicly opposing war, the Russians sought chiefly to build influence and prestige in the Balkans, thereby weakening their rival, Austria-Hungary. The Serbo-Bulgarian alliance of March 1912, cornerstone of the new Balkan League, was forged by Foreign Minister Milovanović aided by Apis' Black Hand. Guiding Serbia skillfully through the perilous annexation crisis, Milovanovic wisely preserved its strength for the Balkan Wars. 5 months of intensive negotiations produced a Serbo-Bulgarian agreement over spheres of interest in Macedonia. That accord allowed the two strongest Balkan states to create a league soon broadened to include Montenegro and Greece. Milovanovic wanted a Bulgarian alliance chiefly to protect Serbia against Austria. Bulgaria's chief of staff declared, "Austria will view the Balkan problem wholly differently if she knows that behind the Serbian army stand 400,000 Bulgars." To save Serbia from the deadly Austrian embrace, Milovanovic had to yield much to Bulgaria in Macedonia. Vienna aimed to create under its tutelage a large autonomous Albania which would absorb the heart of Macedonia. Enveloped on the north, west, and south by Austrian lands and dependencies, Serbia would be cut off from the Aegean and Adriatic seas, doomed to political and economic dependence. Point 1 In forging the Bulgarian alliance, Milovanovic received crucial support from Apis and the Black Hand, but not from Piedmont, its newspaper. Considering Macedonia vital to Serdom's future, the Black Hand sought through revolutionary agitation and guerrilla warfare there to foster national unity against Bulgars and Turks. Earlier, Major Tankosic of its CEC reportedly had threatened Milovanovic with death unless he pursued militant foreign policies. Piedmont repeatedly denounced Milovanovic even while Apis was aiding him, describing Milovanovic as a lethargic, weak-willed bureaucrat. Piedmont warned, "Our army has not won much yet, but it seems certain that our diplomacy as it is now can lose all that we have. If our fate depended solely on the will of our diplomats, Serbia would soon lose its independence." Point 2 However, with the CEC's blessing, Apis was working in full accord with Milovanovic, who briefed him fully on the progress of Serbo-Bulgarian talks. Despite Piedmont's eliminations, Apis assisted Milovanovic, considering the Bulgarian alliance an essential precondition for war against Turkey. Without the defeat of Turkey, concluded Apis and his friends, Serbs in the south faced destruction notably from wild Albanian tribes, men and young Turk militants. Thus Serbia and Bulgaria must cooperate, believed Apis, to defeat their common enemies. Point 3. During 1911-12 Major Apis encouraged the sophisticated but timid Milovanovic to adopt a more decisive foreign policy. An eloquent but weak-willed intellectual, noted Slobodan Jovanovic, can often be pulled along by a bold and decisive man who otherwise lacks his intelligence or eloquence. He is virtually hypnotized by the other's crude, elemental strength. Impressed with Apis, the exemplar of Serbia's young officer elite, Milovanovic abandoned his former disdain for the Serbian army. Reconciling Black Hand with the foreign ministry, Apis adhered firmly to his aim, war against the Turks. Changing his own approach, Milovanovic became imbued with energy and a sense of urgency and grew much bolder. Point 4. At Salonika, Apis described their collaboration. "We passed directly to a discussion of negotiations with Bulgaria for an alliance which was very soon thereafter concluded. When necessary, I placed at Milovanovic's disposition individual members of unification or death for necessary work on our national affairs." Point 5 Supplying Apis with funds for anti-Austrian propaganda, Milovanovic maintained constant contact with him until his death in July 191. 6. For Milovanovic Street, Petersburg's attitude was crucial. During the annexation crisis, Russia's military unpreparedness and Pacific councils had compelled Serbia to yield to Austria. Now Russia advocated a Serbo-Bulgarian accord to protect both against Turkey and Austria-Hungary. This coincided with Milovanovic's own aims. Russia and Milovanovic viewed a Balkan League as guaranteeing peace. Apis correctly regarded it as the prelude to war. Then at its peak of influence, the Black Hand through Piedmont pushed for war with Turkey. Since July 1910 Major Apis had been chief of staff of the cavalry division in Belgrade. That October he began lecturing on strategy at the military academy. As Serbian preparations for war against Turkey neared completion, Apis and several Black Hand colleagues carried out perilous reconnaissances in Turkish Albania and Macedonia. Learning that General Putnik, Serbian chief of staff, needed to know where Albanian chieftains stood on the war, Bozin Simic urged Apis to help gather such data on the spot. "Fine," responded Apis. "Prepare everything needed for our journey." Simic was summoned urgently to military headquarters in Belgrade, finding General Putnik upset that Simic had persuaded Apis to cross secretly into Turkish territory. "He could lose his head," exclaimed Putnik. His fear for Apis' safety was well-founded given the bitter opposition to the Black Hand in political and police circles. 7 Three groups of mostly Black Hand officers conducted these secret operations from August 22 to September 6, 1912. Captain Simic's group conferred with a leading Albanian chieftain on Karadaga Mountain. A second, including CEC members M. G. Milovanovic Balak and Velimir Vemic, collected valuable information in Macedonia for the Serbian army. Major Apis group, including Captain Milanza Vasil and a civilian, Bogdan Radenkovic, was to cross the Serbian frontier southeast of Raska, examine the terrain, and meet with the key Albanian chief, Isa Baljedinak. The General Staff needed to know attitudes of warlike Albanian tribes near Serbia's southern frontiers. Would they support Turkey, remain neutral, or assist the Serbs' southward drive? 8 Apis group left Belgrade by train and reached the Turkish border on foot the evening of August 23. Isa Baljedinak had been informed the Serbs were coming to meet him. One of his men met them at the border, but had neglected to bring Albanian dress to disguise the 3 Serbs. That clothing awaited them at the first Albanian village. The Serbs plunged across the frontier that night in their Belgrade garb. Arriving at dawn at Zigilj village, they were taken by their guide to the home of a trusted agent of Isa. The Albanian costumes were there, but Apis' outfit was much too small. No Albanian clothing available covered his massive frame, yet in Serbian uniform he would risk apprehension by the Turks. That morning among the Albanians who set out along a mountain path toward Baljetinak's headquarters strode a powerful individual dressed in a strange potpourri of Albanian dress and parts of a Serbian uniform. It was Apis. He had one goal before him, recalled Vasil, and went directly towards it without regard for anything else. 9. That entire day they threaded their way carefully along a mountain path parallel to the Abar River. At times they met individual Albanians who spoke with their guide, looking askance at the huge Albanian who lumbered after him. Finally, they reached Baljetin village near Kosovska Mitrovica, above which lay the camp of Isa Baljetinak, known for his obedience to the Sultan. Received hospitably, the Serbs conferred with Isa on a small plateau near the village. From there one could survey the entire Kosovo plain and surrounding mountains as far as the Karadaga. Isa talked mainly with Radenkovic, his former neighbor. Apis pressed Isa to commit himself. We helped you Albanians honorably during your struggle against the Turks, so now we expect you to assist us when the Turks are threatening us. It would not be right for you to employ the weapons we have given you against us. As the Serbs made their case, Isa smoked, looked at the ground, and pondered. He could not join Serbia against his Turkish overlords, explained Baljetinak, but if the Turks invaded Serbia, he would remain neutral. If the Serbs attacked, he might have to join the Ottomans. Isa kept his promise not to betray his guests to the Turks. Apis group proceeded to Jakovica to meet other Albanian leaders, then safely recrossed the frontier. Apis and his colleagues vindicated fully General Putnik's confidence. 10 Serbia's long-anticipated showdown with Turkey was now at hand. Returning to Belgrade, at a meeting of Black Hand SCEC, Apis spoke of future prospects. We stand before a war with the Turks. With us are the Bulgars, Greeks, and Montenegrins. In Belgrade and Sofia are to be made these days the final decision on war. Unfortunately, neither our nor Bulgar governing circles are bold enough. As soon as one plucks up a little courage for war, then the other hesitates and vice versa. It seems even Hartwig, Russia's envoy to Serbia, does not favor war, believing we cannot beat the Turks. Pausing briefly after mentioning the pro-Serbian Hartwig, Apis resumed, I am in constant contact with General J. Putnik and Stvanovic, who are holding out well over that issue. But one cannot say the same about the politicians and some other officers. Politicians especially hesitate to accept responsibility for the war even though they consider it essential and unavoidable. Why? Because they have no idea of our young officers' fighting qualities. As far as I can, I am encouraging them either personally or through others, but you must do so too. Get in touch, I beg of you, with every influential person you know, then given them as big an injection of courage as possible. Apis reminded his colleagues of the exalted position of the fighting qualities of Turkish soldiers which had persisted for centuries among the Serbian people. Do not forget, gentlemen, that the generation among us which has to bear the greatest burden of war grew up and was formed under the influence of our terrible defeat at Tunis and Crevette in 1876. Thus it is necessary to take our young officers and soldiers into the first battle so as to assure to ourselves immediately a moral predominance over the Turkish soldier. It is my unshakable conviction that if we beat the Turks in the first struggles, our soldiers will be so encouraged that they will drive the Turks without respite right to the Aegean Sea. But if we are, to our misfortune, defeated in those first encounters, our army will flee in panicky disorder to the Sava and Danube. Thus it was absolutely essential, stressed Apis, that these initial encounters prove victorious. Thus instruct all your comrades and friends that in the first battles on the frontier, without awaiting orders from above, to rush to the aid of neighboring units so as to assure us of 2- or 3-fold numerical superiority over the Turks. That we young officers will always be in the forefront of the soldiers in battle no one should doubt. 11 Apis' exhortations proved prophetic. Led to initial victories by their young officers, the Serbian army, dispelling the myth of Turkish superiority, amazed Europe with its prowess. Just before Serbia's mobilization against Turkey, Apis had returned from Albania optimistic and apparently healthy. His friend, Pavel Pankovic, arrived at Cavalry Division headquarters near Vranje the third day after mobilization began. Already there were the divisional commander and Major Apis as chief of staff. One evening as Pankovic and other officers were entering the canteen, a young man approached dressed as a guerrilla fighter. Apis rushed to embrace him and invited him to supper. The youth regretted he could not join them, his comrades awaited him nearby and they had to go on. Apis embraced him again. Go, Sanya, may you have a good journey and become a hero. Then the officers realized this was his older nephew, Alexander Zivanovic, an architecture student. Apis had encouraged the boy, too young for army service, to enlist as a volunteer. His father respected Sanya's ardent wish to serve his country. We were amazed at this action of Apis, recalled Pankovic, in sending this child into battle, as we felt that since we were short of educated specialists, he would prove more useful to Serbia by completing his education. To their objections, Apis responded, not so. During these fateful days for our country and for our people languishing under foreign rule, we must all without exception give everything and even sacrifice what is dearest to us, since only in that way will we succeed. Respecting Apis more than ever, the officers fell silent. Despite the tragic result, they believed he had been correct. Sanya died heroically in a frontier battle. Belgrade named a street after him. 12 On September 18th, after the entire Serbian army had mobilized, Apis set out for Kuprija. Bidding a fond farewell to Senya at Kuprija station, he took up quarters with the cavalry division staff at Vranjska Banja. There he fell ill of blood poisoning and Maltese fever contracted in Albania. His main symptom was periodic severe bouts of fever with temperatures as high as 104 F. Though suffering severely, Apis insisted on performing his duties. With the division he proceeded to the Turkish frontier near the source of the southern Morava. As his fevers grew more frequent and severe, his powerful horse, Zvezdana, quivered all over while galloping. The staff regarded Apis' illness with growing concern. War had already been declared, and Serbian artillery was bombarding Turkish frontier posts. Apis' final task was to write out detailed marching orders for the division. Then over his vigorous protests, but at the High Command's insistence, he was taken still protesting to the nearest railway station for transportation to the Belgrade military hospital. News of his grave illness dealt a severe blow to the Zivanovic family. Then came still sadder tidings. Senya had been killed the first day of the war on Mt. Lisica near Pristina. Then at Kumanovo Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Glisic, husband of Apis' eldest niece, died bravely leading his regiment .13 crossing the Macedonian frontier on October 6. The Serbian First Army defeated the Turks in a two-day pitched battle at Kumanovo. 2 days later it entered Skopje, Macedonia's chief city. Occupying Kosovo Plain, the Serbs avenged their epic defeat of 1,389 there at Turkish hands. The Balkan allies triumphed everywhere over the outnumbered Turks. In a single month, ending 4 centuries of Ottoman rule in the Balkans, they threw the Turks back on Constantinople. Apis was unaware of all this until later. Calm and cheerful when he entered the hospital, he lapsed into delirium and his speech soon became meaningless raving. With brief interruptions he remained unconscious over 3 weeks, hovering between life and death. Reports spread that Apis had been deliberately poisoned in Albania. Once his illness had been diagnosed tentatively as a rare form of blood poisoning, his friends appealed to Dr. Sin, a famous professor of bacteriology in Berlin, to treat him. 14 Sin came immediately, remaining with the patient almost constantly until the crisis passed. At first the doctors were pessimistic and prepared the family for the worst. Only one patient in 1,000, the Zivanovics learned, recovered from such an illness. However, once again Apis' powerful constitution responded. Only later, after testing Apis' blood in Berlin did Dr. Sin made a definitive diagnosis of blood poisoning combined with Maltese fever. The latter disease, unusual in Europe, was contracted apparently from unpasteurized goat's milk drunk by Apis. In Albania. By mid-November, now on the mend, Apis took profound interest in the amazing news from the war fronts. Listening to his brother-in-law's account of Serbian victories, tears filled his eyes. "Thank God," he said quietly. His joy was tinged with sadness at being unable to participate in a war so glorious for Serbia. His recovery was long, slow, and difficult. The Maltese fever left him so weakened that for months he could not walk. In good weather he was taken out into the sunshine of the hospital garden. There he lay for hours surrounded by ill and wounded friends from various battlefields. Finally discharged from the hospital March 30, 1913, Apis was taken by car to the Zivanovics. Immediately thereafter, he left for Berlin on convalescent leave to continue treatments with Dr. Sin. 15. Other leading Serbs were also affected profoundly by the Serbo-Turkish War. Demonstrating outstanding ability to lead troops in the field, Crown Prince Alexander displayed growing ambition and self-confidence. Lieutenant Colonel Prince George fought valiantly and was twice wounded. He received 2 stars of Karageorge, Serbia's highest military decoration, for bravery in action. Yet despite repeated requests, George failed to obtain an independent command. When the same thing occurred in June 1913 on the eve of the Serbo-Bulgarian War, Prince George asked Chief of Staff Putnik for a command. Sympathetically, the venerable Vojvoda said he did not understand why George had not received one. "I can only tell you that you must seek the reasons elsewhere, not here with us military men." Putnik's allusion was clear enough, so Prince George hastened to his brother. "Why do you need a command?" queried Alexander. "You are wounded and need time to recover. There are plenty of warriors without you." His reply was cruel and insincere. The Serbian army, depleted from the Turkish war, needed every soldier and officer to face Bulgaria. Declared Alexander coldly, "The war will proceed very well without you. Go to France and do some walking. In Paris are many pretty women." He would approve an infinite leave for George. "I don't believe the army will notice your absence." To this gratuitous insult, George retorted by referring to Peter Zivkovic's homosexual amours and Alexander's notorious friendship with him. That same evening George left sadly for France, never again to participate in Serbia's battles. 16 Major Zivkovic, over whom the royal brothers had quarreled, just before the Turkish war, was assigned to command the Timok Division's cavalry. With the First Army at Kumanovo his cavalry did not participate in the battle. Then his unit was sent with the Second Army to aid the Bulgarians' capture of Adrianople. Since cavalry is virtually useless in sieges, Zivkovic and his staff lived comfortably in a nearby town. He and his officers spent many hours in drunken orgies and revelry. At first little attention was paid to this. Then one day a well-built young cavalryman told his superior that Major Zivkovic had forced him to be the active partner in homosexual acts with him. Pederasty was then regarded by Serbs as extremely immoral. News of this affair finally reached the Second Army commander, General Stvanovic, who urged that Major Živković be court-martialed. But then Adrianople fell, the army was withdrawn, and the Živković trial postponed. Nonetheless, the knowledgeable predicted this meant curtains for Živković, who sought frantically to use connections to hush up the affair. Realizing Apis' powerful influence in the army, Živković came to him as a humble penitent and begged Apis to save his career. Generously but unwisely, Apis overlooked their previous quarrels. Recalling Živkovic's role, albeit inglorious, in the May coup, Apis concluded that expelling him for homosexual acts would discredit the officer corps and the conspirators. Thus he employed his strong influence to shelve Živkovic's case. No court-martial was convened, and Para was saved. Instead of expressing thanks, Živković continued his efforts to destroy Apis. 17 Apis dismissed cavalierly danger from that quarter. The Balkan Wars left the Black Hand with enhanced reputation but reduced numbers. Many of its ablest leaders had died in battle, and the wars virtually ended Black Hand's role as a cohesive organization. 15. Chief of Military Intelligence 1913 to 1914, sitting behind the table with his huge body, double chin, and bald head, in the words of a foreign journalist, he Apis looked like a huge Mongol, towards us civilians. He spoke in that half-joking, half-serious tone of voice in which cafe conversations are often conducted. S. Jovanovic, Moji Savromenisai, p. 409. Soon after Serbia defeated Bulgaria, Apis returned home from Germany. Promoted to lieutenant colonel in January 1913 while still in the hospital, Apis that August was named chief of the General Staff's Intelligence Division, perhaps partly because of Black Hand's influence and prestige. In that post, Colonel Apis controlled a network of agents inside Austria-Hungary which sought none too successfully to ascertain its military strength and intentions towards Serbia. Apis was assisted by the two men who would perish with him near Salonika, Raid Malibovic and Major Ljubomir Vilovic, and by frontier officers like Colonel Sito Popovic. In Berlin, supervised by Dr. Sin, Apis had spent 4 months convalescing from his illnesses. There he met with Dr. Milos Bogisevic, Serbia's charge d'affaires and a personal friend. Bogisevic reported home that the Bulgarian attack had altered the Balkan situation fundamentally. Isolating Bulgaria and Austria, it had prevented the latter from acting militarily against Serbia. Added Bogisevic, I enclose a survey of military operations prepared by Lieutenant Colonel of General Staff Dragutin Dimitrijević, who is here on sick leave. It would be wise to instruct him to send his military reports from here and to have him deal with other military questions. Precisely during the Turkish War, an expert military man was sorely lacking. One Apis' repeated trips to Imperial Germany, his admiration for its military organization, and pro-German articles in the Black Hand Piedmont, appeared to provide a basis for claims by defenders of the Salonika trial that Apis before and during World War I worked for Germany and sought to betray Serbia. 2 However, Vladimir Didijo recently refuted such assertions convincingly. His careful examination of reports by German envoys in Belgrade and of available German archives turned up nothing to substantiate claims of Apis' pro-German activity alleged by his enemies. 3 Prior to Apis' second visit to Germany, a number of articles in Piedmont praised German militarism and efficiency. Also, Piedmont's origins were linked mysteriously with Imperial Germany. Major Vemic, a founder of Black Hand, stated emphatically on January 25, 1911, tomorrow Kupal Jabajovanovic Kupa, Piedmont's founder goes to Berlin for a printing press. Some opponents of Apis claimed that this meant that German militarist circles had purchased a printing press for Piedmont, although they supplied no corroborative evidence. 4 During 1912 furthermore Piedmont, equating militarism with patriotism in Serbia, praised German militarism extravagantly. Its correspondent in Germany, writing as Davison, emphasized the vital role of the German army in regeneration of the German nation, concluding that Serbia should follow suit. He praised the League of German Youth Jung Deutschland Bund, founded in January 1911 by General von der Goltz, to provide physical and military training for youth and prepare it for military service. Davison advocated that Serbia adopt the League's racist and militarist approach, redolent of the later Hitler Youth, to achieve its goal of national unification. The military and political position of the German Empire today is such that the German people must not keep its hands in its pockets and cannot bow to the false prophets of world peace. Let us move from there and create for our army better conditions and a better future. 5. However, Apis should not be held responsible for Piedmont's writings, nor did its Germanophilia then involve disloyalty to Serbia. And while Apis was in Berlin apparently reversing its former pro-German approach, Piedmont in April 1913 denounced Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg for reflecting the deceitfulness of the German race. The peace of the world, continued Piedmont, is threatened by that power Germany, which has created an especially militaristic regime to which it gave the strange name Armed Peace. A pan-German torrent now threatened European peace. Against it the Triple Entente, England, France, and Russia, was preparing strong defenses. With their collective effort, we Slavs, especially in the Balkans, cooperate wholeheartedly and conscientiously. 6 Inconsistent Piedmont was now supporting Serbia's bonds with the Entente powers. Furthermore, even had Apis been pro-German then, argued Didijer, this proved no disloyalty to Serbia. During the Austro-Serbian Tariff War of 1906-11, Germany had aided Serbia to resist Austrian economic press. Sure, so Berlin could dominate Serbia's foreign trade. Closer Serbo-German ties could be viewed as driving a wedge between the Central Powers, thus lessening Austria's threat to Serbia's existence. Finally, Apis criticized Germany openly in 1913 for yielding to Vienna's demands that Austria-Hungary be allowed to settle up with Serbia. 7. As intelligence chief, Apis worked in the General Staff's headquarters on the Kalmten, the crumbling, thick-walled Turkish fortress overlooking Belgrade where the Sava and Danube rivers meet. Apis' office was in the so-called Pisan Konak, Pasha's Palace, on the fortress ramparts between the upper and lower town. From there one had an excellent view of the Trans-Danubian region and Austrian Zemun, Semlin, lying just across the Danube. Registered presumably in that office, Apis, newly installed intelligence chief, received Slobodan Jovanovic, chief of the War Press Bureau and later a leading historian. The War Press Bureau, subject to the General Staff's Intelligence Division, disclosed selected information to the foreign press. Jovanovic had encountered Apis previously, but he never saw him alone either on the street or in cafes. Apis was always accompanied by officer friends who resembled bodyguards. His whole behavior and appearance stamped him as a charismatic leader. He received Jovanovic graciously, as I subsequently learned that he received everyone. Apis expressed himself rather indefinitely, often failing to finish his sentences as if he had suddenly remembered that it would be best for him not to disclose everything he knew. Apis had not recovered fully from recent grave illnesses and was not yet wholly secure on legs which were all wrapped up and appeared swollen. Unable to move around with his accustomed vigor, Apis had grown fat, his skin had an unhealthy pallor. Seated behind a massive table, with his vast body, double chin, and almost completely bald head, the 36-year-old Apis resembled a huge Mongol. Toward us civilians he adopted a very different behavior than towards most officers. He spoke mostly in that half-joking, half-serious tone of voice in which cafe conversations are often conducted. 9 Before Apis took over in 1913, Serbian military intelligence in Austria-Hungary and the Serbian national movement there had been organized and directed by Colonel Dimitrijević. He had coordinated the activities on the Austrian frontier of 6 frontier officers, mostly Black Hand members. Pavlovic's headquarters were in Savic on the Sava River. He had agents operating in Srem and Croatia. Other such officers included Milan Vasic, Kosta Todorovic, and Sito Popovic, subsequent chroniclers of the Black Hand. Before Apis assumed his new post, these officers' top agent was a civilian, Rade Malibovic. Colonel Pavlovic, who knew him and his activities well, later provided Milan Zivanovic with details about Malibovic. 10 A Serb bomb invasion. Most, a small town in Croatia, Malibovic was trained as an insurance agent. He became one of Neradna Odbrana's most active workers. At the Zagreb trial staged by the Austrian authorities in 1909, Malibovic was convicted of treason against Austria and served a short prison sentence. Once released, this ardent Serbian patriot pursued his anti-Austrian intelligence activities, tirelessly collecting information everywhere and bringing it to the frontier officers. Soon after becoming intelligence chief, Colonel Apis complained to Dimitrije Pavlovic that the General Staff lacked reliable agents and intelligence operatives inside Austria-Hungary. Did Pavlovic know a reliable Serbian patriot who could handle delicate and confidential missions in Austrian territory? Pavlovic recommended Malibovic enthusiastically as highly intelligent, dedicated, and mobile. Most important, he engaged in national work not for financial gain but out of idealism, enthusiasm, and duty to Serbia. Repeatedly offered money for his national activities, Malibovic always had refused it indignantly. Normally he even refused travel expense money. Malibovic possessed precisely the qualifications he was seeking. Apis told Pavlovic. Thus when Rade reported to Pavlovic, the latter sent him to Apis in Belgrade with a covering letter. Receiving him warmly, the colonel talked with Malibovic at length, and informed of his dedication, accepted him as the General Staff's chief agent for Austria-Hungary. What Pavlovic had told Apis about Malibovic was confirmed by another national worker, Dr. Sergeant Budisavljevic, whom Pavlovic had earlier introduced to Apis. This Serb intellectual, bomb in Croatia, had worked with Pavlovic in the Serbian Sokol youth organization. Budisavljevic then collaborated directly with Apis in national work and they became good friends. Thus when frontier officers, Pavlovic and Kosta Todorovic, recommended Malibovic as chief agent in Austria, Apis had consulted Budisavljevic. As a leading Croatian activist who knew Malibovic's work well, Budisavljevic had vouched wholly for Malibovic's honesty and pure Serbian soul. In the fall of 1913, recalled Budisavljevic, he had come to Belgrade to reach agreement with Serbian leaders on national issues and had met with intelligence chief, Apis. After the Balkan Wars, Apis told him, Serbia's political and military activities, hitherto concentrated in Macedonia and Old Serbia, had shifted northwestward into Austria-Hungary. Needing reliable operatives inside the dual monarchy, Apis had learned that Malibovic, ex-trader and insurance agent, would undertake such a mission. Budisavljevic, a defense attorney at the Zagreb treason trial, who knew Malibovic well, confirmed that he deserved complete trust and would fulfill his assignments conscientiously. Apis could rely on him implicitly. 11 Colonel Apis assigned Malibovic the key task of creating a network of Serbian agents in the dual monarchy. Apis sent him repeatedly on missions to gather military intelligence. Malibovic often visited vital military centers like Sarajevo, Zagreb, Pest, and even Vienna. From these missions he always returned with valuable information. Apis told Pavlovic in delight that Rade had handled every assignment expertly. He relied increasingly upon Malibovic's rare perceptiveness, resourcefulness, and ability to conduct the most sensitive missions. For these achievements and for his glowing patriotism, Apis loved Rade like a brother. He became the colonel's right-hand man in intelligence operations. Colonel Pavlovic provided some details. Raid labored hard to build a network of secret agents across the Dina, going from one to another to give them instructions. Raid constantly encouraged his national workers, stimulating them to greater efforts. Raid traveled by car or on foot, sometimes along mountain paths at night to avoid patrols, resting by day at agents' homes. To trusted national workers he delivered patriotic speeches and instructed them how to destroy military objectives. Arrested repeatedly by Austrian police, Malibubic always extricated himself skillfully and displayed amazing coolness in the face of danger. As a field operative, Malibubic had few equals, wrote Pavlovic. He sketched all important military objectives and brought back key data about the strength, dispositions, and readiness of Austrian units and commands. While the Serbs were besieging Skadar in 1913, Austria concentrated troops along the Dina River and threatened to invade Serbia. Passing along the entire frontier on the Dina's left bank, Malibubic submitted to the Serbian command exact dispositions of Austrian troops. Detained several times by the Austrian authorities, Raid escaped each time. Finally he swam across the frigid Dina, emerging in an old peasant costume covered with ice. Such heroic exploits, concluded Pavlovic, deserved Serbia's highest reward. 12 In 1914 Malibubic was the first to report to Apis Archduke Franz Ferdinand's planned visit to Sarajevo and the concurrent Austrian maneuvers in eastern Bosnia. These moves, he assured Apis, marked Austria's final preparations for war with Serbia. During the Sarajevo assassination and until Serbia's mobilization, Raid remained in the field, crossing and recrossing the Austrian frontier, bringing back vital military intelligence. 13 In Salonika prison, frontier officer Sito Popovic spoke about the dispatch of weapons across into Bosnia and meeting and sending of Apis spies who often swam across the Dina. All this, emphasized Popovic, was based on explicit written orders received from Apis or the Supreme Command. I believe that the High Command saw better and farther than I and knew more. For instance, a telegram would arrive, 50 rifles and 2 boxes of bombs arriving from Valjevo. Receive and keep them until so and so comes. Help him to send these to the place he indicates in Serbia or abroad. Each such dispatch had a confidential number, a seal, and a signature. Of someone I knew and trusted. Most often Dragutin Apis had signed, but he concealed this by adding, on orders of the Chief of the General Staff. All this was for the holy future of our country. Those issuing these orders were all honorable and patriotic. Dragutin, Vilovic, and all these young Bosnians were for me the embodiment of patriotism and heroism. All of us work sincerely and honorably. 14 Colonel Apis' only published report during his tenure as intelligence chief praised and defended Malibubic's work for the General Staff. 15 Apis thereby sought to refute accusations by the chief of Podrinska region that Malibubic had operated as an Austrian spy. For several years, wrote Apis, Malibubic had acted as a Serbian agent. Narodna Odbrana's Milan Vasic had considered him one of the best agents. During Austria's mobilization in Bosnia in 1913, Raid had performed outstanding services for a frontier officer, Colonel Pavlovic. On the basis of these views and because I knew and valued Malibubic personally, because he proved most capable of gathering information about the Austro-Hungarian army, I gave him this task with the General Staff. Since September of last year Malibubic has been working with the greatest goodwill, energy, and success as an agent of the General Staff. Malibubic's reports and work deserve every praise, affirmed Apis. Aspersions cast upon him by the Podrinska chief were baseless. National leaders in Zagreb had assured Apis that Malibubic had the reputation of being a patriotic Serb and they trusted him fully. In Croatia he had work. And with many members of Narodna Odbrana surely would have known. Had Malibubic been a double agent. Military information gathered for Apis he had guarded like a treasure. Malibubic is doing all this from pure motives as a good Serb and patriot, prepared for any sacrifice for the success of the Serbian cause. I considered it essential to explain all this so it would be evident what kind of person we are dealing with and to whom this division has entrusted collection of data. Despite this warm testimonial by the military intelligence chief, Malibubic was arrested by the Serbian police slightly over a month later on suspicion of spying for Austria. Just before this report, resumed Apis, he had summoned Malibubic to Belgrade for consultation on current operations. They had agreed on reliable routes for transmitting reports from Serbian agents under emergency conditions. Malibubic had proposed that couriers and agents be armed with hand weapons for self-defense. Apis had approved his proposal to take 4 revolvers and ammunition with him. Raid originally was to have recrossed the Dina. But since Major Vilovic was going to his new post as commander of a frontier sector, they left together. Apis warned them not to disclose their work of the General Staff unless it proved essential to obtain some agency's cooperation. Leaders of Narodna Odbrana, Malibubic revealed, pressured him to disclose his dealings with the General Staff. Apis admonished him to evade such inquiries but to try to work with Narodna Odbrana. Rebuffing queries by Narodna Odbrana and the Serbian police about the General Staff's secret operations, Apis urged his superiors to block these. Other authorities should assist, not hamper, General Staff's work. The police should be instructed to cooperate to avoid harmful consequences to the General Staff's work and needless tension and quarrels. Next day these requests were forwarded to the Chief of Staff. 16 But Apis' best efforts could not prevent his top agent from falling victim to bitter civil-military rivalry or to obtain adequate information about Austrian military plans. The May Crisis, 1914. Never at that time did I have any idea or desire that the army take power into its hands. In this affair of the priority decree I had the same feelings. I worked for and wished strongly that the officers be given satisfaction. Apis in Salonika, 1917. While Apis was intelligence chief, erupted a major internal crisis pitting the officer corps and political opposition against Pasik's radical cabinet and Crown Prince Alexander. Obligated to both sides, King Peter was caught in between. The May Crisis superficially was whether army officers or civilians should have priority at public ceremonies in Macedonia. But actually it was to decide whether civilian political parties or the ANI would rule Serbia. The crisis threatened to bring down the cabinet, provoke a major constitutional struggle and even civil war. As the officer's chief spokesman, Colonel Apis played a significant but mysterious role. 1 Victories over Turkey and Bulgaria had left Serbia triumphant, aggrandized, but drained physically and financially. Its leaders knew that peace was required to restore Serbia's strength. After Bulgaria's defeat, the Austrian minister reported that Serbs were very optimistic and dream of Serbia's prestige and future greatness to Serbia's people and government. He wrote later, sincerely desired peace to recover from heavy wartime losses and consolidate control over the new southern territories. Wartime successes had strengthened the Karađorđević dynasty and enhanced Prince Alexander's personal prestige. 4 The Serbian army was riding the crest of a wave of assertive self-confidence and public approval. 4. Observers were revising earlier negative assessments. The campaign in Western Macedonia especially had revealed a remarkable efficiency in mobilization and deployment, which enabled a force of nearly 300,000 men to be put in the field within 3 weeks of the date of the order for mobilization. Though by European standards the Serbian army may present many shortcomings, it is nevertheless a factor to be reckoned with. 5 Serbia's swift victory over Bulgaria in July 1913 had confirmed this verdict. Nonetheless, Serbia's official policy towards Austria-Hungary remained highly circumspect. The British minister ascribed this to Premier Pasik, who showed throughout the Balkan crisis the greatest prudence and foresight. However, Black Hand leaders still aimed to attack Austria under favorable conditions once Serbia was fully prepared. 6 After Bulgaria's defeat, Piedmont, the Black Hand newspaper, asserted at Serbia's national and imperial claims stridently. Both wars which Serbia conducted had a national liberation character. Through them was finally confirmed our sovereign right to Old Serbia and Macedonia. All of Macedonia is filled with Serbian inhabitants. Virtually the entire Macedonian populace is distinguished by purely Serbian racial characteristics and customs. Rejecting Bulgarian claims and denying the existence of a separate Macedonian people, Piedmont glorified Serbia's civilizing role in the south. One must introduce immediately a severe and secure regime in the newly annexed regions. No prejudices must hold back our statesmen. No democratic or liberal considerations which would entail the same system there as prevails here. Serbia proper should be heeded. Because in the new regions exist heterogeneous elements and interests, one cannot consider giving them political rights. 8 In Serbia, the unity and dedication fostered by the Balkan War soon dissipated. Army leaders and radical politicians both claimed exclusive credit for recent victories and progress toward traditional national goals. They clashed over control of the newly annexed southern regions and over predominance in Serbia. 9 The War Ministry remained a focus in chronically troubled army-cabinet relations. Becoming war minister in January 1913, General Milos Bozanović, a May conspirator, encountered major problems which had plagued his predecessors. Many Serb peasants, though proud of their martial past, distrusted the army as an alien, unproductive arm of the modern state. Given Serbia's vulnerability, they recognized it as a necessary evil. Thus political parties withheld consistent support from the army. War ministers at cabinet meetings were usually isolated, defending unpopular military budgets. Precarious in coalition cabinets, their position became worse in homogeneous radical governments. Linked since 1903 with the May conspirators, war ministers had advocated reorganizing, re-equipping and expanding the army, meaning larger military budgets. After short terms of office they had usually resigned disillusioned. Often they quarreled with Stojan Prodic, normally interior minister, an imperious, self-righteous radical leader. Soon after the Balkan Wars, Prodic told General Radomir Putnik, Serbia's venerable architect of victory, "You are just a government clerk." Prodic instructed his police officials to prevent army officers from interfering in their affairs. With Serbian political life dominated by personal interests, political parties often disregarded their principles. Partisanship, sectarianism, and bitter intrigue flourished in newly democratic Serbia. 10 General Bozanovic's resignation triggered a severe cabinet crisis. The last war minister appointed through Apis influence, he had failed to obtain cabinet support for what he considered an adequate military budget. 11 Acting temporarily as war minister was Stojan Prodic, the conspirators' virulent foe. Because of squabbles over that ministry and the conquered territories, even Premier Pasik, who the Austrian envoy affirmed, loved power next to life itself, wished to resign. 12 When Serbian generals unanimously rejected the war ministry, the Pasik cabinet had to offer the post either to a junior colonel or to a civilian. 13 That crisis ended with the appointment as war minister of Colonel Dusan Stefanovic, a junior colonel, obscure May conspirator, and former military attaché in Bucharest. To lure him into office, the cabinet promised him an increased budget and a sizable state loan. This solution, revealing Pasik's great tactical skill, assured the premier more freedom of action, though some viewed it as another capitulation to the officer conspirators. 14 Stefanovic's appointment failed to resolve civil-military tensions. Amidst rumors that the cabinet might name a civilian war minister, key Black Hand officers, including APIS, met in the Danube Division staff room January 15, 1914 to plan strategy. With police detachments on alert at the Royal Palace, rumors spread that the government would retire Apis, Vemic, and other top Black Hand leaders. 15 When that dispute subsided, a graver confrontation arose between cabinet and officer corps over priority in the new southern territories. While a socialist newspaper accused army officers of directing a national colonial policy to plunder those regions, 16 Piedmont denounced government and police officials named from radical loyalists of extortion. Complaints of bribery and corruption, spurred by low salaries and soaring living costs, poured into Belgrade from conquered Macedonia. 17 Serbia's administration of the region, reported British envoys, was disgracefully bad since the radicals had installed in power poorly educated, corrupt cronies. 18 Most civil officials sent to Macedonia in 1913-14, AF. Firmed and Apis colleague, were radical protégés in search of loot who had seized everything possible from the populace. When army officers stationed there objected, they conflicted inevitably with civil authorities. After Major Alexander Blagojevic, a Black Hand member close to Apis, accused a police scribe of theft, Interior Minister Prodic had him removed from the army. 19 During and after the Balkan Wars, the victorious Serbian army enjoyed priority over civil authority in Macedonia while Belgrade debated the proper administration for the new regions. Should there be continued military rule, application of Serbia's democratic laws and constitution, or interim civil administration by decree? The PASIC cabinet decided upon this last option. 20 Since the population there was backward and diverse, that may have been justified, but the Serbian officer corps objected to the implementation. For months Piedmont had feuded with Interior Minister Prodic and the radicals, accusing them of denying the army needed funds, dragging it into party feuds, and quarreling with top officers. Suffering from delusions, Prodic allegedly saw Pretorians in his sleep, and was undermining public confidence in army leaders. Prodic was a disturber of the peace, and a horse thief, who must be removed from the cabinet. 21 But that Prodic was not just seeing Pretorian ghosts. Piedmont itself confirmed, militarism is not a synonym for patriotism, but militarism interpreted rationally and democratically is a sign and measure of patriotism. People's consciousness and strength is manifested most strongly through militarism. 22 In April 1914 Prodic issued a decree proclaiming priority of civil over military officials in the new territories. This sudden move almost toppled the PASIC cabinet and threatened to provoke a military coup. 23 The priority decree prescribed that civilian officials, often junior in service and sometimes corrupt, would outrank senior officers at official functions. Granting virtually unlimited authority to the civil police, the decree confirmed the army's subordination to the state. Discovery on an officer of a concealed weapon could bring him a 12-year prison sentence. 24 The cabinet, screamed Piedmont, was a band of state anarchists whose decrees damaged the national interest, destroyed army morale, and robbed the treasury. The radical regime was incompetent and its foreign policy disastrous. In Macedonia Prodic's police was plundering the population, humiliating Serbia's glorious officers. The priority decree had opened a gulf between police and army in Macedonia. 25 The Interior Ministry promptly blocked Piedmont's dissemination throughout Macedonia. The officers responded swiftly, heightening their previous dismay at trends in Macedonia. The decree to them heralded arbitrary, corrupt civil rule. Decorated commanders felt insulted on state occasions by standing to the left of district chiefs, their juniors in rank and responsibility. General Damjan Popovic, Skopje's military commander, flouted Prodic's decree. Asserting precedence over the civil prefect at a review, he denounced the decree and demanded punishment of the prefect. Prodic thereupon instructed the war minister to retire Popovic. Before he left Skopje, the garrison's officers gave him a demonstrative farewell banquet, which influenced officers of other Macedonian garrisons. Arriving in Belgrade in early May, Popovic was elected chairman of the officers' club in defiance of Prodic. The government, believing only conspirator officers were involved, transferred the loudest protesters to the interior. But each passing day revealed an officer corps virtually united against the cabinet. Several Macedonian garrisons petitioned to have the priority decree rescinded, and General Peter Bojovic, Popovic's successor in Skopje, sent a strong supporting telegram to the war minister. 26 Another test of strength loomed between the cabinet and officers led by Black Hand. Soon this dispute assumed broader political and constitutional dimensions. As opposition leaders criticized Prodic and backed the officers, Premier PASIC faced a major political challenge. With a purely radical cabinet, PASIC was confronted with a potentially united opposition. When the opposition walked out of the assembly over Prodic's decree, the cabinet clung to a precarious majority. If only 7 radical members were absent, no business could be transacted. King Peter was caught between Generals Putnik and Bojovic, who urged him to defend the army's dignity, and PASIC who demanded a mandate to hold new elections. Royal refusal of this request, the radicals argued, would violate the constitution. The king proposed compromise. If PASIC withdrew the priority decree, he would get his mandate. However, Prodic refused, and PASIC would not sacrifice his colleague. 27 Belgrade officers meantime reacted indignantly to a harsh investigation of their club. Prodic alleged that this was the Black Hand's power and financial base. Rumored were gross financial abuses at the club, run by Sido Jovanovic, a Black Hand leader. Early in 1914 the directors requested the war minister to conduct an impartial investigation. Instead, special investigators seized the club treasury and books, and closed it down. General Putnik protested this treatment of the club as if it were a bankrupt pauper. He ordered the seals removed. When General Damjan Popovic, just elected the club's new chairman, defied the commission, it ordered him suspended. Thereupon all the club's officers resigned in protest. Piedmont urged the officer corps to demand Protic's immediate removal. 28 By early May, the issues of the officers' club, Black Hand, and Priority Decree were linked indissolubly in a civil-military power struggle. As the May crisis deepened, the initial actors Protic, Damjan Popovic and Piedmont were joined by Serbia's most powerful individuals and agencies, Apis and Putnik, Ani, King Peter and Prince Alexander, Crown, Pisic, Cabinet, and the political opposition. Apis and Putnik became embroiled with the Crown and radicals, their former allies. After General Popovic reached Belgrade, noted an Austrian report, secret meetings of conspirator officers were held constantly aiming to overturn the government, if not something worse. Believing the Black Hand would pursue its goals unscrupulously, Minister GSL feared violent eruptions, possibly the government's fall or a coup d'état unless the government capitulates to the military party. 29 Apis at first played no part in officer protests against the priority decree, recalled Colonel Milovanovic Balak. Everything occurred spontaneously. Only in mid-May did Apis become an intermediary between General Putnik and officers in Serbia on the one hand, and officers in Macedonia on the other. In Macedonian garrisons matters were already ripe. There was no need to agitate. Officers in Belgrade, unsure how to proceed, either wished the opposition to overturn the radical cabinet or for General Putnik to apply pressure to the king if the decree were not withdrawn. Milovanovic admitted that the officers had no right to resist a cabinet decree. 30. Apis too reacted angrily to the published decree, and briefly had united most officers under his leadership. Why did he and other junior officers head this movement, wondered Misic. We never had any right to do this, Apis explained, nor were we called upon, but from the general resistance to that insult, we took it upon ourselves to obtain satisfaction. This paralleled Apis' behavior in preparing the May coup of 1903. Then too he had preempted the role of senior officers. How could Apis create such a furor in the army? Explain by what magical means you as a lieutenant colonel without relying upon the Black Hand induced junior and senior officers to follow you? Queried Misic. Apis stated, I succeeded in making the disturbance in the officer corps that great through agitation. Naturally, I turned first to my closest friends which I had among higher and lower officers and utilized them all. The organization was dead at that moment, and I did not think of utilizing it anyway, and we were aided by opposition leaders. Since the number of my friends was very great, the agitation succeeded quickly. 31 The officers' response to Protic's decree crystallized when top-ranking officers in Skopje General Bojovic and Colonel Bozidar Terdic encouraged other officers to act. That Black Hand officers stood out in that movement resulted solely from the key posts they held, Apis in the General Staff, Milovanovic Balak in the War Ministry, and Colonel Lazarevic as Chief of Staff in Skopje. As leaders of the May coup, they were already well known to the other officers. Their movement of May 1914 lacked overt political aims. Reflecting the entire officer corps, not a few extremists, it sought merely to defend legally the officer corps' dignity and amour propre. 32 Soon after General Popovic's removal from Skopje, Apis acted. But no longer was he nearly as dynamic, energetic, or decisive as before. Slowed by illness, he had been sobered by family sorrows and the loss of many dear comrades in war. Still, the cabinet and Prince Alexander considered him their most formidable foe. Heading the White Hand, Major Zivkovic exploited Alexander's uncontrollable fear of Apis, that huge man with the ironical gaze, to consolidate Ira's stranglehold over the prince. And Apis' personal magnetism still operated. Around his famous table at the Kolarak restaurant gathered numerous friends and acquaintances. Ever the suave and courteous host, Apis with the eternal cigarette in his teeth, smiled enigmatically as if all the rumpus did not concern him directly. With light-hearted jokes he amused and disarmed admiring listeners. Entire restaurants guarded skulk spies and police agents seeking clues to Apis' impending moves. Watching them in turn were guerrilla fighters loyal to Major Tankosic. Threats and comical confrontations exceeded actual violence. Meanwhile Apis supporters awaited decisive action impatiently. We have plenty of friends and sympathizers, lamented one, but we need fighters. 33 About mid-May Apis went to see General Putnik, Army Chief of Staff, telling him that the officers, angry over the decree, should receive satisfaction. Agreeing, Putnik consented to exert Ira's powerful influence with King Peter and approved Apis' efforts to secure support from the politi. Cal opposition. 34 From Putnik's office Apis went to talk with General Peter Bojovic, new troop commander in Macedonia. His chief of staff, Colonel Milutin Lazarevic, assured Bojovic that the officer corps opposed the decree solidly. Rejoicing, Bojovic told Lazarevic, everything the officer corps feels, I feel also. If something is bothering it, this must be stated legally. You Lazarevic must insist that everything is done in a peaceful and decent manner, so there will be no violation of order and discipline. 2 days later Colonel Terek, assuming command of the Vardar division in Macedonia as Bojovic's subordinate, told Lazarevic that sharing the officers' feelings, he would do anything for their sake. Still, I urge you to see that everything is done legally. 35 Interpreting officer interests in Macedonia, Lazarevic acted as chief link with Apis in Belgrade. Once in Skopje, General Bojovic learned that General Putnik was advising the king to rescind or alter the priority decree. Apis urged his friends in the south to reinforce this campaign by telegraphing the king directly. In order to satisfy legal army procedure, Lazarevic requested Putnik to authorize Macedonian officers to petition the king collectively via the war minister. Putnik approved, and on May 17 all unit commanders in the south, led by Colonel Milovan Plazina, assistant commander of the Simidoja division, went to see Colonel Tirdik. He and Gen. Errol Bojovic were sympathetic, approving the way the officers' protests were being conducted. Replies of divisional commanders confirmed that most southern officers opposed the decree strongly. General Bojovic telegraphed the war minister May 21 supporting warmly the officers' petition against the decree and requesting him to grant their demands. 36. Colonel Lazarevic, Bojovic's chief of staff, wrote Apis twice, first on May 17 here the affair is finished. The commanders saw Bozo Tirdik and he associated himself fully with them, and this evening on behalf of all officers of the Skopje garrison saw General Bojovic. I had already prepared General Bojovic for this and he accepted everything readily. He declared that he was in full solidarity with the officers and would make a proposal to the war minister. Bojovic had added that he wished to send that message for all officers in the region as having a stronger impact. All of this had gone smoothly and without debate. We won't have to reproach ourselves with having violated any principle or set a bad precedent. 37 From Skopje, Lazarevic telegraphed Apis on May 21. This morning we sent the telegram which we spent all night coding. From it you will see that Vojias Ivanovic Ibar division commander revealed himself a consistent coward. We are sending you a copy of our telegram. In case War Minister Dusan Stefanovic should conceal the original, let me know if it is well composed and worded. Greeting to all our comrades from your Milutin. 38 Receiving Lazarevic's first letter, Apis replied that Putnik would go straight to the king. But Putnik doubted King Peter could get the decree withdrawn because War Minister Stefanovic and officers hostile to Apis, later organizers of the Salonika trial, insisted that most officers had accept the decree. The whole affair, trumpeted Tribum, was the work of adventurers who should be removed from the army. 39 Meanwhile Apis in a major political initiative conferred with opposition leaders. Meeting with Vojislav Beljakovic, liberals, then with Milorad Draskovic, independent radicals, he stressed that now was the time for the united opposition to win power. Apis found them favorable to the officers' cause. In this sense I also met several times with Draskovic and Jabatovic at the Export Bank and with Dr. Veljakovic at the Brekar Club and with Stovan Ribarak at Colonel Milan Tukakovic's home. In constant touch with them and with Putnik, Apis carried messages back and forth. In his discussions with the opposition, they considered a military coup as one extreme but possible solution to the crisis. Independent radical leaders, notably Draskovic, allegedly consented to undertake one, if need be. 40 Apis' subsequent instructions to his Skopje friends stemmed directly from those discussions. Opposition politicians, he affirmed later, would have welcomed a little scandal to oust the Pisic cabinet. Once in power, they would smooth it over. Apis claimed he had sought no authority from Black Hand to deal with the opposition. One did this as an ordinary member of Black Hand which was not directly involved in those talks with the politicians. The result of my negotiations with the Vojvoda Putnik J and the politicians was, the opposition decided to accept the government, except for the Social Democrats with whom I had no contact. All this work had a fully loyal character toward court and crown. 41 His sole object, insisted Apis, was to satisfy the officers, yet his actions seem incompatible with an officer's role in a democratic country. With the radicals, cabinet, and Prince Alexander opposing him, Apis relied on the opposition knowing he would succeed if it won a majority of assembly seats in the next elections. Apis used his unique powers of persuasion to unite the opposition. Spearheaded by Piedmont, it could then defeat and oust the radical cabinet. 42 During these negotiations Putnik summoned Apis to his office and gave him a tom note which Panta Tukakovic, a Belgrade lawyer and radical envoy, had left on his office table. Putnik had instructed his adjutant to collect the fragments and paste them on a sheet of paper. Angered by the note, Putnik asked Apis to show it to opposition leaders as an example of radical methods against him. Apis explained later that he had photographed the original, giving a copy to opposition leaders, Davidovic and Draskovic. Apparently Tukakovic's notes for his interview with Putnik, it queried, was the Vojvoda working with the Black Hand? It is improbable he would defile his great name by friendship with such dirty people. He should remain out of politics until the priority affair was resolved. When politics enters the army it is finished. Putnik did not tell Apis what devious methods the radicals were employing against him. 43 On May 21 General Bojovic wrote War Minister Stefanovic on behalf of all officers in Macedonia, lately there has come to my attention a movement among officers of some garrisons to give expression to their dissatisfaction over the incorrect attitude of police officials involved with them in service and out of it, and about some newspaper writings against the officers so as to create divisions among them. 44 Piedmont promptly published this message. Knowing that Bojovic and Putnik were backing their petition, Macedonian officers were performing their normal duties loyally to General Bojovic's full satisfaction. Colonel Lazarevic told envoys from the assembly, government, and court that the officers had no political aims, no one favored military rule. Apparently reassured, the envoys departed. 4 So far matters were tending towards compromise. However, Prince Alexander reacted angrily to the officers' protest and its publication in Piedmont. From Vrnjačka Banja Spa the prince returned suddenly to Belgrade and assumed a direct role. Having issued orders to the army in the field for 2 years, Alexander refused now to remain impotent, nor did he espouse his father's strict constitutionalism. Yielding to the officers' collective petition would confirm his dependence on the officer corps. Could one rule Serbia that way? Alexander's hatred of Apis was growing, fostered by the prince's self-serving entourage. 46 Thus the Pisic cabinet and crown prince ignored officer requests to withdraw the priority decree. When Apis realized this, he apparently sought to trigger Pisic cabinet's fall by a putsch in Macedonia involving replacement of some civil with military officials. The Macedonian populace, Apis believed, alienated by Protic's corrupt officials, would surely welcome this. Apis by then may have feared retribution from the Pisic cabinet for his role in uniting the opposition. Apis believed Colonel Lazarevic intended not a full-scale military coup, but a dramatic gesture which would topple the cabinet and force new elections. Then power would pass legally to the united opposition. 47 Apis apparently resolved on this without consulting the comrades later convicted with him at Salonika. The radicals claimed later that Apis had prepared a military power seizure in both Macedonia and Serbia proper. Apis insisted, however, he had acted loyally towards crown and constitution and had never contemplated leading an army coup or setting up a military dictatorship. At Salonika Apis declared that on May 26 or 27 he had written his relative, Lieutenant Colonel Dusan Glisic, who was to show the letter to Colonel Lazarevic, Vladimir Kvetkovic and Božan Simic. Apis gave it to Colonel Plazina, assistant commander of the Simiđa division, who was returning to Skopje by train. He wrote it hastily so he could give it personally to Plazina. The Black Hand was not involved, asserted Apis, since neither Plazina nor Glisic belonged. The crisis had reached a peak, wrote Apis. Energetic action was required to satisfy the army officers. In the letter I said that if the old Pisic cabinet remained in power and the crisis were not resolved promptly, to act so the crisis would continue. 48 I expected that they his comrades J would do much more if I asked them to than they would undertake on their own. Apis hinted what he had in mind. I instructed my comrades in Skopje to persuade county and district chiefs to assume police power temporarily. He denied though that he intended any similar action in Serbia proper. It would be only a partial military coup. For the Salonika court Colonel Misic asked the colonel, did you prepare a plan to lead troops of the Belgrade garrison with your comrades from Black Hand one night to the palace, force King Peter to abdicate in favor of heir Alexander, impose your men on him as ministers and kill existing ministers, Stojan Protic, and Dusan Stefanovic, only to renounce that plan when at the last moment Dr. Nikolić Gavrilovic communicated to you on Terazija a prepared police order to prevent such action and that you would all lose your heads? Apis denied this flatly, nor had he heard of any such police order. Nikolić Gavrilovic, national activist and personal friend, had met him at Hotel London in Belgrade, near Terazija, during the crisis. Pleading with Apis not to heighten tensions over the decree, Gavrilovic had warned, dear friend, I fear for your life. 49 Other than Apis' voluntary testimony, the Salonika court lacked proof that he had planned an army power seizure in Macedonia or Serbia. Apis had instructed his friends in Skopje to remove a regional or district chief and send him bag and baggage to Belgrade, or in another version, to dismiss some county and district chiefs in the new regions and send them to Belgrade with all their baggage, and here in Belgrade it will be Arkan. Soon to smooth over the affair. 50 The latter suggested a major power transfer in Macedonia with Apis following it up in Belgrade. Giving the letter to Plazina, Apis accompanied him and Milovanovic to Belgrade railway station. Alone there with Plazina, Apis summarized his letter to Glisic stressing that he expected HS Skopje comrades to act energetically. Plazina doubted they would implement Apis' proposals. They will, exclaimed Apis. Rejoining his comrades, Colonel Milovanovic interjected, and what if they do not want to? Apis told Milovanovic he merely wished to satisfy the officers. But Colonel Plazina, knowing what Apis' letter contained, testified at Salonika, Apis had urged his friends to remove the police authorities in the new regions, and inform him of this by telegram. But not even Plazina claimed Apis had written, take power into your hands. 52 Anyway, Apis' instructions were not carried out. Apparently, his friends divulged them to no one, so the incident passed without immediate consequences. From Skopje on May 28 Plazina wrote Apis he had given Glisic the sealed letter, but no action would be taken because they were all opposed to having the army seize power. Wrote Plazina, as soon as I arrived here, I found Dusan Glisic, Milutin Lazarevic, Vladimir Kvetkovic, and Božan Simic and informed them what we should do when an official report was received that the cabinet had remained the same. All without exception are strongly opposed to having the army take power into its hands in order to compel the government to retreat. All find that this would bring down hatred and condemnation upon them and would bring much into question, and that those against whom they would be acting in that sense would only gain. Conduct yourselves there accordingly. If any protest in some other phone is necessary, then inform us. 53 Plazina interpreted Apis' instructions as urging a partial power seizure. Although Apis argued that he sought merely to apply enough pressure to topple the Pisic cabinet, he seems not to have realized how grossly that violated his sworn role as a Serbian officer. Here was the chief of military intelligence meeting surreptitiously with opposition politicians. Apis tried to explain, my message to Skopje was the product of conversations with opposition parties about which those in Skopje were ignorant, so when they read my message about replacing police authorities, they thought I had undertaken some daredevil step in Belgrade and therefore used those expressions to me, rejecting his request. 54. Lieutenant Colonel Glisic, to whom Apis' letter had been addressed, responded also on May 28, Dear Apis, here there is not a single person who would agree with your proposal. With it would be caused irreparable damage, bringing into question the most vital interests of the country. The officer corps would be split as never before, and there is no prospect that anything good could come from what you have proposed. Our aim is to preserve solidarity in the officer corps here at least, and to strengthen it, and then to fight against any government if it should attack us. Thus I ask you to renounce the path you are thinking of following, since no one will accompany you on that path. This is the honest truth and you should realize it. We are obliged to bring this calmly to your knowledge so that you will not make any mistake which one could correct and which would be fatal both for the country and for all of us. We are empowered by our comrades here to inform you of this. Your Dusan 55 Apis could not persuade even relatives and comrades to engage in perilous political adventurism. Before the Salonika trial, Colonel Plazina told the historian, Slobodan Jovanovic, that Apis had favored temporary replacement of civil police power in Macedonia with military authority. Perhaps he had believed this would be merely a demonstration against the cabinet, but Plazina, more cautious than Apis, viewed it quite differently. To remove a single county or district chief and ship him to Belgrade bag and baggage would signify beginning to replace all civil authority in Macedonia with military rule. Even such a little scandal would bear all the earmarks of a putsch. The Pisic cabinet, which the opposition could not oust legally, would have interpreted that as an attempted military coup. Consequently, Apis' friends refused to obey his instructions. 56. On the other hand, accusations made at Salonika that Apis had plotted a full-scale military coup to destroy the regime and dynasty remain unproven and appear far-fetched. Lacking Apis' letter to his colleagues in Skopje, we do not know his precise instructions. To cite Black Hand statutes to prove Apis' subservice intent is most misleading. By May 1914, unification or death no longer operated as a cohesive organization. Apis stated in Salonika under oath, never either then or later did it enter my mind that the army should take power into its hands. After the 1903 coup, he pointed out, the conspirators had restored power to the politi. Kians immediately and never thereafter had sought power. In this affair of the priority decree I had the same feelings and was very far from the idea that the army should take power. I worked for and wished strongly that the officers be given satisfaction. 57. His claims are supported somewhat by his intensive efforts to unite the opposition so it could defeat the radicals at the polls. Why do that if he intended to have the army seize power? Apis' ardent patriotism suggests he would avoid actions leading to civil war, especially in 1914. In Serbia's weakened state, such a conflict would have been an engraved invitation to Austria-Hungary to restore order by armed intervention. However, Apis seemed not to understand that his actions during the May crisis were incompatible with his status as a key military leader in a democratic society. At the end of May everything hung in balance. All major power elements in Serbia were locked in struggle. The public wondered how it would be resolved. Many expected the Black Hand led by the enigmatic Apis to triumph. Its apparent strength had induced the opposition to cooperate with it. But once involved in political maneuvers, Apis lost his mysterious aura and seemed less formidable to Prince Alexander and the radicals. Supported by War Minister Stefanovic and the White Hand, the cabinet drafted stringent measures against the Apis group. One decree would retire many high Black Hand officers and transfer others to the interior, a second would appoint their opponents to key posts in Belgrade. The government acted also to guard against any coup attempt in Belgrade. The White Hand assured the cabinet that Apis, lacking sufficient army support, would not act. But the plan to pension off or disperse the Apis faction was blocked by Colonel Krista Smoljanic, chief of operations. Facing possible Austrian invasion, Smoljanic opposed removal of so many able army leaders. Vojvoda Putnik was old and ill, General Stefanovic had been sidelined, and Generals Misic and Popovic had been retired. New removals and transfers would imperil the army's defensive capacity. As the crisis dragged on, Apis' friends grew worried. They discerned their hero's uncharacteristic hesitation. Turned down by his Skopje friends, Apis avoided confrontation with the cabinet. Realizing the battle was lost, he sought compromise, sending Colonel Milovanovic Balak to Prince Alexander with peace feelers. Milovanovic pleaded with the prince not to abandon his old conspirator friends and predicted catastrophe if Pisic retained power. He intended to rule as well as reign, retorted Alexander, but not with the conspirators, the Pisic cabinet must remain. But he assured Balak the priority decree would be withdrawn, Prodic would leave the cabinet, and Putnik might become war minister. Balak would obtain a post in the chief inspectorate, and Apis and his friends would keep their posts. Here was the outline of a compromise. 5 asterisk. Russian intervention largely saved the Pisic cabinet. Refusing to sacrifice Prodic, Premier Pisic had relied on a narrow radical assembly majority to pass key measures. When he could govern no longer with it, Pisic submitted his resignation. Russia stepped in to prevent his fall. Ambassador Nicholas Hartwig, with vast influence in Belgrade, declared Russia's Balkan policies required Pisic in office. The French hinted a Serbian opposition regime might not receive their financial backing. Aided by Prince Alexander, Hartwig won over non-conspirator officers to a compromise. Soon the public learned that the entire PASIC cabinet would remain. The opposition, divided over program, was outplayed by the wily PASIC. Disillusioned with the conspirators, independent radical leaders concluded PASIC was preferable to chaos. Accepting Prince Alexander's promises, Apis informed his friends he would launch no risky adventures, then withdrew into the shadows. His most devoted followers, receiving no explanation, were alienated. Next day Piedmont wrote ironically, "It is easy for you officers, you can always bargain, but what will happen to us civilians?" King Peter, caught between cabinet and army and pressured by Russia to retain PASIC, withdrew from active political life. Late in June he transferred his powers mostly to Alexander as Prince Regent. Prodic's decree was withdrawn, but he kept office. 59 thus ended the May crisis. The chief winners were PASIC and Alexander, both now hostile to Apis. But PASIC had prevailed less from personal ability and radical strength than from Russia's support. Assuming royal powers, Alexander resolved to destroy Apis and the conspirators, whom he viewed as obstructing his authority in the army. He and the radicals had only deferred a final settlement with them. Upcoming elections, PASIC anticipated, would give him a strong enough mandate to break Apis' hold over the officer corps. The confrontation between cabinet and officer corps had undermined Black Hand influence. Except perhaps for the radicals, everyone was disgruntled at the outcome of the May crisis, marking the beginning of the end of Apis' prestige and political influence. Chapter 12 Murder in Sarajevo, June 1914, Malibu carried out my instructions, organized and carried through the assassination. Its chief participants were in my service and received small honoraria which I sent to them through Malibu. Apis to the Salonika court, March 1917 Archduke Franz Ferdinand's murder in Sarajevo, Bosnia on June 15-28, 1914, most scholars agree, touched off World War I. Who was responsible for that murder and the subsequent cataclysmic war has been debated ever since. Was Serbia the innocent victim of Austro-German aggression? Or did Serbia plan, or at least know an attempt would be made, to kill the Archduke? Yugoslav scholars reject almost unanimously German and Austrian assertions that Serbia deserved primary blame for the murder and for World War I. Yugoslavs still dispute who deserves credit for Franz Ferdinand's death and how much Belgrade knew about the plot, but they tend to view the murder as justified retribution for the annexation of Bosnia. 1 Who conceived and executed the Archduke's assassination? Some Yugoslav historians affirm that revolutionary nationalist students of Young Bosnia, Mlada Bosna, organized and carried it out with minimal aid. 123. From Serbia's government or military. 2 Others believe Colonel Apis and the Black Hand prepared the plot. Apis defenders, glorifying him and Black Hand as martyrs and heroes, accept his declaration at Salonika in 1917 that he and his agents removed the Archduke. 3 Defenders of the Salonika trial's verdict, affirming the Apis group's paramount role in the Sarajevo murder, claim they relied on Germany to solve the Yugoslav question. 4 Early in 1914 Serbia's leaders agreed their country required years of peace to recover from the Balkan Wars, rebuild the army, and integrate the South. Facing officer hostility and opposition maneuvers, Premier Pisic feared Serbia might not obtain such a respite. He warned General Putnik confidentially that Colonel Apis' links with revolutionary Bosnian students might endanger Serbia. 5 Apis in 1913 had told Svetozar Pribicevic, a respected Serbian politician from Croatia, he feared Austria-Hungary might attack Serbia before she recovered. We still need several years of peace, warned Apis. Then after that we will come to you in Croatia. To Pribicevic this suggested Apis possessed sound common sense, whereas the radical leader, Ljubomir Jovanovic Patok, claimed he was emotional and disordered. Surely Serbia's rulers must have known Apis' attributes, argued Pribicevic. Would they install as intelligence chief someone without common sense? Anyone slated for such a key post, he noted, underwent a thorough investigation. Besides, Apis was very well known in Serbia, a country where everybody seemed to know everyone else. 6 From the general staff, Apis, while opposing Prodic's decree, was involved deeply in foreign policy though lacking detailed knowledge of foreign affairs or true political understanding. He believed only terroristic methods were effective in achieving Serbia's national goals. Such methods had succeeded in the Ottoman Empire, but Austria-Hungary was quite different. Attempting terrorist actions there, Apis played lightheartedly with fire and helped ignite a world war. Informed circles in Serbia, blaming Apis for the assassination, deplored it. 7 That spring Apis became preoccupied with preparations to greet Archduke Franz Ferdinand appropriately in Sarajevo. Agreeing Serbia required peace, Apis and Pisic differed how best to achieve it. Pisic, the politician, favored cautious and conciliatory policies. Apis, the national revolutionary, viewing the Archduke as the chief obstacle to peace, concluded he should be removed forcibly. Apis regarded the Archduke as a dynamic leader preparing a preemptive strike to crush Serbia and end its leadership of the South Slav national movement. To Apis Franz Ferdinand was the Austrian War Party's irreplaceable chief, the only Austrian leader able to regenerate a disintegrating dual monarchy. By uniting South Slavs of the monarchy under a uniform, coordinated administration, the Archduke might halt erosion of Austrian power and envelop Serbia. Vigorous Franz Ferdinand as emperor instead of 84-year-old Franz Joseph might delay Serbian unification indefinitely. Apis saw the Archduke's imminent visit to Sarajevo, coinciding with Austrian maneuvers in eastern Bosnia, as heralding an invasion of Serbia and southward advance to Salonika. If the Archduke were eliminated, concluded Apis, peace would be guaranteed indefinitely. Serbia could recover fully and prepare for a showdown with its traditional foe. By then Serbia's great ally, Russia, would be ready to join with her in war. 8 Serbia's self-confidence soared after her victorious Balkan Wars. No longer would Serbs accept Austrian provocations supinely. The Habsburg heirs' formal visit to Bosnia's capital on the anniversary of the Battle of Kosovo, 1389, combined with maneuvers on the Dina, seemed designed deliberately to insult and humiliate Serbia. Youthful Serbs, their national feelings inflated by recent successes, faced the future fearlessly. Nothing seemed impossible now, even defeating Austria-Hungary, which many Serbs assumed was now moribund like Turkey. Doubtless Apis was influenced by such ideas, circulating then in Belgrade. 9 Apis' concern over the Archduke's intentions in 1914 seems confirmed by some later assessments. In an interview in Paris Sur Dimanche June 28, 1937 Dr. Max Hohenberg, the Archduke's eldest son, stated Franz Ferdinand had intended turning Austria-Hungary into a federation of its nations, taking into account the interests of each individual people, and solve the difficult Danube problem. Such a Vienna-led federation threatened the interests of some great powers which had their own aggressive and annexationist plans. To block these, affirmed Hohenberg, the German secret police collaborated closely with guerrillas in preparing the Sarajevo murder. 10 Intimating German complicity in the assassination, Hohenberg supplied no supporting evidence. Claiming Franz Ferdinand's policy of trialism, turning Austria-Hungary into a triple monarchy by unifying its South Slavs, had provoked his murder. Apis' nephew told the historian, Luigi Albertini, motives for the murder in Sarajevo should be sought in the Slavophile policy of Franz Ferdinand. The Archduke fell victim to his trialist views. Had he been able to realize his plan, Serbia would have had to gravitate towards Austria-Hungary. Apis, a wise political thinker, discerned the whole danger of the Archduke's plan. Austria intended to achieve unification of the South Slavs within the framework of the Danubian monarchy. Dimitrijević Apis, who spent several months in the Serbian embassy in Berlin, must have been seriously worried when he learned about the political plans of the Austrian heir to the throne. 11 Only his admirers considered Apis a profound political thinker. With his great political and revolutionary instincts, wrote Milan Zivanovic, Apis discerned the danger posed by such a trialist policy, and the energy of that potential monarch, and understood what a danger threatened the South Slavs. Thus his decision ripened as soon as he saw an opportunity to resolve that question quickly and definitively. In his path stood Franz Ferdinand, and he removed him from it. At one stroke, unification of the South Slavs under the Habsburgs was eliminated forever from the agenda. 12 Thus Apis' worshipful nephew. Austro-Hungarian leaders in 1914 had decided to occupy Serbia, affirmed Alexander Blagojevic, a Black-Hand colleague of Apis. Soon Serbia's general staff, including Apis, discerned the scheme headed by Franz Ferdinand. I immediately proposed, recalled Blagojevic, that this question of our enslavement be solved by Franz Ferdinand's death. After discussion, the CEC adopted this proposal, which was executed precisely according to plan. 13 The autocratic Franz Ferdinand gathered leading Austrian generals, statesmen, and journalists at his beautiful Belvedere Palace in Vienna. His aim, wrote Ljubibratic, a Bosnian scholar, was to renew the Three Emperors League, Austria-Hungary, Germany, and Russia, created by Chancellor Bismarck in 1873. Considering Austria's liberal ally, Italy, an enemy, the devoutly Catholic Archduke regarded the Church, army, and Austria's Germans as pillars of his future imperial rule. Strongly anti-Magyar, he considered dualism, ensuring equality to the Magyars, fatal to the monarchy. He wished to introduce trialism by creating a South Slav kingdom to which later could be joined Croatia and Dalmatia, and still later a subservient Serbia. As the triple monarchies advanced post in the march to Salonika, Serbia would be totally absorbed. Premier Pisic, speaking to Italy's Count Sforza about the Archduke's trialist schemes, declared, "It was the only time in my life that I was truly scared." Franz Ferdinand, noted Sforza, aimed to strengthen the Habsburg monarchy, not satisfy its people's aspirations. However, except for Catholic clericals in Croatia and Bosnia who looked to the Archduke, Austrian Slavs no longer welcomed such dynastic solutions. Franz Ferdinand's trip to Sarajevo and the Bosnian maneuvers were to reinforce that element. Rejoiced pro-clerical Hrvatski Dnevnik June 12, 1914. He Franz Ferdinand comes to Bosnia as the commander of the entire military strength of our great monarchy. As if he were sending us and our enemies his loud message, never shall Bosnia leave the body of the Habsburg monarchy. The monarchy's entire power will defend the Bosnian lands to the end and the last breath. 14 Franz Ferdinand was the strongest advocate of a preventive war against Serbia, wrote Yugoslav military historian, Colonel Peter Opasic. Many European leaders viewed him as a fanatical and bellicose clerical. Around the Archduke, Austrian military circles had rattled their sabers on Serbia's frontiers during the Balkan Wars, awaiting some pretext for invasion. Colonel von Bardolpha, Franz Ferdinand's chief of staff, wrote late in 1912, "The South Slav question can be resolved only by subjugating Serbia." A month later, Konrad von Hotzendorf, Austro-Hungarian chief of staff, also proposed attacking Serbia. Since European conditions then precluded this, Emperor Franz Joseph blocked the heir's proposed ultimatum to Belgrade. But during 1913 the Balkan League dissolved and Russian influence in the region waned. 15 But Leopold Klemecki, an Austrian scholar, insisted the Archduke's plan had been wholly defensive. Fanatically pro-Austrian and seeing his beloved monarchy crumbling, he aimed to transform its military and legal basis. In the Belvedere he marshaled the few who realized the urgent need for basic reform. They clashed with the old emperor and his entourage, the Magyars, and conservative Austrian aristocrats. Adopting trialism, Franz Ferdinand opposed annexing any Serbian territory, saying, "For God's sake, not that. Not a square kilometer of Serbian soil, not a single Serbian plum tree." Aiming to preserve, not conquer, he had even opposed annexing Bosnia and Herzegovina. His aims were understood better in Belgrade than in Vienna. If the Archduke should become emperor and implement his program, Serbian leaders realized, there would be no greater Serbia. With Croatia joined with Slovenes, Dalmatians, and Bosnia-Herzegovina into a united South Slav Habsburg bloc, the road to greater Serbia envisaged by Pasic and Apis would be blocked. With the monarchy disintegrating internally, the Archduke advocated peace and sought ties with powerful Germany. Out of a chaotic monarchy he wished to create a new and stable order. Serbian nationalists thus wished to eliminate him, then await old Franz Josef's demise as the signal for Austria-Hungary's final dissolution. 16 Apis actually decided upon that assassination and carried it out in practice, asserted his nephew. Before leaving for Sarajevo, Gavrilo Princip, the Archduke's young Bosnian assassin, received Apis' personal instructions and encouragement to commit the murder. Apis' later execution resulted primarily from his admission he had organized the plot, claimed Zivanovic. Stated Apis early in 1917, "I emphasized once to you that perhaps I erred in writing openly to the Salonika court that I carried out the Sarajevo assassination. I would say now on the basis of these hearings at Salonika that this is the main reason why I will be killed." Zivanovic insisted that Apis' role in planning and implementing the murder was predominant. 17 Through guerrilla chieftain Tankosic, who instructed the assassins in use of firearms and bombs, and other friends, Apis enabled the young Bosnians to commit their historic deed. Supplying them with revolvers and bombs, he secured their passage from Serbia into Bosnia. Those youths had prepared for their supreme sacrifice spontaneously and were organized by Bosnian revolutionary groups, but Apis directed their preparedness to its true goal. 18 Following the tradition of Zirajic, 19 Bosnian students had planned to murder high Austrian officials, especially in Bosnia, but their hatred had focused on General Oskar Posiorek, governor of Bosnia. Apis convinced them one must strike the snake in the head by killing Franz Ferdinand, not replaceable governors or generals. Removing the Archduke, argued Apis, would doom the monarchy's regeneration and reorganization and remove the main obstacle to Serbian unity. 20 Serbia's national revolutionary movement, wrote Zivanovic, centered then in the general staff. Enjoying General Putnik's unlimited support, Apis held everything in his hands. By then the Black Hand and its CEC allegedly no longer actually functioned and thus neither planned nor implemented the murder. In Serbia in all this the main and decisive role was played by Colonel Apis with a few of his closest colleagues, all of whom were members of Unification or Death. And with the collaboration of Raid Malibovic. 21 Malibovic, claimed Colonel Pavlovic, first informed Apis that Franz Ferdinand would visit Sarajevo and lead maneuvers in eastern Bosnia. These moves seemed preparatory to an invasion of Serbia. Knowing that Serbia was exhausted from the Balkan Wars and incapable of resisting the great Austrian strength and that Serbia must inevitably perish if it came to war then with Austria-Hungary, Malibovic was the first to propose to Apis to kill Franz Ferdinand as the leader of Austria's imperialistic Balkan policy and thus avert the chief danger threatening Serbia. 22 Receiving assurances Russia would defend Serbia if she were invaded, Apis decided to implement the plot, instructing Malibovic and Major Vulovic to arrange for armed assassins to cross into Bosnia. 23 Apis' letter to the Salonika officers' court in 1917, long kept secret, affirmed strongly his leading role in the Sarajevo plot. I enlisted Raid Malibovic to organize for me an intelligence network in Austria-Hungary. In agreement with Artemonov, the Russian military attaché, who met personally with Raid in my presence. After Raid had begun work, believing that Austria was preparing for war with us, I thought that with the removal of the heir to the throne, Ferdinand, the military party and current he headed would lose strength, thus removing or at least delaying the danger of war somewhat. For that purpose I hired Malibovic to organize Ferdinand's murder upon his arrival in Sarajevo. I decided on this definitively only after Artemonov had assured me that Russia would not leave us undefended if Austria attacked us. Then came the controversial portion of Apis' statement. Malibovic carried out my instructions, organized and carried through the assassination. Its chief participants were all in my service and received small honoraria which I sent them through Malibovic. Some of the receipts, wrote Apis, remained in Russian hands. I received money for this from Artemonov since the Serbian general staff did not then have credit to conduct this intensified work. 24 Apis made his deposition to the court believing it would halt the Salonika trial. 25 With Serbia fighting Austria-Hungary, he could not imagine that confirming his initiative in the Archduke's murder could seal his doom. Apis told the court the truth, concluded Ljubibratic, but not the whole truth. 26 Apis' relationship with Russia, especially with military attaché, Viktor Artemonov, remains disputed. Russia's general staff and secret police, allege some scholars, stood behind Colonel Apis as instigators of the Sara Chavo murder. 27 For his part, Apis claimed he decided on the murder only after Artimonov assured him of Russian support for Serbia. On this occasion one did not communicate to Artimonov my intentions for the assassination, but found a pretext to seek his views about Russia's attitude too. Registered in 1938, Artimonov for a German publication explained his role prior to the murder. With Black Hand and the Serbian government at odds, Artimonov had dealt with Apis only officially and solely to obtain information. I met with Mr. Dimitrijević exclusively in his office at the General Staff. His own General Staff had not instructed him to influence Serbia's position. Departing for Switzerland on leave June 19, 1914, Artimonov later denied any part in the Sarajevo plot. Neither Russia nor Serbia, he affirmed, desired the Archduke's death. 29 He returned to Belgrade July 15, the day Austria declared war on Serbia. However, Victor Serge, a Russian émigré revolutionary, claimed in 1925 that Apis' colleague, Božan Simic, had told him, Apis regarded it as his duty before undertaking decisive action, to reach agreement with Artimonov. He informed him about the preparations for the Sarajevo assassination. A few days later Artimonov gave him his reply, which went, "Go forward. If you are attacked, you won't be alone." Artimonov sought precise instructions from his superiors. 30 Simic's assertion seems improbable. A Russian promise to defend Serbia would have come through the foreign ministry, not by Artimonov. Nor would such a subordinate official's promise have been binding. From Artimonov, Apis had sought no ironclad pledge, merely his opinion. Despite Apis' denial, Artimonov probably knew something about preparations for the murder. While Artimonov was on leave, his tasks were assumed by Alexander Verkhovsky, later war minister in Russia's provisional government. Recalled Tridar Berzinski of the Petrograd Archaeological Institute, the Sarajevo assassination was prepared with the support of the acting Russian military attaché in Belgrade, Captain Verkhovsky. A young man I had known for years, and who told me sincerely the truth about the origins, preparation, and execution of the plot. 31 Dr. Vojislav Bogisevic, later chief archivist in Sarajevo, published responses by Apis' colleagues to his queries about responsibility for the murder. Recalled Colonel Vojislav Gajakovic, I affirm also that in that affair were involved only Apis, Vilovic, and Tankosic. Had anyone else tried to push himself into that threesome? He is an ordinary boaster and I ask you to pay him no heed. I was very close to Apis, but still he never said anything to me about it. Besides, had I been in his place, I would not have acted differently. Only those who were to carry out the deed knew about it. Both of them were very reliable and devoted to Apis. Had Tankosic not been killed in 1915, he also would have been shot at Salonika. 32 Another Apis associate argued that killing the Archduke was not Malibovic's idea. Writing Bogisevic in June 1956, Alexander Blagojevic affirmed that he, not Malibovic, had persuaded Apis to order the murder committed in order to prevent war. In charge of an Albanian frontier post, Blagojevic came to Belgrade on leave in April 1914. Meeting with Apis and Major Vilovic in downtown Belgrade, Blagojevic accompanied them to Apis' office in Kalmtun Fortress. "Well, now that I see you, chiefs, what do you think?" asked Apis of his two Black Hand comrades. The colonel declared, "Up to now what we have done in nationalist activity has turned out well, but what should we do now with Austria? She is making formidable preparations against us. The danger is very great. She wants to destroy us. We have reports informing us that their heir to the throne, Ferdinand, is making dangerous preparations. Here is the report of the Russian military attaché, Artimonov, warning us about decisions by Austrian and German military circles to occupy us. The foreign ministry has sent us a document of Ambassador Hartwig speaking of the same thing and advising us to show great caution in our operations towards Austria because Russia is still not prepared militarily. 33 Far from provoking conflict with the Austrians, Russia sought to restrain Serbia. Malibovic, real Apis, secured an appointment as head waiter at the officers' club in Zagreb. He described a party by officers of the garrison where many toasts were drunk. The Archduke ended matters shouting, "See you in Belgrade. Down with Serbia." After Apis' account, Blagojevic allegedly stated, "If it has gotten to the point when the fate of our people depends on the will of one man or group of men, then down with them. Let us be worthy sons of our people and work to crush this dragon which wishes to devour Serbia." "How so?" asked Colonel Apis. "If no one else can be found," said Blagojevic, "let one of us guerrilla chiefs go there and thwart the designs of that dragon," responded Apis. "We must think this over seriously." But Blagojevic persisted. The late Bogdan Zirajic still has his followers, and Silja Tankosic knows them well, and since they are right here in Belgrade, someone should take it on himself to arrange this affair. Nodding in apparent approval, Apis said, "I'll talk with Silja." 34 Presumably then Apis and Tankosic had worked out detailed plans for the assassination. Svetosar Pribicevic from Croatia idealized Apis then as the Serbian officer's most influential and determined leader. It was generally agreed, he affirmed, that Apis was an idealist who sought no personal advantage, lacked personal ambition, and was devoted to national interests. Certainly he gave that impression. Ready to use any means to achieve South Slav unity. He aimed to destroy Austria-Hungary and concentrated his attention on preparing Serbia for a military showdown. Malibovic was Apis' best agent in forging ties with South Slavs and preparing a national revolution. On the other hand, radical leader, Ljubomir Jovanović Patok, claiming Apis wanted the Archduke murdered, told Pribicevic that later he planned to kill William II of Germany too. Exclaimed Jovanović Patok, he was a bandit. Objecting to this, Pribicevic affirmed that the Serbian government during his lifetime never accused Apis of plotting the Archduke's death. Only after his execution did it allege Apis' participation in order to justify his conviction for treason. Nor did Apis' alleged role prove he sought war or believed killing the Archduke would provoke it. With Serbia's complicity unproven, how could a murder by an Austrian citizen constitute a pretext for conflict? Knowing Serbia required peace in 1914, Apis definitely opposed war, wrote Pribicevic. To have sought war then with Austria would have been insane, which Apis certainly was not. 35. The pro-radical scholar, Stanoje Stanojevic, depicted Apis negatively as a restless spirit full of desire for adventure, who was constantly thinking up and planning plots and assassinations. He had aimed to kill William II, King Ferdinand of Bulgaria, and Prince Alexander. In his account, Apis emerges as a professional assassin, surely a gross mischaracterization. Major Tankosic, affirmed Stanojevic, informed Apis in May 1914 that he had just talked with envoys of Bosnian students determined to kill Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo. Consenting to this, Apis had authorized Tankosic to train the youths to handle weapons. 10 days later they left for Bosnia. Neither Apis nor Tankosic told anyone until June 2 when Apis convened a meeting of CEC. 36 He told his colleagues he and Tankosic had sent 2 youths to murder the Archduke who aimed to provoke war with Serbia. After lively debate, all CEC members except Tankosic opposed that plan. At their insistence, Apis agreed to try to halt the plot. Whether he acted too late or the assassins refused to obey remains uncertain. 37 That Apis organized the plot through Malibubic, wrote Dr. Vojislav Bogicevic, was corroborated by a document in the Sarajevo archive. This confirmed Apis' allegation that Malibubic took weapons for the assassins into Bosnia. Even before World War II, added the archivist, he had information that Apis had organized the Sarajevo murder, but he felt he should not disclose it until Apis' report to the Salonika court had been released. Bogicevic in 1953 published 2 earlier letters of Alexander Blagojevic confirming that Neretna Odbrana, accused by the Austrian ultimatum, had played no part in the Sarajevo murder. Right until that event, its chairman, General Boza Yankovic, had worked for the Austrian military attaché. Those 3 great dead patriots, Apis, Vulovic, and Malibubic, affirmed Blagojevic, are the only ones who prepared and executed that affair. 38 But Blagojevic, close to Apis, was not an impartial witness. Defenders of the Salonika verdict 39 alleged that Apis believed the Central Powers would win World War I and that the South Slav problem could be solved by relying on Germany. Pro-Salonika writers emphasized Apis' close ties with the Germanophile, Dr. Milos Bogicevic. 40 Bogicevic allegedly, during Apis' 1913 stay in Berlin, introduced him to German army leaders who helped him write articles in German newspapers about Serbia's problems. Calling Apis his great friend, Bogicevic noted he had impressed many higher German officers. Early in World War I, Bogicevic spent much time at Apis' office in Kragujevac. 41 The young Bosnians, not Apis, conceived and executed the Sarajevo murder independently, claimed a Bosnian scholar, not merely because Princip carried it out but because of all the participants. He alone remained consistent from beginning to end in executing the decisions reached. 42 Gavrilo Princip, a national revolutionary, and Nedeljko Kabranovic, an anarchist, inspired by previous attempts against top Austrian leaders. 43 Planned the Sarajevo murder. Apis' Salonika deposition claiming responsibility. Wrote Ljubibratic, reflected his psychological state then and his belief that this would undermine treason charges against him. Young Bosnians too insisted they had initiated the conspiracy. Planning the murder, asserts Ljubibratic, was Vladimir Gusinovic, a pro-Yugoslav Bosnian nationalist, who believed killing Austrian leaders would provoke revolution, destroy the dual monarchy, and free Bosnia. In Toulouse, France in January 1914. Gusinovic outlined his plan to young Bosnian leaders, first the Archduke, then other Austro-Hungarian civil and military leaders would be struck down, thus rousing the monarchy Slavs to revolt. 44 Gusinovic selected Princip to kill Franz Ferdinand, affirmed Ljubibratic. Meeting him in Sarajevo early in 1912 and again in Belgrade that summer, Gusinovic concluded Princip was determined, reliable, and capable. He proposed that Princip and the Sarajevo teacher, Danilo Ilic, compose a plan to kill the Archduke. In February 1914 Princip arrived in Belgrade. Neither he nor his comrades, Kabranovic and Grabez, joined the Black Hand which barred minors and was no longer recruiting members. 45 In Belgrade Princip confided to Juro Saric, a fellow student at Sarajevo Gymnasium, and sought his aid to obtain weapons. 46 Reading a newspaper late in March that the Archduke was coming to Sarajevo in June, Princip assured Kabranovic that they should murder him. Saric organized Death or Life, a 7-member society resembling the Black Hand, which recruited Bosnian youths and swore them to secrecy. Tripko Grabez, Princip's roommate, believing the Bosnian maneuvers posed a deadly threat to Serbia, asked to join the plot. Thus was formed their deadly troika. As a final stimulus to murder, Gusinovic wrote them, Forward Lions. 47 The Bosnian youths decided to seek weapons from Apis' associate, Major Tankosic. Eventually that gruff guerrilla chieftain, who had spurned previous requests of the young Bosnians to enlist, relented. Tankosic trusted Saric, who acted as the youth's envoy, since he had fought as a guerrilla under Tankosic in the Balkan Wars. Thus Tankosic provided weapons, arranged through frontier officers for their shipment into Bosnia, and secured Apis' consent. On May 28 the three conspirators had left Belgrade by boat for Sabic Point for registered. Apis told a Black Hand associate, Colonel Cito Popovic, in 1915 that initially he had accepted Tankosic's proposal to send the young Bosnian assassins into Bosnia, explaining, I was convinced Austria would attack Serbia during 1914. One feared that, believing that in case they attacked we would lose everything. Our army was almost all scattered in garrisons in southern Serbia and on the frontiers of pre-war Serbia. That fear dominated my feelings. I began to think what we should do to prevent Franz Ferdinand from executing his plans to attack Serbia. Tankosic told Apis at his office in the General Staff, Dragutin, there are several Bosnian youths who are pestering me. Those kids want at any cost to perform some great deed. They have heard that Franz Ferdinand will come to Bosnia for maneuvers and have begged me to let them go there. What do you say? I have told them they cannot go, but they give me no peace. Apis hesitated. Would the young Bosnians succeed? Even if they did, there would be complications and agitation, but we would be saved. Thus Apis replied, fine, Silja. Let them go. He told Popovic he did not believe such an assassination would provoke a war. 49 But then, affirmed Ljubibratic, Colonel Apis changed his mind. When I, after some time, thought a little more about this, I decided to try to return the youths who had left and in every way to prevent the assassination. This attempt was made through the guerrilla, Juro Saric. Why the second thoughts? At that moment, explained Apis, I believed that such an attempt could not succeed and that perhaps they would not even undertake it. Dubious such immature youths could kill the Archduke, Apis wished instead to employ Tankosic's seasoned guerrillas. Entrusting that enterprise to Malibovic, Apis summoned him to Belgrade and sent him to see Major Vilovic. So Princip's group would not undercut his plan, Apis persuaded Saric to recall Princip and his friends. Saric instructed Danilo Ilic to return the Bosnian youths to Belgrade. Proceeding to Sarajevo, Ilic delivered Saric's instructions, but Princip and Grabez refused categorically to abandon their plans. They did not wish to hear of this, Apis told Cito Popovic. Thus Apis halted recruitment of new assassins and put Malibovic in touch with Princip's group. Malibovic met with Grabez at Tuzla, Bosnia. When Grabez returned to Sarajevo, Ilic decided to help his young friends, gave them weapons, and decided where the assassins should station themselves in Sarajevo. Alone of the young Bosnians Princip adhered consistently to his resolve to murder the Archduke. When others failed or lost heart, he carried out the assassination coolly. Aided by fortuitous circumstances, he killed the Archduke and his wife. At the subsequent investigation, Princip declared he had acted for revolutionary Yugoslav youth fighting for national liberation. 50. The Sarajevo murder occurred despite the organizers' confusion and indecision. The Apis group and young Bosnians both sought to eliminate the Archduke, though for different reasons. Young Bosnian revolutionaries led by Princip viewed the murder as inaugurating revolutionary struggle to destroy the dual monarchy and free their homeland. Most shared vague concepts of a republican, egalitarian Yugoslav federation. On the other hand, Apis sought to prevent or defer an Austrian attack on Serbia by removing the supposed leader of the war party. Apis believed Franz Ferdinand's plan to unite South Slavs under the Habsburgs would doom a greater Serbia. As an organization, Black Hand was impotent in 1914. But Apis retained a powerful hold over key members who were close friends. His assertion to the Salonika court that he had initiated the conspiracy and his agents had implemented it was exaggerated. His nephew's claim that Apis deserves virtually sole credit for the murder was an unjustified attempt to portray his uncle and friends as Serbian and Yugoslav martyrs. Both Apis group and the young Bosnians contributed importantly to the Archduke's murder, but even without action by Apis, other Bosnian attempts would likely have occurred. Assertions that Apis planned the murder in order to overturn the Karađorđević dynasty lack substance. Apis' action stemmed rather from misreading Franz Ferdinand's aims and Austrian intentions, hastening the Austro-Serbian war he had sought to defer. Chapter 13 The Austrian War, 1914 to 1915, the Apis I knew at the Supreme Command did not resemble the picture which the public had created of him. He was neither hot-tempered nor arrogant, he was more what one calls a good comrade. But one had the impression that he was not merely that. Slobodan Jovanovic, Moji Savremenisi, p.410 Apis and most other Serbs did not believe war would necessarily result from the Sarajevo murder. Only when Austria presented its formidable ultimatum in Belgrade, did conflict appear inevitable. Several times previously an Austro-Serbian war had seemed unavoidable, notably in 1909 and 1912-13. Konrad von Hotzendorf, Austrian Chief of Staff, long had planned to slay the Serbian dragon with one bold stroke. By 1914 both sides viewed their quarrel in apocalyptic terms. Austrian leaders sought to defend a crumbling monarchy against lethal South Slav nationalism. Serbs in Serbia and the dual monarchy considered it a sacred duty to liberate and unite all Serbs even at the cost of assassination and war. 1. Until that terrible Austrian ultimatum, prudence prevailed in Serbia. Even ultra-nationalist Piedmont avoided praising the Sarajevo assassins, ascribing Princip's action to oppression in Bosnia-Herzegovina. His 138th action is understandable and natural on St. Vitus Davidovdan, the anniversary of Kosovo, but no one in Serbia has glorified his deed. 2. The militaristic Archduke, affirmed Piedmont, had disregarded South Slav aspirations in the monarchy. Would his death end the war party's reckless course? Either Austria must yield to the demands of our democratic era or disappear, proclaimed the paper. 3 Governor Oskar Posiorek of Bosnia, who narrowly escaped the assassin's bullets, wrote the day after the Archduke's murder, "The true evildoers are to be sought in Serbia too." An Austrian diplomat in Sarajevo reported, "The 3 young assassins seem to have sought to repeat the drama of Kosovo Field. I cannot yet blame Belgrade directly for the murder, but indirectly it is surely responsible." 3 He found little noticeable regret in Sarajevo at Franz Ferdinand's death. "In streets and cafes people are exultant, saying it is God's judgment for all the bad things Austria-Hungary has done to Serbia. We must take the first opportunity for a destructive blow against her to give the monarchy a few decades of calm internal development. Serbia must learn to fear us again." 4 However, it took 3 weeks before Austrian demands were presented in Belgrade. Austria's hawks first won unconditional German support and overcame Hungarian reluctance. Then Baron Gsl, Austria's minister in Belgrade, submitted a 48-hour ultimatum to Serbia. It insisted among other things that Austrian officials be authorized to track down the Archduke's killers in Serbia. 5 Returning hastily to Belgrade, Premier Pasic drew up a conciliatory reply accepting most demands. Serbia would investigate the murder and punish the guilty, but would bar Austrian officials from its soil. 6 With Vienna insisting on unconditional Serbian acceptance of the ultimatum, Minister Gsl, his bags already packed, left Belgrade immediately, thus severing diplomatic relations. After Gsl's departure, Belgrade ordered full Serbian mobilization. Colonel Apis, realizing now that war was likely, had worked intensively at the General Staff to ensure a smooth mobilization. That same evening, July 12/25, all General Staff officers except Apis entrained for Inter Ior Kragujevac, Supreme Command's new headquarters. Other Serbian officers harangued excited crowds in Belgrade streets and pro-war demonstrations erupted near the Royal Palace. Belgrade's arrest of Major Tankosic, linked with the Sarajevo murder, provoked angry protests. 7 Recalled Apis, "I was convinced positively the Russians would fight if Austria attacked us. When the ultimatum was submitted, I went to see Tankosic, who was under arrest because of the ultimatum, at the staff of the Danube Division Command. There I told Tankosic, to comfort him, not to fear because of his arrest, informing him that our brother Russians would surely fight." Registered. Why did Apis not go to Kragujevac immediately with the General Staff? He affirmed later he had remained in Belgrade an extra day to confer with his chief agent, Rade Malibovic. Soon after the Sarajevo murder, Rade had showed up nervous and upset at Vaso Ristic's bank in Tuzla, Bosnia. He blurted out, "The situation is very critical. I must cross immediately into Serbia and have come to you for a recommendation on the safest place to cross." 9 He had just come from the murder site. Malibovic now fell victim to Apis' feud with the radicals. Apis had suggested to Rade that happier times would soon come for their intelligence operations. Later, the colonel explained, "I talked with Malibovic about our internal affairs in May 1914 when the priority decree was under discussion. Both he and I felt our work was being hampered by our authorities' bad will, and for well-known reasons I was not then well regarded by our authorities. I told Rade then that I hoped after the planned elections, conditions for our service would become easier and better. And I said that if elections were not held, we would use different means. By this I meant to bring a major issue before the Crown and seek its support for our common work." 10 Thus Apis was prepared to exploit King Peter's strong obligations toward the MacKenzie to achieve his goals. Other evidence indirectly supports Apis' claims about official obstruction of his intelligence work. Early in 1914, Prince Alexander allegedly sought to bribe Vojvoda Putnik with gold to have Apis, Milovanovic Balak, and other leading conspirators retired from the army. According to his daughter, Putnik had flatly refused to do that. 11 The prince had told Balak that War Minister Dusan Stefanovic, although stupid, was being kept on because he did Alexander's bidding. Premier Pasic had supposedly said of Stefanovic, "A good lad, he obeys everything." 12 About the same time, Interior Minister Protic had admonished Sita Ivanovic, an assembly leader, to cut all ties with Apis. Sita had refused. 13 On the eve of war, Prince Alexander allegedly thought of having Apis murdered. The prince told me June 16, 1914 in the Danube Division's office that in sure hands a single bullet would remove him. 14 However, Balak was strongly biased in Apis' favor. Malibovic's frenzied activities in June and July 1914 provoked lively suspicions he might be a double agent. Early in June, Rade had come to see Dr. Dimitrijević in Zagreb bringing Apis confidential instructions. "I told Malibovic all that I knew for communication to Apis," declared Dimitrijević. Asked whether his dangerous national work had been compensated, Rade said he required no payment. Dimitrijević felt a poor man like Malibovic should be reimbursed. 15 At Salonika, Colonel Misic intimated Malibovic in July 1914 was spying for Austria-Hungary. Why else would Malibovic just before war began cross that frontier sector selected by the Austrian High Command for invading Serbia? Had not he been instructed to reconnoitre Serbian troop positions and arms depots and report his findings to Austria? Apis explained he had sent Malibovic across the Sava River to Loznica to confer with Serbian frontier officers. Rade had passed through that territory frequently, including during the Turkish War when Austria mobilized in Bosnia. Knowing well agents and people on both sides of the frontier, Rade did not need to reconnoitre it. Since 1911 Serbian agents had crossed the frontier there regularly. Gathering information there about Serbian troops, argued Apis, would have been a trivial task to assign Malibovic in 1914. He could have delivered far more important information to Austria, but he would have gone there to observe troop concentrations only. Had he been an Austrian agent. But his past, his connections, and guarantees of his honorability from leading Serbs of that Madvaje region exclude any such role for him, protested Apis. Learning from intelligence sources that conflict with Austria seemed imminent, Apis had issued necessary instructions to Milivojević. After meeting with Apis at the General Staff, Raid went to the Dina to confer with frontier officers. Returning to Belgrade July 12, the eve of mobilization, he went to Apis' office that afternoon. Apis mentioned casually to Raid that someone from the Belgrade police had asked for him. Raid decided to go directly to police headquarters. To ensure harmonious relations with the police, Apis had spoken earlier with Vaso Lazarevic, a police official, and had described Milivojevic's work in a report to the General Staff. He believed agreement had been reached, and that the Belgrade police knew all about Raid. On July 12, Apis had arranged to meet with Raid again next day at Café Imperial to work out details of Milivojevic's wartime operations in Austria-Hungary. That is why Apis did not leave that evening with the General Staff. They needed to arrange secret signals so Raid could continue coordinating national activities in the monarchy and thus enable Serbian intelligence to recruit as agents Serbian soldiers in the Austrian army. Colonel Misic clearly remained unconvinced. Would Apis defer vital work on mobilization just to confer with the supposed agent he seen the previous day? How could the Austrians not have noticed Milivojević, who had been convicted of treason at the Zagreb trial? Apis said, precisely for me as chief of that intelligence service there was nothing strange about this. My work was truly made possible by Austrian police stupidity, although they actually believed they were perfect. I have proofs precisely from those days that the Austrian police was functioning very poorly against my operations and that our police was much more competent. 16 Milivojević never met Apis at the Café Imperial. Police official Vaso Lazarevic testified in Salonika that the Belgrade police arrested him that very evening. Arriving in Belgrade on the last boat from Zemun, Austria, Raid allegedly had aroused Commissar Pervolovic's suspicions because he lacked proper papers. But how after the Sarajevo murder could Raid have crossed into Serbia unhindered without valid documents, asked Misic. Such crossings were possible though dangerous, insisted Apis. People coming to his office from Austria sometimes had lacked them. But without valid papers Raid had risked his life to cross and bring important data to Apis. 17. Confirming this, Milivojević said he had brought Apis the latest information from Bosnia. The General Staff had already left Belgrade. In the upper town only Apis awaited him. Afterwards, when one went to the office of the Belgrade city administration, they arrested me, then took me under guard to southern Serbia. I had no way to let Apis know about me. They put fetters on me and bound me hand and foot. On all fours I lay on the stone floor of NIS prison for a year. There was little food and the guards beat me cruelly. I had to relieve myself on the floor. My beard grew down to my waist. A living corpse, I beat my head on the floor and prayed to God to die. Often I howled from pain and my tears flowed because I had never deserved this from Serbia. 18 Raid's pathetic account has the ring of truth. When Raid failed to appear, Apis proceeded to Hotel Balkan where he had said he would stay, but the porter told Apis that Raid had not spent the night there. Fearing Raid's papers might prove compromising for Serbia, Apis and the porter leafed through them but found nothing important. Continued Apis, I could not solve the riddle of Raid's whereabouts, but knowing he was energetic, I concluded that when he had learned of Serbian mobilization, he had returned to Austria since he knew well what to do so as not to be prevented absolutely from returning. I was constantly absorbed in such thoughts during the first phase of military operations, believing Raid or his people would report, but there was no trace of him. 19 For several months Apis vainly awaited word from Milivojević. Meanwhile his entire intelligence network inside Austria disintegrated. I could not believe that Raid could have any business with the police. Knowing that with the police then was Vaso Lazarevic, who knew him and with whom one had spoken about Raid's dual service and who Vaso knew was my agent. That is why I did not ask the police where Raid was, especially since I was to leave that day for the General Staff in Kragujevac and had other work to finish before the train left that evening. 20 Apis insisted he had discussed Raid's status also with Colonel Krista Smoljanic, chief of the General Staff's military section. However, the Salonika court stated that the war minister had found no Apis report about Milivojević. But in the stenogram of the Salonika trial, Milan Zi. Vanovic discovered the following exchange between Colonel Misic and Apis at the session of May 4, 1917 had been deleted. Misic, Colonel, you declared that Krista Tukakovic as chief of Dina region submitted a document relating to Milivojević. You stated that you submitted a report to the General Staff which was delivered to the War Ministry in which you asked that the attention of the police be attracted so as not to hinder Milivojević and to aid the operations of the General Staff. Apis, I submitted such a report because I was asked to. Colonel Krista Smoljanic knows this. About this I went to Smoljanic and informed him that this matter related to our activities in Bosnia. Neither the War Ministry nor the Supreme Command, insisted Misic, had any record of having received such information. 21 The unfortunate Raid had been sucked unwittingly into Apis' quarrel with the regime. The chief of Dina district, Tukakovic, had designated Milivojević as suspicious solely because acting on Apis' orders, Raid had refused to disclose his work for the General Staff. 22 Moreover, Tukakovic had personal and political motives to order Raid's arrest and lie about Apis' report. Tukakovic testified at Salonika that Milivojević was an Austrian spy and double agent. a professional policeman and radical, Tucokovic enjoyed the special confidence of Stojan Protic and Ljubomir Jovanovic Patok, heading the Serbian police. At Protic's order, Tucokovic as Sabic district chief investigated how the Archduke's assassins had crossed into Bosnia, confirming the roles of Apis, Vilovic, and Malibovic, the trio shot at Salonika. A Serbian volunteer, Atanasić Sretojevic, believed Tucokovic may have been a foreign, Austrian agent. While Tucokovic was district chief at Obrenovac, Austrian and Bulgar agents had flocked there. He took them to his apartment, claimed Sretojevic, to divide taxes collected from Macedonians operating in Serbia. Those same agents tried unsuccessfully to get Sretojevic to help them counterfeit 20 dinar Serbian gold coins. After Austria declared war, Tucokovic fled Sabic, precipitously letting copies of his Sarajevo murder investigation fall into Austrian hands. His unauthorized flight may have constituted treason, since his carelessness provoked a massacre of Serbs in Makva. Austria rewarded him generously. 23. Fearing an immediate Austrian strike across the Danube, the Serbian high command left for Kragujevac the day of mobilization. But for 3 days nothing happened. Prince Regent Alexander remained in his virtually empty Belgrade palace. On July 15, George Jelenic, his personal secretary, came from Ralj station with Premier Berchtold's telegram containing Austria's declaration of war. "A strange way to declare war," exclaimed the prince's duty officer, Major Draskic. Was this still another attempt to humiliate Serbia? Quickly they entered the prince's automobile, drove to Ralj, then took the train to Nis, Serbia's temporary capital. In the assembly next day, Prince Alexander read Serbia's own war declaration. War had begun to liberate and unite all Serbs and Croats. Pledges of support from Russia and France produced a mood of optimism. 24 Konrad von Hotzendorf, Austria-Hungary's chief of staff, ordered General Oskar Posiorek to lead a military parade through Serbia to avenge the Sarajevo murder. With 7 army corps on the Dina River with 250,000 men and 1,200 cannon, the ex-Bosnian governor launched the invasion confidently on August 12. Opposing him were 180,000 Serb troops with 500 cannon, another 100 to 150,000 youths and old men were in reserve. Sending his main forces along the Jadra Valley, Posiorek scored a tactical surprise. The main Serbian army retired hastily to Valjevo. Ob. Serving with Prince Alexander the Serbs' disorderly retreat, Draskic wondered if they could reach new positions and resist the Austrian surge. The soldiers seemed poorly trained, some lacked uniforms. Heat and dust were oppressive. However, Marshal Putnik had calculated correctly. At Srpska, August 16 to 19, the overconfident Habsburgers suffered a shocking defeat. A week later, not one Austrian soldier remained inside Serbia. News of this great victory caused a jubilant Prince Alexander to embrace General Zivahin Misic ecstatically. News of the great French victory on the Marne soon thereafter encouraged us to believe the war would soon be over. 25 Panic reigned in shocked Vienna, joy and amazement pervaded Allied countries. Tiny Serbia had gained the first Allied victory of World War I. The Entente then demanded that Serbia, to relieve hard-pressed Russia, launch an offensive into Austria. The Serbian army boldly crossed the Sava and Dina rivers, entering the Srem in triumph before being halted. 26 Meanwhile, Colonel Apis had gone to Kragujevac still as the General Staff's chief of intelligence and head of the Information Bureau. During his 8 months there, Apis' relations with Supreme Commander Prince Alexander deteriorated until an open breach occurred early in 1915. Colonel Zivko Pavlovic, Putnik's assistant and chief of the operations divisions, instructed Colonels Apis and Sito Popovic to create a guerrilla volunteer corps. If the enemy penetrated Serbia's interior, it would remain behind and conduct partisan warfare. 4 detachments were to be formed. The first, under Major Tankosic, released from confinement once the war began, would operate near Belgrade, retreating to Baron Mt. Rudnik. Captain Velimir Vemic's detachment would retire into the Goljubanjski Mountains. A third unit under Major Vojan Popovic Vuk would fight first in Makva, then in Ser and Vidojevic. A final detachment led by Sito Popovic would resist in Zlatibor and Mt. Jelova. All closely associated with Apis and Black Hand, the commanders were experienced guerrilla fighters. On July 28, Popovic arrived in Uzis, where he and Apis began organizing the detachments. 27 Reports persisted of plots to kill Apis, so he remained well protected by officer comrades. Milutin Tomic, later a Salonika witness, claimed he knew a Montenegrin whom Major Pavel Sturm had approached in Kragujevac to kill Apis and Milovanovic Balak, but the man had refused. The assignment. 28 Sturm was prominent in Prince Alexander's entourage. In November 1914, embattled Serbia survived another major crisis, provoked by a second powerful Austrian invasion. Outmanned and outgunned, the Serbs fell back deep into the interior. Short of ammunition and facing a better equipped, confident foe, Marshal Putnik realized Serbia faced disaster unless artillery shells could be obtained promptly. In Valjevo convened a meeting of the government and Supreme Command under Prince Alexander on October 27. Under existing conditions, warned Putnik, prospects for successful resistance were slight. Serbia faced a separate peace or capitulation unless essential supplies were obtained. The Pasic government then sent desperate appeals to the Entente with dramatic results. Receiving necessary munitions, Putnik ordered a counter-offensive, which produced a second magnificent Serbian victory on the Kolubra, November 3-6th. Once again the Austrians were expelled ignominiously from Serbia. 29 Dr. R.A. Royce, a pro-Serbian Swiss professor close to the radical regime and Prince Alexander, reported from Salonika that he had known Colonel Apis since the war's beginning. Extremely pleasant, even too pleasant, he made a strange impression on me despite his obvious intelligence. I knew what role he had played in the drama of 1903, and I had a certain distrust of him. With his serenity, this fat officer was a manipulator of men. Jovanovic, who knew him well and with whom I was linked by friendship, told me one day in the spring of 1915, "You know, if I were chief of state, I would be suspicious of Dimitrijević. He is a dangerous man." Apis and his friends, asserted Royce, pretending to be Francophile, before intimates criticized the Allies bitterly and praised the Germans. 30 Slobodan Jovanovic, serving with the press bureau in Kragujevac, provided a rather different assessment. The Apis I knew at the Supreme Command did not resemble the picture created about him by the public. He was neither hot-tempered nor arrogant, he was more what one would call a good comrade. But one had the impression he was not only that. Many people came to see Apis, continued Jovanovic, some because he remained influential, others just to chat since he always seemed amiable and talkative. Sometimes his office resembled a Vistas bureau. Now and then, a political leader came. Ordering no one else admitted, Apis would remain alone with his prominent visitor. Almost daily at dinner and supper he had multiple guests. Rather than proceed to the high command's rather distant mess in Kragujevac, Apis reserved a small table at a nearby inn for himself, Jovanovic, and an officer from operations. Their first day there, no sooner were they seated than a group of officers fresh from the front burst into the inn shouting, "Where is Lieutenant Colonel Dragutin's table?" Soon the three diners were surrounded by unexpected officer guests. The table was extended, and Apis presided as if over a banquet. It was much the same later when he arranged for his private mess. Planned for 6, it almost always served considerably more. Loving company, Apis retained the knack of stimulating conversation and creating a casual, convivial atmosphere. Partial to women and music, he drank only water, remaining sober in the most bibulous company. Getting to know Apis well personally and talking with his friends, Jovanovic came to appreciate his other qualities. Invariably concerned with his adherents' advancement and reward, he seemingly did not lift a finger for himself. Though brave and ambitious, he never blew his own horn. Apis' efforts for his comrades reflected true friendship and leadership, wrote Jovanovic. His comradeship, especially with military men, was amazing. By the number of his friends, he resembled a table set for a wedding banquet. Genuinely fond of his friends, Apis did not spare them from danger, involving them in the most perilous enterprises. This dangerous quality in his friendship merely enhanced his attractiveness and prestige. 31 In NIS, the temporary capital, a new coalition cabinet was formed in December 1914 after the Kolubra victory. Apis apparently took the initiative for this and the first steps in its realization. 32 Since the outbreak of war, Premier Pisic had wished to create a coalition regime to divide responsibility among all Serbian parties. War Minister Stefanovic related an incident which revealed Apis' persistent political influence. After negotiating with opposition leaders to form a coalition, Pisic declared at a cabinet meeting, "When I made an offer to the leaders of other parties to enter the government, they, headed by Jovanovic independent radical J, went to Kragujevac to ask Apis. Apis told them they should enter the government provided that from that government would be excluded Stojan Prodic, Velizar Jankovic, and Colonel Dusan Stefanovic." At Pisic's statement, Stojan Prodic rose, swore at the Black Hand and left the meeting. 33 Nonetheless, a coalition ministry was installed with Pisic remaining premier and foreign minister. Politically colorless Colonel Radomir Bojovic became war minister. Independent radical chiefs, Milorad Draskovic and Jovan Davidovic, became ministers of public works and education respectively. "This new cabinet is stronger than the last and should command the support of the whole Skupština," reported the British minister. Indeed, the assembly approved almost unanimously the new government statement known as the NIS Declaration. Serbia's duty is to ensure the successful issue of this great struggle for the liberation and union of all our enslaved brothers, Serbs, Croats and Slovenes. 34 What caused Colonel Apis' fateful breach early in 1915 with Prince Alexander? Later, on Corfu to Slobodan Jovanovic, the prince enumerated Apis' shortcomings and alluded to informants' denunciations which probably were more significant. In the army, Alexander heard, Apis was called the second heir to the throne without whose advice Alexander dared do nothing. Though not offended by Apis' refusal to pay him court, the prince was dismayed that among Serbian officers he enjoyed a prestige Alexander still lacked, threatening his position as Serbia's future king. Instead of following Apis' instructions, the prince found himself heeding the colonel's advice, thus reinforcing his own insecurity. Zivkovic, the omnipresent intriguer, exploited this cleverly. Apis had engineered one royal murder, warned Pera. Might not Alexander be his next victim unless he eliminated him? In Kragujevac, Apis' position was much weaker than before. On poor terms with the radicals and Prince Regent, he soon had to fight on two fronts. King Peter, beholden to Apis, was semi-retired. Marshal Putnik, Apis' chief supporter at the Supreme Command, was absorbed in daily operations, frequently ill, and avoided personal involvements. Among civilians, Apis had few true adherents. His influence in the army waned as the merciless scythe of war cut down his friends. As old comrades were killed, their junior replacements lacked influence. For younger ambitious officers, Apis was a dimming star. Though Those seeking advancement shifted inexorably from him to the Prince Regent. 35 Trisak Kaklerovic, a socialist politician then in Kragujevac, one day asked Leza Kostic, Apis relative, how Apis was feeling. Fine physically, replied Leza, but his relations with Prince Alexander had grown unpleasant. Perplexed, Kaklerovic queried Apis at dinner. Nothing special, just some disagreements, responded the colonel curtly. Soon Kaklerovic learned that Apis, after a quarrel with Alexander, had been transferred to the Uzis army. Apis refused to discuss this in detail, commenting enigmatically that once the war was over, they would settle accounts. Delivered in Apis' offhand manner, this failed to deceive Kaklerovic, who warned, I fear, Dimitrijević, that it is you who will remember Alexander. 36 Thus, at the prince's insistence, Apis was removed from supreme command in March 1915 and named chief of staff of the Uzis army, containing only 2 brigades. With such feeble forces, even had he wished to, Apis could not have overturned the regime. Prince Alexander, noted Jovanovic, though physically brave, had weak nerves. He could not stand having near him men he feared or disliked. His entourage supplied Alexander daily with reports denouncing Apis. Even small comradely dinners at Apis' private mess were conjured into conspiratorial gatherings. The realization that Apis lived in the same town and served in the same command finally grew unbearable for the prince. 37 Major Draskik, his loyal duty officer, described Alexander's entourage then. Despite Draskik's membership in Black Hand, the prince liked and valued him, telling Prince Paul, that Panta is my shadow. He does not leave me day or night. Any other person in that position would vex me, but he is never tiresome. Dominating the entourage, White Hand leaders wanted Draskik replaced, but the prince retained him until the Salonika trial. Heading Alexander's staff was Colonel George Ostojic, intelligent, honorable, and nonpartisan, who consistently told the prince the truth. Personal secretary George Jelenik, though, was a typical White-hander. Immoral and critical of everyone, Jelenik cursed Premier Pasisin cafes and hated the Black Hand. He filled the palace kitchen and cellar with friends and relatives to shield them from service at the front. Boasting of his indispensability, Jelenik had little real influence. Once Peter Zivkovic arrived in Kragujevac, White Hand meetings convened regularly in a guards barracks. Jelenik was always present. They were already laying the groundwork for a long-anticipated showdown with Apis. Assisting Zivkovic run the guards and White Hand was Lieutenant Colonel Pavel Jurasik Sturm, severely wounded at Srpska. Brave and ambitious, but chill. Low and conceited, Jurasik drew up for Alexander's signature a list of officers to be decorated, including his brother and all his friends. The army learned Jurasik had omitted deliberately many deserving officers proposed by their unit commanders. 38. After Kolubra, the Serbian army, despite grievous losses and epidemics, remained a potent fighting force. Colonel Fournier, French military attaché, reported in March 1915 that Serbia still had 238 battalions with 180,000 men arrayed against Austria and another 55,000 men in Macedonia. This represents the Serbs' total and final resources. With morale remaining excellent, the Serbian army is still capable of great things. 39 6 months later, that picture had changed little, though in 14 months of war against a superior foe, over 110,000 Serb troops had been killed or put out of action. 40 Abroad, the Pasic government still cultivated its strong ties with Petrograd. Grand Prince Nikolai Nikolaevich, Russia's commander-in-chief, giving warm support, emphasized Serbia would be richly rewarded after Allied victory. Serbia need not worry about Bulgaria, he noted, since Italy and Romania would soon join the Entente. 41 But to bring Italy into the war, the Allies that spring promised her Adriatic regions claimed by Serbia and inhabited largely by South Slavs. Impatient at Serbian objections, France's ambassador in Petrograd admonished Serbia's minister Spaljkovic, France entered the war to preserve Serbia's independence and interests, not to realize all the ideals of Serdum and Slavdom. Serbia will receive a significant territorial increase and an outlet to the sea, but France cannot fight because of Dalmatia. French sympathies thus far had lain with Serbia, but you can easily lose them unless you take account of others' interests. 42 Russian Foreign Minister Sazonov insisted Serbia yield to Italy over the Adriatic while defending Pasic as indispensable. I cannot say that all the wishes of some exalted Serbian patriots will be realized, added Sazonov, but I am certain you will get as much territory as you would normally acquire in 100 years. 43 In the Uzis army, Apis as chief of staff formed a Bosnian volunteer battalion. Troops from various other units formed at Uzis 3 operative divisions. When Apis arrived there in early 1915, he found the remnant of Vemik's guerrilla detachment guarding army headquarters. Just promoted to full colonel, Apis recalled, we had to prepare immediately for our offensive, and the Uzis army was designated for operations towards Sarajevo. A well-organized Bosnian volunteer force would assist such an operation. With Supreme Command's approval, Apis recruited Bosnian refugees who had withdrawn with Serbian forces, expanding a platoon of partisans into a battalion. I tried especially to recruit into this unit Serbian Muslims from Bosnia, obtaining many from Tanko 6 detachment. 44 By early 1915 over 1,000 Bosnians were serving reluctantly in Austrian garrisons. Anxious to assist in Bosnians' liberation, they established links with Narodna Odbrana and Black Hand, partly through the Serbian embassy in Rome. Favoring their cause was Dusan Marinkovic, a Serbian intellectual. Learning of his plans to foster the Bosnian liberation movement in Uzis, Minister of Police Jovanovic Padok sought unsuccessfully to induce him to gather incriminating information there about Apis. Inosas Marinkovic met Apis, who received him warmly. Showing deep interest in political conditions in occupied Bosnia, Apis revealed detailed knowledge of events there. Marinkovic found Apis young officers enthusiastic and hopeful about liberating Bosnia and other Serbian regions. In these people I saw only enthusiastic patriots. I did not dream that official radical circles regarded them differently. I saw in Apis and his friends people with wholly sincere intentions and discerned nothing of which they were later accused. I knew there was nothing suspicious about their ties with Bosnia. 45 About that time Colonel Bosan Simic learned that a national activist was languishing in NIS prison and concluded it must be Malibubic. Major Vilovic found him there, much agitated by Raid's lamentable physical condition. He telephoned Apis, who urged his army commander to release Malibubic into his custody. Passing through channels, Apis' report ultimately reached the Council of Ministers. In Zajkar, Apis finally received the reply that Raid's case was still under investigation. 46 He was still rotting in NIS prison when Bulgaria attacked Serbia that October. Chapter 14 Albanian Golgotha, 1915. Going along the paths through Albania, sticks in hand, men resembled sufferers who retained of all their property only a beggar's staff. In that crowd I suddenly saw Apis. He was tottering along on his uncertain legs, supported by a huge cane corresponding to his weight. S. Jovanovic, Moji Savra p. 417. Until the fall of 1915 the outnumbered Serbian armies defended their country successfully against the Austrians, chasing them twice from Serbian soil. General Posiorek, leader of those invasions, was then removed, his health shattered. In the Austrians' wake a typhus epidemic carried off over 130,000 Serbian soldiers and civilians. The Serbian army lacked doctors, weapons, even clothing. Outnumbered more than 2 to 1, it was even more inferior in artillery and firepower. Then in the fall of 1915 powerful Austro-German armies in the north and Bulgar forces in the east all attacked Serbia. As chief of staff of the new Timok army, Colonel Apis played a controversial part in a campaign ending with the terrible retreat through Albania and Montenegro to the Adriatic Sea. During 1915 Serbia's allies sought to induce Italy and Balkan neutrals Bulgaria, Greece, and Romania to join the Entente. By the secret treaty 153 of London, April 1915, Italy agreed. Concluded without consulting Serbia, it promised Italy parts of Dalmatia inhabited largely by South Slavs. To lure Bulgaria into their camp, the Allies offered it Macedonian territories annexed to Serbia in 1912 to 1913. In return, after final victory, Serbia would receive Austria-Hungary's South Slav provinces, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Slavonia, and the rest of Dalmatia. 1 In NIS the Pisic government faced a grave dilemma. Realizing combined Austro-German-Bulgar assaults were likely, Pisic warned the Allies repeatedly of this danger but found them oblivious. Pisic had always relied heavily on Russia's support, especially during World War I. In an extremity he might flout Franco-British advice, but never would he disobey. Petrograd. While dubious of Allies' assurances about Bulgaria's neutrality, Pisic believed that if Serbia were attacked, the Allies would assist her promptly and effectively. At first Pisic resisted Allied demands that Serbia pledge Macedonian territory to Bulgaria. Facing losses on the Adriatic to Italy, he argued, Serbia required Aegean access through the Greek port of Salonika. Finally, under intense Allied pressure, he sought only the Prilep area so as to give Serbia a common frontier with Greece, but the Allies insisted Serbia offer Bulgaria all Macedonian lands promised to her in 1912. Still protesting vigorously, Pisic consented, adding the Allies treated Serbia like an African colony too. Thus Pisic revealed again his mortal fear of antagonizing Russia. 3 Serbian political and military leaders convened in Kragujevac on August 26, 1915. Beforehand Premier Pisic asked Marshal Putnik to outline Serbia's military options. An Austro-German assault probably could be repelled, replied the Marshal, but if Bulgaria attacked too, Serbia would require major assistance from Greece and the Allies. The Serbian command preferred to fight Bulgaria rather than yield Serbian Macedonia. Relying on Allied assurances, Pisic informed the Supreme Command September 2, it seems that Bulgaria will not attack us. Only 4 days later Bulgaria promised the Central Powers to invade Serbia 5 days after the Austro-German offensive began. For their two-front assault the Central Powers had about 600,000 men with 1,656 cannon. Serbia and Montenegro could muster less than half as many. 4 Serbian military leaders urged the NIS government to authorize a preemptive strike if Bulgaria began to mobilize. The Supreme Command concentrated additional forces near Bulgaria's frontier. With its troops battle ready, Serbia almost surely could have disrupted Bulgaria's mobilization and defeated her in a few days. Instead the Allies admonished the Serbs to concentrate against Austro-German forces in the north. The Bulgars would not dare attack, declared the Allies, and if they did, the Allies would aid Serbia promptly. Russia opposed strongly any Serbian strike against her beloved Bulgars. 5 When Bulgaria ordered mobilization, Marshal Putnik begged his government to induce the Allies to halt a move clearly prefatory to an attack on Serbia. Putnik proposed a 24-hour ultimatum to Sofia to halt mobilization. If that were rejected, the Serbs should invade Bulgaria from the west, Greece and Anglo-French forces from the south, and Russian troops from the east. Adopting Putnik's plan, Pisic telegraphed Serbia's envoys in Allied capitals urging such a course, adding, our Supreme Command refuses responsibility for the catastrophe which will ensue inevitably if we do not act seriously and swiftly. At first France and Russia, though refusing troops, seemed favorably inclined, but Britain rejected the Serbian plan categorically and drew its partners along. Without Allied approval, Pisic and Putnik felt compelled to abandon a Serbian preemptive attack. Thus the Allies were partially responsible for the highly unfavorable balance of forces faced by Serbia in October 1915. They had believed mistakenly they could win over Bulgaria by promising her some of Serbian Macedonia. But Bulgaria's King Ferdinand, a German prince from Saxe-Coburg, had decided much earlier to join the Central Powers if they accepted his territorial demands. 7 Victory would bring him all Macedonia and perhaps eastern Serbia too. Ferdinand, the Serbophobe, parleyed with the Allies only to conceal his true aims. By vetoing a Serbian preemptive strike, the Allies had doomed Serbia to fight a hopeless two-front war and prevented a Serbian retreat southward. So slowly and half-heartedly did they aid Serbia that their Balkan front against Bulgaria was formed only after Serbia lay virtually conquered. While pro-Allied Premier Alexander Venizelos of Greece encouraged Allied action, France on September 1 first confirmed formally its interest in sending troops to Salonika. On September 23, the day after Bulgaria proclaimed mobilization, Lord Grey, the British Foreign Secretary, noted that the Greeks and Serbian premiers had appealed for 150,000 Allied troops in order to coax Greece and Romania into the war. The British cabinet calculated, however, that 300,000 Allied troops and the Greek army would be required for Serbia to resist a two-pronged invasion and protect communications between Varanis and Salonika. Such an Allied expedition would seek to draw neutrals into the war, save Serbia, and prevent Austro-German forces from linking up with the Turks. On September 28, Paris decided to send troops to Salonika immediately. The British concurred reluctantly. 2 Allied divisions landed there October 5. But pro-German King Constantine of Greece assured the Bulgars privately Greece would not oppose their invasion of Serbia, and Premier Venizelos' sudden resignation after a quarrel with the king threatened. The entire Allied endeavor registered dismissing objections by Pisic and the Supreme Command to a preemptive strike at Bulgaria. The Apis group argued that Serbian forces could have occupied Sofia and knocked Bulgaria out of the war. With King Ferdinand discredited, Alexander Stambolski, the popular agrarian leader, could have been released from confinement. For minor territorial concerns, Zion's new Stambolski government would likely have joined the Allies, aborting the Austro-German offensive. Once Romania and perhaps Greece had joined the Entente, Serbia could have recovered her strength and concentrated wholly against the Austro-Germans. Surely the Allies would have applauded a Serbian occupation of Sofia, argued the Apis faction. At such crucial moments, it affirmed, bold action is imperative, success is the sole criterion. Apis and his men blamed indecision by Pisic and the Supreme Command for Serbia's subsequent conquest. 9 Pisic had counted on aid from Greece, which had pledged military assistance to Serbia against a common foe, presumably Bulgaria, if the Serbs provided 150,000 men. With Serbia unable to spare such forces for the Bulgarian front, Venizelos had persuaded France and Britain to supply them. Lord Grey had declared in the House of Commons that if Bulgaria attacked England's friends in the Balkans, Britain would aid them unreservedly. Understandably, Pisic interpreted this as a binding British commitment to Serbia. But once Venizelos resigned, any idea of Greek aid to Serbia ended, and King Constantine opposed having any Allied troops on Greek soil. The French and British had to recast their plans for a Salonika front. Could 150,000 Allied troops now be sent in? 10 That was Serbia's perilous plight when Field Marshal August von Mackenzie launched a massive Austro-German offensive in the north precisely at noon October 22, 5 with overwhelming force and a withering artillery barrage. Germany aimed to destroy Serbia and link up with the Ottoman Turks. Powerful enemy forces crossed the Sava River, reported the French military attaché in Serbia next day, penetrating the Makva region near Mitrovica. 11 On October 1 without a preliminary declaration of war, Bulgaria attacked Serbia along the entire eastern front. Held up initially by tough resistance by the Serbian 2nd and Timok armies, further south the Bulgars penetrated deeply and soon severed Serbia's lifeline to Salonika. 12 By mid-October Serbia faced overwhelming enemy forces with little prospect of timely aid. When the Bulgars attacked, Colonel Apis was in Zajkar near the border. The headquarters of the new Timok, formerly Osis, army had just been shifted there. As the Bulgars advanced, soon from jittery NIS, Belfast in expectation of arriving Allied troops, War Minister Rade Bojovic telephoned Apis about the fate of the hard-pressed Njezovac. Speaking with Bojovic, Apis pressed for Malibovic's immediate release from NIS prison. "Don't worry about anything," replied Bojovic, "just hold on well there, and I will release Rade." Days later the Timok army retreated westward, preventing Apis then from ascertaining his chief agent's fate. Retiring to avoid encirclement, the Timok army took up temporary headquarters in Kursamlai. Also there was the 3rd Army Staff where Apis' close friend, Major Vilovic, was serving. Finding Malibovic in Kursamlai free but under police surveillance, Vilovic obtained his unconditional release by signing a receipt on October 31. As chaos enveloped, threatened Kursamlai, the police, grabbing Vilovic's receipt, gladly handed Rade over. Vilovic brought him straight to Apis. He and Vilovic were appalled at Malibovic's physical condition. Fettered to the prison floor for over a year, Rade was covered with infected wounds. Embracing this human derelict, Apis confided that the Serbs faced desperate problems. Seeing him completely wrecked physically and facing death, I urged him to await the enemy in Kursamlai, but Rade implored him piteously not to abandon him to Austrian vengeance. He preferred to go with the Serbs even if he died on the retreat. My resolve from that moment, testified Apis later, since I considered myself morally responsible, was to save this person at any cost if I possibly could from the enemy and from death. Apis arranged a ride for Raid to Prizren, then brought him a horse. Apis and Bosnian volunteers loaded Raid on the steed, caring for him on the difficult retreat to Drac. He arrived there very ill, so Apis persuaded Dr. Velikovic of the Serbian Medical Corps to evacuate Raid to Corfu with the wounded. His efforts saved Malibovic from capture or death. 13 Under relentless enemy pressure, the Serbian army's position deteriorated rapidly. Premier Pisic on October 11 had reported optimistically that the Serbs were repelling the Austro-Germans and that Allied aid was imminent, but by the 22nd the British envoy reported, the situation on our front is more and more critical owing to lack of sufficient troops. As the Germans advanced southward irresistibly, the Bulgars pressed in from the east. The Serbian armies faced encirclement. Pleaded the Pisic government, if at the latest in 10 days 114,000 to 150,000 Allied troops arrive to aid us, we might prevent the Bulgar advance and await arrival of more help. We beg the Allied representatives to urge their governments to help us. If Serbia is crushed, the Allies will require many more troops to vanquish our enemy in the Balkans. We have done all that we can. 14 Skopje is in Bulgar hands, Sir Ralph Paget reported next day. The position in the north also seems less favorable. Even a British brigade, he pleaded, would raise Serbian morale. Admitting the situation was grave, Pisic still hoped vigorous Allied attacks from the south could repel the Bulgars, retake Skopje, and restore railway links between Salonika and Serbia. 15 Allied efforts were tardy and feeble. Venizelos' fall had undermined Franco-British efforts. British military specialists, concluding Allied aid would arrive too late, wrote Serbia off. Lord Grey explained lamely that he had promised to aid Greece if it joined the Allies, not Serbia. Later, Paul Campin, French ambassador in London, accused the Allies of committing an unpardonable blunder by vetoing Marshal Putnik's plan to attack Bulgaria. 16 On October 28 the Allies had only 51,000 men in their Salonika force with one more French division en route. The British contingent was not equipped for an active campaign, concluded leaders in London. The disappearance of the Serbian army, however regrettable it may be in itself, is of small military importance. Victory in World War I can only be gained by the Allies defeating Germany, and any diversion of forces from the theater of war in France and Flanders to the Near East is prejudicial to the Allied cause. The numbers dispatched should be reduced to a minimum. The British public shared French empathy for Serbia, but military questions cannot profitably be governed by sentiment. The British General Staff then opposed any major campaigns based on Salonika. 17 The British War Council and Cabinet, however, yielded grudgingly to French insistence that Serbia be rescued, if the British role remained defensive. Allied operations were not to be conducted beyond the Monastir-Skopje-Tip Salonika line and then only to restore links with the Serbian army. If that operation failed, concluded London, Allied forces should be wholly withdrawn. 15 British officers emphasized how exposed were advanced Allied units supplied by a single Greek-controlled railway line. If Serbian resistance collapsed, the Allies would face military disaster. 19 With their small forces and hesitancy, the Allies never envisioned the decisive action Serbia required. Abandoning NIS on October 29, the Serbian government and diplomatic corps fled westward to Raska and Kosovska Mitrovica as the Supreme Command announced the Bulgars had captured Kakinik Gorge between Skopje and Kosovska Mitrovica. The Serbian army seemed hopelessly penned in. Fighting desperately day and night, they managed to withdraw onto Kosovo plain. Once again Serbia had succumbed to an invader. 20 On a gloomy day in early November the entire army gathered at Kosovo, recalled Assistant Railway Inspector Stefan Trifunovic. Morale was sinking fast, all military reports were discouraging. The enemy kept pressing in irresistibly. In this cheerless situation Colonel Apis, spying Trifunovic at Euro's evac station, came up. Trifunovic, have you heard anything about the French? Will they come and when? Trifunovic in October had traveled from Skopje to Jevjeli to await the first French detachment. Entering Stremica he had seen some 20 military trains unload. Apis' eyes shone with joy. If only somehow I could obtain a report on how many Frenchmen have so far reached our territory from Salonika, one would give it immediately to Dobroboj Nikolajvic. Nikolajvic, head of the telegraph service, promptly informed Trifunovic that many French trains with war materiel and troops had already arrived. Trifunovic rushed happily to see Apis in his office in a railway car. Timok Army Commander, General Gajakovic, was with him. Embracing Trifunovic, Apis exclaimed, "Listen, this is a valuable document and will bring joy to us all. I ask you to communicate it immediately to all your railway workers." Continued Apis, "You know that it will be a great good fortune for us if the entire army knows of the arrival of the French, since it will raise the morale of the troops, and the army will begin the journey to Albania in larger numbers. The way it is now many are abandoning their units and fleeing. 21 Desperately, Apis and the others counted on a powerful Allied offensive. One Serbian minister appealed to the Allies. Serbia has now struggled for more than 6 weeks on every front. Day and night, without respite, isolated, invaded on all sides, threatened with annihilation, and exhausted by her desperate efforts against superior and ever-increasing enemy forces. 22 Without immediate Allied aid the Supreme Command considered the situation grim. The attempt to break through via Skopje faces certain failure. 23 Serbia's government and Supreme Command crowded into tiny Raska, a cradle of Serbian civilization. After capturing Kakinik Gorge and driving back the Second Army, the Bulgars threatened to cut off the Serbs' retreat. Field Marshal von MacKenzie, thrice having nearly encircled Serbia's northern armies, had pressed the Belgrade defense force into Đaković ravine. The only escape route apparently had been severed. Gloom prevailed in the Supreme Command. Marshal Putnik lay ill, so the crucial decisions fell to his assistant, Colonel Živko Pavlović. Miraculously he found the key. The Second Army repulsed the Bulgars at Leskovac, capturing their artillery. All three Serbian armies then escaped without losing a single unit. Leaving Pavlovic's office, Prince Alexander exclaimed joyfully to Major Draskic, his duty officer, all the others were shitting from fear. Only Živko Pavlović was self-possessed, tireless, and cool-headed. 24 Marshal Putnik ordered the Timok army to try and penetrate Bulgar-controlled Kačanik Gorge, retake Skopje, and join up with the allies which he still believed were advancing to meet the Serbs. November 4-7. The Timok troops, in an operation planned partly by Apis, with tremendous effort in execrable weather struggled up the heights, forced the Bulgars to evacuate positions dominating the gorge, and captured Mt. Žegović. A French attack might have defeated the Second Bulgar army and captured Skopje. But the French could not advance, so reluctantly the Supreme Command ordered the Timok army and other troops to break off the battle. 25 The Serbian government had explained to the allies that unless the Timok army could break through and link up with them, the Serbs could not retreat southward and would have to retire through Albania and Montenegro. 26 Next day from Prizren the Supreme Command issued its last directive from Serbian soil. The subsequent retreat of our army must be carried out through Montenegro and northern Albania to the Adriatic shore to the line of Drag-Scatter, leaving the necessary forces to close routes leading from Pek, Đakovica, Prizren, Debra, and Struga to the Adriatic. On that line our army is to be reorganized and supplied with food, clothing, weapons, and munitions. Our subsequent action will depend on the condition of our army as well as on the general political and military situation of our allies. All artillery and vehicles which could not make this difficult retreat were to be destroyed. Since morale and discipline had deteriorated, commanders must explain and justify the retreat. Serbia had sacrificed and suffered too much to yield, capitulation would be the worst situation. And would doom us completely. The country has not lost its existence. As long as there are the ruler, the government, and the army. Persuade everyone this retreat is a national necessity. In these difficult days our salvation lies in endurance, patience, and extreme sacrifice. By all with belief in our allies' victory. Thus we must hold out to the end. 27 Top Serbian military leaders convened in Pek to decide how to implement this order. Food was lacking, personnel and horses were exhausted, soldiers were fleeing en masse, and deserters were selling their weapons too. The Albanians, stated Milovanovic Balak's minutes. 28 Civilian refugees mingled with troops on clogged roads. Even slight enemy pressure combined with winter, mountains, hunger, and attacks by Albanian tribesmen could make the situation hopeless. 29 Serbia's path to Golgotha led through formidable mountains and ice-coated goat paths of Montenegro and Albania to the Adriatic. The Serbian army by mid-November had vanished like a phantom into mountain fastnesses. The troops, some almost barefoot, were buffeted by cold rain, sleet, and wind-driven snow. They took only the food they could carry on foot or horseback. Before Ljumkula the roads, crowded with artillery and vehicles, turned into bogs of clinging mud. There all artillery, automobiles, and heavy baggage were destroyed except for a few horse-carried mountain guns. 30 Under a foreboding November sky officers and men faced the looming mountains hungry, cold, and tired. Struggling along Albania's paths, assisted by sticks or canes, recalled Slobodan Jovanovic, men resembled sufferers retaining of all their property only a beggar's staff. In a miser-able crowd of retreating soldiery he suddenly spied Colonel Apis. He was tottering along on his uncertain legs, 31 supported by a huge cane corresponding to his weight. He looked immense with two Macintoshes thrown over his heavy military overcoat. In that stumbling throng Jovanovic managed only a brief talk with Apis. The Albanian retreat, he said, was the best available alternative. He had feared Pisic could lose heart and sue for a separate peace. Military defeat, Apis pointed out, could be overcome, capitulation could not. These words revealed his patriotism but also his extreme distrust of Pisic, Khan. Klud Jovanovic. 32 Pisic and his ministers traveled to the coast in comfort, careful to stay ahead of the enemy. They endured silent or vocal reproaches of Serbian soldiers ascribing this disaster to Pisic's failure to preempt Bulgaria's mobilization. King Peter and Marshal Putnik, ill but resolved to share their troops' hardships, were carried across Albania's mountains. Even in this terrible time tension simmered between the Prince Regent's court and the Black Hand. General Jordan Stajic told Major Draskic, early in the retreat Apis stood in an automobile in his havelock with the ever-present cigarette in his teeth. Saying something to Court Marshal Ostojic, Apis stared angrily into his face and approached very close to him. Backing away from the massive colonel, Ostojic had his hand on his revolver. 33 As the Serbian army retreated, the Allies prepared to liquidate their Balkan involvement. Stated a British cabinet report, the General Staff without hesitation urges vacating Salonika as quickly as possible. All further transport of troops to Salonika should be instantly stopped and all Allied troops in Serbia should at once be withdrawn to Salonika and evacuation of Salonika should proceed as fast as possible. Great danger faced Allies forces still in Macedonia, stated a report to the cabinet 2 weeks later. There is grave risk that the enemy can cut off our army and isolate it from Salonika. Allied forces both in Serbia and Salonika are in extraordinary danger. Re-embarkation must be begun at once. 34. Supreme Command's directive on retreat to the Adriatic exposed the battered Serbian army to incredible privations. It could easily have dissolved into a leaderless mob. But that rarely occurred. Some soldiers surrendered or deserted, but most retained resolute belief in eventual victory. The Timok army of Apis, in better shape than most units, retreated through Albania in constant contact with the enemy, preventing a Bulgar breakthrough at Elbasan and thus enabling other units to retreat. It protected the port of Drab, Durazzo, where food supplies were landed and from which some units were evacuated. Timok troops also guarded units, retiring towards Skadar, Skutari, and Ljes. Defending the approaches to Drac until February 9, 1916, they were the last Serbian units to evacuate the mainland. Retreating Serbian forces reached the Skadar-Drac line prescribed by the Supreme Command by early January. The last Serbian units left Montenegro after its capitulation. The emaciated Serbs, still resisting, awaited food and evacuation at Albanian ports. 35. There was one disgraceful exception to that rule. When the Timok army commander ordered the cavalry division, resting in Kavaha, to relieve exhausted troops defending Drac, the divisional commander and 4 regimental commanders flatly refused. Allegedly, the division's personnel and horses were too tired. But they were much better off than those still on the line. Masterminding this flagrant insubordination was regimental commander, Colonel Peter Zivkovic. He initiated the refusal and persuaded the others to go along. Because Zivkovic was protected by Prince Alexander, the disobedient officers later received only a month's suspended prison sentence. The prince refused to allow his indispensable friend and white-hand leader to be branded a coward for evading duties which half-dead soldiers were performing loyally. 36 During December, Skadar became headquarters for top Serbian leaders and the Supreme Command. Pisic and his ministers arrived November 28, Prince Alexander 2 days later, then the diplomatic corps, King Peter, Vojvoda Putnik, and his staff, Slobodan Jovanovic and 2 officers, were the first from the Supreme Command to reach that port. After the rugged, empty region they had traversed, Skadar was like the promised land. Dogs were barking and spring beckoned in the fresh sea air. The whole town with its lovely Catholic church was orderly and charming. Once in Skadar, Alexander and Pisic, keeping the cabinet unchanged, replaced the entire Supreme Command. Pisic threw all blame for catastrophe on the military. Relieved abruptly of his duties, ostensibly to recover his health abroad, Marshal Putnik yielded to his assistant, Colonel Pavkruk. The prince and Pisic evidently considered the old Vojvoda an obstacle in their path. 37 As Prince Alexander and his entourage approached Skadar, they heard the distant thunder of Austrian naval guns bombarding Allied ships carrying food to nearby San Giovanni for starving Serbian soldiers. Skadar and San Giovanni were bombed daily by enemy planes. In Skadar, Prince Alex Ender fell ill, was operated on, and remained there a month recuperating. Even while lying ill, he sought to save Serbian soldiers by caring for them at his palace. Then an Italian motor launch took him to Drac, where he expedited evacuation of Serbian troops. Alexander's prestige then was unequaled among Serbs. 38. The Serbian army could not be reorganized in Albania as Supreme Command had hoped. French military attachés, Fournier and Francois, recognized that swift Allied evacuation of the Serbs by sea was indispensable. The army had disintegrated, telegraphed Francois, it lacked food, munitions, and supplies. If the enemy pressed forward, the remnants would be destroyed or captured and Serbia forced to yield. The only solution, agreed Fournier, is to transport the remnants to an island or to Italy where it can be reconstituted. 39 Colonel Apis' role in the retreat remains disputed. His partisans affirm that he executed all orders and displayed great generosity to his colleagues. When the Timok army staff halted at Suvarica, recalled Major Nicholas Aranjlovic, the food situation was critical. Major Vojan Maksimovic, chief supply officer, reported this to Apis as chief of staff. They quarreled heatedly. Friendly with both, Aranjlovic calmed them down and they proceeded more calmly to Drac. There Apis assessed for General Gajakovic the performance of all staff members during the retreat. Maksimovic, he affirmed, had been an exemplary, irreplaceable supply officer, praise which brought tears of joy to Maksimovic's eyes. Apis' comments were the more remarkable since Maksimovic had strongly opposed the Meku. Commented General Gajakovic, Dragutin Apis and Vojan Maksimovic are 2 of the finest flowers of our army. Neither has it in his makeup to be vindicative. Dragutin could not go against his conscience, and Vojan fully deserved such a good evaluation. 40 but others accused the Apis group of plotting in Drac to overthrow Serbia's dynasty and regime. Veljko Zesivic testified later that Apis exhorted Bosnian volunteers gathered around him in Drap to clean up Serbia's domestic affairs and crush evil. Later, in Korakijani on Corfu, Apis supposedly told Zesivic, "It is a pity that all of you volunteers will perish since we have very important matters to settle in the country." Later in Salonika, Apis explained, "I never spoke to the Bosnians about any evil in Serbia or about its removal. I told them that I regretted they would all die and that there would be no one to settle accounts after us. I understood this cleaning up, as they did also, as meaning our accounts affecting the Serbian people. That is creating a greater Serbia." Apis denied plans to use the Bosnian volunteers for internal action, but when they gathered around me, especially during our retreat, I could not renounce helping them to flee with us and escape falling into enemy hands. 41 Kosta Pekanak, a reserve officer serving under Colonel Boza Yankovic, and later a guerrilla leader, asserted years later that in Drab Apis and his friends plotted to overturn the regime. Coming to Pekanak's regiment, Malibovic told him Apis and Milovanovic Balak wanted to see him in Skadar. At a small cafe, Pekanak allegedly met Balak acting as Apis' emissary. Serbia had collapsed totally, stated Polak, and the Pisic government foolishly adhered to the Allies' hopeless cause. The Germans, continued Polak, respected Serbia's heroism and would guarantee her freedom and independence in pre-war boundaries. Polak advocated an immediate separate peace with the Central Powers and sought Pekinak's support. Despite Pekinak's declared loyalty to the Allies, Polak pestered him incessantly thereafter with such appeals. Lieutenant Ljubomir Kojovic confided to Pekinak that the Apis group was preparing terrible things in Skatter. A great plot was ripening. Conspirators in Skatter had established ties with the Germans and had held important talks there about our fate. Talking later with Apis and Polak, Pekinak learned the conspirators planned to await the arrival of King Peter and Prince Alexander in San Giovanni, then act openly against them. After killing assembly delegates who refused to support them, they would seize control of the army and oust the government and dynasty. But Prince Alexander did not embark in San Giovanni, ruining the conspirators' plans. Apis and company supposedly were terribly angry but impotent. On Corfu and in Salonika later, they resumed their plotting, recruiting officers on every side. 42 Pekinak's account remains uncorroborated and suspect, although it may have some factual basis. Had the Black Hand truly wished to kill Prince Alexander and execute a coup, the retreat presented some opportunities. Units guarding the route along which Alexander and his ministers passed from Skatter to San Giovanni were commanded by Black Hand members. The route's most dangerous section was guarded by the guerrilla detachment of Vojvoda Vuk, very sympathetic to Apis. 43 Meanwhile Apis continued serving as the Timok army's chief of staff. His forces had to defend the port of Drac, and Apis was the last Serbian officer to embark from there for Corfu in February 1916. The Austrian vanguard was already at the town's gates when Apis turned over its defenses to the arriving Italians. 44 Casting doubt on Pekinak's account, this suggests Apis executed his duties conscientiously to the last. When it grew clear the Serbian army could not reorganize in Albania, the Serbs and allies debated possible destinations. Pisic urged the allies on December 1 to evacuate the army to Salonika so that after reorganization it could bolster the allied front. While this was discussed, the French sent a military mission under General Mondazir to Albania to ascertain the situation and arrange evacuation. From the Italians, anxious to seize control of Albania, Mondazir encountered obstruction and delays. With Montenegro's collapse, the Serbs' removal from the mainland grew urgent. Mondazir apparently first proposed the Greek island of Corfu as the best destination. With Greek permission, the French occupied the island with elite units. Acceptable to the Allies and Serbs, Corfu satisfied the Italians by removing the Serbs from Albania. But the exhausted Serbs had to march overland through swamps to Drac and Valona, hundreds more died. The Serbian government on January 19, 1916 embarked for Corfu and the troops followed. Healthier men were sent to Corfu, the island of salvation, the wounded and moribund to Vido, dubbed the island of death. For's about 145,000 soldiers were evacuated Serbia's remaining army. In Skatter King Peter witnessed a poignant military review. The old monarch sat with allied officers on the balcony of the Supreme Command headquarters as the troops filed past. It was a march of live corpses. Wrote the deeply moved French writer, Henri Barbasse. In correct military formation and perfect alignment with hand weapons and regimental colors, this ghastly army stalked past the assembled dignitaries. Through their bared bones, which alone gave them a human look, protruded yellowish, coarse, cracked skin. Their skulls were inordinately large for their emaciated bodies. Thousands later died on Vido despite the best efforts of French doctors and nurses. French ships set out regularly with a grisly cargo of wasted corpses for burial at sea. 46 The catastrophe of 1915 shook the Serbs' confidence in Nikola Pisic, but the Allies still considered him the indispensable leader of national resistance. His position with the Allies secure, Pisic could defy Serbian civilian and military opponents. With independent radical leaders in his cabinet, Pisic had some protection against the Apis group which had relied on them politically. Prince Alexander, having reshaped the Supreme Command to his taste, disliked Pisic intensely but could not oust him. His feud with the Black Hand had higher priority. Apis and his friends, failing to realize they could not simultaneously oppose Pisic and Alexander, drove them into reluctant partnership. 47 Soon would strike the hour of reckoning for Apis and the Black Hand. Chapter 15 Personal Matters, 1914 to 1916. Guard your health and work so that the time you spend there far from all who are dear to you will be as valuable as possible for your future life. Find a place in a good home, study French, go to some school and see how the French youth study so you can be useful to your country. Apis to Milan Zivanovic, April 16, 1916. Throughout his short and turbulent life Apis was so absorbed in military and political activities that he never married or even had a true love affair. But though very self-controlled, he revealed deep affection for people of both sexes and a profound interest in others. From age 10 he was a loyal, considerate member of the family of his sister, Yelena, and her husband, Zivan Zivanovic. He considered their home on Holy Sava Street in Belgrade his own and always remained in close contact with his relatives. During Zivan Zivanovic's internment in Hungary in 1915-18, Apis assumed personal charge of his nephew, Milan Zivanovic. Too young at 16 to be called to the Serbian colors, Milan in May 1915 joined his uncle in Uzis as a volunteer and accompanied the Timok army staff on the Albanian retreat. Sent to study in France in 1916, Milan conducted an extensive correspondence with his uncle. Apis lavished more attention and 169 affection upon Milan than many men do on their own children. Young Milan, reciprocating fully his uncle's concern, dedicated much of his life to clear Apis of charges brought against him in Salonika. Fortunately, their correspondence and several Apis letters to his niece, Stanislava Glisic, survived and provided insight into Apis' character and family. Relationships. Apis' appearance, despite his massive size, failed to reveal his uniqueness. Men resembling him superficially could at times be encountered in Serbia. Only after a person knew this was Apis, noted Vladimir Tukovic, were his interest and curiosity aroused. When Tukovic met him, Apis was already a man of mystery, reputedly having secret powers to mesmerize men. This mystique was fostered more by the romantic aura around him than by the man himself. A gifted friend wrote, "Whenever I met him, and I invariably wish to do so, I obtained the impression that I have met a true man. Such meetings awakened in me a secret feeling of obedience. At such moments I was prepared to become his soldier." Added one of Apis' comrades from the Maku of 1903, "That person is not only talented but something more. He is a type of magician. When he is not present, all is empty. When he enters, everything livens up, and we all crowd around him. All come to him without a summons, without evident reason, as if attracted by this man's magical power." Unpredictably his relatives and friends provide a laudatory picture of Apis the man. He spoke in short, quick sentences, avoiding lengthy or complex explanations, recalled his adoring nephew. Apis' ideas, expressed succinctly, were clear, precise and penetrated to the heart of a matter. Pressed very simply, his words were easily remembered. 2 Apis measured his words carefully, confirmed fellow staff officer, Nicholas Arangelovic. Without speaking heatedly or raising his voice, he aroused his listeners' interest. Apis knew what to say and how to say it without antagonizing his interlocutor or damaging his self-esteem. Most people were impressed by his cogent reasoning, strong convictions, and devotion to duty. Receiving everyone graciously, he was a careful, patient listener. His precise, skillful execution of varied and complex tasks revealed great organizational ability. During physical danger or crises, Apis remained cheerful and positive, exerting a favorable influence on others. He viewed the most dangerous situations with optimistic confidence and rarely complained or blamed others for failure. If the interests of the army or country demanded, he would work day and night. Colonel Apis possessed all the qualities required by an outstanding general staff officer, concluded Arangelovic. 3 Dedicated to the Serbian national cause, Apis spurned wealth or personal gain, affirmed Milan Zivanovic. Neither flattery nor bribery would deflect him from a course he believed in. For him the interests of Serbia and its people preceded personal and family affairs. Believing his family should participate in the struggle for national liberation and unity, Apis refused to shield it from danger or sacrifice. To be Apis' friend was dangerous. It meant marching with the vanguard where the peril was greatest. Without hesitation. 4 But he never asked others to assume risks he would not accept himself. Zivan Zivanovic, Milan's father, reminisced fondly about his famous brother-in-law. Apis was warm-hearted, talkative, and involved with people, confirmed Zivanovic. Visits with the family for him represented essential relaxation from arduous military and political activities. At home Apis never discussed official business, worries, or problems. Thus the family was often surprised by events which overtook him. His surviving letters home, confirming a sincere and deep concern for all family members, contain only rare references to war or national issues. Allusions to his health and feelings are few and generally optimistic. Within the family, wrote his brother-in-law, Apis expressed his engaging sense of humor. Convivial evening gatherings in cafes and restaurants where he told light-hearted jokes was a chief means of relaxation. Apis would sometimes become so jolly and expansive that casual acquaintances mistook his natural ebullience for intoxication. Throughout life, confirmed Zivanovic, Apis drank strictly water and black coffee, never alcohol. A heavy and determined smoker, Apis avoided swearing or indecent language even in anger or jest. His kindness to servants was proverbial. Orderlies and grooms became blindly devoted to him, remaining in his service for years. These small matters are very characteristic of a man who was above all a soldier and an officer. As an officer Apis was exemplary in obeying orders and deferring to those senior in rank, Zivanovic stated. Despite his great influence, Apis avoided whatever might injure his superiors amor propria. Shunning boastfulness, he talked little about events he had been involved in. Those considering Apis extreme, pathological, or mentally unbalanced were either mistaken or motivated by hatred or jealousy. Sincere patriotism was the chief motive for his public actions, affirmed Zivanovic. Apis' aim was freedom and well-being for Serbia and its people. Famous early in life, Apis was exposed constantly to requests for favors from comrades and outsiders. Attentive to all, he granted all honorable requests that he could, involving himself in considerable material sacrifice. Unusually generous, he shared his money and cigarettes with comrades or supplicants. This won him the respect and devotion of many. Sincere, disinterested attentiveness to others and their needs goes far to explain his vaunted magical power in interpersonal relations. Apis was unusually intelligent and knowledgeable. He spoke and wrote French well, utilized German easily after his second Berlin stay, and also read Russian. In his home library were many works on military affairs in those languages. He read much general literature too but never discussed his favorite authors with his brother-in-law. 5 Apis knew much, agreed his nephew, but but his actions resulted more from revolutionary instinct than cold political reason. But he did not act emotionally or impulsively. Apis reached major decisions coolly after studying relevant details. He bore in himself that unquenchable flame of revolutionary creativity without which there would be no progress in the world. For neutral observers and opponents noted shortcomings which led Apis into repeated errors of judgment and unwise decisions. Point 7 Often provoking fury and hatred, Apis had plenty of enemies. As an ambitious man with power and influence, he was often unscrupulous and manipulative and could also be arrogant. Occasionally he lost his temper and committed unwise acts. He can be accused of political naivete, recklessly sacrificing others, and being too certain he was right. Unbending pride hurt Apis in his crucial relationship with Prince Alexander, especially when he spumed the reconciliation offered by the prince. Too often Apis did not realize the consequences of his decisions and actions. His faults, though seemingly few compared to the virtues enumerated by his admirers, nonetheless contributed significantly to his ultimate fate. 3 letters of Apis to his niece in 1914-15 reveal his profound concern for the family's well-being. Stanislava was the widow of Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Glisic, killed at Kumanovo in October 1912. From temporary Supreme Command headquarters in Valjevo, Apis wrote her. In Kragujevac, where most of the family settled just after World War I began. Apis' sister remained behind in Belgrade to care for their mother, Jovanka, who died during the Austrian bombardment and was buried in the capital. Wrote Apis, far from all of us, not cared for by us in her last hours, our torment. Mother was released from her sufferings. How heavy-hearted I am not to be able to see her anymore. No longer will I be able to look at her face, good and pleasant even while she suffered the worst pain. It is even harder and sadder for me that I was unable to say goodbye to her. May she rest in eternal sleep next to our dear Sanya registered. Her dear spirit will always be with us, and her goodness and sacrifices for us we shall always remember even if life is miserable for us. Yes, our mother lived for others, and if there is a God and his right prevails after death, our mother will deserve it fully. To arrange a funeral for his mother, Apis wrote Dobrovolj Bakic, a former Belgrade official serving with Supreme Command, but Apis himself could not attend it. From Valjevo he often called his brother-in-law, Non Kostic, a hotel owner in Kragujevac, to ask about the family. It is enough for me to know that all of you are well. Protect Nediska, my golden one, guard her like the apple of your eye. She is our chief solace. 9 that October Apis wrote in another letter to Stanislava, I am fine except that I have gained much weight. You won't recognize me because I have gained so much. My legs serve me well, and I do my work easily though there is too much. So don't worry about me. Since Mama 10 has been with you, I have felt relieved in mind. Stay all together, then it will be easier to endure misfortune. He longed to hear all but little Neniska's accomplishments and urged his niece to write more frequently. Apis exuded characteristic optimism about the army's and Serbia's prospects. Things stand well with us. Our army is good and worthy, so you have nothing to fear. In a short time everything will be better, and even the most traitorous will realize how glorious our army is. Don't listen to rumors spread by the cowardly. There is no longer any danger, nor can there be any for Serbia. We have performed our tasks honorably, and now things should improve more and more. Sometimes Apis called Uncle Nom in Kragujevac to refute false rumors of impending Serbian defeat, forged in some evil pro-German society. He had been out of sorts recently, plagued with sad memories about family members killed in action 2 years earlier, Senya Zivanovic and Alexander Glisic. Under the impact of new tragic losses of so many of our friends, the pain becomes ever harder to bear. How was his nephew, Milan, the hero of the bombardment? Queried Apis. Before Jovanka's death, Milan had gone to Belgrade with his mother. Spending several days there during the Austrian bombardment, they had then returned to Kragujevac with Dobrovolj Bakic. In the midst of the bombardment, young Milan had walked around Belgrade, as Bakic told Apis upon their return. 11 Apis' third letter to Stanislava in March 1915 found the family in Leskovac whence it had fled during the Austrian offensive of November 1914. Briefly and matter-of-factly Apis informed her that after serious differences with Prince Alexander, he had been transferred to Uzas. Persistent leg problems prevented him from riding horseback, but he need not do that at his new post. His orderly was giving him regular rubdowns. I will be going to my new post in a few days. Reverting to family concerns. He wrote, I talked to Dad Zivan Zivanovic today, and he feels it best for you to remain where you are in Leskovac. Don't worry about me and take care. All that I wish is that we all remain well. I hope to be able to come from Uzas to see you, or at least to hear from you. How is Neniska? One miss her most of all. God willing, in 2 months you will be back in Belgrade. 12. Milan Zivanovic's reminiscences written in Nice, France in 1916 and Apis' letter to him there revealed their close bonds forged during the Albanian retreat. Late in 1915 Milan enlisted as a volunteer in Uzas. Accompanying his uncle to Timok Army headquarters in Zajkar, he went with him on the Albanian retreat. 13 After a month's stay in Elbasan, Albania, they had to leave suddenly for Tirana in mid-December. The staff was to move out at 4 a.m., wrote Milan, the operational division and supply wagons an hour later. They started auspiciously on a fine highway, but soon it dwindled to a narrow path along which they struggled from rock to rock. Nice warm weather deteriorated swiftly, a cold east wind blew into their faces, then rain came down in torrents. The 11-hour trek to Tirana left the young volunteer exhausted. Further along that Albanian route, reported Milan, everyone's life was in danger and each thought only of himself. At several places on this route I saw soldiers sitting next to a fire to get warm. At their feet, literally piled one on top of another, lay their dead comrades. Hunger, frost, rain, snow, marching, exhaustion. 14 Reaching Corfu early in February 1916, Milan contracted typhus. When Apis arrived from Drac, Dr. Milan Stajic informed him his feverish nephew must go straight to a hospital. Apis rushed off to see an old acquaintance, chief of the French medical mission on Corfu. Explaining the situation, Apis urged that Milan be sent to the French hospital in the Highland. To accommodate his friend, Colonel Rangona issued the necessary orders. Next day Milan and Dr. Stajic, now also down with typhus, were taken by car to a Highland. Hot and bundled up, Milan awoke much later to see his uncle and two doctors gathered anxiously around him. At first in the almost empty hospital, he shared a room with Dr. Stajic, then many more patients were brought in. When he had recovered somewhat, Milan sent word to Apis in Congenial. After a long delay which reduced Milan to desperation, Major Nicholas Aranjlovic, Apis' close friend, came to a Highland. "Hey there, young fellow," shouted Aranjlovic cheerfully, "Colonel Dragutin sent me to get you out of the hospital." Much relieved, Milan got into a car which took them to Corfu town, then to Congenial village, Timok Army headquarters. Recalled Milan. Dragutin and all the rest came out, and we went into a house. A large table was covered with documents, pens, and my typewriter. How happy I was to see all my old war comrades, the old General Ilija Gajakovic, Dragutin, Captain Veljakovic. Realizing his nephew was still too weak to sit and talk with them, Apis within minutes had his bed prepared. Milik, Apis' orderly, led Milan gently into his uncle's quarters. It was a largish room some 3 meters square with 2 beds, a large dresser with a mirror, and Dragutin's army trunk. I remember every detail of what seemed to me then the most wonderful room in the world. Apis and the others forbade the convalescent to do any work and constantly urged him to eat well. The weather was wonderful and sunny, and I felt better with each passing day. The Supreme Command had informed General Gajakovic that his Timok Army, having completed its mission, would be dissolved. February 28, 1916 was a sad day when that army ceased to exist. Entering Iris automobile, the old general drove slowly away, tears streaming down his cheeks. Apis and an orderly remained behind to complete paperwork. On March 2 he and Milan drove to Corfu where Milan received the title Junior Sergeant of Cavalry 15, but soon volunteers under 18 were released from the army to continue their schooling. Apis insisted Milan go abroad to study and arranged his nephew's passage to England, but Milan refused to go there. They compromised on Nice, France, so Milan could remain closer to Salonika. Apis and Milan parted forever on March 10 at the Corfu pier. Dissatisfied at leaving the army and his uncle, Milan agitated constantly to return to Salonika, but Apis always put him off. Meanwhile Serbia had been occupied totally by Austria and Bulgaria. As a high Serbian official, Zivan Zivanovic was deported to Nezidar, Hungary, where he remained interned until the war ended. The Austrians entered his vacant house in Belgrade. Finding nothing incriminating, they nonetheless destroyed Zivanovic's and Apis' private libraries, carried off the furniture, then demolished the house. The other Zivanovics fled to a village near Kruševac for the rest of the war. 16. Apis' correspondence with Milan, the most extensive of his life, reveals a warm protective concern and profound love for his young nephew. Prior to his arrest in December 1916 Apis wrote Milan 9 letters, receiving 20-8 and a few postcards from him. Apis sent all his letters to Nice where Milan studied for over a year at the French Lycée. The fall of 1917 he transferred to the newly opened Serbian Gymnasium in Boilo, France, graduating with his comrades in February 1919. 17 Apis first wrote Milan from Corfu April 16, 1916, confirming receipt of his nephew's letters from Naples, Ventimiglia and Nice. Apis' first letter was taken to Nice by Major Grigor Mitrovic of the 3rd Army Staff where Apis served as Assistant Chief of Staff. He admonished Milan to guard his health, study hard, and utilize his time so he could serve Serbia better. He would defray his nephew's expenses. Your letters will help me to bear more easily the loneliness I have felt ever since you left. Put everything in your letters, even the most trivial happenings. That will be our conversation. Milan should not expect long letters since Apis would be very busy, and as you know, writing is difficult for me. But by your indulgence you will obligate me to take up my pen. Indeed, it did. Some of Apis' letters, though less frequent than Milan's, were quite extensive. I am fine and well situated in the 3rd Army Command, Apis reported. Along with Grigor Mitrovic I am virtually relaxing here. I am bathing in the sea daily. The amazing revival of the Serbian army, seemingly moribund only 2 months before, put him in good spirits. Our army has recovered remarkably. It is a pleasure to look at the soldiers. In the camps one hears songs, and they are full of hopes for a return to our dear country. Through Vlada Ilic, an emigre friend in neutral Geneva, Switzerland, Apis received news about his family in Kruševac. Apparently, they are well and it is in God's hands when we will meet with them. Apis remained optimistic that changing fortunes of war would make that occur soon. With the mails unreliable, he urged Milan to number all letters and postcards. He sent many embraces to my little Milan 18. Apis letter from Corfu of April 28 was taken to Milan by Lieutenant Colonel Radis Nikolic. Colonel Zivkovic had named him adjutant on the 3rd Army staff apparently to spy on Apis and obtain papers which could be used later to compromise him. Lieutenant Colonel Radovanovic Koka claimed that Zivkovic had instructed Nikolic to induce someone to poison Apis, but the hireling lost his nerve. Apis seemingly did not then suspect Nikolic, or he would not have asked him to deliver letters, money, and messages to Milan. With money sent with Mitrovic and Nikolic, noted Apis. Milan could pay for his trip through Italy and for his quarters and schooling in Nice. From one of Milan's letters the solicitous uncle realized his nephew found their separation most difficult. Thus he left open Milan's return to the army once it entered action on the Salonika front. To Milan's prodding for permission to return, Apis wrote soothingly, "I understand you, and it isn't easy for me either. I too found it easier to bear things when you were with me, but still you needed to leave Corfu, get away, and spend the time which remains before we return to our country in a place where you can see and study something. The oppressive loneliness which you feel in such difficult circumstances is even more onerous for our people in Serbia. I know that you will experience difficult moments and suffer much, but my dear Milans, you must be a hero. And endure." Heroes, Apis explained, were not only those exposed to physical danger, but also people able to bear severe mental suffering. Milan's parents had borne many trials stoically during the war. For the love of them you must bear up too. When we return, they need to have the solace that you continued your education besides helping us in the army. Therefore resolve and make the effort to remain there for some months. Stay there until we here and in Salonika are prepared to go forward. That would be at least another 2 to 3 months, confided Apis. We still have plenty of work here and in Salonika before we have everything in order. Apis noted he had received word from Milan's father in Hungary and the family in Kruševac that all were well, and, asking about them, Apis had instructed Vlada Ilic in Geneva to send them money. Also working to restore links with those in occupied Serbia was Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Sapanak, Apis' classmate from the Academy 19 convalescing in France from war wounds. I wrote him to make contact with Dad, whom he knows and respects greatly. The darkness would gradually lift, but dawn cannot come until we return and are all together again and embrace. As to Milan's complaints about Nice, Apis admonished, about your lodging and companions. Let me give you this advice. You are there only temporarily and your friends are accidental. Don't worry about what they are like, just be what you have been up until now. I also have had bad company, but it never deflected me from my path. You have the power, even in unpleasant company, to remain the Milans who always has been able by his behavior and work to win the sympathy of the surroundings and those in them. Would Milan please write their friends in Switzerland who had created and were maintaining contacts with his father and the family in Serbia? As for himself, Apis confirmed he was FME, walking 5 miles a day and swimming an hour in Corfu's warm waters. But the army staff lacked the warm, close personal relationships of the former Timok Army. 20 Apis' final letter to Milan from Corfu of May 8 was brief. He gave it to a captain who would greet Milan in Nice and see how he was faring. I await news from you impatiently. Be patient there another 2 months. I will tell you when you can come to me. Preparations for the move to Salonika were proceeding well. I must hurry in order not to miss the ship. Third Army staff was now moving to the Salonika front. 21 After a lengthy gap, Apis wrote Milan October 22 from Pastirina, near the Serbian border where Third Army staff was then located. By then he had received 24 letters from his diligent nephew. Early October, confessed Apis, had been difficult for him. A year earlier Serbia had been defeated, and still earlier, our dear Senya and good Lika departed from us in those days in October 1912, and our house was destroyed in 1915, and last year we had to abandon our loved ones to severe oppression and depart for abroad where we suffer spiritually. We must have the strength to bear all this. In that strength lies the greatness of our people, and you as a son of our tormented people must find the strength and hold out. Apis had believed they would soon be returning to liberated Serbia. Now it was apparent that happy day would be deferred indefinitely. When Milan felt sad or discouraged, he should see Colonel Sapanak who would comfort him. His legs felt better all the time, wrote Apis, and their horses, including Milan's Bliher, were fine. 22. On November 1 Apis wrote Milan again from Pastirina, you will recall those happy days at home when we were all together. On Holy Rada, November 1th do some good deeds such as going to church and lighting a candle, praying to God that our suffering will pass as soon as possible and that our enslaved people will be preserved. We must all remain at our posts till this is over, you in school and I here at the threshold of our country. Serbian forces had just defeated the Bulgars near Bitalj, Macedonia. Thus our revenge goes steadily though slowly forward. He was sending Milan some 20 photographs showing Third Army staff and what Serbian soldiers were enduring. 23 From Stanislava Apis had received a postcard through the Red Cross. Please inform General Staff Colonel Dragutin Dimitrijević that his people are all well and wish to receive news from him and Milan. Kruševac, September 9. 24 Apis wrote again on Holy Rada, a date once dear to the family, now sad after its grievous losses. Pray to God we will see each other again and all gather together in our house. This is the sole desire for me and for all of ours which I can send you. By the next year, Apis hoped, the family would be together again. Had the victory at Bitalj been fully exploited, he affirmed, their hopes of a swift return home might have been realized. But you can be proud of what we are all doing and what the Serbian army is achieving here. Learning. That Zivan Zivanovic and Non-Kostic were in the same internment camp. At Nezidar, Apis had instructed Swiss friends to send them food and money. At least he and Milan were now receiving news from them and could send them tilings. That is some consolation and a light in the darkness we live in. 25 Apis expressed dismay on November 20th at not receiving all Milan's letters but rejoiced at Zivan Zivanovic's recent card. Our poor dad. What he must endure in old age having to write in German from a Hungarian internment camp. Apis' joy over recent Serbian victories was tinged with sadness. In truth, I lose some good friends every day, and with each day there are fewer Serbian soldiers, but the glory of the little Serbian army grows every day. Vital J is ours. The Bulgars are paying heavily. I am hopeful things will improve steadily. 26 In his correspondence, Apis' patriotism shone brightly. He seemed determined to struggle on to final victory. For 3 days I have been preparing to write you, explained Apis December 3rd, but something or other had prevented me from doing so the whole day, and in the evening it is the telephone. Now I have a few moments of peace and take these to write you. He would continue writ. In Milan every 10 days. He praised Milan's letter of November 21st, in it you were a true hero. I like that. We must bear all difficulties heroically. The times are great, and we must reveal ourselves to be equal to them. Milan must prepare himself for the future of our wonderful country which will emerge from these bloody days as a renewed Greater Serbia. 27 In his final letter to Milan from the Salonika front December 12th, Apis chided him for negative thinking. Apis advised him, whenever schoolwork permitted, to go to the theater, movies, or see cheerful friends like Colonel Sapanak. From Stephen Asimovic, a Belgrade lawyer in Switzerland, Apis had received 3 reassuring postcards from Stanislava. Little Neniska now was 4. My legs are springy as a deer's, wrote Apis, and I have trimmed my stomach a good deal just by eating less. As to reports he would soon be removed from his post, Apis commented. From all sides they are proposing me for some trip to your area on some military diplomatic mission, but I believe these are just rumors. At least up to now there is nothing positive. Swamped with staff work, he had broken off his brief letter 5 times already to answer the telephone. My staff here are all well. The horses are fine. He ended his letter there to avoid arousing the suspicion of the Bratislav censor. 25 That very day Interior Minister Ljubomir Jovanovic Patok requested War Minister Terdik to investigate Apis and the Black Hand. His arrest followed swiftly. Apis had not suspected that he faced imminent detention. The authorities then severed all ties with his relatives. Chapter 16 Corfu Interlude, Spring 1916. That man, Apis, is indifferent to everything. His friends and comrades have died, but no matter, he seeks new people. All of us can die and he will continue to work with new people, and he will not rest until he finds someone ready to struggle and intrigue. Ziv. 718, Solinskaya Pharaoh. Leaving the port of Drac early in February 1916, Colonel Apis spent the next months on sunny Corfu recovering from the retreat and winding up the Timok army's affairs. While the Serbian army was being reorganized, old political quarrels and intrigues resurfaced. The protagonists were Regent Alexander, Premier Pisic, and the Black and White Hand groups. That spring they jockeyed for position. Arriving on Corfu somewhat earlier, Slobodan Jovanovic was summoned to his first audience with Prince Alexander. He could hide his thoughts but not his feelings, recalled the scholar. I discerned immediately that he could stand neither Pisic nor Apis. Having purged supreme command and refilled it with his own men, the Prince Regent now wished to remove Pisic too and obtain a government he could control. Hampering Alexander's ambition to rule, not just reign like King Peter, were Pisic among politicians and Apis among officers. Alexander told the historian later he had found no way to remove Pisic. 183. One evening Prince Alexander suddenly asked Jovanovic how he viewed Apis. Many attributed his influence in the army, replied the historian, to the failure of the king or radicals to direct it. When Peter I adopted a hands-off attitude, someone had to lead the army. The conspirators, led from 1906 by Apis, had assumed that role. Pampering the conspirators. At first, the radicals in 1914 had provoked a showdown with them over priority while the army was extremely popular. In peacetime Apis and the conspirators had caused grave problems for the king and government, but during the war they had fought loyally and courageously. Royal authority over the army should be restored, Jovanovic agreed, but not by creating within it the prince's partisan White Hand. Retorted Alexander, a bad situation prevails in the army, its source is Colonel Apis whom one can neither trust nor believe. Though less angry with Apis than with Pisic, the prince obviously suspected and feared the mysterious colonel. How could Alexander have turned so completely against his former friend? Jovanovic attributed it to constant denunciations of Apis by Alexander's entourage and the prince's incapacity for deep and lasting friendships. 2 The news of Apis' arrival spread swiftly over luscious Corfu. Flocking to see him at cafes he frequented were officer friends, supplicants, and the prince's spies. There was a regular parade of visitors all one afternoon and evening. Apis had to rise constantly from his table to greet them. Despite severe wartime losses, his adherents and enemies mobilized on Little Corfu. 3 But Apis now was a cooling star whose rays no longer dispensed real warmth. As his power waned, association with him became dangerous. Many feared they might be buried if his power collapsed. Do you see that man? A friend of Apis told Tukovic, pointing to the relentless colonel, that man is indifferent to everything. His friends and comrades have died, But no matter, he seeks new people. All of us can die and SOR. Ro will not overcome him. He will continue his work with new people and will not rest until he finds someone ready to struggle and intrigue. Point for those who understood the political game unfolding behind the beautiful scenery knew that the priority struggle had resumed. The Serbs' love of intrigue triumphed over wartime disasters, hunger, and the enemy. While boatloads of emaciated corpses from Vido, the Isle of Death, continued to be dumped at sea, conspiracy hung like a dark cloud over Prince Alexander's court. Apis was depicted there as more dangerous than Field Marshal MacKenzie, the Bulgars, or a typhus epidemic. Driven from his country, Prince Alexander felt overshadowed and humiliated by Apis. The colonel was a phantom worse than defeat and expulsion. What would his kingdom be worth if he must share power with Apis? 5 on Corfu. Slobodan Jovanovic, long friendly with Apis, discussed his perilous predicament with him. Apis was at odds with Alexander and the Pisic regime. Such a three-cornered contest could not long persist. 2 factions eventually would combine and destroy the third. Repair swiftly your relations with one or the other, exhorted Jovanovic. But Apis believed neither of the others, because of their vulnerability, would initiate action. Still without deep roots in the army, Prince Alexander was backed solidly only by white-handers whom Apis scorned as no match for his friends. And Pisic, facing hostility, even hatred from an army blaming him and his government for its defeat, suffering and exile, dared not risk conflict. And he intended no political action, Apis reassured Jovanovic. Clearly capable of conspiracy, even murder, the colonel, concluded Jovanovic, would commit them only to achieve a popularly approval goal. Prepared to shed Serbian blood only for patriotic causes, Apis realized that after the Albanian Golgotha the army had lost its halo of glory. The Prince Regent, concluded Jovanovic, remained undecided with whom to settle first, Pisic or Apis. Initially, Alexander considered moving against Pisic, then at the nadir of his political career. Prior to his hasty embarkation from San Giovanni for Corfu, leaving hundreds of wounded on the beaches, the premier had hastily concealed his venerable beard. On Corfu, Prince Alexander conferred with Svetolik Jaksic, editor of Stampa, who advised him to form a largely officers' government under Vojvoda Zivahin Misic with Jovan Jovanovic Pazan as foreign minister. With Alex Ender's approval, Jaksic traveled to Europe to win allied support for such a regime. Purportedly, Slobodan Jovanovic was to receive a cabinet post. Hearing of this, Apis advised the scholar not to join such a government. Misic, Jovanovic Pazan and Jaksic were all open or secret progressives. 6 Using wartime conditions as an excuse, they would want to introduce a personal regime such as existed under Alexander Obrenovic. We conspirators will not allow that. We did not kill Alexander Obrenovic in order to have Alexander Karađorđević rule as he once ruled. We indeed are against Pisic, but that is only because he thinks more of his party than of the people and the country. In place of him we would like to see in the government truer Democrats and patriots, not resurrected progressives. 7 Apis opposition complicated creation of a Misic cabinet. In the above highly significant statement Apis outlined succinctly his own political views. It undercuts his opponent's uncorroborated assertions that he wanted a military dictatorship for Serbia. From this declaration Jovanovic concluded Apis would cooperate most happily with independent radicals. For years he had enjoyed good relations with their leaders, Milorad Drasković and Ljubomir Davidovic, members of Pisic's coalition cabinet. During the priority dispute Apis had collaborated closely with them. His aim now, as in 1914, seemingly was to bring the independent radicals to power and limit Prince Alexander to constitutional rule. From the independents he sought in return the free hand to formulate army policies accorded him earlier by the radicals. Did Apis have definite plans to achieve these goals, or to act against Pisic and Prodic? Later, with Apis in Salonika prison, Slobodan Jovanovic assured Pisic that Apis would never serve under a personal, autocratic monarchy. In his own way, affirmed Jovanovic, he Apis too is for democracy. After pondering a bit, perhaps how he would fare in an Apis-led democracy, Pisic reminded the historian that during the Serbo-Bulgarian quarrel in 1913, Black Handers had threatened to kill him. 5 On Little Corfu besides the army was the supreme command and Serbia's government in exile. Lesser officials and the assembly had gone on to France. As government and supreme command rubbed elbows uneasily, surrounded by disillusioned soldiers, the ministers felt uncomfortable and vulnerable. In the army, as before the priority dispute, seated discontent with the Pisic cabinet. Many officers were dismayed that only the supreme command had been purged as if it alone had caused Serbia's misfortune. Most conditions for an army coup existed except a leader. Had Apis attempted one he would have had to face Prince Alexander and the radical regime. But hard evidence is lacking that Apis envisioned a military takeover on Corfu or later on the Salonika front. And Pisic displayed his usual remarkable resilience and ability to survive. His government cracked down hard on Jaksic and his supporters, inducing Alexander to abandon them. Jaksic, Jovanovic Pazan, and their friends lost their posts on Corfu. At the Salonika trial, Apis provided indications of his role and aims on Corfu. To Chairman Misic's questions whether he had met there with the Black Hand and its CEC, Apis reiterated, both had long since dissolved. With all those with whom I met on Corfu I met not as members of unification or death, but as friends and comrades. Such meetings were chance encounters or comradely suppers at Corfu restaurants. 92 Such parties that he recalled particularly were at St. George Hotel and Dobaje restaurant in large dining rooms with many other guests present. At the Dobaje were 15 to 20 officers, including some who soon left to serve with the Serbian Volunteer Corps in Russia. The dinner at the St. George included several Black Hand leaders, notably Colonels Milovanovic Balak, Antonij Antic, and Vladimir Tukovic. At these parties we engaged solely in comradely conversations over some wine, mostly about upcoming reorganizations of our army on Corfu, affirmed Apis. Political matters had not been discussed, nor were significant decisions reached. Apis denied flatly that his group had discussed any anti-governmental actions, much less plans to kill the prince or Pasic. Personally, I did not meet with army friends where any such matters were discussed and felt that such decisions when the Serbian people and army were in such a terrible state would be monstrous, that anyone undertaking such terrible crimes would have to be insane. Informed on Corfu by the new Chief of Staff, General Peter Bojovic, of rumors Black Hand was plotting a coup. Apis assured him, these were false reports by spies. The Black Hand was a defunct patriotic organization. Declining to meet with Prince Alexander, Apis instructed Colonel Milutin Lazarevic, a Black Hand member, to inform him that he, Apis, would adhere strictly to his military duties. Through Lazarevic, Apis urged the prince to believe in our loyalty and willingness to bear any sacrifice in order to resurrect our country. From that moment, I acted in no way to violate the Supreme Commander's desires. 10 Apis had missed his best chance for reconciliation. A Salonika witness, police scribe Tihomir Marie, alleged he had overheard Apis and friends at Hotel St. George affirmed that the Serbian regime must be changed and power taken into their hands. Returning to Serbia, the Black Hand would form a new regime aided by some independent radicals and liberals. That witness, objected Apis, must have had usually well-developed hearing. From his room Marie supposedly had overheard Apis and his friends conversing in a large dining room with other guests present. He would have had to recognize each speaker by voice, knowing which ones belonged to Black Hand and its CEC. In his testimony, Apis added, Marie included officers such as K. Ristic who had never been at St. George Hotel. Another Salonika witness, D. Kolovic, affirmed that Apis had conferred secretly with him and 8 other Bosnian volunteers in Korakijani village on Corfu. The Bosnian volunteers, arriving from Drag to join Timok army staff at Korakijani, had camped in a nearby field. Never had he met secretly with them there. The staff had only 3 rooms at Korakijani, explained Apis, one for the army commander, another for Apis, and a third for 2 other officers. The office had been in the anteroom where General Gajakovic, Apis, and others worked day and night. With no place to hold general meetings, open or secret, Apis had talked with the volunteers individually. It was evident from Kolovic's testimony, concluded Apis, that he had no idea why the colonel was in Korakijani. 11 Witness Milan Sikanovic, a Sarajevo assassin, made several wild and unsubstantiated charges involving Apis. Allegedly, Apis had sent Bosnian volunteers, Bosko Erzina, and Nezire to NIS to steal a large sum of money. Exploded Apis, this is a base slander by Sikanovic against the late Bosko. I never did such things in my life, nor would I have had reason to do so. Sikanovic's entire testimony is colored. He seems to have said whatever he thought would protect him. At Hotel Angleterre in Salonika, testified Sikanovic, Apis told him later with the Bosnian, Juro Saric, present, that internal Serbian issues could not then be solved, but when they re-entered Serbia, matters must be settled promptly. Denying making such statements, Apis accused Sikanovic of abandoning national work to become a paid police informer. Apis had told him in Korakijani, persisted Sikanovic, that Prince Alexander was surrounded by undesirables. Such domestic evil must be eliminated, Apis had said, before external national action could be undertaken. Apis denied this flatly. Sikanovic also alleged Apis had contrasted the sensible policies of William II and pro-German kings of Bulgaria and Greece with those of Serbia's regime. If I mentioned those rulers in conversation, retorted Apis, it could not have been to praise them since their aim is only to damage Serbian interests. 12 Chairman Misic's efforts to confirm Apis' collaboration with the Central Powers proved abortive. An entry in the diary of Branko Bozovic, former Piedmont editor, 4 February 21, 1916, read, Conversation with Tuka Vladimir Tukovic, trip to Dragutin Dimitrijević and conversation in camp. Questioned by Misic, Apis confirmed Bozovic had come to see him at Korakijani. Once they were alone, Branko had asked Apis whether he had messages for agents in Athens. When Apis denied knowing any, Bozovic protested, it seems to me you do not wish to participate further in our public life. Replied Apis, I feel before us now stands one great task, liberation of our country, which is all I am thinking about. I am not saying you need do anything now, persisted Branko, but I ask you to retain your interests so that after the war we can plunge again into active struggle. In post-war Serbia he hoped to reactivate Piedmont as a nationalist organ. Seeing before him a journalist gravely ill with tuberculosis, Apis replied reassuringly, fine, Branko. After the war there will be time and opportunity for struggle, only let us get the war over successfully first. 13 On Corfu Apis relaxed with daily swims in the ocean. A powerful swimmer, he remained in the water up to an hour and swam far from shore. In March, when Apis became Assistant Chief of Staff of the new Third Army, he found an old friend, Rudolf Mehl, a fellow gymnasium student, also serving there. Because of Mehl's German origin, Apis called him by the endearing nickname, Schwab, 14 and joked with him constantly. A very obese 285-pound non-swimmer, Emil long resisted Apis' blandish meant about going swimming with him. Finally, he agreed to go along but remained cautiously in shallow water. One day, needled by Apis, Emil accompanied other swimmers to the end of the shallows. But there was a sharp drop-off and Emil foundered. Apis swam to him immediately and pulled him safely to shore. Having swallowed much water, Schwab gasped like a dying fish. Since Emil was renowned for eating heavily and drinking much wine, Apis joked afterwards, for the first time in his life the Schwab drank water and salt water at that. Emil never again swam either in salt or fresh water and indeed had drunk very little water in his lifetime. 15 Shepherded and nurtured by Apis on the Albanian retreat, Raid Malo-Bobic had reached Corfu safely. Major Rado Jankovic, an Apis colleague, later for a Belgrade newspaper described Malo-Bobic on Corfu. On March 27, 1916, Rick Jankovic, we were walking with Apis on the esplanade at Corfu. It was delightfully warm, people clustered on the benches lining the walkway. Look there, Apis exclaimed, that is Raid Malo-Bobic. Raid came up, shook hands, and was introduced. Of medium height, he was young, thin, yellowish, with short brown hair, a small mustache, sunken cheeks, and sharp beard. Raid's eyes were tired and his face sad. Marks of long suffering were etched deeply into a face suggesting a strong character. The entire man seemed suffused with painful memories. When Apis spoke about Raid, he was transformed by warmth and enthusiasm. There is a man with one of the finest characters I have met in my entire life. By his services he had performed things of inestimable value for us in the general staff. Despite all that, our Belgrade police arrested and imprisoned him for a year, concealed and cruelly tortured in prison. 16 On Corfu, Colonel Milojko Ivikovic related a significant episode about Apis. One evening a cavalry captain, Blagoje Milovanovic, who before the war had served under Ivikovic, came to his tent. They were close friends. That evening they talked at length and drank much wine. His tongue loosened, Milovanovic declared, "Listen, Milojko. For several days I have wanted to tell you a very major and important tiring." He fell silent. Pressed by Ivikovic, Blagoje resumed, "They are looking for people whom one can trust, who are reliable and decisive to carry out a great affair. I know you to be such a person, so now I have decided to disclose this matter to you." The Blagoje blurted out, "We have to finish off these B.D.S." Puzzled by this violent outburst, Ivikovic queried, "Whom are you referring to? I don't understand you." "What do you mean you don't understand?" exclaimed Milovanovic. "The Black Hand, who else? They have become unbearable with their arrogance and unruliness. I myself have experienced this, and I remember what you told me about the incident of your brother, Dragutin, with Apis. During the Albanian retreat, they had arrived at Drag," explained Ivikovic. He had been with the Morava division while his brother, Artillery Captain Dragutin Ivikovic, served on Timok Army staff. Indignantly, Dragutin informed his brother that Apis had sent his orderly with a newly arrived guerrilla lieutenant. Captain Dragutin was already asleep when Apis' orderly burst in saying Colonel Apis insisted he yield his bed to the lieutenant. When Dragutin refused, Apis summoned him immediately. "How did the captain dare ignore his order?" shouted Apis. He ordered him peremptorily to give up his bed. The good-natured peaceable captain complied. Reluctantly, Milojko, critical of his brother for yielding, was incensed at Apis. "The time has come for somebody to take care of them and finish them off," exclaimed Milovanovic indignantly. "How do you mean finish them?" queried Milojko. "Simple," replied Milovanovic. "To find people, as you put it, who are brave, decisive, and trusted. Then kill them." "But, friend, do you mean now?" objected Milojko incredulously. "Under these conditions. Of course. The sooner the better. Now it will be easy to achieve." Profoundly shocked, Colonel Ivikovic remained plunged in thought. Then he protested, "Don't you realize that would be a great crime against our country and army?" Avoiding his gaze, Blagoje said much disappointed, "Since when have you changed? Remember when you told me about them Black Hand and how terribly you hated Apis for mistreating your brother, how they were all self-willed and arrogant, how they humiliate all those who are not with them. And now all of a sudden you are defending them." Disputing such an interpretation, Ivikovic then delivered this eloquent and convincing statement, "I haven't changed at all. I am not defending them, nor am I for them. I still believe that among them are many who not only have faults but have committed crimes for which they must answer and suffer punishment. But to kill them all and now, in such circumstances, that would be madness and a terrible crime against our country and cause a fearful scandal before the entire world. Because you must admit that no matter what shortcomings some of them suffer from, nonetheless among them is the cream of our officer corps both in training and other military capacities. Among them is a very large number, indeed a majority, who are among our best prepared and most capable officers. Precisely Apis himself. By general and unanimous conviction is the best, most talented, best prepared and most capable. And precisely now when there remains of our army only about 100 to 120,000 men, all are required to save our enslaved homeland, now when we have lost everything and the Allies are feeding and supporting us. When we have rested up, the hour will come to liberate our homeland. Now under their wings and in their embraces, to kill each other off and feud among ourselves. That would be an unforgivable crime against our army and country, which needs all the saviors they can FMD. I favor having any of them who deserves it punished after we return home before a regular court. But now no way, and not in any case. Listening to Ivkovic's harangue, Blagoje Milovanovic became terribly red in the face. Then he exploded, "Milojko, up to now I considered you one of our bravest officers, and valued you as a man of character, but now I am completely disillusioned with you because I see that you speak as a coward." He spat on the ground in fury. Miloj warned Blagoje he must be drunk. "Otherwise I would break this bottle over your head." This incident, lamented Ivkovic, had destroyed their friendship of many years. 17 About this same time Major Radoš Janković confided to Colonel Tukovic his long conversation with Prince Alexander. They had decided Janković should travel to Russia and serve with the Second Serbian Divi Zion as the prince's expert envoy and write for Russian newspapers. They had discussed Apis at length. Alexander declared angrily he was ready to flush Apis down the drain. When Chief of Staff, General Peter Bojovic, had urged Apis to become reconciled with the prince, Apis had instead sent Colonel Lazarevic as a peace envoy. He himself, stated Janković, had done his utmost to assuage Alexander's obvious hatred of Apis. As their interview ended, Radoš suggested the prince name Apis military attaché. Somewhere in Europe, the prince seemed to welcome the idea. Soon thereafter Janković left for Russia. 1 Registered as the Serbian army reorganized, the Allies debated the issue of the Salonika front. They concluded that a reorganized Serbian army could help retain their foothold at Salonika. French Admiral Durabec and British General Mahone agreed 2 additional divisions would make Salonika virtually impregnable. The Serbs could get them to Salonika before serious Central Power operations begin against Allied lines. 19 At an inter-Allied conference at Chantilly, Field Marshal Joffre of France proposed sending another 100,000 Allied troops to the Salonika front. Strongly opposing this, the British command urged that its forces in Greece be withdrawn as soon as the Serbs could replace them. 20 Fortunately, for Serbia's future, it was the French, consistently loyal to their Slav comrades in arms, who prevailed in inter-Allied councils. Chapter 17 On the Salonika front, 1916, Apis as Assistant Chief of Staff of this army carried out the tasks entrusted to him quickly and with complete dedication. His execution of general staff work was clear, decisive, and energetic. Colonel Mihailo Jovanovic, 3rd Army Chief of Staff, March 9, 1917 As the 3rd Army's Assistant Chief of Staff, Colonel Apis proceeded to Salonika in May 1916, then north to the front near the Serbian frontier in Macedonia. For about 5 months he served in a Serbian force of about 140,000 men. Refitted and re-equipped by the Allies, it took its place side by side with French, British, and a few Italian and Russian troops to fight chiefly against Bulgarian units. The climax of his tour of duty was a Serbian offensive which captured Mt. Kajmakalan, then Bitalj inside Serbian Macedonia. While on the Salonika front, Apis was inundated with staff work, often spending day and night on or near the telephone. Minding his own military business, he hoped his enemies would not bother him. He had little time or opportunity to engage in political activity. 194. A Supreme Command report of March 10 confirmed, reorganization and preparations of our army makes progress daily, and the time is approaching to raise the issue of its correct role in coming operations. 3 armies containing 6 Serbian divisions were being formed. The Bulgars remained the chief obstacle to a Serbian return to their homeland. Most German units had been shifted to other fronts, and Austria's role on the Salonika front remained modest. 1 On March 1, 1916 on the Salonika front the French had 5 infantry divisions, an engineer division, and 1 of heavy artillery with a total strength of 120,000 men. The British had 150,000 there and in Salonika. The Allied commander-in-chief was General Maurice Sarrail, with little reputation as a strategist and indifferently qualified to perform his arduous duties. Out of favor with General Joffre, he had been virtually exiled to the Balkans. Sarrail was an able politician and military leader, having many ties with the French Parliament and Foreign Minister Delcas. In Salonika, leading politicians and foreign ambassadors clustered around him. At first Sarrail was negative about the Balkan campaign and the Serbs. After the Allied retreat of December 1915, he had advocated total Allied withdrawal from Salonika. Paris had vetoed that, and by spring 1916 Sarrail's mood changed. As Serbian units arrived in Salonika, he adopted a warmer attitude toward France's valiant little ally. 2 Prince Regent Alexander sought to secure some freedom of action for Serbian forces operating under Allied command. On a trip to Paris in March 1916, he refused to place the Serbian army under unconditional Allied control. During the spring and summer he and the Serbian government, after difficult negotiations, reached a compromise with the Allies. Serbian forces under Alexander as Supreme Commander were to serve under General Sarrail according to the formula: General Sarrail, Commander-in-Chief of Allied troops, will exercise this command in the name of Prince Regent Alexander and the Allies. This left the Serbian government authority to withhold its troops if particular operations were not viewed as being in the national interest. 3 Preempting a planned Allied attack, the Bulgars on August 5, 1916 launched a powerful offensive forcing back the Serbs in heavy fighting. Plating the enemy drive, the Serbs then counterattacked. On August 17 began the struggle for control of Mt. Kajmakalan, rising to 8,225 feet. The key to the entire Salonika front, it was defended by a Bulgaro-German army of over 160,000. Enemy positions in mountains and forests appeared impregnable, but the Serbs counterattacked and on September 12th reached the peak of Kajmakalan. On September 20th they captured the key position, Starkov Grob, and aided by French forces crossed the Sima River. Preceded by Franco-Russian forces, the 1st Serbian Cavalry Regiment entered liberated by Talj inside Serbian Macedonia November 6th. The Serbs regained a slice of their territory as hopes mounted for a breakthrough into Serbia proper. Then the offensive halted. Serbian losses were so severe that their 3 armies dwindled to 2. In December 1916 uneasy calm descended over the Salonika front, persisting until the Serbian breakthrough of late 1918. Colonel Apis helped plan the Serbian advance. His telephone reports to fellow Third Army officers, whose texts are preserved in Belgrade's Military Historical Archive, suggest his total absorption in military matters. At 8:50 a.m. August 7th Apis informed Black Hand colleague, Colonel Milovanovic Balak, that the enemy was advancing on Eksisa and Sarovica. Serbian forces were falling back. But at 6:30 p.m. he telephoned Colonel Murray that the Dina division was bombarding Kajmakalan and infantry had occupied Korotip and Plika. 5 A Bulgarian prisoner disclosed that 2 Bulgar regiments, refusing to fight, had been sent to the rear to be restored to discipline. That evening Apis reported sharp enemy attacks. On the left wing they are driving our battalion from its forward positions. 6 Reacting to early Serbian reverses, Chief of Staff General Bojovic complained that the Danube division especially had not fought well in battles. Of August 4 to 7. Every commander, he warned, was expected to have anyone shot who fled the battlefield. 7 In the following days Apis reported more strong Bulgarian attacks and Serbian reverses. Telephoning Colonel Murray August 9th, he noted that Bulgar attacks beginning at midnight against the 17th and 18th Infantry regiments had driven the Serbs back to their main defense lines. Fortune. 8ly, a few Serbian reinforcements were arriving from Vardar division. In general the situation is satisfactory. Later though, the Bulgars are attacking on the entire front, especially from Gomisev and on our extreme left. Apis emphasized the enemy's superiority in artillery. Registered Supreme Command, summarizing operations August 415th, denied the bull. Gars had achieved much since their losses were twice those of the Serbs. Bulgar prisoners reveal low morale. They say openly that they do not want to fight for the Germans and the Turks. 9 But on August 15th Colonel Murray deplored the Third Army's position. The terrain is rocky and without water, we are subjected to heavy enemy artillery fire. Losses are considerable. Such a situation is becoming untenable. Morale of the troops remains unbroken, but we cannot count on this for long. 10 Then enemy pressure subsided. General Milos Vazic, newly appointed Third Army commander, praised the 17th Regiment highly for repelling enemy attacks heroically on August 8-9th with huge enemy losses. After the enemy offensive, Apis warned, on the entire front is noticeable the terrible stench of disintegrating corpses. Perhaps we should conclude a truce of 3 to 4 hours in order to bury the dead. If we await the start of our own offensive, we won't be able to hold out in our positions. 11 Meanwhile Apis continued to protect and conceal Raid Malabovic from the Corfu and Salonika authorities. When Apis left for Salonika in early May, Malabovic remained on Corfu. I could no longer worry about him nor did I write anyone about him, testified Apis. Before leaving for Russia, Major Rado Jankovic issued Malabovic a document in French authorizing him to leave in late May for Third Army staff in Salonika so Apis could find him a civilian post. From Salonika Raid went to Third Army staff in Ostrovo where Apis arranged for him to operate a small grocery shop for Serbian officers and men. Apis told the Salonika court about meeting with Raid about August 25th, at the time we had already moved to Ostrovo village. Without any special reason I told Major Vilovic, when you see Raid, tell him to come and see me or send someone to call him. At noon that day Raid came to see me. This was a few days after our arrival in Ostrovo village on about August 20th. When he came at noon I was busy and asked him to come back after supper that evening. At that time I left the office while soldiers were cleaning it and walked in front of the building close enough so that I could hear the telephone if it rang. Walking with Malabovic near the staff building, Apis warned he must find him a job elsewhere. He did not tell Raid that General Vazic, Third Army commander, seeking the storekeeper's post for his brother, was making trouble. Please if I cannot continue what I am doing now, said Raid, I wish to enter the army. Looking at his emaciated friend, Apis said he would find him non-military duties. He never intimated that Raid would receive secret work, as Malabovic confirmed in court. Declared Apis warmly, I could not tell you immediately to which work I would send you. Because I did not know myself until I had found something. Since I was not angry with you, nor you with me, you continued to send me sausage and cheese from the store, and so we lived well. The courtroom audience laughed appreciatively. Soon thereafter Apis learned from Bratislav Stojanovic, Third Army postal censor and a school friend, that others had interpreted Raid's installation as storekeeper in Ostrovo as motivated by Apis' desire to make money. Denying this vehemently, Apis affirmed he had never been materialistic and was merely seeking suitable employment for Malabovic. 12. A couple of days later, testified Raid, Apis informed him he must leave Ostrovo quickly. Go immediately and choose a village nearby where you can hide, then return and tell me where you will be going. You can leave your things and merchandise and return for them later. Asked why he had insisted Raid leave the store, Apis replied, I had no intention nor need to remove him especially urgently, but Raid was being accused falsely of overcharging and quarreling with soldiers. informed me Raid's departure from Ostrovo was not linked with any date or hour, but I had decided to remove him from the store and hide him somewhere where he could live quietly and where I would not be involved in his work even morally. I allowed him to continue to work so he would have some money at war's end. I began to worry then about my family in Serbia and had a nephew in France to support, so I could not put Raid on my payroll or support him. Apis realized he must not antagonize General Milošević, his superior, who wanted the storekeeper's job for his brother. His relations with Vasic, who had opposed Apis and the conspirators since 1903, were already strained. Since the store was right near 3rd Army staff, Vasic knew Raid by sight and had been in his store. He also knew Raid was a close friend of Apis. 14 Thus before 3rd Army staff left Ostrovo, stated Apis, he instructed Milošević to go to his friend, Colonel Alexander Stajić, brigade commander in nearby Batisan village. Why did Apis not simply instruct Major Vilović, chief of the police information division, to order Milošević to leave Ostrovo immediately? Apis explained. My friendship and dealings with Raid and my protection of his person ruled out that method. That would have been disloyal to a person I was protecting. Raid lacked a permit for the job of storekeeper obtained by the formal procedure prescribed by Salonika, but he did have a permit from his division. Raid had to move quickly, Apis felt, to avoid trouble from the Salonika authorities and possible arrest. He denied discussing political matters with Raid on Corfu or in Salonika. 15 On September 7 Apis gave Raid a letter he had written to Colonel Stajić, who knew about Apis' troubles with General Vasic. Dear Ako, I have long considered to whom to entrust Raid, my storekeeper, then decided it best to send him to you. You know him from Corfu and he knows and likes you, so he will be best off with you and can remain with you until better days come. I ask you most sincerely to watch over him. This man has suffered so much innocently that you must guard him at any cost. It is the sad story of an honorable, strong worker for our Serbian cause who was repaid in a terrible way. Besides, this could only have happened with us, not among any other people on earth. Give him brotherly protection, I beg you. You can have him with you as a non-combatant volunteer. For well-known reasons, it is inconvenient for him to remain with me, and you are closest to me. When this letter was read in the Salonika court, Chairman Misic queried, why did you write such a letter revealing your puzzling and excessive concern about Milošević and his health? Responded Apis, evidently, I remained true to my moral obligations to Raid and sought to keep him alive at any cost. What was the better time Apis alluded to? I count. And on better days for Milošević when he could come into the open, look everyone in the eye, and ask for their excuses for what had happened to him. That would be when Serbia had become Greater Serbia. Why had it been so necessary that Milošević survive when so many Serbs died in the war? Asked Misic. Milošević, explained Apis, out of patriotism had served Serbia with unusual dedication. This question of the honor of one man in whose fate I was involved was so important to me that I considered his life most precious. I did not intend thereby to minimize the sacrifices which the Serbian people bore or to argue that his life was more valuable than those who died on the battlefield. 16 Dispatching Raid to Colonel Stajić but fearing he might be rearrested, Apis concealed his whereabouts from the authorities. He cautioned Raid repeatedly to avoid Salonika. Thus when Supreme Command wrote General Vasic September 23 asking Apis and Vilović to state what they knew about Milošević and if they knew where he was, Apis feigned ignorance. Milošević has never been in the staff of this 3rd Army. Nor has he served here for a moment. Why had Apis misled his commander and the Supreme Command? Apis explained, I kept silent on purpose. And in this case deceived my superiors. I did so because I did not wish to yield Raid to the authorities and was fully convinced my army commander and especially Supreme Command knew that Raid was with me. The reasons for my violations of regulations lay in my interpretation of my moral duty to Raid whom I was protecting against further prosecution. Apis believed Milošević would be arrested if he entered Salonika. That was why Raid's old foe, Kosta Tukakovic, chief of Supreme Command's police section, was inquiring about him. By what right do you act on your own hook when your superiors' views differ from yours? Asked Misic. Not by any law, retorted Apis, but by the well-known right of initiative to preserve the general validity of orders and instructions. Out of human considerations, Apis rejected blind obedience to superiors. On August 29, September 1 new style, just before a major Allied offensive, occurred an alleged incident with grave implications for Colonel Apis and Black Hand. On a tour of the front, Prince Alexander's automobile was supposedly fired upon near Ostrovo. Months later, Apis' enemies claimed he had planned to assassinate the prince with Milošević as his instrument. At Salonika, Misic asked whether Apis had seen Milošević or Mohammed Basic on August 29. Responded Apis, August 29 of last year held no special significance for me, and I heard about the supposed assassination attempt here in court from the investigator. I absolutely do not remember seeing Milošević or Mohammed Basic during those days or conversing with them on that day. Asked where he had been about 5 p.m. on the 29th, Apis replied, I did not leave the staff at all for anywhere. I kept a book of telephone calls, so if it survives, one can see from that, or if not, then from the diary of operations. A report of General Basic of September 20th, noted Misic, ordered Apis to secure Ostrovo, but even after that riffles and revolvers had been fired repeatedly nearby. Apis denied receiving such an order. He and the chief of staff had done their best to halt random firing, mostly by Allied officers and soldiers, at Wild Game. 17. Seeking to link Apis with Black Hand colleagues who had visited him in Ostrovo shortly before August 29, Misic asked whether Colonel Milovanovic Balak and Major Radoj Lazic had spoken with him officially then in Ostrovo. Unable to recall the precise date of their visit, Apis knew that after the First Army's arrival in the area, those two officers had passed through Ostrovo, perhaps shortly before the Allied offensive of August 30th. He did not recall them coming to supper together. Lazic indeed had not come for a meal. "We talked about tasks facing us and them in the staff," explained Apis. 18 Colonel Milovanovic Balak's final statement to the court also provided no exact date. Reaching Ostrovo about 6:30 p.m., he found three colonels: Apis, the congenial conspirator Stephen Milovanovic, Peter Misic, and Panteley Jurisic discussing military matters with Apis. Milovanovic Balak had then accompanied the three to Army Mess to see General Vazic, securing their permission to have supper with Apis. He had left about 9:30 p.m. Next day Milovanovic Balak was to take his brigade to Army Reserve west of Ostrovo. Passing through it to acquaint himself with troop dispositions, he had ordered his chief of staff to obtain detailed information from Army staff. After breakfast with Apis, he had gone to obtain information on troop movements from the commander of Vardar Division. "Had I planned to speak to Dimitrijević about an assassination or a coup, I would have concealed my arrival and the time. I would have had supper with the Army Commander General Vazic to eliminate suspicion, then spoken that evening quickly with Dimitrijević and would not have aroused suspicion by requesting permission to have supper with him. Nor would I have gone to him a second time, thus attracting even more attention, since that evening Dimitrijević could easily have left his company on some excuse to accompany me." 19 Milovanovic's account seems highly probable. Prince Alexander frequently made long automobile tours of the front. On August 29th, recalled Major Dragutin, he had remained at the front until evening, returning in a jolly mood. At supper Alexander and General Jurisic, who had accompanied him, related that their French chauffeur, Marquis d'Abreuil, had been frightened by shots he felt had been fired towards them. At supper the whole affair was treated very humorously. Light-hearted jokes were directed at d'Abreuil's timidity. The shooting incident was not mentioned again that evening or in the next days, confirmed Dragutin. No one attributed significance to such a common occurrence. Jurisic, Dragutin's academy classmate, who normally related everything which happened, said nothing to him about it. Had there been an assassination attempt, concluded Dragutin, Supreme Command and Front Security would have been notified immediately, but they were not. 20 As Serbian Commander-in-Chief, a major Allied offensive, not personal security, absorbed Alexander's full attention then. On August 23, Erol Sarajel had instructed the Serbian Supreme Command to join in a general offensive to begin August 30th, and noted optimistically, "We have marked superiority at all points and a twofold superiority in artillery." 21 Sarajel did not anticipate a complete breakthrough since munition supplies were limited, but he expected good success. 22 On the eve of this offensive, Prince Alexander exhorted the 1st Volunteer Division, "We want revenge on the Bulgars for their treacherous attack from the rear October 1915, for their betrayal of Slavdom, for atrocities against our wounded and children. We want to go over the dead Bulgars back into Serbia and resurrect it. We want to liberate all Serbs and Yugoslavs and create a free, powerful, and great Yugoslavia." 23 Apis telephone dispatches chronicled that offensive's hardening progress. Already by dusk on August 30, the Dina Division had taken Karatepe and Divojakovo Bordu on the Bronska's right bank. 24 At 9:45 p.m. Apis telephoned, "The attack is going well. Preparations have been made to attack the main defense line at Kajmakkalan." 25 From this morning, he signaled September 1st, "The bitterest fighting is proceeding over Kajmakkalan itself." His frequent battle reports recorded the Serbs' successful attacks over mountainous terrain against strong Bulgar resistance. "The struggle at Kajmakkalan is continuing hand to hand," he reported September 10th. On the 13th he exulted, "The battle ended about 6 p.m. The Dina Division with its right column held its position on Kajmakkalan's highest peak, the Borisov Redoubt. Officers and men of the Dina Division held on valiantly. According to Bulgar prisoners, their losses in today's fighting were terrible. Because of their corpses, one could not pass through. On our side's losses were severe, and one can say that this day belongs to the bloodiest of the war." 27 Only on the 17th could Apis confirm, the whole of Kajmakkalan was taken with 2 rows of trenches. Prisoners were taken from several regiments and 4 mountain guns. 2*. Such stunning Serbian victories reaffirmed Allied confidence in the Serbian army. In October, Serbia's military attaché in London reported to Supreme Command, the British would send 8 more battalions and 4 field batteries to Salonika. 29 A month later, General Razic, Serbia's military envoy in Paris, wrote Prince Alexander that General Sarajel would obtain the troops and commanders he required. 23 Allied divisions would remain on the Salonika front. "Our victories have produced an excellent mood among political and military people. War in the Balkans will continue energetically from north to south until Bulgaria collapses." 30 In November, severe fighting on Serbian sectors produced more successes. But after Bitalje's occupation, November 6, the Serbs revealed deep exhaustion and morale was deteriorating. On November 16, Apis telephoned, "Since yesterday the Bulgars have been attacking our units strongly at Krnjević. 2 of their attacks were repelled, but the third enjoyed some success. The enemy forces are superior. The view prevails that Third Army needs somehow to be reinforced, so please examine that possibility immediately." 31 Responded Colonel Marie, Supreme Command has no reserves to send to 3rd Army. 32 On the 18th, Apis was on the telephone from 9:30 a.m. to 9:55 p.m., one of many extremely long days of duty. 33 2 days later he reported the Dina Division's capture of Groniski and Budimiradki Heights. The enemy retreated in disorder to Starvina, and our troops continued energetic pursuit. 34 Then a curious lull settled over the entire front, facilitating the arrest of Apis and his friends. Deteriorating Serbian morale after 4 months' combat without significant relief or reinforcement induced Chief of Staff Bojovic to write Army commanders November 9th. The Supreme Commander wishes to be informed personally by Army commanders about our Army's total situation. They were to meet personally with Prince Alexander to give him full data on numerical strength, operations, losses, armaments, and supplies. 35 Late in 1916 the Allies' political and military situation remained highly uncertain. War weariness had deepened after military reverses on various fronts. Pasic instructed his London envoy, Jovan Jovanovic Bazan, that the French should not count on the Serbs unless they provided them military relief. 36 Pasic assessed the army's plight. Today, December 19th, the war minister wrote me from Salonika arguing, as does the heir, the absolute need of rest by the Serbian army. During this short time, he argues, the Serbian army has lost half its effectives, weariness and apathy have set in, and flight threatens to become general despite all possible measures. The war minister asks that the entire Serbian army be withdrawn to the rear for rest and reorganization for new important operations. 37 Jovanovic Bazan reported persistent rumors about upcoming Allied talks with the Central Powers for a negotiated peace. 35 All this influenced significantly Colonel Apis' fate. How effectively did Apis serve Serbia on the Salonika front? In Belgrade's military historical archive are conflicting evaluations of him as 3rd Army Chief of Staff, both from March 1917 when he already faced trial. Thus 3rd Army Chief of Staff, Colonel Mihailo Jovanovic had no reason to praise Apis. His positive evaluation endangered his own career and revealed honesty and courage. Apis carried out the tasks entrusted to him quickly and with complete dedication. His execution of general staff work was clear, decisive, and energetic. He grasps orders given extremely quickly, and in every situation is in full command. By his training he deserves promotion to the next higher rank. 39 Not surprisingly, General Vasic, 3rd Army Commander, assessed Apis very negatively. A political foe since 1903, Vasic was named 3rd Army Commander by Prince Alexander in August 1916 partly to control and spy on Apis and his friends. A positive evaluation of Apis in March 1917 might have wrecked Vasic's career. As soon as I took command of the 3rd Army, he wrote, I noticed what his further service only confirmed, Apis is unreliable in service. Apis had failed to execute instructions promptly, an allegation Colonel Jovanovic had refuted. He is a bad staff officer. Seeing Apis at Belgrade Railway Station July 12, 1914, Vasic had said reproachfully, evidently, the general staff kept the government poorly informed about the Austro-Hungarian army and regime. Apis had responded, don't worry, Colonel, we have taken good precautions, and Austria-Hungary is not such a great power. From this, commented Vasic, I discerned how dangerous Dimitrijević was for our national interests in such an important post. There constantly came into the staff for sons who had no official business there and were not members of the staff. Furthermore, Apis was so preoccupied by his distorted political ideas, affirmed Vasic, that he became absent-minded for military service. Finally, his health was too poor for army service. Because of all this he is harmful for the military service and does not deserve promotion. 40. General Vasic provided no specific evidence to support claims Apis was an unreliable staff officer. Evidence to the contrary seems preponderant. Vasic's chief example was drawn from Apis' service with General Staff in 1914 when he was indeed much involved with political matters. But Apis' avowed enemy found nothing substantive to include in his negative evaluation. Indications are that Colonel Apis performed intensive, loyal, and valuable service for 3rd Army staff. He helped plan and report its operations in Serbian offensives from August until mid-December 1916. His extremely long hours there, confirmed by his telephone reports, refute General Vasic's assertion of ruined health. Hard evidence is lacking that he engaged in anti-regime activities on the Salonika front. 41 Meanwhile his enemies were plotting to remove him and his Black Hand friends from their posts and bring them to trial. Chapter 18 The Conspiracy Against Colonel Apis, 1916. The general feeling was that they had prepared a trap for the lion, but there was amazement at the lion's incaution and at the temerity of the hunters. Preparations for that lion hunt had been undertaken long before. Ziv. 716, Solinskaya Pharaoh. The Committee of 10 for the liquidation of Colonel Apis 1-1. Full members, A. Colonel Peter Zivkovic B. Colonel Joseph Kostic C. Colonel Dragutin Jeremic D. General Paveljuris Extermi. Lt. Col. Radovanovic Koka F. Colonel Dragutin Okanovic G. Colonel Milutin Yankovic H. Lt. Col. Milan Gavrilovic I. Lt. Col. Radak Radikovic. JLT. Col. Radison Nikolic 207. 2 Associates A. Lyubomir Ivanovic Padhok, Interior Minister B. Juro Jelinek, Prince Alexander's Secretary C. Jovan Sirkovic, Government Political Commissar D. Kosta Tukakovic, Chief Police Section Supreme Command E. Major Zivahin Tribunik F. Major Sretan Todorovic G. Dragisis Stohognovic, Photo Section Supreme Command H. Milan Nikolic right after becoming Prince Regent in June 1914, Alexander had sought to oust Apis and his friends from Supreme Command and other responsible army positions. Beginning with Apis' removal from Supreme Command and Marshal Putnik's replacement, this purge continued on Corfu and at Salonika during 1916. Alexander's evident purpose was to remove rivals who might contest his control over the army and state. Point 2. During 1916, Alexander's court and the radical regime prepared strenuously to settle up with the Apis group. They sought to accomplish this before returning to Serbia, where Apis might secure public and opposition support and be protected by regular laws and courts. On Corfu, then in Salonika, they created a police system, dubbed later by opponents the Salonika regime, recruiting hundreds of spies and informers to gather derogatory information about the Apis group. The Committee of 10 for the liquidation of Colonel Apis, guided by White Hand leaders Zivkovic and Kostic, coordinated these activities. The omnipresent Salonika police was subject to Interior Minister Jovanovic Patok and directed tactically by Kosta Tukakovic. After Svetojakcic's efforts to arrange an officer's cabinet failed, Alexander and Premier Pisic told the hunters to trap the lion. Point 3. On Corfu, I saw Apis before his departure for Salonika, leaving the office of the newly appointed war minister, Bozidar Terdik, recalled Colonel Vladimir Tukovic. Speaking to him frankly, Terdik urged Apis to renounce all political activity and avoid everything except performing his military duties. No more politicking in the army would be tolerated, warned Terdik. Apis denied any current political involvement but told the war minister he would not abandon his profound interest in the Serbian national question. Finding no basis for cooperation, Terdik and Apis parted, each strongly defending his own position. Neither evinced real desire to compromise and reach agreement. When Tukovic asked him about his plans, Apis declared, "We must tell our friends to devote themselves to their military service, since the main problem is to extricate ourselves from catastrophe by returning to the homeland, and that moment will surely come. If we survive it, then we can get together and talk." Point 4. Apis reiterated this sensible idea to all trusted friends, without whom he could undertake nothing, before the alleged attempt on Prince Alexander and right until his arrest. His friends on the Salonika front recalled no allusion or hint to a military coup or assassination. Had Apis intended something, he surely would have mentioned it to intimates. Thus, if Apis were plotting something, he did so alone. Yet Apis, a fine organizer and careful planner, was too sensible to act alone. Facing a strong enemy at the front with the Serbs dependent on the Allies, what could Apis have gained by a military coup or by killing Prince Alexander on Greek soil? Such an action would have doomed the Serbian army, prevented a return to Serbia, and undermined the national cause. Was Apis bargaining with the enemy, as some writers allege? 5. Could he expect cooperation from Austria after helping murder the Archduke? Could a Black Hand leader negotiate with the Central Powers for the Serbian and Yugoslav unification they had sworn to prevent? Yet unification had been Apis' main goal ever since the 1903 coup. He knew very well his hands were then bound against any independent action. Perhaps Apis hated Prince Alexander, though this is most doubtful, but he would not plot his death, thus undermining the Salonika front and blocking national unity. Nor does Apis' behavior indicate any such intentions. Apparently indifferent to impending danger, he prepared no resistance. The lion remained in open view, fully exposed to the hunters. Had Apis concealed plans from his close friends, surely he would have destroyed incriminating documents, but he did not do so. Some of Apis' friends now turned from him. The 1903 conspirators were no longer carefree youths with little to lose. Some had compromised with the regime in power. Many who had won promotions and decorations in recent wars wished to keep them. Why face needless risks by following Apis' sinking ship? Others, weary of ceaseless struggle, longed for peace and rest. Apis was not one to promise or provide these. Tirelessly propelling his damaged legs on tours of the front with his eternal cigarette in his teeth, at each stop now he met new and indifferent comrades. Point 6. Lieutenant Colonel Radak Radikovic, a leading defector from Apis' camp, was promised a key post by the Salonika regime. A supporter of the May coup, he had once been a friend of Apis. Without real evidence, Radikovic had concluded that his failure to win promotion had been Apis' fault. Defecting from his mentor, Radikovic was utilized by Apis' foes. The White Hand arranged his appointment as commandant of Corfu, a post which gratified his frustrated ambitions. Daily he ran to Prince Alexander with denunciations of Apis and basked in the court's warmth. One day Radikovic queried Tukovic how Apis and the Black Hand could be shorn of influence. "I was amazed that at court amidst a national catastrophe this was considered a burning question," wrote Tukovic. Either this was a terrible hallucination or a predetermined goal based on fear. They met again in Salonika. As Corfu commandant and close to Prince Alexander, Radikovic revealed that the campaign against Apis preoccupied their attention. The ideal solution, said Radikovic, would be to compromise Black Hand leaders in their official military duties as if their incapacities had caused their eventual misfortune. Superior Bulgar forces had just forced the Danube division to retreat near Gornicev. Soon its commander and the 3rd Army Chief of Staff, both Apis men, were removed. Encouraged by the success, Radikovic urged use of that technique as one way to break Apis' influence. "The time is approaching," he warned enigmatically, "when what we spoke about will be done." 7. Charged with preparing destruction of the Apis group was Interior Minister Jovanovic Patok's Salonika regime, centering in that Greek port but with tentacles reaching to Corfu, and even France and Switzerland. Coming to Corfu in January 1916, Ivanović Patok laid foundations for this police regime, aided by Mihailo Ranković, a former assembly deputy, and Colonel Dragutin Okanović. Already in NIS, Ivanovic's ministry began to utilize numerous spies and informers and conduct arbitrary arrests and torture. An initial victim was Raid Malibovic. Former history. Professor Ivanović Patok believed the Radical Party had given him carte blanche to establish a miniature autocracy and destroy its enemies. His few reputable subordinates were exiled from Corfu or watched by obedient flunkies, Ranko Trifunovic and Jovan Srkovic. Colonel Okanovic recruited spies in the army, on Corfu, then in Salonika and at the front. The Committee of Ten's influence pervaded the army. Few dared probe its activities because of the fear it fostered. Soon without its consent little was decided in the army. Later that spring the Interior Minister took up headquarters across the street from the Supreme Command in Salonika. There and in the War Ministry, Ivanovic's minions accumulated data to incriminate the APIS group, while the Interior Ministry virtually dictated to the military authorities registered. This Salonika regime became a vital element in the growing conspiracy against the APIS group. The other major factor was Prince Alexander's entourage led by the White Hand. In spring 1916, recalled Major Draskic, when Prince Alexander came to Salonika, Colonel Živković assumed total control of palace affairs. Immediate changes were made in its staff and guards without consulting court-martial, Colonel Ostojic. In the palace cellar appeared suspicious types, ex-guerrillas, and riffraff rarely found in decent places. They spent entire days drinking. Later, Draskic realized they were the Salonika trial's chief witnesses. Among Živkovic's friends and collaborators in the palace were Lieutenant Colonel Pavel Jurisic, Major Sretan Todorovic, and Major Zivahine Tribunik, recruited on Corfu. Radakovic joined this team in Salonika, becoming Prince Alexander's chief spy. 9. Once in Salonika, Colonel Živkovic purchased a house near the palace, surrounded by gardens and a high wall. Živkovic turned it into a miniature fortress with electric alarms and a guard at each gate. Before going to France on leave, at Colonel Jurisic's advice, Draskic paid his respects to Para. Reluctantly, he entered that mysterious residence where surrounded by walls and guards sat that sinister man, chief decision-maker in the Salonika affair, in which he directed everything without ever taking responsibility, never appearing either as prosecutor, witness, or accuser. Like a spider, Živkovic spun his dark web. Draskic then had no idea what Živkovic was planning. Posing merely as the prince's obedient and humble servant, Para urged Draskic repeatedly to ask Alexander for this and that. However, Draskic knew Alexander addressed only Para as thou. In the palace Živkovic did whatever he pleased, asking no one. In public Živkovic flattered and praised Draskic, but Major Sretan Todorovic confided, "We all know you are a sworn Black Hand member and Peter Živkovic is doing everything possible to throw you out of the palace, but the prince likes you so much that Peter can do nothing to you." All at once, continued Draskic, documents and telegrams marked mysteriously, and zero began appearing at the palace. Draskic was told to give them all unopened to Major Tribunik, who entered them in an inventory with the same strange marking. One day Živkovic told Draskic importantly, "Just think, those Black Handers wanted to kill the heir." 2. Draskic's surprised queries, Živkovic added mysteriously, "You'll soon see." His palace cronies confirmed that the documents related to the Black Hand. Premier Pisic, Tribunik revealed, had insisted the materials to be marked in degree, selecting A, Alexander's first initial. Thereby Pisic sought to conceal his role in the conspiracy and undermine the Prince Regent. By now Draskic was also disillusioned with the Black Hand. On Corfu he had noticed that some of its leaders, especially Milovanovic Balak, acted haughtily. What right did APIS have to interfere in political matters in Black Hand's name without informing other members? Most of all to blame were the unfortunate ministers who did not dare retire APIS. Had they done so, everything would have quieted down and ended without great convulsions. We know very well that even the greatest power among us becomes absolutely impotent upon retirement, like Samson when his hair was cut. Instead Serbia and Alexander suffered terrible misfortunes threatening to discredit them abroad just after everyone had applauded the Albanian saga. 10 In early spring 1916 Colonel Tukovic realized a major political stun was brewing. On Corfu he heard constant rumors that something major was being prepared against APIS. Hearing his own name mentioned, Tukovic decided to see Prince Alexander. In June he asked War Minister Terdik to arrange an audience. At court he talked at length with his friend, Colonel Pavel Jurisic, who spoke very frankly. "You Black Handers are to blame for all our misfortunes," declared Jurisic. "This is a unanimous view. Against you especially are Prince Alexander and many of the Radi Kellys." Continued Jurisic prophetically, "It is known that Apis is the chief one to blame for everything, but he had helpers who served as his instruments. It is known that many officer members of your society entered the organization from idealistic motives. They did not dream that something else was concealed there. Thus it is felt that in liquidating it to act as follows, Apis and some others will be severely punished, perhaps by death. Others will be punished less harshly, and the rest will be pensioned off, partly spared. This will be done before re-entry into the country Serbia. In that manner the Sarajevo murder will also be liquidated." Evidently by June 1916 Prince Alexander and his circle had decided tentatively to arrest Apis and his friends and try them on charges bringing death to the ringleaders. Jurisic's reference to Sarajevo is intriguing. Did some radicals envision a possible separate peace with Austria-Hungary? Such charges against Black Hand were wholly false, protested Tukovic. Purely patriotic, it had never acted against the dynasty or country. These denunciations stemmed from ignorance and intrigue, turning the prince against Apis and the organization. Tukovic denounced such liquidation plans during the war, aiming to achieve what all Serbs favored, Greater Serbia or Yugoslavia. To this Jurisic remarked, it was thought to liquidate Apis summarily because he is known as the leader of the entire thing, and if he died, everything would be alright. One officer with a Karađorđe star offered to liquidate Apis, but it was decided not to do that. There must be a trial with public punishment which will be imposed also on the others. Tukovic believed Jurisic had spoken entire truth. An honest man of character, he could not have invented all this. Jurisic Sturm, wearing a Karađorđe star, must have volunteered to kill Apis, Tukovic believed. Jurisic added, "We will make Alexander great, then he will make the country great." Tukovic related this entire conversation to Apis. Extreme ambition, Tukovic concluded, had induced the patriotic Jurisic Sturm to join Živkovic's nefarious schemes. Believing himself destined for a major post-war role, he had attached himself to Prince Alexander's rising star. But soon after the war, as a disillusioned nervous wreck, Jurisic resigned from the Yugoslav army and committed suicide, leaving a Bolivie. Cal Testament condemning Prince Alexander and conditions on Korču. His brother, Peter, later made a state councillor through Živkovic's vast influence, kept that document which confirmed Apis had neither planned nor organized the alleged attempt on Alexander's life. Pavel had talked with the French police who had followed the prince's car on August 29th. Hearing shots, they had stopped when Alexander did, examined the whole area finding nothing and nobody. 11. General Damjan Popovic's letters to his wife, Mileva, described graphically sinister conditions on Corfu and in Salonika during 1916 and the net being woven for the Apis group. After Popovic's arrest, the French, cooperating with Serbian police, seized the letters in Lyons. From Corfu on May 17, 1916 Popovic, a leading Conspirator, had written, "Here the situation is worse than it was before May 29, 1903 in Serbia. That is why I am not getting your letters. A whole battalion of gendarmes is commanded by Lt. Col. Milan Gavrilovic. Also some are commanded by Lt. Col. Radak Radikovic, local commandant here, and also a person of trust." A sarcastic reference. A month later, Popovic wrote, "For us the situation is very unfavorable. Spies watch us everywhere, following me and all who talk with me." Again on September 26th, they are urging officers not to be friendly with me. They don't understand our feelings, and believe that in our work some plans are concealed even though we are doing nothing. After the war and interior ministers left for Salonika 2 days later with a proposal to create a special court-martial for officers, the general commented, "They are preparing a noose for someone, the unfortunates." Popovic heard that both Pisic and Prodic had opposed that proposal. "I cannot believe this is the desire and will of the heir but rather of the non-entities who surround him. The intent is to destitute our comrades, drive them into a corner and prevent any activity or influence by them on state affairs." 12 Milovanovic Balak's prison diary claimed that White Hand leader, Lieutenant Colonel Milorad Radovanovic Koka, had quarreled violently with Peter Živkovic. Before witnesses he accused Živkovic of firing at the prince's automobile on August 29 so Apis would be blamed. After preparing and prompting witnesses for the Salonika trial, Živkovic told Radovanovic that if Apis were not condemned to death, he, Živkovic, would poison him. 13 The Committee of 10 now viewed the Apis question as urgent. After the Ostrovo incident they transformed the prince's view of an affair he had earlier dismissed lightheartedly. With the White Hand conjuring up visions of terrible danger to his life, Alexander denounced the Black Hand leaders. "I looked through my fingers at them, gave them positions, they scolded me, swore at me, threatened me, and finally shot at me, then I decided to turn the matter over to the courts." Did Alexander truly believe that Milivojević, at Apis' instructions, had fired at him? Even after Apis' arrest, when Tukovic mentioned the Ostrovo incident to General Mirko Milosavljević, later chairman of the Salonika High Military Court, he queried laughing, "What assassination attempt?" The question remained whether Apis and his friends could be implicated in that attempt. 14 At the Salonika trial Apis denied emphatically any link with the affair. He lacked any motive to harm a prince who had been his benefactor and saved his life. "I had no role in preparing such a repulsive affair. I had no personal reasons to wish the heir's death. On the contrary, for many years I was one of the young people closest to the heir. From this time my memories are of the warmest. The heir's benevolence towards me was such that I believe few can claim anything comparable. Valuable presents which I received from the heir I still keep as proofs of his goodwill towards me. The heir is godfather to my little grandniece, Neniska, the late Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Glisic's child. Besides, that one am alive today, surviving the most terrible disease Maltese fever. I have only the heir to thank. By telegram he ordered that I be treated, that the doctors stay with me until my recovery, and he constantly asked about the course of my illness. All expenses for my treatment, involving several thousand dinars, the heir assumed personally. In view of all this I would have to be the fiercest and most bloodthirsty of wild beasts for such an ideas to occur to me. 15. Once his entourage persuaded Alexander the Apis group could be linked with the shots fired at Ostrovo, the Committee of 10 affirmed that Raid Milivojević, Apis' protege, had fired them intending to kill the prince. Understanding legal matters poorly, Alexander considered such an attempt likely. King Peter had noted his son's unusual gullibility. Since proofs to convince a regular military court were lacking, the committee planned to hail Apis and his colleagues before a special court-martial requiring less proof. But such courts then could try only enlisted men, not officers. Thus on September 23, Colonel Gajko Pavlovic, Chief of Supreme Command's Legal Division, and Dr. Mokanin, the prince's physician, arrived on Corfu proposing a special court-martial for officers. The doctor brought the news that the Prince Regent had been the target of an abortive assassination. Chiding the government for failing to protect him, Alex Ender demanded War Minister Terdik's removal. This sensational news provoked much sympathy on Corfu, but Pavlovic's idea of a special court-martial met strong cabinet opposition. All ministers except Terdik and Jovanovic Patok opposed such a court, and the independent radicals threatened to resign. Stojan Protic objected to its illegality, and Pasik refused to sacrifice his coalition cabinet. Blocked over the special court, Apis' enemies temporarily renounced ideas of placing him on trial. Talk about the assassination attempt ceased abruptly. 16 This gave Apis and his friends only a brief reprieve. Interior Minister Jovanovic Patok soon urged War Minister Terdik confidentially to move decisively against certain officers suspected of plotting a military coup and to murder the heir. The War Minister turned this over to Supreme Command, which authorized Colonel Pavlovic to activate the committee for the liquidation of Colonel Apis led by Colonels Zivkovic and Kostic. It promptly ordered the arrest of Apis and his Black Hand colleagues. 17 Prince Alexander and the White Hand, not the Pasik government, now resolved to try the Apis group. The prince believed that Apis, Vilovic, and their Black Hand thugs intended to murder him. Apis passed as a regicide, the unruly Vilovic, and daily denunciations by police spies and White Hand so upset the prince that he could no longer distinguish truth from fiction. Minister Jovanovic Patok told him Apis had ordered the Archduke murdered in order to provoke war, then planned to assassinate Emperor William II and other crowned heads. Apis, he affirmed, was a maniacal murderer. Apparently the heir concluded Apis was a paranoid criminal type, too dangerous to be left at large. The prince's entourage, interpreting his least move as a dangerous conspiracy, was amazed that Apis had not acted against them. 1 Slobodan Jovanovic saw Apis sometimes in Salonika. At their final meeting shortly before his arrest, though realizing the White Hand was intriguing against him, Apis showed no concern. If he kept quiet and did his job, Apis believed at worst they could only send him abroad. He heard rumors he would be named military attaché in Belgium or Spain. He considered it unlikely they would put him on trial. They might hire assassins to shoot or poison him, but he had taken precautions against that. 19. Meanwhile Apis and his friends were being shadowed, spied upon, and criticized at the front. General Vasic, 3rd Army commander, sent negative reports to Supreme Command as it strove to build a case of alleged insubordination and neglect of his duties against Apis. Vasic claimed Apis had violated his order banning boat travel on a lake near Ostrovo, then he had allowed highly suspicious persons to move freely around the staff, such as Father Peter Anastas. Testified Apis at Salonika, I saw the priest for the first time at 3rd Army staff when he returned from the commander General Vasic, but I had no dealings with him. I hear such accusations from my army commander for the first time here in court and did not know this while I was doing my duty day and night that he was writing such reports about me. Now I understand why I am in detention if my commander began intriguing and framing me already in September. The proximity of my commander to me was unpleasant. Only now do I understand some of his references then. Once he said to me, "Did you intend to play politics?" Sometimes when some of my friends came to the staff, he would remark ironically, "Surely you have come especially to have dinner with Colonel Dimitrijević." As you see, all this is mere trivia. 20. Well informed about the anti-Apis agitation was Atanasić Sredojević, a lifetime national activist and veteran of intelligence and police work. 21 When Major Vilovic became chief of 3rd Army Intelligence, Sredojević became his assistant. They both worked directly under Colonel Apis. As head of Supreme Command's police section, Kosta Tukakovic organized systematic spying on Apis and his friends on Corfu, then on the Salonika front. Protected by the Interior Minister, Ranko Trifunovic Tukakovic's colleague and subordinate had arranged the murder of Bosnian volunteer, Bosko Erzina, then blamed it on Major Vilovic, causing his dismissal. Failing to enlist Sredojević in his spy network against Apis, Tukakovic intrigued to remove him from 3rd Army. Right after Vilovic's dismissal, Supreme Command assigned Sredojević to the front, although because of war injuries he had been classified a non-combatant. Apis refused to execute that illegal order. Reassigning him to 3rd Army staff, Apis blocked Tukakovic temporarily. Thus Sredojević learned many details of the conspiracy against Apis before he too was arrested. 22 Soon before Apis' arrest, Vladimir Tukovic talked with him at Basilica near Salonika. Did the colonel sense things closing in around him? Apis just shrugged. I'm not doing anything bad, but if they want to ruin me, I cannot oppose them, but I doubt it is true. Warned Tukovic, I believe they will search you soon, and if they find anything, they will arrest you. If you have something to destroy which needs to be preserved, give it to me to take to Corfu because they are sending me back there. I have nothing significant except the constitution of our organization, unification, or death, which no longer exists, replied Apis. I'll keep that with me, then if they find it, they will see there is nothing to it. That proved to be an unwise and fateful decision. I see all that is happening, continued Apis, and if I return alive to the country Serbia, someone will have to answer for what they have done to the Supreme Command, meaning the summary dismissal of Marshal Putnik and his entire staff. The Salonika authorities, APIS affirmed, had gone up a blind ally with Milivojević. From fear they want at any cost to make him out as guilty since they don't know what else to do and how to justify themselves. 23 Soon after that, Milutin Jovanović, a foreign ministry official and Pasic's nephew, visited Tukovic on Corfu. APIS assignment as military attaché had been arranged with the Belgian king, he reported. He would soon leave to assume his new post. Believing that would end tension with Alexander, Tukovic rejoiced and awaited APIS on Corfu. When news of APIS' arrest came instead, he realized Juris Exterm had spoken the truth, a well-conceived plan was being implemented. 24. Until late November some regime leaders opposed APIS' arrest and trial. Jovanović Paddock telegraphed Premier Pasic November 30th in code urging pensioning off APIS. He opposed a trial as injurious to army morale and that of the Serbian people, and as ruinous to Serbia's reputation with the Allies. Jovanović Paddock hinted that he was under strong pressure, apparently from the prince, to conduct a criminal investigation of APIS. Please give me your views immediately in strictest confidence. Draskovic agrees with my viewpoint. Trying APIS and his friends, warned the interior minister, would endanger the coalition government. 25 For an 11th hour compromise between APIS and Alexander, Milorad Draskovic would have been the logical choice. Having praised APIS' patriotism and talents on Corfu, the independent radical leader also enjoyed Alexander's favor. Yet he and his colleagues avoided mediation for fear of damaging their party. 26 days before his arrest APIS received by unknown hand Major Vilovic's highly incriminating letter, later used against them. Written November 27th but unaccountably reaching APIS only 2 weeks later, it denounced the prince and the dynasty. Why did Vilovic, who knew the prince had been APIS' benefactor, dare send him that letter? Asked Misic at Salonika. Why had APIS not shown this diatribe to the authorities? Knowing of APIS' loyalty toward the heir and dynasty, replied the colonel, Vilovic must have counted on Vilovic's friendship and loyalty. As soon as I received the letter, I did not share its views for a moment nor his suspicions and therefore put the letter in my wallet deciding to deliver it to Colonel Peter Zivkovic. I wanted to send him this letter so he could inform the heir. I received the letter only December 13th and had to send it by some special means or await Zivkovic's arrival. Before he could do either, he had been arrested. 27 An uneasy calm prevailed on the Salonika front. The hunters awaited impatiently the signal to cast their net over their quarry's head. The lion is caged, December 1916. Colonel Dimitrijević intentionally and with definite plan recruited individuals and worked to carry out the assassination of the heir, overthrow the present regime, and introduce the supreme power of 10 to 15 men dependent on this military organization and eliminate all those standing in the way, especially Premier Pasic. Colonel Gajko Pavlovic, December 14, 1916. APIS arrest at Vistarina village on December 15, 1916 followed months of assiduous work by the Committee of 10. Its timing related closely to the overall European military and political situation and domestic Serbian considerations. Very significant was an Allied decision in mid-November to launch a Balkan offensive the next spring to liberate Serbia and Romania. To Prince Alexander and the radicals time to settle accounts with APIS seemed to be running out. Emperor Charles's accession to the Austro-Hungarian throne and possible separate peace talks may also have spurred the Serbian regime to move swiftly against APIS. Late in 1916 World War I entered a critical phase. Almost everywhere the Allies had suffered significant reverses. Romania had been forced out. Action. In Russia military defeats and political and economic disintegration heralded the coming revolution. If Russia left the war, Allied chances of victory would dwindle and the Pasic regime would lose its staunchest supporter. The United States was still months away from joining the Allies. Profound war weariness pervaded the belligerents promoting ideas of a compromise peace short of the decisive victory which to many seemed unattainable. At the Allied conference in Chantilly near Paris on November 15 to 16, 1916 plans were laid for a spring offensive to expel the enemy from Serbia and Romania and achieve victory in the Balkans. Early in November died 80-6-year-old Franz Joseph I, Emperor of Austria-Hungary since 1848. His successor, Emperor Charles, relatively young, pacific and flexible, aimed to save his throne by removing the monarchy from the war. On November 1 began Franco-Austrian talks, and a month later Charles reaffirmed his willingness to parley. France now proposed specific issues for discussion. 1 From the Vital J victory in early November the Serbian army emerged exhausted and depleted. In its ranks remained only 27,000 active fighters, the rest were in hospitals or rear areas. Hopes of a breakthrough into occupied Serbia faded. As the army lay in virtual narcosis, the Committee of 10 worked its secret will. 2 On Corfu and in Salonika spread rumors of threatened anti-mutinies. By this time, recalled Draskic, Prince Alexander had resolved to get rid of the APIS group at any cost. Before the return to Serbia, it was rumored, the Black Hand would erect a gate of sabers, allowing into the home land only those it approved of. 3 By November 20 Alexander and Pasic had learned of the planned Balkan offensive. Preparations for APIS arrest and the Salonika trial, affirmed Vasiljevic, began right afterwards. Prince Alexander seized his last favorable opportunity to destroy the APIS group. 4 How did Pasic and the Corfu government view the situation? The cabinet, alleged Milorad Draskovic, feared chiefly APIS, Vilovic, and Milovanovic Balak. 5 Some claimed that Pasic no longer believed in Allied victory, concluding the Central Powers were likely to prevail. By liquidating the APIS group, the Corfu regime could create favorable conditions for a possible separate peace ensuring Serbia at least her pre-war boundaries. Peace feelers were being sent through Prince Six to Bourbon Parma, Emperor Charles's relative, and Stohan Protek's secret mission to Switzerland was connected with this, claim some accounts. Such a view, argued Vasiljevic later, was one-sided and mistaken. An astute politician, Pisic always had at least two solutions to every problem and invariably left himself an escape route. In November 1916 Pisic probably still believed in eventual Allied victory but viewed a separate peace with the Central Powers as the alternative. Austro-French talks beginning December 2/15. Provided no direct pretext for arresting Apis since Pisic and Alexander only learned about them subsequently. But those conversations influenced them to move ahead aggressively with the Salonika trial. 62 of his trusted officers Lieutenant Colonel Radovanovic Koka and Colonel Jurisic Stern warned the prince that executing Apis would ensure his martyrdom. Our people love political martyrs, declared Radovanovic. If Apis were killed, someday his bones would mock Alexander from the palace balcony. Radovanovic doubted Apis had plotted against the prince. Apis would never have bribed someone to carry out an assassination, he would have done it himself and started a revolution too. Jurisic agreed, but Alexander was unswayed. Both of you are young and naive and don't know anything, was his rejoinder. If the heir asked frontline officers, persisted Radovanovic, he would realize they had been correct. 7 Top Serbian government and military leaders exchanged several documents paving the way for the Apis group's arrest. First came the Interior Minister's lengthy communication, presidential, to the War Minister on December 12 th. Already while our army was on Corfu, it was observed that one group of our officers was conducting political agitation and making preparations for actions contrary to the constitution and laws and damaging to the interests of the country and its people. Here in Salonika we acquired precise information. And the conviction grew that unless their activities were halted, they could have serious consequences for the fighting strength of the Serbian army and the future of the country. The Apis group's foreign activities were strictly confidential and must be investigated separately and secretly. Apparently, this was to conceal the Black Hand's patriotic goal of unifying the Serbs. Their internal activity, continued Jovanovic Patok, had the aim of changing by force the legal order in our country and its form of government. To achieve this had been undertaken various impermissible activities by Bosnian revolutionaries from the late Vojislav Popović guerrilla detachments. From the beginning leading this subversive circle stood Colonel Dragutin Dimitrijević. Holding responsible and influential positions, Dimitrijević had carried out numerous illegal and baneful actions. The chief objective of Apis and company, continued the Interior Minister, was to seize power illegally through those Bosnian revolutionaries. They had skillfully won over and recruited active and reserve officers for action at a favorable moment. Their first task was to overturn by force the present regime and legal order with the Karađorđević dynasty, and instead of constitutional monarchy to introduce a regime whose highest power would be held by 10 to 15 selected persons who would accept this military regime. All those hindering or in the way of their plan were to be removed by force, and Premier Pisic was one of the first. The Interior Minister never referred here to Apis organization as unification or death, or Black Hand because its constitution and statutes had not yet surfaced. In February 1916 on Corfu, affirmed the Interior Minister, Apis had told the Bosnian youths that the Serbian regime in exile was in disorder. Rulers such as William II of Germany, Ferdinand of Bulgaria, and Constantine of Greece were pursuing sensible policies. Prince Alexander, Apis claimed, had surrendered to an intolerable entourage. Before taking external action, Serbs at home must be freed from such evil influences, and Premier Pisic must be killed. But the Bosnians had refused to involve themselves in Serbian internal politics. Thus Apis had turned to members of former Serbian national organizations then in Greece. Then occurred the event of September 12, 9 about which Jovanovic Patok pleaded ignorance, which also must be investigated. Since such subversive activities were punishable under Serbian law and endangered the state, Jovanovic Patok urged War Minister Terdic to authorize the arrest of the Apis group. Since most were officers, further action and investigation must be handled by the military. 10. Receiving this formidable presidential next day, December 13, War Minister Terdic sent it straight to the Supreme Command requesting further legal action and confidential investigation. Terdic urged emphatically that such evil be destroyed at the roots in order to prevent execution of these dangerous and harmful intentions. 11 Terdic's message reached Supreme Command later that day. How rapid bureaucracy can operate when its leaders' vital personal or professional interests are at stake. In this case Prince Alexander evidently had prearranged everything. Chief of Staff Bojovic promptly ordered Colonel Pavlovic, Chief of Supreme Command's Legal Division, to examine immediately the Interior Minister's presidential and supporting documents. By Mihailo Rankovic and Jovan Milosavljevic, then submit to him next morning his written views on legal action. 12 In an incredible burst of speed by the normally dilatory legal branch, Colonel Pavlovic submitted his written report next morning, December 14. Obviously he had lacked time to check the veracity of these documents. Based on the presidential and supporting reports, Pavlovic concluded that Colonel Dimitrijević intentionally and with definite plan recruited individuals and worked to carry out the assassination of the heir, to overthrow the present regime and legal order and the Karađorđević dynasty and to introduce the supreme power of 10 to 15 men which would depend on this military organization and eliminate all those standing in the way, especially Premier Pisic. 13 Mihailo Rankovic, a former assembly deputy, until 1912 had belonged to the Independent Radical Party, then joined the Radicals and Black Hand, recruited by Jovanovic Kupa, Piedmont's first editor. Becoming a Police provocateur by his own admission, Rankovic on November 25, 1916 wrote to Prince Alexander in Salonika, when you, the government and army left for Corfu in January 1916, these people Apis group gathered around them young people, national workers, and enthusiastic youths from still unliberated regions in Drac and prepared an organization whose purpose and aim was that neither His Majesty, the King of Serbia, nor you, nor the government should return to Serbia, but instead to establish the rule of a military republic. Among those who prepared this odious affair the chief role was played by General Staff Colonel Dragutin T. Dimitrijević, Artillery Major Ljubomir R. Vilovic, the others recruited for this were all Bosnians. 14 The prince allegedly sent this letter right to Supreme Command. Only on December 12 was the report by Jovan Milosevic, a police agent of Supreme Command's intelligence section, submitted to his superiors. A former Belgrade student and journalist, Milosevic had written for Slovenski Jug, Jovanovic Kupa's pro-Yugoslav student newspaper. Sworn into Black Hand by Jovanovic Kupa, he had been in Rankovic's Black Hand cell. I am reporting stories which are circulating that on Corfu the officers accused here sick met with Bosnian volunteers and prepared a coup. From my meeting with volunteers Milan Ciganovic and Juro Saric and from conversations held with them I learned that some of the Bosnians separated from their Bosnian friends and that Colonel Dimitrijević turned them away from executing national tasks, advising them that first it was necessary to clean up our internal affairs. Point 15 This document state and the channels it passed through reveal it as a hastily concocted political denunciation to provide a legal basis for action against Apis. Legal Division Chief, Colonel Pavlovic, accepted these reports, based solely on hearsay, as bona fide and accurate without checking their veracity. Point 14 Colonel Pavlovic's report of December 14 comprised the sole legal basis for prosecuting Colonel Apis and his chief associates. Its crucial passages read: Colonel Dimitrijević intentionally and with definite plan recruit add individuals and work to carry out the assassination of the heir, overthrow the present regime and the Karađorđević dynasty and introduce the supreme power of 10 to 15 men dependent on this military organization. Confirming this were Mihailo Rankovic's report, the Interior Minister's Presidential of December 12, and Milosevic's report. Aiding the colonel in this work were Colonels M. G. Milovanovic, Dragomir Stojanovic, Sr., and Vladimir Tukovic, Lieutenant Colonels Bozin Simic, Velimir Vemic and Vojislav Gajakovic, and Major Ljubomir Vilovic. For the execution of this plan were recruited Nazir Hadzanalik, Milan Ciganovic, Bosko Arzina, Juro Saric, Viladet Biblija, Mohamed Murmad Basic, Mustafa Galjubic, and Veljako Zasivic. Against Colonel Dimitrijević criminal investigation should be begun immediately under Articles 85 and 87, during which he is to be confined. He is to be arrested immediately. 17 Colonel Milan Dunjic, Salonika's military commandant, now named chief investigator, was instructed to take Apis into custody. Point 1 Registered the war minister, informed by the interior minister of the Apis group's subversive intentions and activities, and reported them to Supreme Command so legal action would be taken to destroy this evil in its roots and prevent dangerous and murderous actions against our state. 19 About noon December 15 the Salonika commandant arrived in Ostrovo armed with warrants to search Apis' personal effects and arrest him if anything incriminating were found. At 3rd Army staff in nearby Vistarina Colonel Apis was conducting normal military duties. Besides much regular work, he had written his nephew in France, not realizing it would be the last letter Milans would receive from him. His arrest did not come as a great shock. Later, Apis told Captain Milan Stojakovic, commandant of Salonika officers' prison, that friends, notably Colonel Tukovic, had warned him repeatedly. They told me, I knew I was going to be arrested. 20 When Colonel Dunjic appeared in Vistarina, he found Apis not very surprised to see him. Dunjic ordered him to open his military trunk. Apis so instructed his orderly, Milik, who kept its keys and regularly handled its contents. I know personally, recalled Apis' nephew, that Apis did not know precisely what was in the trunk. Shocked that an officer had come to search his colonel, Milik at first could not unlock the trunk. Reassuringly in his habitual jovial manner Apis tapped Milik on the shoulder. Don't worry Milik. The colonel just wants to see what we have in our trunk, so open it up so he can see for himself that we are not hiding anything. Apis turned smiling to Dunjic. He was confused by you, wondering God only knows what will happen now that you have come with such a request. Always the genial host, Apis instructed Milik to bring cognac. Dunjic accepted a drink. 21 Most items in the trunk were trivial personal effects, money, and letters. However, Dunjic, an old enemy of Apis, could not restrain his joy at finding copies of Black Hand's constitution and rules, and a list of its CEC with their original signatures. Before the astonished Dunjic unfolded the mysteries of the Black Hand Society, he was the first outsider to plumb its secrets. Other potentially incriminating documents were Major Vilovic's incautious November 27 letter to Apis, and letters from Colonels Plazina, Lazarevic, and Lieutenant Colonel Glisic confirming Apis' intention in May 1914 to remove civil officials in Macedonia. 22 For Dunjic and his superiors this was a gold mine. Now it was certain Apis would be arrested and imprisoned. The first Black Hand leader arrested, Apis was taken under guard to Salonika officers' prison. Apis' closest colleagues and friends were soon removed from the front, then arrested. This was purely precautionary lest they act on Apis' behalf. Those aware of Supreme Command's secret operations, noted Tukovic, knew how it had decided whom to remove. First members of the court Camarilla fingered their personal enemies, then reached collective agreement. Many battalions, regiments, even entire army brigades were stripped of leadership as their commanders were removed and deported or imprisoned. Cloaked in secrecy, these moves provoked consternation and confusion in Serbian and Allied ranks. Fantastic rumors spread in Salonika and at the front about treason, mutiny, opening the front to the enemy, and secret contacts with the Central Powers. Curiously, almost nothing was heard yet about an attempt on the prince's life. The entire Salonika front was thrown into uncertainty. 23 The White Hand seemed to place settlement of personal scores ahead of the war and the Serbian cause. The news of Colonel Apis' arrest spread rapidly along the front. No one knew why it had occurred. When his own removal from command followed immediately, Colonel Milovanovic Balak realized his arrest was imminent. He issued a hasty farewell message to his troops. The reason for my removal is unknown to me. In parting from you officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers, let me urge you as your former commander and as a Serb, that you, Mother Serbia, our dear homeland, should remain always before your eyes. 24 Other officers and even civilians were soon arrested and imprisoned or deported to French North Africa. Regimental Commander Colonel Sedimir Popovic, hospitalized for a severe illness, was taken from the hospital straight to Salonika officers' prison. And Bogdan Radenkovic, Serbian vice-consul in Athens and a Black Hand founder, ill with acute tuberculosis, over his superiors' protests, had to travel to Salonika without escort and was promptly imprisoned. 25 Colonel Dunjic requested authorization from Supreme Command to detain and investigate other Apis men, Colonel Tukovic, General Damjan Popovic, and Lieutenant Colonel Vidomir Vedjovic, since intercepted or confiscated correspondence revealed their ties with the accused. Considered especially incriminating was a letter of Vetkovic to General Popovic from Corfu in 1916. I hope that consciousness will be awakened among our troops as during May 29, 1903 to deal with the good-for-nothings. Here people are lacking whom we can work with, and very much could be done. 26 At dusk on December 16, 1916 Colonel Apis arrived at Salonika officers' prison, noted the diary of Captain Milan Stojakovic, prison commandant. He tried not to appear upset, but precisely this betrayed that he was upset. Stojakovic ushered Apis into his cell. Apis first noticed the crossed iron bars on the windows. Suddenly he felt like a prisoner. He looked dubiously at the bars and shivered. How cold it is. Were the windows in proper repair? He spent an entire hour just walking around the room. When Apis told the guard that his orderly would bring his things, the guard warned, that is up to the commandant. At 7 p.m. Apis lay down fully clothed on his back, covered with his military overcoat, and pondered. When water and a glass were brought, he refused them. Apis fell asleep at 9 p.m. and slept right through the night. On Colonel Apis' first full day at the prison he rose at 7 a.m. and lit a cigarette. When Captain Stojakovic remarked he had drunk none of the water, Apis asked angrily and impudently, "Have you regulated my diet?" Stojakovic without replying took out his cigarette case, casually lit a smoke in front of Apis, then departed. The colonel's personal effects had arrived meanwhile. "He will get them this afternoon," noted Stojakovic, "so he will learn patience and polite behavior." Psychological war. Fare between prisoner and jailer had commenced. Apis stood long at the window plunged in thought. Only the roofs of a few houses were visible. Then he walked nervously around his solitary cell until 1 a.m. when Stojakovic invited him to walk in the courtyard. "Thanks very much," responded Apis smiling, but he demurred. The colonel ignored the obvious fact that his dinner had been pulled apart and inspected before being given to him. The commandant then summoned him to be interrogated by Chief Investigator, Colonel Dunjic. "Right away," replied Apis pleasantly. Afterwards, saying he was bored, Apis asked the captain to give him something from his trunk to read. "What class are you from at the academy?" queried Apis. "Why aren't you a major?" Silently Stojakovic gave him a volume of Pushkin's poetry in Russian, an Italian dictionary, and other trifles. "Why can't I have my razor?" inquired Apis. "So you won't kill yourself." "Oh, don't fear that," said Apis smiling. "For me all this is just a joke, a bullet will kill me, so I won't kill myself." Taking the things Stojakovic handed him, he offered the captain conserves and tobacco. "Help yourself, please, to whatever you like. I prepared these for my family since I believed we would soon return to Serbia." Smiling in turn, Stojakovic responded, "And you were mistaken about that." Apis read Pushkin until about 10 p.m. Leafing through the great Russian poet's works earlier, Stojakovic discovered they had been read carefully. All passages mentioning freedom had been underlined in colored pencil, apparently by Apis, as was the phrase, "Suicide was frequent in antiquity." In Apis' trunk also evidently read carefully was a Russian translation of John Stuart Mill's classic essay, On Liberty. 27. Awaiting trial, December 1916 March 1917, "What, my falcon, can't you understand that Apis can even enjoy prison?" "Well, you see that he can. One can do anything when one wants to." "No, brother Serb, I am glad to see you and that you are my jailer." Apis to Lieutenant Joseph Prodik in Salonika officers' prison. At Salonika officers' prison, as his chief colleagues were brought in one by one, Colonel Apis soon settled into a routine. For 3 months all remained in solitary confinement, supervised by Captain Stojakovic and his assistant, Lieutenant Joseph Prodik. "We settled down and set our course," recorded Stojakovic in his extensive daily notes, compiled for Colonel Zivkovic. Apis acts very friendly, is always smiling, and gets up whenever I come in. He gets angry only when sometimes I knock on his door. At first he would reply, "Come in." Now he is silent and thinks I am joking. For Zivkovic, the captain described Apis' behavior as a prisoner. He doesn't lie down during the day, he reads, mostly sits, does not utilize the walking time in the courtyard, doesn't speak to the guards. He goes to bed at 10 p.m. but takes a full hour to fall asleep. He gets up at 8 or 9 a.m. At first, noted Stajakovic, Apis questioned everything. "I see that you don't dare drink the water," remarked the captain. "No, please," replied Apis evasively, "I don't drink even a half glass of water in 24 hours. But Stajakovic feared being poisoned. "Were any of his friends at the prison?" asked Apis. Soon he learned that between December 19th and 21st Colonels Milovanovic Balak, Senator Popovic, and Lieutenant Colonel Vemic, all founding fathers of the Black Hand, had arrived, followed by the grave Leo Radenkovic. The prisoners pleaded for newspapers but could read only a military journal, Ratnadinevnik. To control them easier, Colonel Zivkovic, the spider, deliberately kept the prisoners isolated from the outside world. Apis once asked for Ratnadinevnik to see if there is anything new at the front. One day with studied casualness he asked Stajakovic, "Is the investigating commission at work?" Instructed to be evasive, the captain replied, "I don't know." Concluded Stajakovic, evidently he is getting impatient. Stajakovic had orders to watch the imprisoned officers constantly. His diary recorded Apis' activities on December 23rd. Dimitrijević arose at 7 a.m., washed, wrote something. At 1:01 a.m. he requested Ruskaya Vestnik, a Russian journal, from his trunk and some matches. Also he asked for Pushkin's works. "I feel that he can no longer pretend and I am awaiting that." He ate heartily at 12:15. After dinner he read and wrote the whole afternoon. He failed to use his walk time either morning or afternoon. He is nervous and angry that I don't assign him a regular soldier to prepare his coffee and that I hang over his head whenever there is someone in his room. I ordered the sergeant to fix him coffee at 3:30 p.m. He ordered the soldier to come back at 9 p.m. and remove his boots. Since his orders are not binding on me, he had to undress himself at 9:30 p.m. 5 days later the captain wrote, "Dimitrijević drinks much black coffee. A soldier needs to cook it for him every hour." 2 days ago I found in his room a junior sergeant whom he had summoned to prepare coffee but who in no case is supposed to enter his room alone. The authorities understandably feared Apis' personal magnetism. Initially, Stajakovic refused Apis' requests to shave himself, then relented and gave him his razor. He thanked me profusely and offered me cigarettes. Asked if he needed anything, Apis replied, "Thanks a lot, I have everything. As you see, I prepared myself well for this expedition." Was the investigation commission working on his case? "You will see that nothing will come of all this court case." 2 as days stretched into weeks, reported Stajakovic, the prisoners grew bored and anxious, they wanted urgently to talk with someone. Relieving the monotony after the new year was the arrival of Lieutenant Joseph Prodik, assigned as Stajakovic's assistant, and then of Major Lyubomir Vilovic. Lieutenant Prodik had to awaken Stajakovic, recovering from one of his frequent drunken binges in Salonika, to report Vilovic's arrival. "Who now?" reacted Stajakovic irritably. "That Colonel Pavlovic has gone crazy. He's going to arrest half the general staff. If things go on this way, we'll have to finish the war with corporals and sergeants." Still groggy, the captain ordered Prodik to show the formidable Vilovic to his cell. The major walked in aided by a cane. As Prodik helped him unpack his trunk, Vilovic started back amazed. "Is it Prodik? Are guerrilla fighters the guards here?" Prodik, who had known Apis in Macedonia, explained hastily that he was the only guerrilla fighter at the prison. Colonel Dunjic had assigned him there. 3 Young Prodik arrived at Salonika prison to encounter Colonel Apis, for him an admired, almost legendary figure. He found Apis almost holy. Bald but as imposing as ever. Around the ears, where he still had some hair, it had been cut short. Apis appeared healthy enough, although his sore legs were wrapped up. The colonel invariably wore impeccably lacquered boots and full military uniform. On his chest was the Star of Karageorge presented to him personally by King Peter. That first day after assuming his new duties, Lieutenant Prodik made a tour of the prisoners' rooms. Apis was heating coffee. He looked up in joyful amazement. "Where did you, using the familiar thou, spring from? Where did they find you to be my jailer? But I'm glad. Better than some good for nothing. Surely that one Blackhanders now referred regularly to Prince Alexander as Onich didn't send you. This must be Dunjic's affair." Prodik told Apis about his family back in occupied Serbia. Apis, lighting another cigarette, resumed enthusiastically, "You see, my Prodik, how small our little Serbia is. We all know one another. We mourn every death." Apis continued, "What, my falcon, can't you understand that Apis can even enjoy prison? Well, you see that he can. One can do anything when one wants to," he added, smiling broadly. "It seems only yesterday that I took you from school and sent you with Vuk Popovic, the guerrilla leader, to Turkey to kill or be killed. So, brother Serb, I am glad to see you and that you are my jailer." Embracing Prodik with a powerful bear hug, Apis shook him delightedly. "Colonel, sir," gasped poor Prodik, released from this crushing embrace, "is it true that you wanted to kill the heir?" "Excuse my asking, but..." "Go ahead, just ask away," exclaimed Apis. Since you are asking me, it means you don't believe much of what they accuse me of. So, Protic, I'll tell you as if I were confessing before God. Do you remember those days in late May 1903 when you were a junior sergeant? What did I do then for the dynasty? And do you remember what happened to me then? I was wounded and the wound festered. There would have been so saving me had they not transported me hurriedly to Vienna and had the doctors there not operated immediately. Right? Who paid for my treatment and for saving me? Peter Karageorgievic paid 22,000 dinars in gold out of his own funds. Now how could I raise my hand against his son? What kind of swine would I be to take revenge on him who saved my life? You are right, exclaimed Protic. Or let us turn things around, resumed Apis. Let's say I am a criminal and good for nothing hiding behind this uniform. Would I be Apis who organized that assassination attempt so idiotically as the prosecutors and judges claim? At least I know how to kill him whose head must fall, right? I am no cretin. Apis cautioned Protic to obey all orders whatever he thought privately, his superiors might be testing him. Apis declared philosophically, and remember that even if they convict us as innocent men, God will claim repayment. Everything in nature equalizes itself. Every murderer will sometime be killed. For Apis' spirits were raised immeasurably by frequent talks with Protic, but he was depressed to hear Vilovic too was in custody. Tukovic reacted, so even Ljaba. It means we are all here now? The pumpkin has really burst. This means that one had decided to eliminate us. Now there is no one alive who can prevent them from imposing their will. As Protic came with this unwelcome news, Apis again was preparing coffee. Protic pretended to remonstrate, Colonel, sir, you are constantly cooking coffee. Up to 10 times a day. Won't it ruin your health to have so much coffee and cigarettes? Then Protic quickly closed the cell door. Apis understood he had something important to say. About Vilovic's arrest Apis stated, that means they will carry this thing to the end, to the last man. That one has decided to exterminate us. Thus there is no honor in this world, everything is lies and deception. Protic noticed Apis was not in good form. No, it is not just a bad mood, my falcon. But rather disillusionment with people, with everything justice, truth, and life. Today I've been doing much thinking. I have inventoried past events and people. And do you know what I have concluded? Life is one great pile of dung. Only suffering, worry, torture, a constant rifle recoil. And the worst is when you understand that you have remained alone, that everyone has abandoned you, that they have all bent to you and discarded you like an old cleaning rag. So let's drink coffee and smoke. Only coffee and tobacco are of constant quality. Vibe lack of mail from his family since his incarceration may have provoked Apis' pessimistic outburst. He attributed this wrongly to their forgetfulness, even believing his beloved Milans had abandoned him. Actually, Milan and the others wrote him loyally throughout his imprisonment. But at Colonel Zivkovic's express instructions their letters were intercepted. Apparently, the spider derived sadistic pleasure from Apis' isolation and suffering. As weeks slipped by without definite word whether they would be tried or released, Captain Stojakovic detected growing depression and boredom among the prisoners. He found them rather naive too about the upcoming trial. Earlier, I thought Dimitrijević and Milovanovic were knowledgeable about ancient and recent history, but I was mistaken. They both think and have emphasized they can say in court all they have done. They forget that even Danton could not say what he wanted but could only answer questions put to him. When a postcard he had addressed to his nephew was returned, Apis resolved not to write him further. Later, he asked again if he had received anything from Milan. Next day Stojakovic recorded, Dimitrijević declares he would drink a glass of poison without a word if he is disturbing anyone. And if he believed he was causing trouble to others. Was Zivkovic trying to drive him to suicide? Later, Apis requested a talk with Chief Investigator Dunjic to assure him he was innocent. He had always served Alexander devotedly and would never have let anyone try to murder him. 6. Colonel Dunjic talked with Apis January 22nd, and next day was present at hearings related to his case. Afterwards Apis spoke optimistically with Stojakovic about things he would need during a prison term. Later, he asked impatiently if the trial was imminent. 7 Interrogations of the accused were held mostly at night, often lasting nearly until dawn. Prisoners were accompanied to the interrogation room by a guard and an officer. Since Stojakovic and Protic were the only prison officers and Stojakovic was often in Salonika drinking, Protic usually had to take them. The lengthiest interrogations were of Apis, Vilovic, and Malibubic, the three destined for execution. Next longest was that of Milovanovic Balak, Apis' personal friend from the academy. Reserved and distrustful of Protic, he asserted one day, neither Apis nor Vilovic could have organized the clumsy attempt on the air. If you want to kill someone, you don't fire at his car from a distance. You go up and throw a bomb. Even a child knows that. Not realizing Protic had served under Apis, Milovanovic, his hand on Protic's shoulders, said, "You who surely aren't burdened with personal friendship toward Apis as I am, are probably also more objective about the present situation. Do you, Protic, believe Apis wanted to kill Alexander?" "I don't know," evaded Protic. He knew he was in a madhouse where no one knew who was working for and spying on whom. "I am certain," persisted Milovanovic, "he would never raise a hand against Alexander. Apis is a specialist and would never do such a thing so idiotically. We know how." Suddenly Milo Vanovic stopped, looked around fearfully, and fell silent. In explaining unwittingly he had let something slip out. But Protic gave no sign he had noticed. Soon afterwards Protic took Colonel Tukovic to an interrogation, returning him to his cell just before dawn. Tukovic persuaded the lieutenant, contrary to regulations, to stay and talk. When Protic confirmed he had known Apis officially and privately, Tukovic expressed amazement at his assignment to guard them. Considering Protic one of them, Tukovic talked with him more openly. Apis was being accused of giving blood money to Bosnian volunteers, especially Mustafa Golubik, Tukovic revealed. Protic warned him not to discuss such things before investigators or in court. Tukovic jumped up impulsively and embraced Protic. You truly are that Smail Aga, guerrilla from Macedonia, and Apis man you represent yourself to be. And I thought you were some spy from that one because it did not enter my head that one would allow a guerrilla to be a jailer to Black Hand members. Now, run off before anyone sees us. Prince Alexander and the White Hand pushed the Apis investigation relentlessly, but some radical leaders at first seemed reluctant to try the Black Hand leaders. From abroad Pisic had requested Supreme Command to place Apis at his disposition for a foreign mission. The reply came, Apis has already been arrested. That may have been Pisic's way to avert suspicion that he had helped organize the Salonika affair. 9 White Hand leaders, excluding the last Black Handers from the prince's entourage, acted more aggressively. General Mirko Milosavljevic, one of them, told Slobodan Jovanovic, as long as military operations last, we, Black and White Hand will work together as brothers. As soon as operations cease, it will be as if the devil got into us. The White Hand now dominated the interior and war ministers. 10 Accusations against the Apis group were carefully orchestrated. A week after Apis' arrest, Chief of Staff Bojovic sent an order to all Serbian officers castigating those few who in those critical days for the homeland had lacked any sense of duty. Driven on by excessive ambition for power, they began to criticize and agitate against the state administration and policy, to undermine authority, destroy legal order, and ruin morale and discipline in the army with the apparent aim of taking over full political and military power. 1-1. Next day the Interior Minister urged that investigation of the imprisoned officers develop material for a public trial. 12 However, Tyre Special Investigators' report on results of the interrogations of the arrested officers was only completed March 12, 1917. 13 Investigation of the attempt on Prince Alexander's life dragged on and on. Colonel Pavlovic, chief of the Supreme Command's legal division, came to Salonika prison more and more disgruntled. Unless interrogations and signed admissions of guilt were completed swiftly, he faced dismissal. Pavlovic goaded Lieutenant Protic to rush the accused to interrogations. As an academy classmate of several of the arrested colonels, Pavlovic knew they would not admit things they had not done. He also interrogated Bosnian volunteers, formerly of Young Bosnia or the Black Hand, arrested for working with Apis. 14 Confidential correspondence between Premier Pisic and Interior Min. History of Ivanovic Paddock that winter suggests strongly that the Corfu government invented the attempt to kill Alexander in order to impose the death penalty on Colonel Apis. On January 24, 1917 the Interior Minister described to Pisic the alleged attempt on the prince near Ostrovo on September 12, 1916, old style. His letter of February 8 to Security Chief Ranko Trijanovic also gave the date as September 12. Ivanovic Paddock telegraphed Pisic March 2 from Salonika, with the help of my colleagues, the assassins have been discovered and are now in my hands. Links between them and Colonel Dimitrijević and Major Vilovic are clear. But when Pisic communicated that message to the cabinet next day, this version promptly collapsed. That very day he received the Interior Minister's telegram, I have just experienced a great unpleasantness. As you know, Colonel Pavlovic on Corfu designated September 12 as the date of the assassination attempt. When I came here Salonika, I heard on the contrary that this attempt had occurred at the end of August. So then naturally I asked him who knows the truth, presumably Prince Alexander. I received the reply just as Pavlovic had stated it and have worked on that assumption up to now. You can imagine how I felt when the contrary was confirmed, that the event occurred on Javan in August 29, old style. I do not know the cause of this error in communication and have not yet decided what conclusions to draw from this matter. 15 Ivanovic Paddock's discovery imperiled nearly completed plans for the Salonika trial. Thus Pisic next day, March 4th, telegraphed him, received your telegram. As to the day of the attempt, you should not draw any conclusions. I must communicate the telegram to our colleagues. Inform me urgently what motivated him whom you asked to designate the exact date of the event, the prince, to state something contrary to what you say you have now confirmed. Below that enigmatic message, Pisic's secretary had added, Pisic told me to attract your attention to this. Can one state that the attempt occurred on September 12th, new style? Inform him immediately what you think, whether it would be good to say this, so he can think it over and decide. Filipovic. 16 Confusion deepened as Ivanovic Paddock telegraphed Pisic March 6th, I could not obtain information how this error about the date of the attempt occurred. To my query they replied, I just don't know where that came to us from. Possibly it occurred because of the Gregorian calendar, although the beheading of John the Baptist Congenial corresponds to the 11th, not the 12th of September. That demolished Pisic's idea of solving the discrepancy by juggling old and new style dates, differing then by 13 days. But for Pisic it had become so crucial to substantiate the assassination attempt and link the Apis group with it that dates became secondary. Ivanovic Paddock had to accept August, September 29th, 11th. Then Pasek and he, not realizing key telegrams had survived, ordered their correspondence burned to conceal this deception from historians. 17 The driving force behind the Salonika trial, agreed most contemporaries, was the spider, Colonel Živković. Unknown to the public, he remained in the shadows, seemingly unflappable. From him nothing could be hidden or withheld. Copies of everything learned at interrogations and all correspondence flowed to him. At the end of each day Živković knew all that had transpired and held everything in his hands, communicating significant matters to the prince with his comments. His vast power stemmed from Alexander's utter confidence in him. All attempts by the jealous or righteous to undermine his authority or reveal him as a ruthless homosexual shattered against the prince's unshakable trust. Any struggle or intrigue against Para became ipso facto disloyalty to the prince and the dynasty. 18 Nonetheless, Živković required all his feminine wiles and vigilance to protect his invisible web. After Apis' arrest, the apparent harmony prevalent among several factions at the prince's court ended abruptly. A deep chasm opened. Having captured their prey, how would the hunters divide the spoils of the chase? Intrigue and mutual jealousy flourished among the courtiers like ragweed. They agreed Apis must be liquidated, but what then? Who would assume Apis' mantle in the army? Could the prince's secretary, Jelinek, who considered Apis' arrest the culmination of years of effort, outplay the slick Para? 19. Lieutenant Colonel Radovanović Koka, splitting with the White Hand that winter, claimed Živković had planned repeatedly to have Apis poisoned. Major Radis Nikolic told Radovanović that Živković had sent him to 3rd Army staff in 1916 to arrange Apis' murder. When that failed, Nikolic was ordered to poison Apis himself, but he refused. Živković realized Nikolic dared not perform this deed. On a Salonika streetcar in January 1917 Živković hinted to Radovanović he had installed Stojaković and Protic as jailer so one could poison Apis. Indeed, Stojaković once declared, Apis must admit the affair attempt on the prince. Because he is badly mistaken if he believes he will emerge alive from prison. Colonel Kostic, Živkovic's crony, confided to Tukovic earlier that the officer corps could not allow Apis to live. 20 In Živkovic's carefully guarded Salonika residence the Salonika trial was prepared, affirmed Radovanović. Through its rear doors, Živković remained in constant touch with the palace and Alexander. During the trial defense lawyers trooped into Živkovic's salon to prepare their case. Shins for court. 21 Milenko Stojek, a Belgrade lawyer, later confirmed that Živković and Colonel Pavlović had been the trial's chief initiators. They often conversed inside the palace, and some 2 months before Apis' arrest had held a long secret conference. 22 Under Živkovic's direction the Committee of 10 continued to collect at the front and in Salonika witnesses to testify against the Apis group. Official and volunteer spies prowled the front catching in cautious conversations. Self-styled friends of the court hastened to make oral and written denunciations to the investigators. 23 By early March investigation of Apis and the Black Hand were complete. 24 But the inquiry into the attempt against the prince remained incomplete and confused. 7 months after the supposed murder attempt a commission finally examined the site near Ostrovo, by then greatly altered. No real findings resulted, and most of those in the know realized no assassination had been attempted. Those preparing the trial knew this best of all. Prince Alexander seemed tired and apathetic, daring the whole affair. In alarm Para Živković complained to Alexander's secretary, the prince doesn't want to do anything. Retorted Jelinek cynically, the prince has nothing more to do but rather those idiots on the investigating commission. 25 An important witness being readied for the trial was Nezir Hadzanalik, a Bosnian Muslim. Later, he admitted that Mihailo Ranković, as associated with the Committee of 10, had prepared all his testimony. Nalik's Bosnian associates, Bosko Erzina and Mohamed Murmad Basic, paid dearly for rejecting Rankovic's overtures. We were deceived, Nezir stated, because they told us that Bosko Erzina had been killed by Dragutin Dimitrijević and the same could happen to us. We believed this lie and thus doomed the greatest Serbian patriots. Learning later that Erzina had been killed on orders of the Corfu police, Nalik repudiated in court his statements to investigators but too late to help Apis and Vilovic. My conscience gnaws at me, Nalik told an officer interned at Bizerta. In 1918, so make this public. 26 As the investigation neared completion, the Salonika regime purged the military courts which would try Apis and review the verdict. With unseemly haste the regime replaced all regular judges with ones who would reach the proper verdict. The new appointees were mostly bitter enemies of Apis or plucked from obscurity or retirement. Their entire future remained hostage to the trial's happy outcome. Colonel Peter Misick, highly intelligent and expert in military law and a leading 1903 conspirator, was named chairman of the lower military court. By what moral right could a conspirator against the Abranović judge a case of conspiracy and treason? Retired from the army in 1906 at British insistence, then excluded by Apis from conspirator ranks, Misick burned for revenge upon his former comrades. The trial was a final opportunity to salvage his wrecked career and achieve a general's rank. Fascinated by his own voice, egotistical and despotic, he aimed to dazzle the courtroom with his brilliance and prove his superiority over defendants he mostly despised. But he was an unpredictable individualist who might turn the trial into a circus. 27 Named president of the High Military Court was White Hand leader, General Mirko Milošević, a bitter opponent of the May conspirators. When Prince Alexander became Army Inspector General in 1911, he had named Milošević his personal adjutant to spite Apis. An intimate of the prince, he was a well-trained officer who could be relied on to be duly thankful. Even he had been incredulous about the attempt on the heir's life. Most other judges on both courts, having old accounts to settle with Apis or the Black Hand, sought rewards for loyal service to the radical regime. At the Salonika front, one colonel had exclaimed, "If they make me a judge, I'll cut off all their heads." Somehow this remark was overheard, and soon he was named to the high military court. Also appointed to that august body was Colonel Caustic, for years Apis' most fanatical foe. Surely common sense and justice dictated his exclusion from the highest military tribunal. 28 Military and diplomatic events meantime reinforced the regime's determination to liquidate the Apis group while minimizing Allied objections. General Sarail, remaining commander-in-chief in Salonika partly because of consistent Serbian support, knew who had saved him. Soon after Apis' arrest he declared ingenuously, "The Salonika affair is strictly an internal Serbian matter." This gave Prince Alexander a French carte blanche to deal with the Apis group, rejoiced his secretary. 29 The Salonika front's future and Serbia's hopes remained shrouded in doubt. Serbia was deliberately excluded from the Allies' Rome conference about Greece and the Balkan theater, noted Pisic in mid-January. Reportedly Italy had refused to reinforce a front doomed to remain secondary and defensive. Exploded Pisic, "This means the Allies have definitely adopted the view that victory is to be won only on the main fronts. In my view, only an energetic offensive on the Salonika front can bring a quick Allied victory. Our political and military representatives must emphasize constantly the vital importance of the Balkan theater and the Salonika front." 30 Informing Allied governments of Apis' arrest, Pisic sought their permission to search the premises and persons of his associates abroad, including Sito Jovanovic, former director of the Belgrade Officers Club, then living in London. 31 The charge that Apis and friends had prepared a mutiny on the Salonika front, soon dropped for lack of evidence, aimed apparently to win Allied acceptance of the trial. Franco-Austrian parleys meanwhile sparked reports that a compromise peace might be in the works. Serbia's envoy in London informed Pisic, "The negative reply to the appeal of the Central Powers for peace negotiations has not halted continued rumors about peace as a fact which is to occur during 1917. These reports come from a completely reliable source and are confirmed by those having sure connections with governing circles in Berlin." German peace terms reputedly included restoration of Serbia with access to the Adriatic Sea through northern Albania. 32 Prince Six de Bourbon-Parma informed Paris in February that Emperor Charles would sanction revival of an independent Serbia under Karađorđević rule only if Serbia promptly dissolved all organizations which had conspired against the dual monarchy and if the Allies guaranteed her future correct behavior. The Pisic government sought a scapegoat in case agreement with the Central Powers proved necessary. Clearly Apis filled the requirements. 33 Officers serving with the Serbian Volunteer Corps in Russia also became involved in the Salonika affair. Soon after Apis' arrest, War Minister Terdik ordered 4 of his colleagues there, Lieutenant Colonels Bozin Simic, Vojislav Gajakovic, Alexander SRB, and Major Rado Jankovic searched, relieved of their posts, and returned to Salonika forthwith. 34 But Volunteer Corps Commander, General Mihailo Zivkovic, replied that Jankovic had refused to answer questions about Black Hand or provide a state. Met. 35 Jankovic, a sophisticated and highly literate officer sent to Russia by Prince Alexander, became the leader of Serbian officers in Russia opposing the trial and defending Apis. The Pisic regime also had to take account of views of other Serbian political parties about the arrests and impending trial. Independent radical leaders, Ljubomir Davidovic and Milorad Draskovic, and progressive, Vojislav Marinkovic, all members of the coalition cabinet, had collaborated closely with Apis during the priority affair. What did Draskovic particularly, who on Corfu had called Apis a marvelous patriot, think of his imprisonment? Draskovic to be sure had criticized Apis' tactless behavior toward the Prince Regent on Corfu, attributing it to the colonel's rashness and volatility. On excellent terms with Alexander and welcomed at court, Draskovic, as the trial neared, remained silent about the Salonika affair. He sought to scotch any rumors of continuing ties with Apis to prevent his party's involvement in the trial. Alexander and Pisic blocked any criminal charges against the independents who in return did not impede the investigation of the Apis group. 36. The state prosecutor's formal charges were communicated to Apis and his co-defendants on March 17. Accused of treason, plotting seizure of power, and attempted murder of the Prince Regent, most faced death sentences or long prison terms if convicted. Apis was shocked and upset, noted Stojakovic. He walked around constantly, more than usual, plunged in thought. Calming down, Apis stated later that day, "If we are tried properly, they will merely have to say, 'Go home, gentlemen.'" Thankfully only a few of his friends had been accused, presumably the rest could testify on their behalf. They should state they were not ordered to do anything, nor did they do it. His friends now began holding Apis responsible for their plight. But Milovanovic Balak rejoiced, from the indictment a 20-year prison sentence seemed the most he could receive. He blamed Apis for their predicament. "With Dragutin I can no longer have the same relations as before. He should not have kept the Black Hand statutes. I asked him already on Corfu whether he had destroyed everything. They would not have anything on us if they had not found those. Just wait until I see Dragutin." Very upset over the indictment, Colonel Vemic told Stojakovic, "Dragutin is guilty for all of us if he really did something. We will have to settle up." 37 When the accused sought able lawyers to represent them, they encountered Jesuitical tricks from the regime. Under military law accused officers could select defenders only from the trial site. The authorities simply transferred officers they selected, or declared them unavailable. Oral. 35 When Apis selected Sedimir Vohaska to defend him, a doctor suddenly diagnosed chronic rheumatism and ordered him to remain at least a week in bed. 39 Such tactics damaged the credibility of the trial, limiting the defendant's choice to less competent officers and those who would cooperate with the court. Probably this made little difference since Prince Alexander and the Salonika regime had predetermined the defendant's guilt. Chapter XXI in Courtroom and Prison Cell March-April 1917, nearby were the prisons and the accused were brought to the courtroom under guard. Once I saw Apis being brought to the court building. He went quickly up the stairs with his eternal cigarette in his teeth, in an easygoing manner. Clearly he was in full control of himself. Ziv. 716, Solinskaya Pharaoh. Finally the Salonika trial began. It would last 2 months, March 20th to May 23, 1917, in 82 semi-public sessions where all 10 defendants and over 100 witnesses testified. 1 The outcome was never in doubt, merely the severity of the sentences. The Salonika